where you could get it second hand, and you can get these for £600–700 second hand on that website where you can get things second hand. That one, yeah, that's the cost for a second hand. This is brand new, okay, right? Bearing all of that in mind, your price for the one-day special only until 6 o'clock tomorrow is £549. That is a £300 saving. It's even more if you're a Freedom member. It's a saving of £354.90 without any postage and packing as well. Then you can split it up into your flexi payments. So it's already had so much knocked off it, but you can now knock it down into 3 equal payments without any interest being added onto it, which means that with your Freedom membership, your payment today for this to be sent out is £164.70. £164.70, and this is coming out to you, and then there's 2 more payments at that exact same rate there. Unbelievable value. 402-290. Have a look yourself. Put the model number in. Brother in, I want to say Innovis. Yeah, I want to say it, but I'm not going to. The M230E embroidery machine. Innovis. Thank you.
Well
Innovis,
done.
like innovate. Yeah, of course. The Brother Innovis M230E. Put it into your search engine right now. Have a look, and have a look at where you can find it and how much it's. If you get anywhere near that price that we've got it at, it will be second hand. This is brand new. 402-290 is your item number. Now, don't just take our word for it on how good it is. Have a look at some of the reviews that came in on our sister channel, Create and Craft, because, of course, this is the first time that we've had Brother machines here on the craft store, so we don't have any reviews on our website, but luckily, handily, Create and Craft have loads of 5-star reviews. Love it. Had trouble initially threading a new bobbin, but having mastered that, away I go. This machine is fantastic for starting out. Bought at a great price, worth getting to see if you get along with embroidery machines, but you can also add more patterns by USB as your confidence grows. Lots of 5-star reviews, and we're getting very, very busy on this one-day special. Remember, it's only until 6 o'clock tomorrow, that incredible price, and that is a whacking great big discount, isn't it? We've got more features to show you of this incredible machine. Have a look at this.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
£164.70, and it's on its way to you. Amazing value. Now, here's another popular machine from Brother. This isn't an embroidery machine. This is your classic sewing machine here. The FS180QC. You can say that one. Thank you. Ooh, fancy. Computerized sewing machine. Can't wait to find out about this. Yeah, don't be dissuaded by that if you're not computer savvy. I've got a feeling it's computerized, which means it's going to be very easy to use. But let's find out if I'm right. Becky, is it easy to use?
It's super easy to use.
Jolly good.
I know some people can be a little bit put off by the idea of computerized. It doesn't mean you need to know how to use a computer. It doesn't mean you need to plug it into a computer to be able to use it. In fact, that one has no USB port at all. So you never need to put it near your computer. What it does mean is that there is an intelligence inside the machine that makes the sewing journey very, very easy. Now, I liken this to cars, okay? So when I was a kid, you know, the cars we drove in, no airbags, no seat belts in the back seats. We had wind-down windows. We had cassette players if you were lucky. Otherwise, it was just a radio. No power steering. You know, when it was cold...
You lived in a fancy house with your cassette players. Blimey. All right, show off. Go on.
That's it if you were lucky.
Well, clearly you were.
But you know, if it was cold, you were cold. If it was hot, you were hot. Like cars were just metal boxes. Nowadays, we've got power steering controlled by a computer, electric windows, computer, seat warmers. We've got, you know, all these different things, the airbags, everything is designed. You even take your car to a garage and they plug it into a computer to find out what's wrong with it.
Yes,
okay.
True.
Now the process of driving is exactly the same. We still have a wheel, we still have a gear stick if you're manual or whatever. You know, we still point it at the road and we drive. However, it's safer, it's more comfortable, it's easier. The list goes on.
You get all those warning messages now in your car, and I assume on here as well, it's going to guide you through it, isn't it? It's going to say, oh, you need to replace this, you need to wind that on, you need to stop. Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely.
It's helping you.
So that's how the computer works in both of the machines, is it's making your sewing experience easier, more fun, safer. You're not going to damage your machine so easily. You know, all these different things. It's there to make it more enjoyable.
So all the clever bit, if you like, the complicated bit, is all on the inside. It's not for you to worry about. What you get is the interface. Is just a very simple press buttons and just answer the questions and the way you go.
Really simple. Really simple.
All the best computers are like that, and they make your job simpler. So let's talk about the price on this one. Look at that. You're going to be saving £307.90 if you're a Freedom member for this computerised sewing machine. 3 payments of £113.70. It's normally £649 is the retail value of this particular machine. Incredible. Let's have a look at some of the features on this.
The SDX 900 is the latest model in the Scan and Cut series from Brother, boasting many of the same professional features as the SDX 1200, such as automatic blade, Wi-Fi and roll feeder, but at a lower price point. The SDX 900 features a built-in scanner.
Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that won't do any sewing, and that's because it was the wrong video. We don't actually have the video for this. We'll get that for you next time. That's for the cut and scan machine, isn't it?
Scan and cut, yes.
Yeah. Fine, okay. Well, this is the sewing machine. Let's concentrate on the sewing machine. So what are we getting with this? We're getting needle threaders. We're getting quick set bobbins. You can see everything arranged out here. You're getting your hard cover as well. You've got your quilting guide. You've got a free motion foot, a free motion grip, and it's got an LED light. Zipper foot, loads of feet actually, loads and loads of feet. Comes with a DVD as well. Does that explain how it all works?
Absolutely. The DVD, I love that about that machine. So again, I mentioned in the first show, Brother do the most incredible instruction manuals. They are so concise and clear. But if you are more of a visual learner and you prefer to actually watch somebody doing it, you can pop that DVD into your DVD player with your machine and just follow along. It's brilliant.
I'm surprised this hasn't got a DVD player on it itself. It seems to do everything else.
Neither of the machines make a cup of tea. This is my one bugbear.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be perfect.
And then all the bits down the front here, you're going to have to educate me here, Becky, as to what all of this... This is an extra sort of... this is an extra tray or a table, isn't it?
That's your tea for your tea.
Is this for the tea? OK, perfect. So I slot this in here, presumably?
That is your extension table. So, you take off the storage caddy to reveal your free arm, and then the extension table slides on. So if you're into doing bigger projects like your quilting, etc., then the extra workspace helps to support the extra fabric.
What's that bit do?
So it's fantastic. That is your free motion grip frame.
Go on.
So this machine comes with 10 feet. You've got 7 utility feet, your buttonhole foot, your button applying foot, your zipper foot, etc., etc. Fantastic. But it comes with the 3 extra feet, walking foot, 1/4 inch foot, free motion foot, and that's what you use that frame with. Okay. So when you're using your free motion foot, so you drop your feed dogs down, which are the teeth that feed the fabric through the machine, you then have complete
Release
control.
The dogs. Do you say that whenever you do that?
I do not, but
Who
I
let
should.
the dogs out? I would.
Dogs go away. But that frame, basically, normally when you're free motion sewing, your fingers are very close to the needle, you're kind of moving your hands around, and it can be a lot of strain in the backs of your shoulders. Whereas with that frame, it keeps your hands out of the way, even control on your fabric, and just makes it a slightly less ache in the shoulders after you've done a lot of it. It's really good. Really good.
And speaking of which, like you actually gave up your yoga class to be here today.
I did.
Which is great
I've
news.
only been to 2.
Oh.
Tonight would have been number
smashing
3.
that then. And but we've done you a favour because you said you would be aching the next day from it all.
I would definitely be aching the next day.
So this is a good thing, isn't it? I mean, people do spend a lot of time, don't they, sat at their tables, you know, over a sewing machine. So I think it is important actually that you kind of make it as relaxed as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think you've got to enjoy your craft. I mean, my mother hates sewing. No one else in my family sews. I don't know where I get it from, but my mother hates sewing so much to the fact that as soon as I started to learn to sew, all sewing jobs were given to me. Child labour, okay?
Oh, wow, wow.
But had she not had a sewing machine for running repairs, because that's what you just did, I would never have been able to have a go and pick it up and actually, you know, build a career out of it. So, you know, I think it's really important that you enjoy it. You should all have a sewing machine for running repairs anyway, but actually that might inspire somebody to go on and build. And if it's your craft, it's just got to be enjoyable.
So I wonder whether to put a call into social services, but I will resist the temptation.
It was a while ago
for
now. I think it's probably fine.
So there you go, 355-083 is the item number for that. Have a look at the price. £113.70 is your flexi payment there. It's a saving in total of £307.90 there on your computerised sewing machine from Brother. It's the first time we've seen it here on the craft store. I think it's time for a demo.
I think so.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the embroidery machine. Before we start sewing something, I just really quickly want to show you what we finished because I want you to be able to see it out of the machine. This is the design that we designed ourselves.
Nice.
Changed the colours. This is my little cat. Changed into he was a black and white cat, and this is his name. So now I've genuinely, I really love this embroidery because it's got my cat in it. But there is not a teacup on this planet big enough to hold him.
That is actually your cat?
That's what my cat looks like, yeah.
And is that your cat's name?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your cat named after?
His full name is Adler. He was one of 5 kittens, and they were named after Rockstar 5. So there was Axel and Adler and all of
Guns
those.
N' Roses?
Yeah, I don't know. We just had him. Oh,
Yeah.
and Ditto. His sister was called Ditto, but she didn't survive very long. Bless her.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so they were
They're
all named after
rock
stars. Yeah.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah.
So that's what you do. But yeah, have a look at the back. Before I take it out, just have a look at the back as well, because I think it's as important to see the back as it is the front, because I think this is a real sign of quality. Look, the back is as neat as the front.
It is, yeah.
Okay?
You don't often see that in hand embroidery. It's kind of a bit of an old state behind the scenes, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I am going to show you something else on the front. So we talk about threads a lot with embroidery machines. You do want a good quality embroidery thread that has a nice sheen to it, because what the machine will do is going to use that thread to create textures within your embroidery. So here we've got the cup. It's just a very smooth texture. But if you actually have a close look at the cat's fur, the machine has actually used the direction of the thread to create a fur-like.
Yes.
Can you see the fur-like
created the texture? So the teacup's almost like you can almost see cross patterning across there, cross stitch, and then the fur's kind of going downwards, isn't it? Like you can almost stroke the cat, couldn't you?
Yeah. So we've got these travelling threads that you just cut away. That's just the machine moving from area to area. But yeah, so this is really important. This is the sign of quality because we've got these. You know, the machine is using the thread to create an even better design.
Excellent. Now, is the cat in an actual teacup, or was Adler at the fairground on one of the teacup rides?
It would have to be a fairground-sized one to fit him in, because he's rather massive. So,
bit harsh. Sorry, Adler, if you're watching right now, but
bless him. Bless him. He'll sit on my head later and just meow at me and keep me awake all night.
Great.
Right, let's have a look at the embroidery machine.
Picturing you have a cat on your head later, but carry on.
Like that one.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 lots of controls with the machine. We've got the touch screen here, and we've got the buttons down the bottom. Now, just before I go into the screen, we talked about how to learn how to use the machine. There's actually a button here with a question mark. Okay. If I press this, the screen actually brings out lots of little menus. So, for example, if I wanted to know how to thread it up,
oh, brilliant!
Can you see it's
got
actually
little animation
showing me?
As well.
And you scroll through. So there's 16 pages that talk you through how to thread it up, step by step. And there are so many of those in here. Look, you know, how to wind the bobbin. Etc. So not only have you got your DVD and your manual and the customer helpline, and it's written on the machine
itself when you're there,
and it's also built into the machine. The computer, there's a computerized manual in there as well. So I just wanted to show you that.
I wish I had a question mark button in real life I could press. in every situation.
That would be so useful.
Please invent it, somebody.
Yeah.
Right, brilliant. That's good. That's really good. So that's going to be
Google
helpful.
on your phone, isn't it? The question mark.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
Right, so we've got this. This is our menu. Now, Brother produced the most simple to use, intuitive machines. Even if you don't want to look at that plethora of information on how to use your machine, you can pretty much work it out from how they've laid everything out. Now, this is your menu where your embroideries are. Now, you can probably guess your embroideries are up here. Where would you say the fonts might be?
Is it the two buttons with the letters on it underneath, perchance?
This one?
It's the one in the middle, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You can see how this is where our borders and frames are. You know, we can go in here and we've got all of these. So they are so intuitive on how to use these. Now, if we want to create design, so let's use, this is the most beautiful monogramming font, okay? So I'm going to pick a B for Becky, why not? Okay, and I'm going to press set. Now, I've got lots of options here. I can move it around in the screen if I want to, reposition it. Okay, I can change the size. You can resize between 90 and 120%. So I can make it nice and large, or I can shrink it down much more. I'm going to shrink it down because I want some space in my screen to be able to do some
okay,
designs.
so you can move that image around.
Absolutely.
Push it to the top left.
And
So
I can actually move it with my finger as well.
Oh, nice. So that whole area there, that's the whole canvas, if you like.
Yes, so this here is representative of your 10 by 10 sewing area, embroidery area, okay? So we can fill this up as much as we want to. Now, if I want to add something in, I just press the word add. So this is what I mean. Very simple, very intuitive.
Yeah, that does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Exactly.
So under here, I'm going to come to my fonts. I've got lots of fonts here. I'm just going to pick this one that we used earlier. Now they do have obviously lowercase there, but I'm going to stick to the uppercase again. I'm going to I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. Okay, and I'm going to press set. Now that's a bit big,
okay.
So I'm going to go to size, and with the text you can shrink them down quite a lot. It doesn't have to be, you're not tied to the 8 by
okay.
the 80%. Oops.
Yeah.
Right, so see, I can't get to that B. Oh, there we go, I did it, I managed it.
Okay, because the B was in the way, so you have to move the B out the way, yeah.
There's a select button down here, so if you press select,
toggle it, yeah.
So if your finger is, getting in the way and you're knocking things around, just use the select button and then use, and then use the move section, move button to move it. So then you're not knocking anything else in your design, okay? So then we can come into add again, and I'm going to go into my little designs in here and scroll across.
How many of those designs are there on the machine?
There are 80 designs.
Right, okay.
Okay, so there's a little teddy bear. Look, we can add the little teddy bear. I want him to be a little bit bigger, so let's make him as big as we can. So he's a dinky little one. We can move him around.
Can you change the colour of that?
I absolutely can. I'm going to in just a moment.
Sorry,
So
you need to skip ahead there.
No, that's fine. Now, I want this to be in the middle. So if I select middle, there, so that resets it to the centre and just press down, I know it's going to be in the middle. Now you know it's
exactly measured out.
Absolutely.
So it's on the centre line, yeah, that's good.
So we could come back in here, let's see what other things we have for baby. We've got some little butterflies, we've got, oh look, we've got a little duck. So
actually, you can put in as many designs as you want then.
You can, absolutely. And also you can insert your USB and put and insert, so USB designs as well. So you can integrate USB and the internal designs together.
Do they have to be completely separate from each other, or can you overlay like part of the bee on top of the teddy bear?
Absolutely. Well, you can see at the moment where I've got can you see that my little duck train here has actually covered over part of my teddy bear? Having a look at this, I think actually my little duck train is quite nice on its own. So I'm going to press the select button until I get to my teddy bear. Then I'm going to press delete. Okay. Delete, and it's gone. So actually, I think I'll have it without that. So I can move this down a bit now if I want to. Can move the letters down, so you can just have a bit of a play, really. Embroidering things for babies is just one of my favourite things to do. It's so fun, so much fun. So
you're pretty brutal with that teddy bear. You just deleted him,
just deleted him off. He's out of my life.
Wow.
He's gone. He's gone.
Cold.
I'm all about the duck train.
Yeah, no, I've noticed. All aboard the duck train.
Now, if we want to change the colours, so maybe I want the A, B and Y to match the blue of the B.
Yes.
So I've selected my letters. Now, I've got an option here. I've got a font edit. I can come in here and I can now start to play around with these. So if I come into Array, I can make it
nice.
Curved. Actually,
Yeah.
it looks quite fun curved. We
Yeah.
can have it curved.
Yeah.
Now, if I press multicolour, I can come into here and I can scroll through. So I've got my A. So what colour? Let's find a blue. So we can have that as a paler blue. That's fine. And then I'm going to come up here and scroll to the B. We can maybe make that one green. And then I can do another blue if I wanted to. Or if you don't press that multicolour button, you can just change all the colour letters at the same time. So you can do that. Now down here as well with the ducks, so let's say I want to change some colours from there. So again, I go into my colour changing. Now up here, this is the colour selection at each point. Now if I want to know what point of my design I'm actually looking at, I come over here. Can you see this is the first cart and the top line of the rainbow? So if I wanted that to maybe red, for example, and it changes it in my design.
Oh, you can just pick out elements and just colour it in.
Absolutely. So then the next colour is the pink.
The classic duck train colour, yes. Yeah, the traditional duck train.
Traditional duck
colour.
train, yeah. So I can press, I'll have that as orange, why not?
Yes.
And then I could even change the colour of the duck. Look, we could have a purple duck. Why
because
not?
why not?
Because why not?
Because you can just press a button.
Because
it's
I
as
can
simple
press
as
a
that.
button and have a play.
And also, you're getting to design it,
Yes.
on the fly, and until you actually press the actual embroidery button,
Absolutely.
you can go, well, what does purple look like? Well, maybe not. Oh, yellow. Oh, no, you can get a play, can't you?
And obviously, that's quite a small square. To be able to really get a clear idea is not, it's a little bit fiddly. So actually, if you come up to this button up here and press this, it will show you what it looks like stitched out. And actually, you can even see the texture of the stitches, so you're going to know in what direction the stitches. It's harder to see on screen at home than it is in here. And I can see that the A and the B are touching, and I don't want that. I want a little bit of a gap. So that I can come back down to my letters. Let's select them, move them, and move it across to create my gap, and then I can go back up and then go, there we go, there's my gap. I'm much happier with that.
I'm not joking, Becky, because I don't profess to be a computer expert, and I'm not being cocky here, but I honestly think I could sit down at that now, and if you said to me, right, give me a simple design of, I don't know, a teddy with this word across it in red, I reckon I could have a little go at that, and within about 5 minutes I've got something, because it's just obvious what you have to press.
Yeah.
It's the buttons, that's the colour button, that's the colour palette, now I need plus to get it a bit bigger, minus, move. It's very easy, isn't it?
Really easy. Yeah. And the thing is, you can't go wrong because you're not actually stitching anything at this point. This is just having a play. And even when you're stitching, I always recommend you stitch it out as a test first to make sure you're completely happy, because once you've stitched, because embroidery is so hard wearing and so impervious to falling apart or washing away, it's there for life, and you will never get that embroidery out. Don't try and unpick it, just start again. So do a test one first, and then you can test out the colours and see what it is you want. Yeah. The thing is, you don't have to change the colours on the machine, even though, for example, I've changed I changed that card to red. Now if I put in a green thread, it will stitch it in green. The machine won't judge me on putting the wrong colour in.
It won't understand that it's got green thread instead of red.
No, absolutely. It's not going to go, hang on a minute, you said you wanted that to be red. It doesn't do that. If you want to put a green thread in, so you don't necessarily have to go through this process, but have a play, just see. Okay, now once you've finished designing, so I think we've come up with quite a nice design, it's absolutely fine. So I've got an option to save it here, so if I press this, I can save it to the menu of my machine, or I can save it to a USB. Okay, and then I'm going to press Edit End. So if you want to save it, that's good. You can then go away and come back and stitch it another time. You can
save it into the machine itself.
Save it to the machine itself.
So you have to put it on a spare disc or but you can transfer it onto a USB stick if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah, if you wanted to, but no, you don't have to. You can just save it to the machine. But that's good, because then if you're going elsewhere. So for example, I stitched everyone in our family a little place setting for Christmas. So it had their name and a little Christmas doves that's in this machine, and everyone had one for Christmas dinner. And I did those for Christmas, not the one just gone, the one before. Of course, they cancelled Christmas and no one came.
Right.
So, you know, we just had our ones, but they kept for the next year. Now, in the course of a year, we've had an extra 2 people added to our family. So I was then able to go back into my machine, pull up
the exact
from
same
memory,
design.
the exact same design, change the names and stitch them out. So my little baby nephew had one, and my sister-in-law had one.
Oh, nice.
And so we both, and then everybody had their place setting. So saving it is really good, because if it's something that you might, you know, who knows who's going to come into the family in years to come, I've always got that design, and so I can just go back and do it.
That's brilliant for weddings as well, and for also all your guests. And every single one is going to look exactly the same, in so much as it's all perfectly, you know, set out. Yeah. And the only thing is you're just changing certain elements, like the name, for example, or maybe a small design on it.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
It's so easy, so easy. Right, I'm going to stitch this. Sorry, I'm going to frame up my fabric. Is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to grab some fabric from over here. Let's pick a. I got into a pickle stitching white onto pale pink earlier, so let's go for grey.
Well, I didn't want to say, to be honest, Becky, that's not the choice I would have gone with, but, you know, if you don't ask me before you start these things, then that's what will happen. But,
dear. Now, I've got my tearaway stabiliser underneath.
Yep.
Okay, and that's just going to stop my fabric from stretching. And then I've got my fabric on the top, and I'm popping the larger frame underneath and the smaller frame on the top. And I'm going to push the frame in. You want it nice and tight. Okay, I'm going to give it a little.
What's tearaway stabiliser do then? It sounds really cool.
So stabiliser is something that you back your embroideries with to stabilise the fabric, to stop it from stretching. So tearaway means, so I can show you on this one. This one's tearaway stabiliser. Once I'm done, I tear it away, and it just comes off.
Right.
Okay. Now there's wash-away stabiliser. There's adhesive stabiliser, which is good if you're embroidering onto clothing, for example, where you have to sort of manipulate the piece of clothing and turn it inside out, etc., to get to it. If you adhere some stabiliser to the back, you know it's in the right place. It's not going to move. Wash-away stabiliser is great if you're using fabric with a pile. So, for example, towels or something like that, because then the embroidery will sit on the top. So you have your tearaway stabiliser, your toweling fabric or something like that, and then your wash-away stabiliser on the top.
Right.
And that keeps the embroidery on the top of the fabric rather than sinking into that pile. Oh, okay. And then you just pop it in the washing machine, the wash-away disappears off the top, and you're good to go.
Very good. Look, we've got that tearaway stabiliser here on the show there. 30 centimetres in width there, 3 metres of it for just $12.99. Useful. Useful that. Now,
right.
So what's next? So this is where the magic happens. You're going to press the button, and that whole design is going to materialise. How long would you expect that from when you've got it set up now and press and go to when you've got the final design?
Well, I'll show you, because the machine actually tells us how long it's going to take. So let me thread it up and I'll start it going, and then I'm going to show you what's happening on the screen. I'm not going to stitch this one out completely because there's other things I want to show you. Okay. But I'll just start it going and just show you what's happening. So let's see, we've got dark blue and grey. There we go. That'll be able to be seen now.
Yeah, pink and
I learned my lesson.
White. Terrible decision.
Terrible decision. Okay, so while this is stitching out, I want you to have a look at the screen, because this is where all the magic is happening. Well, no, the magic's happening under the needle, but this is telling us about the magic. Okay. Yep. So we've got this large screen here. It's very similar. We've already seen this. I'll turn it around a bit more so you can see even more clearly. Okay, so we're familiar with this setup. We've got our whole design here, and this is the element that's being stitched over here. The same as when we were changing the colour, it takes away that element and pops it in a little box over there. Okay, so we're basically doing the large B.
Oh, can I have a guess at what that thing is at the top? Is that 280 stitches done so far and 6,253 in total to do?
Absolutely.
See, it is easy to kind of follow, isn't it? I haven't read the instructions.
So easy, easy. This along the top, so the black letters are the totals and the red letters are where we're at.
Right.
So you can see in real time, this is stitching at 450 stitches a minute.
Yeah.
So it's really fast. You can see it can't even keep up. It's jumping up in multiples of 7 or 8 each time. So you can see how far into the design we are. It's a 6,253 stitch design. Now we're 5 minutes into a 16-minute design. So this design in total will take 16 minutes.
Yeah.
That is stitching time. That is not time it takes to rethread it, wind the bottom, etc. So just bear that in mind. You will need to allow a little bit extra time on top of your total.
We've been quicker than 5 minutes though so far, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. It says 5 minutes at the top there.
Well, this is 5 minutes. This element of the design will take 5 minutes to stitch.
Right, I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says we're 5 minutes. Basically, whatever is at the top, as soon as this one's done, it will drop off, and the next one will drop up, and it will automatically add that too. So the number at the top is is how far into the design you'll be at the point that this colour finishes.
Yes.
Okay.
I got you.
And then along the next one, we've got 11 steps. So 11 colour changes are involved in our design. And we're on the first one. Now, it's also important to remember when you're editing your designs and creating your designs, it will stitch them out in the order in which you insert them into the design. So for us, it's going to do the B first with the flowers, then it's going to do the A, B and Y, and then it's going to do the duck train. Okay, so if you wanted it to do the duck, so I've done one of these before where there was a character that sat over the B, and I wanted to make sure that the B was stitched first because otherwise the B would be sitting over the top of the character.
Got you.
So then you can make sure that you input the designs in the order that you want them stitched out in. Okay?
Right, makes sense.
So this is all going on, and it's telling you over here we've got this little green cross, and that is telling us in real time what part, where the needle is on our design. So it's stitching it out at the same time.
Now, your previous brother machine lasted 20 years. That looks like a beast. That looks like it's going to last a long time. It looks pretty sturdy, and you're not going to transport that one around. That's going to sit in your crafting area at home.
Yeah, embroidery machines. You tend to kind of want to keep in one place. I mean, I don't mean you can't, put it away and bring it back out on your dining room table. I don't mean that, but it's not necessarily a machine you'd be taking to your craft workshops or your lessons or, those kinds of things.
No.
Unlike your sewing machine, which is very portable, hard case, handle, very lightweight, perfect for doing that. With an embroidery machine, it's very much, if you want to think, this part of the machine, this is the embroidery arm. This part of the machine is doing all the hard work. This blows my mind, the mechanics and engineering of this. The needle is only going up and down.
That's mad. That's mad.
Insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
This one here, it's the arm here that is doing moving the forwards and the backwards, and it's moving the frame upwards and down. It's this part that's doing the hard work. So if you're manoeuvring it around and this bit gets damaged, that's your machine damaged, okay?
Yes.
So you want to look after it. I mean, this part does detach, so you can take this out off and store it somewhere safe. Okay. But yeah, it's not a transportable.
But you do get 3 years warranty with this, don't you?
You certainly do.
So if you have any problems in that 3-year period, it will get sorted out.
And a 1-year commercial warranty. So if you're using it for a business, Brother will still give you a 1-year warranty.
That's good.
Which is incredible because nobody offers, especially on domestic machines, nobody offers commercial.
So they must be fairly confident then that there's nothing going to go wrong with it in that time span.
So confident. Yeah. Well, and also if you're using it commercially, you're going to be using it 3 times more than somebody using it domestically anyway. So I think it works out quite fair.
Yeah,
it's incredibly generous of them. They are an amazing brand, an amazing company.
If you just joined us, it's our one-day special. 402290 is the item number here. I know a lot of you are popping these into your basket right now. Yes, it is a high-ticket product here. It is a considered purchase, but it's a less considerate purchase than it is normally. Put it that way, because normally it would be £849. But you can get it here on the craft store until 6 o'clock tomorrow for £549, which is a massive £300 saving. But that's not all. If you're a Freedom member, and it would be utterly ridiculous if you didn't become a Freedom member if you were going to get this, because you instantly get your money back and then a whole chunk more. You would get another discount off that. Another, I believe is it £54 off again? I think it is £54. Yes, and 90p. There you go. Another £54 and 90p, and you wouldn't have to pay for any postage and packing as well. So the price now would be £494 and 10p, and then you could split that into 3 flexible payments. There you go. If you're a Freedom member, £164 and 70p. So bearing in mind the actual price, and you can get it for more than this on the internet, 849 quid. Have it sent out to you for 164.70, and just 2 more payments at that exact level. It won't go up. 164.70, 3 payments in total of that, and this will be yours. Now, that is 402290. We have a little video to show you. Is it the one with all the features on it? Let's have a look at that, shall we?
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
Brother in front of me, actually. Loved it earlier on because Becky said that this thing has lots of intelligence in it, which is actually a bit of a contrast, as you can see here. 355083 is the number for this. Now, this is the sewing machine. So we've seen the embroidery machine. This is your Brother sewing machine. It is computerized. It means that it makes it really, really simple for you. It's got another one of those screens on it. We love all those. Hasn't got that many buttons, has it? Which is good. I'm just using the screen there. But look at all the stitches it can do. The reason it's called the 180 QC is because it can do 180 stitches. Now, I can only see 79 on there, but there's a reason for that. Oh, 99. Right, where's the other?
There are 180 on the front, but if you lift up the little flap on the top,
right,
you will discover 2
even
fonts.
More.
So the 180 refers to your satin stitches, your utility stitches, your stretch stitches, your buttonholes, your decorative stitches. It doesn't include the 2 fonts, so you've got those on top. There's another 110 stitches in there. Wow,
there you go. And obviously you've got you can put all of your monogramming there. You've got all your lettering and your numbers too. So you've got the full works. Oh, look at that. That was sneaky. Love that. Now, you're getting with this all sorts of feet coming with it as well. Buttonhole feet, zipper foots. You've got overcasting foot, blind stitch foot, monogramming foot, a button attaching foot. It comes with a hard case, a wide table. It comes with a DVD that tells you how to work it. But as we've seen, you probably don't even need that, but it's good to know it's there. You've got a quilting guide as well. You've got your drop feed, an LED light, a quick set bobbin, a needle threader, a buttonhole and a step. You've got everything you need with your sewing machine here, and you've got this hard case as well, so you can transport it around. All the kit that comes with it. Now, that is normally £649. Look it up on the internet. However, we've got it for you here for £270 cheaper. £379. Only £379 for the computerized sewing machine from Brother. The item number is 355083, and if you're a Freedom member, and I strongly suggest you become one if you're thinking of getting this, because look, you will immediately make an even bigger saving, which will more than pay for that Freedom membership straight away, and then get you some more change on top of that. £341 and 10p, and then you can split that into 3 flexi payments as well, and that will be 3 payments of £113 and 70p. Incredible value there. £113. And a sewing machine, a computerised sewing machine, now that's on its way to you today. Right, back to you.
Yes.
Becky, what are we looking at now? We're back to the embroidery, aren't we?
We are. Well, I want to show some other things that the machine does, because we have elements in here that are good for wash away stabilizer. I'm going to, at some point over the next 3 shows, we've got another 3 with this, haven't we? That I want to show you wash away stabilizer. I want to show you all kinds of different things, but this also has quilting designs in it. So that's a really quick, easy thing for me to show you because we've not got long left. So I thought that would be a good one.
Okay.
Quilting is something that you can use on this. The quilt behind me has 144 10 by 10 embroideries, so done on this machine. So that's you know, that gives you an idea of the kind of scope that you can do. But in all honesty, quilting is such a fantastic thing to do with your machine. Now with this one, it's framing up slightly differently because I've got a layer of wadding in the middle, because that's what a quilt, that defines it as a quilt really, is to have the wadding-y bit in the middle.
Yes, that's true. I'm really amazed by that quilt behind you. So obviously you could make it like lots of different designs, but that looks to me, and you might correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that looks like it's the same square repeated over, but obviously you've turned it around. Is that right?
So basically there are 2 different sort of florally designs that I did purchase separately because I saw them and fell in love with them. But there's also on some of them there is like a circle, interlocking circles that I created on this machine.
Okay.
Because I realised that the designs I'd bought were 15 minutes each.
Right.
To stitch out,
so
and that's 144 times 15 minutes is quite a long time.
Yeah.
So I did a few that were sort of just simple interlocking circles, just
36
to speed the
hours
process
actually.
up. Well, there you go. Good maths. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm impressed.
Thank you very much. Let's put the calculator away now.
So this is my framed up quilting fabric. So I've got my top fabric. I have got my layer of wadding in the middle. Let's hold it here, then you can see it. I've got my top fabric, my wadding, and then my backing fabric. So that is creating enough stability for my fabric in there. So imagine that's my quilt. Now you can either quilt individual panels and then stitch them together, or you can create your quilt and then stitch onto the quilt like I did with the other one.
Right, so yeah, I was going to say, because the traditional way of doing it would be to get your embroidered image, like whether you just bought it straight out from a shop or whether you've made it yourself on the machine, and then you would stitch that on top of your quilt, wouldn't you?
Yes, it depends.
You're actually doing it all there.
Well, this is the actual quilting. So this is where I want to use that wadding to create a quilted effect. So this isn't me doing, you know, I'm not stitching the cat, for example, in the middle of my quilt, because then I would just do it on the fabric and then patchwork that in and then quilt on top. The quilting process is when you have all the layers together and the wadding in the middle gives you that sort of bumpy quilted effect. Okay. So that's what I want to achieve, and that's what we have built into the machine. So if I come under this menu here, that will give you, I can show you where the quilting designs are. So here are our lovely little ones we've been playing around with, and these are our sort of quilting designs. So here are some. I'm going to pick this one because this is my favourite one to do, and I'm going to press set. Now I'm not changing the colour, I'm just going to leave the blue thread in there. I'm not going to do anything to it, I just want you to see this stitched out. I'm going to lower my presser foot, which turns my light green, and then I'm going to press go. And you can see, because we've got that layer of wadding in between, this design is designed to basically create that padded wadding quilted effect. It's brilliant. So if you are into quilting, and obviously again there are maybe 3 or 4 on here, if that's not one to suit, you can go to and find even free PES files. If you don't want to buy one, you can go and find them and see if you can find some quilting designs. As I said, I did buy the ones that I have got in the quilt behind me because I fell in love with them.
Quickly that draws that out. That's incredible, isn't it?
So this is sort of a stippling effect. I'm just going to pause the machine and just snip off that little end. I don't know why that didn't go underneath. We'll just get rid of that so it doesn't get caught. But yeah, so that's going to carry on stitching. But while we're talking about importing designs, something that I recommend everybody does, I mentioned it earlier, is once you've ordered your Brother machine, before it's even in your house, go onto the brother.eu website and you will find a catalogue of 24 free PES files that you can then download onto a USB stick and use them on your machine straight away. That's a catalogue of 2 years, so every month one drops off and they add a new one, so every month you get a new one as well. If you go to the Brother International website, which is the American website, they have hundreds of free PES files. Free, completely free.
You put a USB stick in and download it onto that from the internet,
Yeah.
and then you plug the USB stick into your machine,
Yeah,
and it just takes it from that, or do you have to load it onto the machine from the USB?
No, so when you press the add button that I showed you before, you press the add button, and then when it brings it up, you'll see that there is the option to bring up from the memory of your machine as well, and so you just select USB.
Wow.
And then you can import.
So you're getting, because it's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? When you get this, it's going to, like, for years,
Absolutely.
you're still getting more patterns and more designs.
You're never going to grow out of this. You are never ever. It's brilliant. I mean, even to get through those 80 designs is going to take you a serious amount of time, let alone all the editing and adding together that you can do and add importing on top. You are never going to run out of things to embroider.
That is brilliant. Love that.
So can you see this quilted? Can you see where it's slightly puffy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the quilted effect. This is what we're after.
Okay.
This is what the wadding is giving us, is this quilting effect. Brilliant.
And that's just another thing you can do there with the embroidery machine, the M230E from Brother 402290. It's our one-day special, which means it launched at 6 o'clock this evening, and at 6 o'clock tomorrow, the price will go back up to the normal retail price. The normal retail price, and you can check this at other outlets all across the net. The normal retail price is £849, but as a one-day and one-day only special here on the Craft Store, we've got it for £549, a colossal saving of £300 there. And then, of course, you would be wanting, if you were going to go for this, you'd really be wanting to become a Freedom member, because what is it for a Freedom membership? Is it $7.99? I'm just thinking off the top of it. I think it is. $7.97, okay? So for $7.97 to become a Freedom member, you would instantly save another £54.90, because that's how much would come off the value of this. So it would have paid for itself, then you're getting another £47 or so. Then you don't have to pay postage and packing as well, so it's saving you even more money. You can split it into 3 separate payments, and that $549 then gets split into $164.70, 3 lots of that, so you pay that now, $164.70 if you're a Freedom member, and it gets sent out to you. You've got your 3-year warranty on it, and you get all of the kit and caboodle as well. Impressive piece of kit, that, Becky.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
No wonder you love all these things. I can just say, it's great, isn't it?
I've got the best job.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm thinking of taking up embroidery myself now. Yep, good, done. Press a couple of buttons. I'm off.
Do it.
And then the fun part of it, of course, is then applying it and adding it to your own projects, and away you go.
Yeah.
It's taking all the hard work out of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're done.
Brilliant.
Finished.
Simple as that. Now, you're back again tomorrow
Yes,
at
8 a.m.
All bright and early.
Yes.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
At least you won't be aching because you haven't done your yoga. That's good news.
No yoga for me today.
We will see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for launching the one-day
Thank
special.
you.
Of course, if it is in your basket, don't forget to check it out, because it's only until 6 o'clock tomorrow that you've got that discount. Thanks for watching. I'll be back.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Good morning and welcome to the Craft Store. My name is Nigel May. It is a pleasure to be with you this fine Friday morning. Yes, the weekend is virtually upon us and we have something tasty to start the day. How do you fancy making the most beautiful decorations for your cakes or making cookies or generally anything sugarcrafty? Well, we have got some fabulous moulds for you this morning, courtesy of Karen Davis. Now, you may know that name because you may have seen her here on the show. On the channel. Now, you may have also seen some of her fabulous moulds before as well. We've only had about 3 sets of the moulds, and this morning I think we have got some of the most beautiful ones that you've ever seen. Also some of the biggest ones that I've ever seen as well. Now, the man that's going to be demonstrating these for us this morning, I've not seen him for a while. It's very nice to see him this morning. It's Mr. Anthony Minnis. Good morning.
Good morning, Nigel.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much.
I'm going to wave at you through the screen, like I'm visiting you in prison. Good morning. How are you doing? It is so nice to see you again.
Pleasure. Yeah, likewise. Yeah.
These are fabulous as well. The detail on these,
absolutely
stunning.
are. You know what? I really, really love Karen Davis moulds purely because the originals have actually been sculpted by hand.
Okay.
So where it comes to actually crafting, this is where it brings it into its own, because there's lots of moulds out there, and everyone knows that I love my moulds.
You do.
But
you're a mould lover.
I'm a mould lover.
You are.
Yeah. Now, most actual designs are actually done by a 3D printer, which is great. You know, you're going to get all of the amazing detail. But when you actually pop them out of the cast, maybe they look a little bit too mechanical sometimes. So this is the great route to go down. Because all these have been hand sculpted originally, it will fool the people who see your designs to think that you have actually done all of the hard work.
So does it give it more of a natural, more of an authentic look?
It does indeed. So like I say, where it comes to that hand finished look, this will give you that straight away because they've actually been hand sculpted, and both Karen and her daughter do all of the sculpting themselves. And if you look on the mould, sometimes it actually says it's done by Karen or Alison.
Oh, see, that gives it a lovely sort of feel as well, doesn't it? A lovely sort of organic feel, which is lovely. It does indeed.
So, you know, you are not going to go wrong where it comes to these moulds. There's lots of different designs that we've actually got on the show. So whether it be your florals, we've got some beautiful brooches. Now, the brooches that have actually been cast from real brooches, Nigel.
They are stunning. Okay. It's my favourite one on the show, actually.
And because they've actually been cast by from real brooches, what that actually does to the silicone is actually makes it really, really shiny. So if you're using your own resin, and especially clear resin, you're going to be able to cast your own gems, literally.
Wow, how incredible is that?
And it's going to give you that beautiful reflective property that gems actually give you.
Well, Anthony, it's not only you that's a fan, because people are shopping ahead this morning on the website, of course, thecraftstore.com. You can, of course, order via the phone lines as well. Details will pop up on the screen. Now, let's have a look at what we've got. Let's dive on in. Now, obviously, these are Sugarcraft moulds, so we're talking about using them with your fondant, your sugar paste, whether it be your chocolate, whether it be ice, whatever you fancy. If you do want to use them with sort of like crafty mixed media things, then we do recommend that you get 2 sets. One for your crafty stuff and one for your edible stuff, because you don't want to mix your glitter with your fondants or whatever. That would not be good. This is the first one that we've got for you. This is our fabulous bow mould. Now, I've got to say, the actual silicone as well, nice and thick, so nice and deep with the actual moulds themselves. They
are indeed, but you know what? With these particular moulds, the silicone that's used is so soft. So even a real thick mould like that, Nigel, you can quite easily just bend in half. Okay.
They are very flexible, aren't they?
Now, this one is particularly deep, so it's going to give you the most beautiful 3D bow. Now, I can remember years and years ago, I did a show with Stephanie Waitman, and do you know what? I'm rubbish at tying bows, and she spent literally 2 seconds to do this bow. Well, actually, I think it took her quite a long time.
Was that with a bow maker back in the day?
I think it was actually even before then.
Oh my gosh, we are going back, Anthony.
So Stephanie produced this beautiful bow. It took her, quite a long time to do, and the thing was, that was the last part of my demonstration, so I just undid it like that, and she had to do it then again. But this, basically, if you're like me and you're absolutely rubbish at doing bows,
fingers and thumbs,
this is absolutely amazing, and you're going to get I think it's 6 different bows actually. Is it, or was it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 different size bows actually in there. So you're going to be able to cast, whether it be for your cake decorating or like we're doing today, for your mixed media using your resins or indeed your hearty clay. This mould is going to give you the most beautiful but perfect bow every single time in 5 different sizes.
See, and I love a bow as well because you can use it any time of the year. It could be a Christmas bow, a thank you bow,
Yes.
it could be a Rotary bow, it could be a get well bow, it could be an Easter bow, it could be a marriage bow. You get where I'm going with this. It can be a bow for any occasion. Busy for that one already. It's 526002 is your item number on that one. $19.99 is your price, of course. Go to thecraftstore.com and pop that in your basket. Next up for you, this is stunning. Now we've got the sugar flower garland coming up next. Again, brand new today. Anthony, I love this. This crescent of flowers. It's so romantic.
It is absolutely beautiful. Now, obviously, you know, if you've probably got, and I'll be honest with you, you've probably got moulds that have got flowers in. But have you got a mould that has got multiple flowers that give you one design all in one go? To actually do that by hand using individual flowers is going to take you a long time. So all of the hard work has been taken out of it in this particular mould. Now, it is a garland, as you rightly said, Nigel. So that means that basically, where it comes to cake decorating, you can create swags around the outer perimeter of your cake. But where it comes to crafting, you can get really, really creative. So you can be producing things like this. And this one here, you can put a tea light actually in the glass and have it lit up from behind, if you should so wish.
That would be lovely.
But because it's got that crescent shape to it, I automatically thought, well, it actually looks like a moon.
Yes.
So, you know, again, you can just think about how you can use it. As well as the main item there that is the swag, you're also going to get 3 additional little flowers in there as well. So you can make a continuous swag if you should so wish.
Also, you do get serving suggestions, which is always good.
Yes.
So if you are lacking a little bit of confidence with moulds, maybe you're using moulds for the first time, maybe Karen Davis is a great place to start, and you're thinking, what do I need to do? Maybe you can't remember what Anthony said. Well, obviously you can watch Anthony back on the shows on our website, craftstore.com, or you can look at your handy sheet as well.
Yes.
And you've got all of your information there, giving you some nice serving suggestions. Now, obviously, if you are seeing there, we've got that little smile of flowers, the garland, but we're mixing it with our next one, Anthony, as well.
But you'll also notice, can you just flip that card back round again,
Consider
Nigel?
it flipped.
It's got the bow on there as well. So all of the moulds on the show are going to work perfectly hand in hand together. So just don't think if you're going to get one, it's not going to work with another. They will all work beautifully. And because they have been hand sculpted by both Karen and her daughter, they are going to, you know, be absolutely brilliant for all of your crafting.
Will Karen be watching this morning?
She could well be, yes.
Is she UK-based, Karen?
She is UK-based, up in Liverpool.
Karen, if you're watching, I am loving your work, girl. I think these are fabulous. They really are. If you'd like to go for that one there, that's your sugar flower garland. That's 279867 is your item number. Now, the next one, I've been around craft channels a long, long time, and I've got to say, I have never seen a mould so big or so detailed. This wrapped around a wedding cake or a cake for any occasion would be absolutely divine. $29.99. I mean, Anthony, do we know a size on this? Does it actually say on the sheet?
It's over. I've got a ruler here, actually, Nigel.
Should we measure it?
So there we go. So that is a 30-centimetre ruler. Okay, what I have here. I'm just going to place that in the middle of that mould. Okay, so you can see. So the actual detailed part there is 30. I'm going to say about 32 centimetres.
So that's about 13 inches.
Indeed. So, and then it's about 10 centimetres in height as well. Sadly, I don't do inches, but yeah. So you can see this without. I can't even put my hands on. You know, it's a massive mould. Okay. What are you going to use this for apart from cake decorating? Well, if you're into your mixed media and you're upcycling your furniture, it's going to be absolutely brilliant. I was saying earlier that yes, you could be doing this sort of thing with an individual flower mould, but because of all the flowers being put into one mould, you can easily create something like what Nigel has here.
This is stunning.
A frame.
I mean, look at this. I mean, as far as mixed media is concerned, I mean, obviously we said before, if you're doing crafty things, get a separate set to the ones that you use for foodie stuff. What kind of things can we be using as far as mixed media is concerned?
Mixed media, well, we do have different clays on the show. We have the hearty clay, so that's available in the different colours and the white. We also have this one here that is called Medina clay, and this is an air drying clay. I do believe that one is on the show as well.
So
if
no
not,
kiln needed, it's all air drying.
No kiln.
Fabulous.
But then you can be using normal polymer clays, you can be using resins. There's lots of resins on the website, and then even hot glue. You can actually use hot glue in these as well.
Oh, to make your own embellishments.
Indeed.
How fabulous. Seriously, one of the biggest moulds. I mean, nearly 13 inches. That's a ridiculous size for a mould. I love it. That wrapped around a cake and 10 centimetres deep. That's going to be great. 10 centimetres of cake I am living for right now.
And also, if you have any like cake cutters, Nigel, you can actually then cut shapes actually into the cast that you actually make for this afterwards. I've actually done that on the one with the moon shape I did. I cut some hearts actually out of that as well. So you can get creative if you've got other cutters as well.
Yes, a cut into it. If you'd like to give that one, 364816, busy for that, $29.99, which I think is a great price considering the amount of craftable silicone that you have got there ready to go, ready to mould. So 364816. Next up for you, these are beautiful. Now, this is brushed embroidery. It gives you that look of brushed embroidery. These are your florals that we have on this one. Anthony, I mean, I think flowers in crafting in general, they work for every occasion, but I think when you have them for sugar paste and, you know, your sort of edible items, they immediately bring a beauty and a joy and a celebration to anything you put them on.
They do. You know, florals you just cannot go wrong with. This particular mould, there's lots of different elements. I was saying about the previous mould, you know, that there's sort of like many flowers that have been put together and you've got the leaves on there. So if you want to go down that route, they're on this mould. But then if you want to go to like individual flowers, you've also got that. You can layer them up, like decoupage them up. Lots of different sizes to choose from, mix and match. You can get really, really creative with this particular mould. The actual depth of the mould isn't that deep, so it's going to work particularly well if you're into your card making as well as your mixed media and home decor projects.
Yeah, lovely little embellishments, maybe for you know, apertures on cards and things like that. Just stunning. 440795, one of the most popular on the show so far. Remember, all of these are brand new, making their first appearance here at the craft store this morning. So if you would like to go for them, do head to that website. It is, of course, thecraftstore.com. Next up for you, the butterflies. A bit like I said for flowers, I think butterflies are the other evergreens in the crafting world. These are big as well. These are good size,
These are really
Anthony.
beautiful butterflies. Now, these are actually the brushed embroidery again, so they're going to work particularly well with the previous mould. But like I say, all of the moulds do work beautifully together. You're going to get 4 different butterflies in this one, and like you say, Nigel, they are just a must-have where it comes to your crafting. You know, often we always joke that if we make a mistake, we put either a flower there or indeed a butterfly. So you can easily be producing this. Now, you'll see the one that was actually on screen at the moment. That's actually quite three-dimensional because I've actually dried it, so the wings have actually been raised. That's really easy to do, so don't be put off by any of the projects you actually see here. They are really, really doable at home for anyone, even if you've never, ever crafted before. And I'm going to show you how easy that is a little bit later.
Do you know what would be lovely? Because you're going to show us yours, Anthony. I know it's early on a Friday morning.
Indeed.
But wouldn't it be lovely if anybody out there has made things from previous Karen Davis shows? If you have made anything using Karen's previous collections that she brought to the channel, we would love to see the pictures. I love an email. I'm just being nosy. So do get your emails in, studio@thecraftstore.com, and we can show you pictures. Attach your picture on there, and we can show them as well, because it's always nice to see what other people do.
Absolutely. It's always great to see what other people have made. You know, hopefully I've helped inspire you. You know, it works both ways. So yes, send them in.
It's a two-way street.
It is indeed.
It's like share the love, share the craft. Right. Oh, apparently we have got an email already from Anne. Anne has emailed in and she said she got these in the first show or a previous collection that we've had. They are so good, these moulds, that they are ideal for giving it a go if you've never tried before, which is brilliant as well. They take the hard work out of crafting. Tick. We're loving that, Anne. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to be like Anne and send an email, it's studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, the next one, I'm not going to lie, this is my favourite.
Yeah.
I think it's also the favourite of Shay, our director this morning, because she had her little eyes on this today.
Yeah.
These are stunning. You've got the most wonderful vintage brooch selection here. If you've ever been to like a you know, a vintage store or one of those fabulous, like, you know, really sort of antique flea markets, and you find things like this, I don't know about you, I can't resist. I have to buy them. And this means with this mould you can actually make your own for your cakes. I mean, you could use resin and use these in the crafty world, like this book that we have here. It is giving me magic, mystical, Harry Pottery, Merlin-y kind of Game of Thrones-y kind of vibes. Do you know what I mean?
It does indeed. And with this particular mould, you're going to get loads. What have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3. I think it's 10 in total. Okay, because they have actually been cast from real brooches. where the actual glass element or the gem is, if you actually make them using clear resin, it is going to give you that beautiful reflective properties that a real gem will actually make. But even so, this one has actually been made with Medina clay, which is the air drying polymer clay. But even there, you can see how shiny it's actually made.
How do you get that shine? Do you have to buff it up?
Sorry?
How do you get the shine on it?
Well, if you're going to be using resin, you don't need to at all.
Okay.
Okay, and even with the Medina clay, you don't. Okay, with the Hearty clay, you're never ever going to get it that shiny, but obviously if you're going to be using things like gilding wax and metallic paints, that's going to bring that beautiful shine out.
So really go to town with your mixed media on this one as well.
Absolutely, yes.
And I was going to say, Katie Producers had an idea as well. What did you say, Katie? Did you say sugar paste? Oh, and candy. Can you imagine little candy brooches?
Yes,
that would be lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I would nibble on those happily. Oh, hang on, Kirsty on the floor. What was that, Kirsty? Macaroons. I am loving you, Kirsty. That's the best idea of the morning. Loving that. I'm very hungry this morning. I've not really had breakfast as yet. And Anthony keeps talking about cookies, and now Kirsty's talking about macaroons. My stomach will be like, oh. Right, the next one for you, if you want to go for the vintage brooch, that's busy. 936630, your item number there. Next up for you, this is another stunning one for you. These are our fabulous Art Deco jewels and pearls. This is a touch of that sort of 1920s decadence, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, you know, the Empire State Building and the Chrysler in New York are all themed on sort of like Art Deco. Bring that sort of feel into your house. Maybe you want to upcycle. That is basically just an old terracotta pot from the garden there. You can see how it makes it just so elegant. Now, although the actual mould itself is like in a swag type of design, you can make them straight, Nigel. So as soon as you've cast them, just make them straight.
So
and then
blend them out before they've set?
Yeah, before they've actually set. Now, the clay in particular, that's going to take, I say, at least 20 hours to dry properly before.
Okay, so you've got a bit of time for manoeuvre.
So you've got plenty of time, yeah. Even if you're going to be using resin, you can actually, once that's cast, because with the resin it will set hard, even after that point, just use a heat tool just to melt the back of it slightly, and then you can manipulate it.
Now, lovely news, Anthony, hits my ears. Karen is watching this morning in Liverpool with a cup of tea. Good morning, Karen. She's loving your work. Karen, I'm loving yours, because these are just stunning. My first time seeing these, but they are absolutely beautiful. And I've seen some molds, but I've got to say, these are up there and beyond. They're gorgeous. More sort of serving suggestions for you here as well. You can see not just on things for the garden or the house, what about on your cakes as well? I mean, looking beautiful. That for a wedding cake. Hello.
Absolutely. But you can see with that one, Nigel, it's actually, I was saying about straightening them out before they're actually set. So you can see with that one, it's perfect. You've got the swag, and you've also got it as the straight decoration going around the second tier of that cake.
You need 3 tiers on a cake. It's obligatory. 269523 is your item number on that one. Again, a fabulous price, $16.49 on that one. Getting busier and busier this fine Friday morning. Now, next up for you, this is one of my favourites, the Swan that we have.
Oh, yes.
This is absolutely beautiful. Is there anything more romantic than 2 swans looking at each other? I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Obviously, Valentine's Day on the horizon.
Exactly,
Could you imagine?
And, you know, with all these restrictions now coming to an end, then you've got all the weddings and all that sort of thing that can happen now for people turning up to those. This would make an absolutely beautiful decoration to an album cover. And obviously, when you've got the 2 swans facing one another, you can just about see there's a heart being formed with their heads and their necks. So they are really, really beautiful. And obviously, you know, we've got the black swan there as well, but they can be any colour. Maybe it's a little girl's bedroom door that she wants her name on it. So just pop a swan there. You've got the crown as well there to make her a little princess. So you can really, really go to town with this particular mould. As well as the 2 swans, you're going to get the crown, as I said, and then you're also going to get a little border that's got roses in, and then a really beautiful flourish on there with lots of different ferns and roses and daisies and things like that in it. So you can really go to town with this particular mould.
Swans are one of those things that I have 2 granddaughters now, and it's like, if it's unicorns, rainbows or swans, then it like ticks the boxes. It's like happy, happy, happy. So if you want to go for this one, it is your fabulous swan mould. I mean, as Anthony said, you've got all of those extras with it as well. Just to say, look at this as well. Swan cookies. I mean, that really is just like messing with my
Yes.
stomach this morning. I mean, that's such a lovely idea. Can you imagine kids' parties and stuff?
Well, this is the thing, Nigel, as I said to you before the show, Karen was really generous. She actually sent my youngest son down a couple of moulds at Christmas to actually make his own cookies. He went to town because it's so easy to make cookies. You're going to get a recipe actually with this particular mould, with the Swan mould, and it's going to show you how easy it is to make. Basically, it's all just done in a saucepan and you are good to go.
Now, all of the ones that we've seen so far are brand new, but we do have a returning favourite from Karen Davis as well. This, I think, is divine.
Yes.
This is called Driftwood. If you are looking for texture, whether you are using this in a mixed mediary way with your crafty items, or whether you want that texture around a cake or something like that, if I just show you this. Look at that. How fabulous is that? It looks like real driftwood that you have found on some fabulous, precious little beach in Devon or Cornwall or somewhere. But obviously it's not. It's totally edible, which is glorious. And also, you do get the shells on here as well, Anthony.
Yep, you do get 3 shells, and then you also get a length of rope. Now, this rope has got to be the most textured rope mould that I've ever seen. The reason being, they've actually used real rope. So you can't get any better than that, and that's why it looks so realistic.
That's rather fab, isn't it? I do think with something like this as well, I mean, all of these moulds are so well made. Can we just talk about this? Because obviously all of the moulds have this as well. This is for easy sort of exiting your sugar paste or whatever it may be.
It is, yes, you have a little tab there on the end, but believe me, you know, when I first started using these moulds, and I've used loads of moulds, as most of you actually know already, when I first used these, they are so flexible, Nigel. Personally, I will say that they are the easiest moulds that I've ever used. And
you're king of the moulds. You're Mouldy Anthony. That's my nickname for you.
And looking at the reviews after the very first show on the Craft Store's website, all of you, you know, agreed, because lots of them have 5-star ratings. So that is a real, a great thing that people have also recognised the fact how easy they are. And the person who emailed in just a couple of moments ago, she also said exactly the same.
That was Anne,
really,
yes, indeed.
They're just so easy to work with. And when you get them home, you will also see how easy they are to use.
Do check out the reviews on the website if you want to shop with confidence, but you want to see what other people have said, then the website is a very good place to go. Should we have a look at the website? Lots of great items there. Don't forget, if you spend over £60 as well, you can use your flexi-buy option, which is always good. Thecraftstore.com is the address. We do have a lot of the hearty clays on the website as well. They are all air-drying clays, so you don't need to actually have a kiln or anything fancy-schmancy like that. No, you can just dry them in the air. We have deals on that at the moment as well. Basically, if you pick any 3, it's £13.99, which I believe is saving you a few pennies, so well worth doing it. Great colours on there. The magenta is gorgeous, and obviously I would say definitely get a white or a black if you can, because you can actually mix and match those with other ones, and that means you can lighten up your colours if they're too dark for you, or you can indeed darken your colours if they're too light for you. That is correct, Anthony.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you know what? And the 4 colours to actually go for, okay, if you're wanting to know what colours to go for, it's those 4 there that I've got. So you've got the magenta, you've got the blue, the black and the yellow. Reason being, those colours will make any colour in the rainbow. Okay, you just have to look at a colour wheel and you'll easily be able to work it out, but all of those colours there will make any colour. But as you said, Nigel, you know, if you're going to go for the hearty clay, then do go for the white pack there that is 200 grams.
Yeah, the larger one.
Now, in the past,
we have a duo pack on that one, actually, Anthony,
yes,
which I would recommend.
Which is absolutely great value for money. Now, I'll be honest with you, right, when I first started using hearty clay many years ago, okay, I used to cast just using the coloured clays. And then when I actually popped them out, you know, yeah, they set perfectly, but what I did notice, Nigel, is that the casts that I'd made from the pure colours were always very brittle. Okay, and I'm sure, you know, people have also found that if they've ever used just the colours to cast things. The reason being is that although it does actually say, yes, they are clay, they're not really a clay as in to work directly into your moulds. The idea of the colours is to actually mix in with your white, okay, so there are different grades. And then when you do that, then you'll notice straight away that the casts will have that flexibility about them. So just as a top tip from me, what I'd say is don't use the colours direct from the packs into the moulds. Always mix them with the white clay. Then you're going to be good to go.
If you do want to go for the white, we've got that double pack of white this morning for you. Super light as well. I mean, if you've never felt an air-dried embellishment for your cards, literally, it still takes my breath away like 15 years on. I'm like, how light is that? It's ridiculously light. 040721. Now, I don't know about you, but Anthony has whet my appetite this morning for not just cookies, but for demonstrations as well. So, Anthony, let's see these moulds in action.
Right, so you know, the majority of the time when I come on, I'll be honest with you, I'm already going to have a pack open. Now, the reason being that with Hearty clay, okay, it is quite damp. Now, the way to actually do it so it's not going to stick in your mould is basically to leave the clay that you're going to be using for your project out for about 5 or 10 minutes. That's going to help just get rid of some of the moisture that's in the clay. Now, the one thing when I very first started using moulds, I didn't know this tip, and I would put the clay directly into the mould and then it would stick. And I was like, oh my goodness me, where have I gone wrong? And at the time, there was no one telling me that that's what you had to do. It was just one of those things, trial and error. So the other thing is, if you've never ever tried a mould before and it's your first time, that's exactly what you're going to do as well probably. You're going to stick it straight in the mould. It's going to stick. So the first thing you need to do, okay, is just to get some corn flour. Now, most people have got this in the kitchen. You could even use talcum powder. Then there's other things like lip balm and oils. Basically, it's to help release the clay from the mould. Okay.
So if you're doing a foodie thing, though, corn flour is going to be
corn
best,
flour would be the one if you're going to be using it to cast that sort of thing in. So basically, you just need to pop the corn flour into your mould to start.
So just like a light dusting.
A light dusting, but always remember then to tap it out, okay? Because if there is any clumps of the powder actually in there, when you actually cast, those lumps will also show in your clay, okay? So just remember that. So what I'm going to do to start with is I'm just going to pop that on the side. I'm going to do this one here, which is the brushed embroidery flowers. Okay, so we're just going to pop that
very busy for that large one. The
there.
brushed embroidery details down at the bottom of the screen. Or in fact, I think they're going at the side now. We're giving them main billing, which is always good. But if you do want to go for that large, fabulous, long one as well, obviously the biggest mould I've ever seen, quite frankly. If you do want to go for that one, the large sugar flowers, that's £29.99. Details for that 364816, your item number there. Don't forget to order via the phone lines, the app, or indeed via the website. Back to you, Anthony.
So when you first start to mix the clay, obviously it's going to be white. To add colour, you literally need a small dot just like that. That's how little you actually need to colour the flower. Now, if you're wondering to yourself, well, how much clay, if I mix that up, there's going to be too much of the magenta clay. So the idea, what I tend to do is I first of all use the white clay and I just roughly go into the mould that I'm going to cast, which is that much. Okay, let's add a little bit more.
If you're doing two different colours, Anthony, and I'm assuming you need to work from the, obviously like the outside in, the bit that's going to be at the front of the actual finished bit, which is the bottom bit of the mould.
Yes, yeah, indeed, yeah. If you're going to be doing all of the colours inside, then yes, you'll build it up. Yeah. So now I know that basically I want like pink flowers. I'm just going to add the little bit of pink into that, so you can see we've only got that much. And because the colours are really, really pigmented, okay, you'll just give that a little bit of a mix there. Okay,
what about if you want to mix mediums? Because Anne has emailed in. I'm loving Anne. She's prolific on the email. I like her already. Anne has said, say that she was talking about the brooches, you know, the antique brooches ones that we have. She said if you wanted to mix your sort of like your resin with your air dry clay, could you do that? Like do a layer of one and then a layer of the other? Personally,
I wouldn't. Okay, because if you're going to be doing that, you see, one has got to stick to the other.
Yes.
Okay, so once your resin, just say you put resin in first, once that has set, then there's going to be nothing for the clay to actually stick to. Now, when you're putting clay in, the clay is actually moist, so it will stick to itself. You don't need another glue. So you would literally have two
layers, but they wouldn't go together.
But when you're using resin on resin, then that's a different case. So in the case of like the gems one, as I said earlier, because you can actually use it to cast your own gems, maybe you want to put clear resin in first, let that set and then put black resin. You can do that because resin will stick to itself.
See, I'd quite like to do like antique brooch ice cubes and things like that for a fancy party. Could you imagine? Or can we do them in chocolate and then pop them in the freezer? Yeah,
you could do. Yes, yeah. And in actual fact, that is a top tip I actually say to people who've never ever worked with air drying clay in the past. If they are having problems with it, I say to them, well, just fill your mould like I'm doing here. Okay, Nigel. And then I'm going to put it in a freezer bag. I'm going to put it in the freezer for about 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes to half an hour. And then what actually happens there is the clay actually sets solid. and you can then just release it from the mould that easily. So if you're finding that you can't release the clay from the mould and you've tried letting it dry, putting the cornflower in, you know, don't give up on that technique, but in the meantime just pop it in the freezer.
So
and
just
you're gonna be good to
15
go.
minutes.
15 minutes, half an hour.
What about the clean-up, Anthony? I mean, if you're using these for foodie stuff, can we put them in the dishwasher, or
Yeah,
what do you
can
say?
put them in the dishwasher as well, yeah. So let's just pop that out and you can see
That
instantly
detail.
the beautiful
Gorgeous.
cast we've actually made from that. Now what I recommend is that, yes, go over that with maybe a metallic paint or a gilding wax, but don't do it now, okay? Because if you were to do that now, you would squash all of that beautiful detail that you've already cast. So just pop that aside onto a piece of kitchen cloth. That will help take the moisture out of it and help it dry quicker.
So obviously 20 hours you said to air dry.
Yes.
If we were being impatient and wanted to speed it up, and I'm assuming we shouldn't do this, no heat gun or anything like that.
No heat gun, no.
Because it's going to melt it.
Well, it doesn't melt it, it actually bubbles it up, which, which you
Yeah.
don't want to do that
It would ruin
either.
the design.
Yeah, exactly. So that is that one there. So now we're going to go on to the bigger, which is this one here, which is the... I think I am in love with this particular mould.
Honestly, I've never seen one so big in my life, and that's true. It's absolutely massive, this one.
Now with this one, I'm just going to go for black clay, okay? Now, this has been mixed with white, okay, so it's not pure black. And I'll just show you with this one, because I was saying about you can decorate sort of really large items, and even larger than the actual mould itself, without there being any joins. Okay, so I've already put some cornflower in here, so I'm just going to literally just go in and just press that clay down. Okay.
See, Anthony, I would say between you and I mean, let's talk like old people here, because we kind of are ish-ish.
I am old now.
Ish-ish. Well, we are, so aren't we? It's like we first worked together, I think, about 16 years ago. We were working out before the show. So between you and I would say we have seen thousands upon thousands of moulds.
Yes.
I have never seen a mould this size.
No,
I don't think. I can't think of one that I've seen this size before. Literally 13 inches long.
Yeah.
And you've said pretty much the same.
Absolutely, yes.
And normally, when you have something this size, when it's moulds and this like that, you kind of have to compromise on the detail. You're not compromising on the detail with this at all.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
So with this, I'm just going to cast a small area. I'll explain the reason why. So I've just gone for a small area, okay? So now I'm going to take that out, okay? And you can see... There we go, there is the beautiful detail, like so.
That's beautiful.
But now, okay, so what I'm sort of saying is if we've cast the whole area but we want to go larger, so I'm just going to pop this piece here, okay, I'm not pressing it back down to the mould, that's the really important bit, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to take some more clay, okay, so we're now just going to extend the length of it, so just pop the other clay side by side, press down on this clay, okay, like so. And then just start to press slightly over into the one that you've already cast, okay? And now when I take this one off, okay, we've now extended the length of that. You can see, where's the join? Okay,
you can't see the join.
You can't see the join at all. So that's how easy it is to extend.
That's like crafting voodoo. I don't know how that works,
now,
but it just does.
We've now matched from side to side, but maybe we want to increase the height. Okay, so now I'm just going to place this over here, and again, I'm not pressing it down, okay, and we've got some more clay here, so just flatten that out slightly, and now I'm just going to go onto here, and again, I'm going to press the wet clay that I just put on there. Okay, and then I'm just going to start to very carefully then just go onto the cast that we've already done. So remember, I'm not pressing that right down, and I'm being very careful not to press here because obviously you've got the edge of the mould. So there we go, and then just, like I said, just gently just press that in, and again we're going to flex that. We're going to take that out again, and again, where's the join?
That's incredible.
So you can go for as large as you want. Now where it comes to upcycling of furniture, if, let's just say you wanted to decorate an entire front of a drawer, you can do it with this method quite easily. So that's where it comes to doing the frame. So
well, you've got me thinking now, because that's my favourite thing, doing furniture. So
doing
that
furniture.
Would be beautiful.
So I'm just going to pop that aside, okay, because obviously I don't want to waste any of my clay. Where it comes to actually keeping it sealed, just pop it back in the packet. You can put it in a cling film wrapper, but the most important thing is just to pop it inside one of the little bags that have got that little zip on.
A little airtight bag.
Airtight bag.
Does it need to be stored anywhere in particular?
I'd keep it away from radiators because obviously it's a heat thing. And also, it's like in a cooler place, basically.
It likes being in a cooler place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So things that, I mean, I had like loads of this at home. I'd probably put it out in the garage. Would that be all right, or would you say keep it inside the house?
No, actually, I work in my garage.
Okay.
So I've converted the end of it, and it likes to be quite cool. I haven't actually tried this, okay, but it is something I'm going to try. I'm actually thinking, if you want to extend the life of your clay once you've opened it, is to actually pop it in the freezer.
Well, I was going to say, you said before that sort of sets it almost. I would have thought it's a bit like when you've got your leftovers, you freeze them and
exactly. So I've got a feeling it might work that way.
Okay, so would you need to thaw it out, as it were?
You would, to actually use it.
And you couldn't rush that by sticking it in the microwave or something?
No, but it's quite surprising how quick it starts to defrost once you've actually done my technique of putting it in the mould and in the freezer. Literally, as soon as you take it out and it's the heat of your hand, then you can then start to manipulate it.
I'm loving this, Anthony. You are giving me lots of ideas this morning, and I suspect you guys out there as well. Right, Anthony, you get yourself ready for your next demo, Sunshine. If you would like to go for the big mould, $29.99 is your price, and that proving to be very popular. The Sugar Flowers. It is the biggest mould that I have seen, not just for your edible things. I mean, wrapped around a cake, I think it would be absolutely divine. But you can see with the we've got a picture frame here in the studio. It could be home decor. It could be a fashion item. It could be whatever you like. It just looks insanely detailed and insanely delightful. The end product, just think, is gorgeous. Talking of all things framey, let's go back to Anthony, because he's got something else revved up and ready to go.
So the other mould we're going to be using for this one is the beautiful butterflies. So you're going to get 4 different ones on there, okay? And again, it's just a case of just pushing the clay in. So I've already prepped it with a little bit of corn flour, and then we're just pressing that into there. Now you'll notice that, you know, yes, you can use your fingers like I do here, but to get like into all the little corners, what I use majority of the time is my trusty Dresden tool. Now a Dresden tool is a cake decorating tool, and maybe you're thinking, oh, but Anthony, I don't do cake decorating, I haven't got that tool. Don't worry, you can be using something like a ball tool, basically anything that hasn't got any sharp edges, because obviously sharp edges and silicone don't work too well together. You're going to damage your mould.
Do we have that Dresden tool on the website?
I think possibly we do. There could be some tools with FMM.
Katie is on it. She's searching for it now.
So maybe there's some FMM tools that are also...
F&M.
FMM. Yep.
FMM.
FMM, Sugarcraft as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm still learning, Anthony.
So,
FMM.
again, you can see, this is the great bit, Nigel. This is how flexible these moulds are, okay? And then just peel that one out, and again, the beautiful detail there.
Did you cornflour that beforehand?
Cornflour that, yep. But you will notice that after a time, if your clay is dry enough, you probably won't even need to pop cornflour in there as well. So again, just pop that aside. Oh, just quickly, if you did want to do it so the wings are actually coming up, then just give them a slight bend, and then basically just like put 2 pens or paintbrush, and then just leave it like that. It will dry like that, okay? Maybe you want to sculpt them so the wings are slightly bent over.
And would that again take about 20 hours?
Yeah, about 20 hours. You know, I know people, and I've heard people say 10 hours or so, but yes, it's sort of like it's dried on the outside like the crust.
Yes.
But in the centre there, it still hasn't,
yeah.
Okay? So if you're going to be applying things like watercolour paints, okay, that's going to soak in, and it's just going to do completely opposite. It's going to make it go all mushy again.
Yes.
Now, the thing, if you are going to be using any mediums, okay, do not use, okay, watercolour paints. The reason I say that is because if you want a nice accurate finish, okay, what will actually happen, because this is paper and you're applying a really wet medium, that medium actually soaks into the clay, and then it will like diffuse, okay? So it will like blur. If you want that type of effect, that's great.
Okay.
But it will not give a nice, precise paint finish.
So if you were using this for mixed media and you wanted to put paint on it, would you say something like an acrylic paint?
An acrylic paint, yes. So basically, acrylic paint is just like sitting on the top. Like I say, you can be using watercolour paints, but if you're going to be using watercolour paints, it's not going to give you a brilliant finish. So, for instance, if I wanted to do just the body of our little butterfly here, say black, and then we wanted the wings to be just say blue, if you were to do that, you'll notice that yes, it paints on really nicely, but then once it's actually dried, it's like blotting paper. It gives that type of effect, which can be nice, but just be mindful if you're going to be using
you have to make sure it's
paints.
that you want as the effect.
Exactly, yeah.
Anthony, I'm loving that. I'm going to run down the counter because we are getting busy. This hour is going ridiculously quickly, isn't it? That was the fabulous butterfly, but let's go down the counter. If you are thinking, oh, I don't want this hour to end, by the way, fear not. Anthony is back at 11 o'clock this morning with the lovely Catherine, so they've got another hour of fabulous Karen Davis Sugarcraft, or whatever you want to craft with them. The fabulous moulds coming up this morning as well. Let's take you through what we've got whilst we're here now. If you're just joining us, good morning. My name is Nigel. It is great to be with you. This is your fabulous bow selection that we have for you to begin with. 526002 is your item number. Very deep moulds. I mean, the silicone on this is uber thick silicone, I've got to say. But the actual designs themselves, the actual sort of moulds, very, very deep and very, very detailed. It would be very easy for Karen just to have done these as a basic bow. But the fact you've got those little extra dots around the side, the sort of deeper recess for the actual centre of the bow, gives it a real authenticity when you actually add these onto your project. So you can see with things like this, I mean, it just looks beautiful. And super, super lightweight. Honestly, I wish you could actually sort of reach out and touch these because they are super lightweight with the air-dried clay. 526002, your item number on that one. Now we have our sugar flower garland coming up next. This is that smile of flowers or that moon of flowers, whichever you want, whichever way you want to put it. I think something like this, the flowers always celebratory. I mean, always joyous. I mean, I know Valentine's Day is virtually upon us, but you know what? As much as I love a bit of love on Valentine's Day, I'm thinking any day of the year you can send something to somebody. It could be Mother's Day on March the 27th. Any day of the year you can send a bit of love, and flowers always say that. Whether you use these for something edible or something crafty is entirely up to you. But obviously we do recommend that you get 2 sets if you are thinking about, you know, one day using it with, you know, your resins or your air dry clays, and then the next doing it with your fondant or your sugar paste. 279867 is your item number on that one. That's £16.50 your price. Next up for you, I know I'm a broken record on this one, but the biggest mould I have ever seen. It's got the most incredible amount of detail. The flowers, I mean, let's be honest, it would be very easy for Karen to have got halfway through this design and thought, oh, I can't be bothered with all those flowers. But like, no, literally jam-packed with flowers from like tip to toe, from side to side. And Karen's even given us extra flowers over here. Anthony, I'm assuming the extra flowers, I mean, if you wanted to sort of like raise these up, you could do. So almost like create like decoupage with your
yes, you could
Sugarcraft.
do. And also they're there when you actually wrap it around a cake. Obviously, my method where I'd like push the clay and so you couldn't see a join. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult to do that on a cake.
Yes.
So you will need the help of a Dresden tool and those extra flowers to help like disguise that join. Okay, so that would be the way to do it for cake decorating.
Lovely stuff. Did we have the Dresden tools? Oh, do we have them on the website? Yes, we do. If you shop by shop by brand, there you go. You will find all of the tools there as well. So just put FMM into your search engine on the website, thecraftstore.com. Right, that's your fabulous sugar flowers. Love that, £29.99. Next up for you, we have the brush embroidery. Very popular, this one. I'm not surprised because it's the beauty of flowers that, of course, work for every occasion. I think also when you see samples like this, I mean, old coffee jars, old piccalilli jars, whatever it may be. I love a bit of piccalilli. Love piccalilli. It's very underrated, I feel. You can just see, I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, again, it makes it, I mean, that could be a crafty pot for your pens and your tools. You could be popping your Dresdens in there.
Yeah, you could.
If you wanted to on your desk or your counter. 440795 is your item number on that one. £21.99 is the price. Next up for you, your butterflies. Again, an absolute evergreen. You are very busy on the phone lines for this, I'm not surprised. £16.49 your price for the embroidery butterflies. Imagine these on the top of cupcakes. In fact, don't imagine, because I can show you. Look how fabulous is that. How lovely is that? I mean, can you imagine like a little... I mean, we're getting into sort of like spring now, aren't we? So I'm thinking like, you know, come springtime, you know, we can have those little barbecues, we can have some like soirees. Do you love a soiree? It's just like a posh party, isn't it, really, a soiree? And get people round and have some little cupcakes and stuff, and you could decorate them with the fabulous moulds. 537550 is your item number on that one. 537550. Oh, sit. Next up for you, love this, these fabulous vintage brooches. Love this idea. Did you make this sample, Anthony?
Yes. Yeah.
Honestly, I love the fact that you put these on a bottle. I just think this has like a real kind of like spell, and apothecary again, you know, kind of feel.
When you look at some of the other designs, they're sort of like very pastel colours, quite feminine, but you can go sort of like dark, as I've done here. So, you know, just you know, use your imagination. Hence, I've stamped that into the bottom there of a piece of clay. That's the other thing you can be doing with clay. Yes, you can be casting, but you can actually be using your own stamps to actually just gently press into them, and then you can be making your own sentiments and what have you for your projects.
I feel that needs to be a book of good spells.
It does.
That's what that needs to be. It's got that vibe, hasn't it? 936630 is your item number on that one. 18.49 is your price. Next up for you, we've got the Art Deco jewellery. This really is, it reminds me of the Flapper Girls swinging their pearls back in the day in the 1920s when I wasn't around. I'm not that old. But if you would like to go for this one, 16.49 is your price. You can see, I mean, we've got the lovely flower pot here where we've actually got it sort of like in a swag right the way around. I mean, you can have this outside. If you put some kind of sealant on it that would protect it outside, then it would look beautiful. But I think for home decor, house plants, things like that, again, it's going to look stunning. But if you do want to straighten out those designs, you can see there, you can do. Just before it sets hard, you need to straighten it out into the position that you want, and then of course when it sets hard, it will set hard in that position. 16.49 your price on that one, and 269,523 your item number there. The swans, the fabulous swans. Oh, look at them. I'd quite like to be a swan. They're quite sort of aggressive if they chase you, aren't they? But you know, on a card or on a cake, they always look serene and gorgeous. Just don't want to meet one in a flesh. 707. How can something so beautiful be so aggressive? 707,309 is your item number on that one. 21.99 is your price. You've got the two swans there. Obviously, you've got that sort of beautiful strip of the roses as well, and then that lovely sort of floral spray down the side for romance and beauty. And I do think as well, you know, that two become one moment, and I do think this is going to be a beautiful one to have. Also, cookies. Anthony has promised next time he comes in, he's bringing cookies. Haven't you, Anthony?
I'll bring the son in, he can make them.
Please do. I don't mind who makes them as long as they're made. 707,309 is your item number on that one. It's given me a really sweet tooth this morning. I really want a cookie or something. Next up for you, finally, last but by no means least, a returning favourite from Karen. This is that beautiful driftwood. I think this is just stunning. I love anything that gives you that kind of like organic, crafty with a K kind of look, and this definitely does, doesn't it? You can see that you've got the driftwood there. There's beautiful panels. Also, you've got the rope. If you carry on down, you will see the rope there at the bottom. That's actually, it looks like real rope because it's been moulded using real rope, which is phenomenal. Also the shells as well, scrapbooks and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you've had a week in Chroma or a week in, I don't know,
yes,
the Barbados or somewhere, it doesn't matter where. You could just imagine putting these slightly different. I think my budget could stretch to Chroma at the moment. 061354 is your, I like a bit of Chroma. I love Chroma. 061354 is your item number on that one. 21.99 is your price. Right, I think it's time for more inspiration. The man to serve that up is definitely Anthony over there.
So what we're going to do, we're going to actually finish off this frame. Now, I've seen people make frames before, okay, and there's one thing that where it comes to using things like hardy clay, there's one thing that often slips their mind, and the fact that once the clay has actually set, Nigel, it does shrink slightly, okay, for about 10%. So where it comes to making a frame, okay, if you've got like a particular frame that you want to decorate and you've cut all of your pieces of clay and you've mitered them and everything, and you stick them down, well, for one, you shouldn't really be sticking them down when the clay is not dry because it is going to shrink. So what I've done here, I basically make myself a length of the clay. Okay, don't go too wide or don't go too silly, but do that and then wait until it's dried. Then it's your time to actually do all the mitering when it's totally dry, because otherwise a mitered frame like this, once it's dried, it will like shrink in this way and in this way, so you'll have these horrible gaps. Okay, so there's I've just basically let this one dry, and then all you need to do is just take a craft knife and then just mark it on one side and then on the other. Okay, flip that round.
So this cuts easily as well, Anthony?
Oh, it cuts so easily.
And I'm assuming you would always recommend, obviously, for accuracy, a craft knife as opposed to scissors?
Yes, yeah, for this particular type of project I've got here. So just go through it a couple of times, because after all, it's quite a thick piece of clay. Okay, so like so, and there we go. And now that is going to butt perfectly into place. So that's actually how to do your mitered joint. Now what I've done around the edge here, I basically use some white acrylic paint, and we're just going to really bring out that detail. So a little bit of dry brushing. Okay, now Nobody knows what dry brushing is. It's one of those sort of myths of crafting. What is dry brushing? Everyone mentions it, but how do you do it? Well, well, for one, I've got a video. Okay.
Okay, that's
so
fabulous.
I have got a video. So have a look at my
Where
YouTube
do we find
channel.
that, Anthony?
It's Mixed Media Arts and Crafts. That's my YouTube channel. And,
Lovely.
I'll just pop that one on there.
So Mixed Media Arts and Crafts.
Arts and Crafts, yeah, that's
So
what
lots
it's
of mouldy
actually
action on
called. Indeed,
Good
yeah.
man.
So basically, where it comes to dry brushing, it's basically putting hardly any paint on your brush at a time, and use a brush that's really worn out and a bit manky like this one here, because that is the best type to actually go with. So you can see I'm just making sure that I'm not popping too much on, otherwise I'll just be painting the whole lot white, and that's not what I want to do. So you can see we just go on there, and with dry brushing it's a case of layering the paint up. Don't think you're going to achieve it in one go. So you can see what I do, I just wait until it dries, and then I just go back over just to add a little bit more detail.
And it really does
actually
bring
in
out
there.
that detail, doesn't it?
It does, it does. So there we go. So just keep on like so, and then once you're happy, then you can just like step back and you're done. You can obviously blend different colours in together using this technique as well. So just really go to town and, you know, see what you can achieve.
See, I love this. It feels like you found this. I mean, obviously people wouldn't know, but when you see the finished product, it feels like you found this in some like vintage antique fair,
Yes.
or some fabulous, I don't know, like French flea market or something.
Exactly.
It has a real sort of like antiquity about it.
But you can obviously, you know, I did the sample that I've actually got on the show. That's black, but I thought, do you know what? We'll just try for a different colour. But you can just
So the
go...
air dry clay that you're using there, that's the green, obviously.
No, it's not actually.
Oh, it's not. Then I take back my obviously,
No, it's
because I'm
actually
wrong.
using the colours, those 4 colours like I said at the beginning of the show, and I just mixed those to create that colour.
So what were those 4 colours?
So that is the black, the blue, the magenta and the yellow. All of those colours there will mix up any colour that you want.
Oh, you're like a chemist. I'm loving this. If you do want to go for your air dry clays, we have got a pick and mix. Who doesn't love a pick and mix? Everything's food this morning. Your pick and mix packs, if you want to go for that one. You can go for three different colours, 3 the same colour. It's entirely up to you. It's all the 1p&p, so 3 of those. 516165, and you are saving a few pennies by going for 3 together as opposed to 3 individually.
So if you do want to go for 3, then I would recommend the yellow, the magenta and the blue.
Does that give you the most possibilities?
That gives you the most possibilities. Just adding the black will then darken any colour.
So yellow,
magenta and blue.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah. So that is the dry brushing on that. Okay, so now we cast some other pieces. So if you have made your frame and you've tried to stick it down before it's dried and it's shrunk a little bit, maybe you want to cover those areas up. So I've just got some other pieces here that I've cast in a slightly darker colour. So this is like almost a peacock colour that I've actually cast these ones in. So again, I'm just going to
And what are you painting
this
on here, Anthony?
So this is acrylic paint from That's Crafty, also available on the website. So you
Thanking
can
you.
see, there we go.
So again, you would never use watercolour paint on these?
I personally wouldn't, not
Unless
to
you
do
wanted
this
it to
particular
blur.
effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here we want to bring out the details,
Yeah.
so that's why acrylic paint is going to be perfect for this.
Absolutely.
Giving it almost like that distressed look.
Yes, it does. You know, like I said, I have used watercolour in the past, and I was doing something where I think it was the eyes I did, and I come back in the following day and they'd gone all blurry, and it wasn't quite the look I was, you know, aiming for. But it's just a case, you know, it's just playing, really.
But that's the great thing. I always think craft should never be, you know, whatever craft is, whether it's paper crafting or fabric or whether it's working with Sugarcraft, it should never be a chore.
No.
It should always be
A joy.
enjoyable.
Absolutely.
You know, you can experiment and try things. If something doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. It's a happy accident. It may give you a different result. It may take you back to square one. But you're always learning with it. And you know, I think that's what's great about craft.
And it's always great. You know, there's lots of groups out there, you know, on social media. And it's worth just joining them because everyone like puts their own top tips forward. And although, you know, I'm saying don't use watercolour paint, you know, if you want that sort of like soft, dreamy type look, which doesn't give you that accurate finish, and after all, watercolour doesn't give you an accurate finish, then that's the route to go down. So
who doesn't want soft and dreamy? That would be wrong not to want soft and dreamy.
Exactly. But it's just, you know, what sort of effect that you want to achieve for your project. So now I'm going on to the butterfly, so you can see what I tend to do is just go
Now your
of times
butterfly, of
over.
course, is from your brush embroidery butterflies. We do have flowers, that's the one on the screen at the moment, 440795. But if you do want to go for the butterflies in that same style, so I would say if you can go for both those together, then they are a cracking little duo. Then the item number on that one is 537550. Did we get any emails and the people showing us their things? Oh, we haven't. I know it's a little early in the morning, isn't it? But don't forget, Anthony is back at 11 o'clock this morning with Catherine. So if you do want to send emails in for that to show us what you've made with your Catherine Davis moulds before, then, of course, the email address is studio@thecraftstore.com.
So popping all that together, like I say, if you have got bits where it's all like shrunk and there's you can see the gaps, and just pop a flower over there, okay, and then you are good to go. And that's how you're easily going to be able to upcycle a picture frame, like say a drawer front, even maybe a cylinder or something like the box there.
Yes.
You could wrap that around there, so it's almost like a cake. If you're going to be wrapping the clay around a cylinder, okay, what I would recommend is just leave it a little bit baggy, okay. The reason being, as I said, once it shrinks, okay, it will then get slightly tighter. If you try to pop it on there so it's tight, once it dries, it will probably crack. Okay?
Okay.
So just bear that in mind. But like I said, it's all little tips and techniques that you'll get used to when you're using the hearty clay at home.
That's the thing, actually, yes, because if you put it on a curved surface, obviously you need to put it on that curved surface before it dries.
Exactly, yes, and you need to leave it there as well. So what I tend to do, I just like get a thin piece of plastic or a piece of paper, and I put that down there as well, because that's like the expansion, okay? So once you take that out, you know, it's then shrunk back, and then you're good to go.
Anthony, as much as I would like this hour to continue, it can't, I'm afraid. So I'm going to remind people of what we've got before the end of this show. Luckily, Anthony is back with more demos at 11 o'clock this morning. If you want to go for your bow, that's proving to be very popular this morning. A bow is always a mark of celebration in my world. 526002 is your item number on that one. Deep moulds, versatile moulds, moulds that give you a great design. They are ticking the boxes of what moulds should be like. And I just think they're lovely. I've got to say, Karen Davis, absolutely glorious. 526002. Let's go through our next one, which is our sugar flower garland as well, if you'd like to go for this one. This is that beautiful smile of flowers, that moon of flowers. Just delightful. It really, really is. And again, the amount of detail that you have there is incredible. 279867 is your item number. The biggest one I've ever seen. It's official. It really is. 13 inches long, 10 centimetres deep. I know I'm mixing up my metric and my imperial there, but it is big, whichever way you do it. You can see you've got all of that flower detail on there. Plus, of course, you've got the little extra touches at the end if you want to decoupage up, or if you want to actually add a little extra touch to coordinate. 364816 29.99 is your price there. Your brush embroidery, one of your favourites this morning with your flowers. This is proving to be very popular this morning. If you would like to go for that one, that's 440. 795. Next up for you, the other brush embroidery. We have the butterflies for you, so matching perfectly with the style of the flowers if you'd like to put them together. 537550, your item number on that one. The vintage brooch, very popular as well. This is gorgeous. I think resins for this. Can you imagine different coloured resins? It would just look divine. It gives you that real antique feel as well. 936630 is your item number. Final one for you before we disappear, but don't forget everything is on the website as well if you would like to go for this one. The 1920s inspired Art Deco jewels and pearls. 269523. Anthony, can I say thank you? It's been an absolute pleasure.
Likewise, Nigel.
It's been a joy. Lovely to see you again. Good to catch up, sir. Anthony is back at 11 o'clock this morning with more demos with this fabulous moulds. I will be back in a wee while. I've got some fabulous things from the Julie Hickey range. Yeah, I've got some great shows today. But coming up after the break, oh, bless my soul, it's Becky Cole. She's going to be here with our one-day special with the fabulous Catherine Sturrock, giving you all of the details about a fabulous sewing machine from the brilliant brother with a fabulous saving. I will see you later. Take care. Bye-bye. So still to come this morning here at the Craft Store. Later on, it's Julie Hickey Designer Series. Love that. Pink Frog Crafts, looking forward to that. That's coming up in an hour. But next up, the Brother Embroidery Machine one-day special.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness, I'm looking forward to the one-day special hour. This is the first hour of today. It's all about Brother. We've got a fantastic embroidery machine for you with an amazing price. Now look at this. It comes with a 3-year warranty as well. I've got loads of questions to ask our guest. I've never worked with this lady before. Her name is Rebecca. You may have seen her last night if you watched the launch, so let's introduce you to Rebecca right now. A very good morning, Rebecca.
Morning.
We've had a little chat just beforehand.
We have.
I'm quite excited about this.
Because it's an amazing machine. I'm excited and I already have one.
Oh, wow. Oh, but do you know, if you've got any questions, if you need to ask anything, please, please, please do send in studio@thecraftstore.com. I know I've got loads to ask Rebecca, and I might ask some of the questions that you might want to hear about, but if not, you make sure you get those questions into us. Now, I can tell you that already a quarter of the stock has gone. We have got the most incredible saving. Let's go through this. If you're a Freedom member, oh my goodness, it doesn't get much better than this. If you're not a Freedom member, join today. Join today. You will still get the advantage of all those savings. Look at this. You are saving as a Freedom member £354.90. Now you can split this 3 ways as well. We've got that flexi basket already open for you. So today it would be just £164.70. Another payment in a month's time and then a month's time again. If you're looking at this right now and you haven't seen it before, have you spotted that little screen? It's totally computerized. We've got built-in designs here. You can use this with a USB. We're going to talk to Rebecca about this all the way through the show, and we're going to see the machine in motion, of course. 402290 is the item number there. I've got to tell you as well, I did my homework on this one. There's some brilliant reviews out there for this machine, and if you check that price, I don't think that you're going to find it any better than what we've got it for you, and especially with that flexi. Right. There it is, 402290. Now we've got a little bit of a video to show you, so we're going to run that first and then we'll get over to Rebecca and we'll start asking those questions. Here we go.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
There we are. Can you hear the machine in the background as well? We are going to go over to the demonstration area. I've just been told as well I can call Rebecca Becky. It's a little bit more friendly. You did say it sounds like you've been told off.
In trouble when I get called Rebecca. I'm in trouble. I've done something naughty.
Right, Becky, what can you tell us about this machine then?
Okay, so I've got it going at the minute so you can see it in action, because seeing is believing with this machine. You can really see, you can hear the sound. It's not noisy, it's not clunky. It is making the stitching is so neat. You wait until you see. I'll take it out of the machine. You'll have a good see of what the stitching is like. This is a Brother machine. I'm a huge fan of Brother. I've got a long-running history with Brother because I made do with. I've been sewing since I was 7, so I made do with lots of, my grandmother's sewing machine, second-hand sewing machines. And when I went to university, it was time to buy my first proper sewing machine, and the man in the shop said, I recommend this Brother machine, and it was love at first sight.
Amazing.
Absolutely loved it. It lasted me for 20 years, and I used it every single day. I mean, my career has always been sewing, and I've used it every single day, and it was incredible. So I think Brother are an amazing brand. They've been around for a really long time. They have a great attitude towards their customers. They have a great attitude towards the quality of what they produce. Great attitude towards the environment. It basically ticks all my boxes. So you're onto a winner there. This is a machine that has 80 built-in designs. Your embroidery area is 10 by 10 centimetres, which is 4 by 4 inches, and you've got full editing function as well. So this is a colour screen with machine with editing function, which means it will also work in conjunction with your scan and cut if you have a Brother scan and cut. Yeah.
Oh, I want it even more now because I've got a scan and cut. I didn't realise that.
Absolutely. We'll do a little applique demo later. I'll show you how you can use it with your scan and cut. Yeah.
Now then, you just mentioned there we've got those 80 built-in designs, but there is a USB port as well, isn't there? So what will that mean?
So with that, you don't need to be computer literate to use this machine at all. The computer in the machine is the one doing all the hard work. You don't have to plug this into a computer. However, if you do want to download some other designs, you will need to download those on the computer. So you've got 80 designs, you've got 10 fonts, you've got 140 borders and frames. You can combine all of those. We're going to have a play around with all of this so you see how to do it. I'm going to combine all of those to create new designs that don't exist anywhere outside of your imagination and the machine. But you can, on top of that, need PES files. That is the format that you want for your embroidery files. And you can get, if you go online and search free PES files, I can guarantee you will get millions of hits. So there are a plethora of free designs out there that you can go and access. Pop them on your USB stick, pop it in the side of the machine, and suddenly the world is completely your oyster. You're never ever going to run out of things to embroider with this machine.
Question then.
Okay.
If we want to design our own, how do we go about doing that? Can we do that? Is there some sort of software that we can design on and then put onto a USB?
There is. Brother do software that you can use to do that, or if that's a bit out of your budget or your skill set, you can actually, there are graphic designers out there that will translate something into a PES file. So if you have a photograph, for example, or a logo and you want it to be embroidered, you can, there is also software out there that you can download and do it for yourself. I think there was one that was a free, I wanted to give it a try, and there was one that gave you a 30-day free trial, so I just downloaded that and had a go, and converted a logo of mine into an embroidery file. So you can, yes, you can do that.
In that case then, Becky, does that mean, and now this is a question, if you've got your own little business and you want to do some sort of logo yourself and you design that, would this be a good machine just to get going?
100%. 100%. Like I said, all you have to do is convert the image into the PES format, and then you can embroider it away. So if you wanted to, I mean, I've sewn for business for pretty much my whole adult life, but when my children were very small, I actually ran a dressmaking business from home. So I was making bespoke, made-to-measure wedding dresses, evening wear, those kinds of things, and I actually didn't have an embroidery machine. I thought embroidery machines were a bit frivolous. You didn't really need them in your sewing room. You needed a sewing machine. I didn't have any need for one. So I'm actually coming to machine embroidery quite late in my career. I've only been sort of using it for maybe 5 years. But actually, I wish I'd paid attention and actually got one earlier. Because when I had that business, I could have offered my brides embroidery on their veils. I could have offered embroidered ring cushions, all kinds of things like that. But also, I could have offered a logo service for small businesses. You know, if you run a business, you might be networking. You might be, you know, there's this idea of offering each other business and this networking idea in small businesses. You know, I could have offered that to the businesses around me. It would have been an incredible thing to do, and I just was too short-sighted. But now I know.
Yeah.
You know, no regrets. But you know, if I'd known back then what I know now, gosh, life would be very different.
Definitely. Oh, do you know, this has given everybody so many ideas, I'm sure. Now, when we get the machine and we unbox it, then Becky, what will we find in the box other than the machine itself?
Okay, so you're going to get 4 pre-wound bobbins.
Okay.
So when you're embroidering, you will need fabric, you will need stabiliser, we'll talk a bit more about stabiliser, you'll need embroidery threads, and you will also need something called bobbin filler, which is a bobbin thread, but it's slightly finer than your traditional thread.
Okay.
So the idea of it is, I'll show you, it's quite translucent in colour. And it's because it's narrow, it's finer, it actually, the tension of the machine, it pulls the top thread round so that you don't end up with edges of bobbin filler around the edges. So it gives it a really neat finish. Now this machine comes with 4 pre-wound bobbins, so that bobbin filler you don't need straight away because those 4 bobbins are going to last you a while.
Wonderful.
Okay. You're also going to get a little pair of little scissors with it.
Yeah.
You're going to get your disc screwdriver. You get this screwdriver as well, which is for your frame.
Okay.
You'll get your frame. So that is designed to fit in that little section right there.
Is that just for tightening it up nicely around your
tightening it up,
fabric?
yeah.
Okay.
You get your frame, your grid that goes in the frame. I'll talk about that as well a little bit more. So you get everything you need basically. You get all the spool caps, 4 different styles of spool caps. You're good to go basically. You just need your fabric and your embroidery threads.
Now this is an embroidery machine, so this isn't your standard sewing machine. You know, you've got a different machine if you're doing your sewing, your curtains, your cushions, that sort of thing. This is for embroidery. But what I've noticed, and what you will, I'm sure I've noticed as well, is as Becky is stitching there, she talks with hands like me, I've got to say as well, but there's nothing touching that machine, you know, it just completely runs. So you can be, with your regular sewing machine, be stitching away, making those cushions, making those quilts, making those dresses, whatever you want to do, and embroidering at the same time, because that machine can just be at the side of you, Becky, just running along.
Absolutely.
Wow. I've got to say as well, the design that you're stitching there, we can see that coming together before our eyes. Look at the design here. This is just one of the inbuilt designs, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, I will show you the booklet that comes with the machine. Sorry. So you get this little catalogue of designs. And in here, you've got everything that is built into the machine. So if I open it up, you can see these are your designs. Now, I'm doing the very, very first design here. And the reason I've picked this one is because I've been demonstrating this machine for 4 years now, and I've never stitched this design before. And even now, there are still designs I haven't stitched out. So I picked this one especially because I think it's amazing the difference between what the picture looks like in the book, what the picture looks like on the machine, and what it actually looks like when it's stitched out.
Yeah.
Now we get so much information here. We get told how long that embroidery is going to take. Now that is stitching time, bear that in mind. It doesn't include time taken to change the thread and wind your bobbin, etc. So you will want to add a little bit more time on for that. All of the different colour steps, also what colour you need to use. Again, this is talking in the language of standard embroidery thread numbers. You can change that to the embroidery thread of your choice. I'll show you that as well. And also the finished size down here. So you've got so much information on what it is you're stitching before you're even stitching it.
Perfect.
It's amazing.
Now tell us about the computer as well, Becky. What can we expect from the computer itself? Is it a touch screen and we can control everything from there?
It is. So we've got a touch screen and we've got touch buttons. Okay. So between the two, that's how we control the whole machine. But I just want to show you this that's now finished because then what I want to do is in the next demo is I can actually talk you through everything on the screen, how all the buttons work, because this is, I want you to see how neat this is. Now these are called travelling stitches, okay? So this is just the machine moving from one section. All you have to do is a little snip, and a little snip, and they're gone. Okay,
and they're locked in. They're not going to unravel. They're already nice
everything. Oh, this is definitely never ever unraveling. Always test your embroideries on some test fabric first, because if you do it onto your final dressing gown or your towel or your jumper or your bag or whatever it is you're embroidering onto, and it's not right, you are never getting that embroidery out. So test it first, because embroidery is so hard wearing. But this is just a beautiful example of the quality of stitching. Now something else, I don't know if you'll be able to see it at home, whether you can zoom in on these little creamy yellow petals here. Something that the machine does, if you use a good quality embroidery thread with a high sheen, can you see that some of the petals are stitched in this direction and some are stitched in this direction? And what that does is it creates texture and depth. Now I did a little pussycat yesterday. I'll bring that one in and show you as well, because on the pussycat it's done it around the fur. Can you see it's used the thread to create a fur effect?
Isn't that clever?
And so the machine will use the thread to the advantage of the design. Now I mentioned about the bobbin filler. If I turn it over, you can see what I mean. Can you see how we've got the top thread pulled through, but with this sort of white pale thread underneath? This is your bobbin filler, but the back is as neat as the front.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Have you got some tearaway or something under there as well?
This is tearaway stabiliser. So tearaway stabiliser is probably the easiest, most commonly used stabiliser. So this is just, you want to stabilise your fabric because that is going to stop your fabric from stretching. All you do, once you've done your design, you tear it away.
Oh, this brings back some memories doing this.
So there you go. And that's basically your stabiliser. I mean, you can use wash-away stabiliser. I plan to use a bit of wash-away stabiliser at some point today.
Okay. Oh, lovely.
We're going to do a bit of bondweb type with applique work as well. You can also use, so there's adhesive, there is the adhesive is good if you are planning on doing something on like a jacket, on the inside of a jacket, or a piece of clothing that you kind of have to turn inside out and manipulate to get it under the machine. Because what you can do is adhere the stabiliser on the underside in the right place, so you know it's not going to move while you're having to manipulate the fabric.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let's have another little look at this machine then and the details for you. Oh my word, this is such a good deal. Do check online elsewhere. I don't think you're going to find this any better. Now, if you're not a Freedom member, do join. Look at your saving, £354.90 is the saving as a Freedom member. The original price of this machine is £849. We're bringing that price right down to £494.10 if you're a Freedom member. Below £500. That is absolutely incredible. And of course, we can split this 3 ways. So perhaps, you know, you're thinking, well, I really want this, I can afford it, but I need to split those payments. Well, you can. Today, all you need to pay is £164.70 if you are that Freedom member. 402 290 is the item number. That is the first payment that's delivered to your door, of course, another payment in a month's time, and then a month after that. What gets even better about this machine is it's not 1 year warranty, it's not 2, you've actually got 3 years of warranty. Brother, I don't think there's anybody out there who hasn't heard of Brother as a brand name. You know, it's a recognised company that's been going many years, not just, of course, the sewing machines. We mentioned the scan and cut earlier. I've got more questions to ask Becky about that later, because we can use the two together, which is absolutely fantastic. Maybe you've just bought a scan and cut, maybe you've previously owned a scan and cut. This is going to be the perfect machine for you. Don't forget to check those baskets out. We had a very busy launch. 402 290, just a reminder there of the item number. Right now, Becky, hopefully we can speak to Becky and see a little bit more of the machine. I don't know if we're able to turn this around a little bit.
Yeah.
We're good to go, are we? Right, yes. So can we have a look at that screen?
Yes, absolutely. So let's go back to the main screen. So I want to, let's just go and create our own design, because this is where the magic happens. This is, when you turn the machine on, this is the menu you're going to see, okay? So you've got 5 little windows. You've also got this USB button down here, and you've also got this machine button here. These are your memories. So if you want to import from USB, you would press this button and it will bring up your USB memory. Okay. And this is the memory of anything you've stored in the machine. So you can save your designs to the machine. In fact, if I bring that up, you can see there, if I add that, there is the little cat we stitched up yesterday because I saved it to the machine. So we've got that option. Okay. However, now this is one of the things I absolutely adore about Brother Machines is how simple and intuitive they are. The design is incredible. I mean, you could take a wild guess of what is behind each of these menus, couldn't you? There is not anything tricky here. If I said to you, where do you think the fonts might be?
Well, they're there in the squares, aren't they? We can see them straight away, yes.
That's
so 10 different fonts.
10 different fonts, so they're all there. There's all your fonts, and you've got 3 Japanese in there as well.
Wow!
Absolutely. So we've got, so that, you know, the fonts are there. You've got your monogramming here. This is all your borders and your frames, and this is where your designs are. So you've got your larger designs in this one, and your smaller designs behind this one. And it's all in the booklet that I just showed you. It will tell you which menu each design is under. So if we're going to do an applique design, so let's have a bit of a play and create something.
Okay.
Applique is something that I think is very underrated and under-demonstrated with this machine. I love to show it because it's one of those things that blows my mind a little bit, and this is how you would use it with your scan and cut as well.
Do you know, that's interesting, Becky, because at the beginning of the show, looking at an embroidery machine, and actually I did do my research, as I said, I did see if I could find it at a cheap price. I can't. But I never even thought about applique. I didn't see any information on the information that I looked at, and I would have just thought, yeah, you've got the hoop in there, you've got those preset designs, you can put more in with the USB, but I never even considered applique.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased that you're going to show us that.
Excellent. Let's do that then. So with the applique, I'm going to start with the frames. So I'm going to come to my frame section. Now the reason you've got 140 frames is we've got 10 different shapes, okay? So let's pick the heart, for example, and each one has 14 different borders.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pick number 10, which is just the straight line. And I'm going to set that, and I'm actually going to make it, I'm going to make it, shall I make it as big as I can make it? Let's have a go. No, I'm going to play safe. Let's play safe because I don't want this to go wrong and confuse everybody. Okay.
Well, when you're resizing, Becky, will the machine only allow you to resize to the size of the hoop? It's not going to take it beyond so it doesn't work?
So you see this square here, this is your 10 by 10 area. Okay,
got you.
So I can resize these shapes as much or as little as I want to. The designs in the machine, like the pre-designed ones, you can resize between 90 and 120%.
Okay.
With these, I can shrink it all the way down to there and all the way up to filling. So, and then if I want it back to normal, I'm going to press the square there and it will just take it back to the default.
Clever.
And you can see the sizes. Now, do you recognise these symbols? If you've got a scan and cut.
Yes.
So this is something else that Brother do, is they keep their iconography and their language the same across all of their range.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking about the embroidery machine, it threads up and winds the bobbin exactly the same as the 180 sewing machine, and that goes all the way through the Brother range. It threads up in the iconography and works the same as my 20-year-old Brother that I bought in 2001. So there you go. That really shows you how they are. But these symbols here are scan and cut symbols. These are the sizing symbols on your scan and cut, so you can see. Okay, so I've inserted a heart. Now I'm going to come up to my colour button. So here I get to change the colours. Now I'm going to scroll through to page 4. I went backwards, so I've gone to page 4. Now you've got all these colour options, but can you see these 3 down the bottom here?
Yeah.
These are your applique settings.
Okay.
The first one is your cutting button, the second is your marking out button, and the third one is your applique button. And we need all 3 stages. Now if I change the colour to this, can you see now it's changed to a pair of scissors?
Yeah.
Okay. If I press OK, if I now save this to my USB stick, I can take that USB stick over to the scan and cut, and it is now in a format that the scan and cut will recognise and will cut it out for you. Yes.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I don't have a scan and cut here, so I'm going to have to cut it out by hand, but that's fine. If you haven't got a scan and cut, you can do that as well. But just, it's something that really, really excites me about how all these machines work together, because the scan and cuts were made for the embroidery machines first. The paper crafters stole them off of us. Yeah,
didn't
they
know
did.
that. Oh my
Those
word.
pesky paper crafters stealing our machine. No, honestly, it's the. I mean, this kind of cut is brilliant for all mediums. Sorry, but yeah. So this is now your first part of your applique. To do the next bit, I'm going to come down to add, and I'm going to go to the heart.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pick exactly the same one. Now this is why I was umming and ahhing about the size, because I want it has to be the exact same size as the one that I've just put in there. So
yeah.
I've put it straight over the top. I'm not moving it around, I'm just leaving it. You can obviously move it around, but to make this as simple as possible, I'm just going to leave it where it is. And now I'm going to change the colour on this one, so I'm going to scroll backwards again. And this is my marking out stage. So this is just changing it to a dotted line. Okay? So I'm now pressing OK. So I've now got 2 hearts overlaid.
Got you.
And remember, this machine will stitch out in the order in which we import our design. So the first one will be stitched first, the last one will be stitched last. Again, I'm going to go into Add. I'm going to go to my shapes. I'm going to pick the heart again, back to number 10, my straight line, set, changing the colour. And this time, I'm selecting the, oops, come on, fat fingers, there we are, embroidery one. Okay, so this is where it, sorry, applique one, this is where it appliques the patch onto the bottom fabric. Okay, so I'm going to press OK. So now I've got my 3 steps of applique. Now we get to do the fun bit, which is actually do the embroidery. So if I come into Add, I'm going to go and pick another heart, but this time I'm going to select, let's select that one. So this is now a pretty a little pretty heart. I'm going to go into size, and I'm just going to shrink it down just a little bit so that I know that it's going to sit inside the frame, just to give myself a little bit of room for error, because when you're lining up your pieces you are doing it by eye. Okay, now I could change the colour of this heart if I wanted to. This is just what colour do I want to stitch it. It's Valentine's Day soon, isn't it? Why don't we do,
it's on Monday.
Let's make it a Valentine's embroidery. Why not? So I've got this nice, let's go for a nice dark pink. There we go. And then we can add something inside in the middle. Let's have a look and see what we've got. What can we...
You're just answering one of the questions I was going to ask, actually. So that's really, really good. When you said applique as well, I just expected it just to be a basic shape with a basic zigzag stitch or satin stitch around the edge. I didn't realise that we could build up these different designs.
Yeah,
it just gets better and better.
Absolutely. Now this is a little bow that I've popped in here, and I can add in another one if I want to.
If we wanted to use a touchscreen tool, I presume we could. You know, the type that we have with this
yeah, if you've got a little stylus, yeah, absolutely. Now you can't see that bow because it's over the top of the other one. So if I press, oops, not size, move, I can then move it. Now I can pick and move these things by hand. Okay, but or you can do it with the buttons. So it's completely up to you. If I want to scroll between, I can either touch, which, see how I can't select that bow because I've selected the bigger picture is over the top. If I press select, it then scrolls through. So now I can move this one down.
How clever.
Let me get the other one. There we are. So once I start to create my design, I actually prefer to use the buttons rather than the touch, rather than trying to do it with my finger, because you've just got a little bit more control. I mean, you're moving it by ½ millimetre at a time. Now, once you've come up with your design, I think, did I make that one as big as it will go? There we go. So we've got 2 bows in there now. Now, if I decide I think I'm happy, I'm just going to press this button up here, and now I've got a preview page. Okay, so this one will show me exactly what it's going to look like stitched up. Now, what I can see here is the line of my applique patch is actually showing. So I'm going to go back to my not that one, not that one, not that one, that one, and I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger because you know I made it smaller. I've just made it just slightly bigger. There we go, just so that it's hiding that line a little bit more.
You could see the little red stitches, couldn't you, before? Now they've completely disappeared.
Yes, so there you go. So you can see what it's going to look like stitched up. So you can go, oh, actually, I think, yeah, no, do I like that? Do I not like that? What can I change? Am I happy happy.
I love
Once
how
you're
it's in
happy-
full colour as well. You know, the colours you've chosen.
Completely. So once I'm happy, I can save it straight away if I want to. I would recommend doing that if you're planning to stitch it later on, or if you want to, if you're planning to maybe repeat it later on. You know, if you want to stitch it up now and then do another one later on. But then once you're ready, you just press embroidery end. You've then got an opportunity to reposition your whole design, and then press embroidery. And you can see now we've got all these steps. So the next thing to do is to stitch it out.
Amazing. And you can see how long it's going to take as well. So you can go and make a phone call, or you can go and have a cup of tea, or you can be stitching on your regular sewing machine again. Let's have another look at the features of this amazing machine. This price, honest, have you checked it yet? But let's have a look at that VT.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
Oh, it just gets better and better, doesn't it? Oh, my word. We've got more for you as well, because we've got a sewing machine. We've just looked at the embroidery machine. That's our one-day special. Now we've got a fabulous sewing machine. Perhaps you're starting your journey. Perhaps you want to upgrade a little bit from a very basic machine. Becky, tell us about this, because I can see straight away that we've got lots of stitches on here.
Yeah.
We've got a lovely big screen again.
Yes.
You know, all touch button. Nice controls on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a computerized machine. It's called the FS180 QC. To unpack that number, that label, sorry, the 180 stands for 180 stitches. So you can see all the stitches on the front. You've got their 8 buttonholes, you've got your utility stitches, your satin stitches, zigzag stitches, you know, decorative stitches, you name it, you've got every stitch you're going to need on that machine.
Fantastic.
The QC stands for Quilter's Companion.
Oh.
So this is the accessories that have been added to this machine have been added with quilters in mind. Now, if you're not a quilter, don't worry, you can absolutely still use the machine for all of your sewing requirements, but because it comes with a 1/4-inch foot, a walking foot, a free motion foot, and a free motion quilting frame, all of those accessories are brilliant for quilters.
Brilliant. Another fantastic price as well. Look at the saving on this one. Freedom members again, £307.90 is your saving. We've got Flexi on this one as well. Perhaps you're thinking about going for both machines together. You've got 3 payments regardless. £113.70 today is the price for the machine, the sewing machine. You could have these side by side. It's like brother and sister, isn't it? You know, they're talking to each other. I love that about sewing machines. It's as though they are talking. The little beeps and all the sounds they make, you know, when things start and finish and stop and cut. Now, we have got a 3-year warranty on the one-day special on the embroidery machine. It's the same on the sewing machine as well. So getting the two together, those warranties are also going to run in line. If you want this one, it's 355083. Again, any questions that you may have, please do email in, studio@thecraftstore.com. This is our first live hour for the one-day special this morning. I'm just looking at those stitches that I do sew. We've got lots of different buttonholes there. It's nice having those different options. You've got lots of beautiful stitches there. You know, decorative stitches, maybe for around your bags or your bindings. There's an awful lot that you're going to work with, 180 stitches. Can we build sequences up as well, Becky?
You can edit the stitches in terms of length and width, and so on and so forth. So you can sort of make the stitch. You can't sequence them as in do a bit of one and a bit of another. You can with the text.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that 180, actually, it's a good point to point that out. The 180 refers to those utility decorative stitches. If you lift the flap on the top of the machine, you'll see that there are actually 2 fonts in there as well. So there's another 110 stitches in there that are not included in that 180, and those you can sequence, because obviously if you're writing a word, you want to be able to program in those letters, and there's numbers, there's special characters, there's a bit of punctuation in there.
Fantastic. That's great for if you're labelling your clothes for school and things like that.
That was my first thought, is school labels because they don't wash out. It doesn't wash out.
Love it. Look, oh, and look at the fonts we've got on here as well. An absolutely stunning little machine. So neat and sleek as well. Absolutely gorgeous. All those components that we've shown you at the bottom here as well do come with the machine. So you've got everything you need to get going straight from the box there. 355083, just a reminder there of that item number. Right, now then, it's all about the one day special really though, so we're going to go back to the embroidery machine next. Have you got any questions? Have you sent them in? I'm trying to think of a few more. In fact, I have got one or two more in my head, but I'll see what Becky's going to tell us about next.
Okay, so well, let's stitch up our applique design, and then you can see every step that we've programmed in, and I'm going to talk you, as we start embroidering, I can talk you through what the screen is telling us as well, because the machine is talking to us all the time. Now, here I've got my my applique patch fabric, and I've adhered some Wonderweb on the other side, which is this paperback fabric glue, basically, is what it is. So I'm going to, that's the bit we're going to applique, sorry, that's the bit we're going to stitch first, because this is our applique patch. So where's the best place to do this to show you how to frame it up? Shall I come around this side? Right, let's move that machine. I'm getting used to where your cameras are.
Oh, it's not the easiest thing, is it, when you've got a sewing machine and we need to see all those screens and buttons, but you're doing a great job, Becky.
Excellent. Right, so let's pop this in. I might need to loosen the screws slightly. So you frame up your fabric like a reverse picture frame. Okay, so the larger part goes on the bottom, then you've got your stabilizer with your fabric, and then the smaller part goes on the top. So you want it to be really nice and tight. Yeah. I'm going to tighten that up. I've got my little screwdriver if I want to tighten it even further.
Would you describe it as drum tight?
I would, absolutely. Yes. That's what we say. So you want to be able to hear that noise.
That does sound like a drum.
That's a pretty good drum. So we've got... So that's ready to be stitched onto. Now on the side of the frame, we've got these little, what I call them train bumpers, like toy train bumpers. These little bits, they then clip into your, into the arm of the machine. So I'm going to bring it over to the machine.
Okay.
Like so. And they just click in.
It's as simple as that?
It's as simple as that. And there's a little lever here you pull, and that releases it as well. So it's just nothing tricky at all. Now I'm just going to do these first 3 steps with the thread that's in there. It's probably not what I would do if I was doing this properly at home. I'd choose a very pale thread, but I want you to see the stitching happening, okay? Now I'm going to lower my presser foot, and then I'm going to press go, because this button's now gone green. That means we're ready to stitch. So while that is stitching away, I've got a sneaky second frame here. You don't get 2 frames, you only get 1, but just for the sake of speed, I'm going to frame up a second fabric. So this is going to be the base
second frame, Becky. Could we contact Brother and can you buy them individually?
Yeah, because you can purchase a smaller frame for this machine if you so wish to. So you've got that option. It's just because I own this machine myself, so I always bring my own frame with me as well.
Look how quickly that's stitched that outline. Now, don't forget, Becky set this up with those different sequences. This was the first one, so that framework, you can size that to whatever size you wish, of course, to work within the hoop there. But we've just seen the first section. That was done very, very quickly.
These first outlines are seconds long. It doesn't take long at all. So the first one we've done onto our fabric with the Wonderweb, so that's ready. Yeah. So while I am... This is why I frame up a second piece, because now I'm going to press go, and this is now the positioning markings. So this is now the machine doing exactly the same heart, but on our base fabric, marking the position of our applique. So I'm going to grab my scissors. This is where your scan and cut comes in, but I don't have one, so I'm using scissors.
I'm just loving this.
And I'm just going to trim this out with my scissors nice and close to the stitching. There we go. So give that a... See, it's stitched out the other one quicker than I can cut it out. That's how quick it is.
Yes, it's that way to do... if it's impatient, does it beep at you, Becky? Does it make sounds?
No, it's very patient. It's very patient. Unlike my children, it's very patient.
Oh, I thought it might go, Rebecca.
Oh, don't. I'm in trouble with the embroidery machine now. It will beep at you if you're doing something not quite right, so if you haven't put down your foot or something like that. But that's just the computer in the machine making sure that you're not doing anything that could possibly damage the machine. Something else that is brilliant about this machine that I haven't actually mentioned yet is that it has a top thread sensor and a bobbin sensor.
Does it?
So as your bobbin runs out, who hasn't sewn a project and towards, you've sewn 6 meters of hem and realised suddenly there's no bobbin thread in there.
Oh, so
and it's
many
an
times.
absolute nightmare. So when you're with this has a bobbin sensor, so it will alert you if the bobbin runs out. It will also alert you if the top thread comes unthreaded. So you've got that there as well. So now I've cut out my little applique patch. I've peeled the paper off, so now I've got my glue. And I'm going to remove my frame from underneath the machine. Now the key with this is to not remove it from the frame. If you take an embroidery out of the frame, you will never, ever, 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 ever get it back in the same place. I can promise you that. So I'm going to come over to my ironing board, and because I've got my line, I'm not sure how clearly you'll be able to see this, but where I've got my line, I can now and line up my line of stitching on my applique patch with, so if I hold it like that, you might be able to see it a bit better.
And get some focus. There we are.
I'm trying to. Anyway,
there
basically,
we can see.
Oh, perfect. There you are. So now I'm lining it up. Now I am doing this by eye, so it may not be spot on because I'm also not sat over the top of it. But once you've kind of got it in your position, this is why I have a handy dinky little iron, because look, it fits in there perfectly.
I've got one of those irons, so I'm all ready to go.
Ready to go, you see. There you go. Right, so I've now adhered my applique patch to, I can see I've missed the stitching there, but never mind. You get the gist. This is something that you want to take your time over, is lining that all up, okay? So now that has, that's on there, I'm now going to bring it back over to the machine. Okay, clip that back in, put my foot down, and now we're stitching, remember that third step, which was the applique stage. So this is now the machine appliquing my patch onto the fabric. Okay, so it's just going to do a quick straight line of stitching.
I'm so looking forward to see the finished results. Becky, when it comes to the speed of the machine, can you slow it down or speed it up, or do you not need to do that? The machine just knows automatically.
Yeah, you don't need this. You don't need to control the speed on this. This will work perfectly at its own speed. So at top speed, it stitches around 450 stitches per minute.
Wow.
So which is pretty fast. Now it will kind of, because you're not doing the embroidery, you're sitting back and letting the machine do its thing. So actually, when it's going, it will adjust its speed as to what it is that it's doing. So you know, it's so clever. It really is so clever. Now I'm going to bring in my nice bright pink thread.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you how we thread this machine up. Okay, so I've popped the thread on my spool holder over here. Now remember, I said that this threads up in exactly the same way as the sewing machine that we just talked about. So you don't need to, whatever I'm doing with this, if you've got the sewing machine, it does it in exactly the same way. You've got it written on the machine. So let me just tell you exactly how many ways you can learn about how to thread this machine. You can obviously watch me doing it. It's written on the machine. You've got it in your operation manual. But there's also a button on the front of the machine. Just down here, there's a little sewing machine emblem with a little question mark that you can have a look at. If I press that,
we'll just see if we can come in close.
I'll let you get there.
Yeah.
If I press that, have a look at the screen. And now I've got a whole menu of things. So if I want to know how to thread my machine up, there we go. How am I threading my machine up? I put my thread on there with my spool cap, and I bring it round, and then I come down. Brilliant.
No more looking for that manual.
No, so it's all on the machine. So, and you see that it's not disturbed my design at all. I can go straight back into my design. Any point I get confused, it's on there as well. But it's written on the machine anyway. I'm just following this solid line. So I'm coming through this hook around this arm, and I'm coming down. I'm following it back up. I'm bringing it back down again. Backwards N, same as all sewing machines. And actually, you don't need to know how to sew to use an embroidery machine. This is the most complicated bit.
Yeah. I've noticed the button has gone red as well, because you've you've lifted the foot
I've
and the
lifted the
needle,
foot.
so
Yeah,
you can
so
see
if
it's not ready to go.
This means I cannot stitch right now, so
Yeah.
that's fine, because I want to. You need to lift the presser foot to thread your machine up, because otherwise
Okay.
the tension discs are going to clamp onto your thread, and you're going to really struggle to pull it through. So you want to lift your presser foot. When you get to this stage, so here I've come up to number 7. It's all numbered. This little lever here is number 7. I've brought it round. Number 8 is the blade on the side. Now there's a lever marked number 9 on the side here. This is what I'm pressing. But now I'm going to lower my presser foot just to keep it out of the way while I'm doing my needle. So have a look at the needle. I'm going to use the needle threader. This is the most impressive needle threader done.
Oh, look at that.
That is how easy that
I've
is.
noticed a pair of scissors on the button. Does that mean it cuts the thread for
It
you
cuts
as well?
the thread automatically
Oh, yes.
between different colours. So now I'm ready to go. So see, now my light is green on the front. So
Yeah.
this is because my presser foot is down. It's ready to stitch the next stage. So I'm going to press go. And this is the stage where I haven't quite lined it up. You can see where the line of stitching is because, like I said, I was sort of doing it from over here rather than in front of me. Check and rethread the upper thread. There you go. There's a prime example. Prime example. So but this is brilliant because it's now stopped stitching. It's saying you haven't threaded it up quite right. So let's do it again.
Okay.
Sometimes the thread can jump out of the needle. It might be that. There we go. So try that.
And it's always the same foot. It's an embroidery foot.
Yes,
That's the
you
only
don't
foot
change
you
the
ever
foot on
need.
this machine. Now, what we've done here is it started stitching, and with the top thread, it stitched a few stitches without stitching, if that makes
Okay,
sense.
yeah.
There's a lot of words stitch in that sentence. But because I want to make sure that I'm covering every single stitch of my design, and I can now come over to my screen. There's a little plus and minus button just here. So there. This little button here is going to give me a bit of control over being able to position my needle. So I can come to this button
Yeah.
and I can jump back 110 or 100 stitches or forwards 110 or 100 stitches. So I'm just going to press 10, 20.
Yeah.
That's jumped my needle back 20 stitches. I'm going to press OK
How clever
and I'm
is
going to go
that?
again. Just to make sure now that I've not missed any of my stitches.
And off we go again.
And off you go. So now it's stitching that applique, that really fancy border that we said that we chose in that nice bright cerise pink.
Look at this. And you really could just go off and make a cup of tea now, if you weren't here at the
Absolutely.
studio.
Absolutely. This is a 4-minute stage. So actually I'll use these 4 minutes to tell you what is happening on the screen, because this machine is talking to us all the time. So telling us what it's doing at every single step. So if you have a look at the screen again, while it's stitching, I will show you exactly what it is that it's telling us, because you want to know what's happening so that you can then make a decision, like, can I
it's
go
got a
and make a
marker.
cup of tea?
I honestly didn't realise there were so many features on this machine. I was
It's
impressed with
incredible.
everything I read, but until you see it in action, you don't actually appreciate what you're getting here for that price. Oh my word.
On the screen here, if you want to have a look at the screen, want me to hold
Well,
on a second?
I think we're having 1 or 2 little issues with your mic, Becky, so we'll just have a look at that, and in the meantime we'll just have another look at the details as well. Can I grab something actually? Is it alright if I just grab something from the set? I'm coming straight back. I'm not disappearing for good. I just want to grab a cushion. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm back. I wanted to show this. I love this. Look at the embroidery. Don't forget you've got 10 different fonts on here. You've got those built-in designs on here as well. Oh my word, this offer is just amazing. It's a time-limited offer. If you've not checked already, do have a look. You will not find this price, I'm sure, any better. The fact that we've got Flexi for you, 3-way Flexis as well. Freedom members, your price gives you a saving of £354.90. That is bringing the price of this embroidery machine down to less than £500. I mean, you can put that spare change, can't you, to your threads, to your beautiful threads. Or some stabiliser. Do check out on the website as well for all those essentials, those consumables as well. 4022 290 is the item number. I did ask Becky earlier on, you know, if you're starting a little business, is this a machine that you could get going with? Yes, definitely it is. If you've already got a sewing machine, that is fantastic. This is an embroidery machine, so you can use the two in conjunction. If you're looking for something, you know, that's going to really set you up, we've got the sewing machine available as well. All those settings will correspond with each other. Don't forget, with the one-day special, if you have got a scan and cut, you are going to be able to use that as well. I didn't know this until Becky said it today. The scan and cut was originally designed to work with soft crafters. The paper craft came afterwards. I had no idea about that whatsoever. So if you are doing that applique, you can bring those designs together. You can take them away and cut the fabric out on your scan and cut. There's lots and lots you can do with this machine. The USB port as well, that is there for you. You can download many more designs here. Now, and a really good thing, I was going to say feature, I suppose it is a feature of the machine, the warranty. We're not giving you 1 year, we're not giving you 2, we are giving you 3 years of warranty. This is Brother, a name that is renowned for its quality, for customer service. You know, these machines are machines have been designed for many, many years here. This is just, I'm so excited because I was so excited about doing this show, but now I know more about it, I'm getting more and more and more excited. 402290 is the item number. One thing I am really excited about, Becky, this is going to surprise you now. When we were talking about the 10 fonts, and you said there's even 3 Japanese fonts in there. My daughter has learnt to speak Japanese.
Amazing.
How impressed is she going to be if I make her something that is written in Japanese on this sewing machine?
That is amazing. It's fate.
It is fate. It is. You know where I'm going after the show, don't you? What else can you show us then, Becky?
Okay.
Because I can hear the machine has stopped.
It's because I paused it because I wanted to show you what's happening on the screen, and I knew that you couldn't really hear me properly. So I've paused it. I'm going to start it again. So you can do that as well. You know, if you go, actually, oh, somebody's at the door. I don't really want to leave my machine going. I'm going to press stop, go and answer the door, come back again, put it going again. It will start again from exactly where you stopped. So have a look at the screen again, and I'll talk you through what it's telling us. Okay. So this is our big design here, and this little green cross that's jumping around, can you see that? Yeah. That is telling us in real time at what point of the design is being stitched. Okay. Over here we've got this element. This is the element of the design, so you can see we've got the outer heart but no bows in the middle because the bows are officially in a different colour, although we can actually change the colour if we want to. So we've got this is telling us what part we're stitching. Now we've then got all the different steps, so our 3 embroidery steps have disappeared off. As you finish a step, it will disappear off and everything else moves up, but you can see that the heart is about 4 minutes to stitch, so that gives you an idea, right? Okay, actually I've got time to sew a button on the sewing machine, or I've got time to go and put the kettle on, or whereas a 1 minute one you might go, actually no, I'm just going to sit and wait for that to finish. It does round up as well, so 1 minute might actually only be 10 seconds, as you saw with the initial hearts that we stitched. Now along the top here we've got some numbers. The black numbers are the totals and the red numbers are the real-time numbers. So there's 2,546 stitches in our entire design, and we are 1,600 and something into it. We're 5 minutes into our 7-minute design and on step 5 of 6. So you can see now that one's disappeared and it's the next one. I'm not going to bother changing the colour because, you know, this is just for a bit of fun anyway, and you've seen me do that.
Okay.
So now I'm just going to let it stitch stitch the bow. So this is now embroidering onto our applique patch. So not only have we created the applique patch, and fixed it in place, we've also embroidered at the top, and now we're adding embroidery elements to it as well. And this is a really, really simple design. I mean, it took us moments to come up with, and I did it on the fly as well. I've not pre-planned this design. It's just having a bit of a play with it.
Amazing. I've got a question, Becky.
Yeah.
I've got a question. Right, we've got a 10 by 10 centimetre hoop. I'm correct, aren't I?
Yes. That's right.
So I've got a few questions actually, and I'm conscious of time, so I need to get these in. The designs that are pre-built into the machine, if we've got a design that's maybe a corner flourish, because I've noticed there is one, can we mirror it? Can we get it to flip?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. So you've got, with that editing screen, you can mirror, you can rotate up to by 1 degree, 10 degrees, 90 degrees. you know, you've got full control over rotating those designs as well. You can also, as you say, mirror them as well, reverse them, etc. You've got that full capacity. Brilliant. And on top of that as well, so I'll show you, when you've got your frame, you get this grid that comes with it, okay? Now the grid sits inside the frame, and you can see here it says ABC. You want to be able to read that correctly. If it's not, if you can't read, if it's backwards, your frame is in the wrong way.
Right,
okay?
Good point.
So this gives you exactly your 10 by 10 area that you're stitching in, and there's also a grid, all right? You can see that. If I hold the fabric somewhere,
we can see the one on the counter actually, Becky. We can see the grid nicely.
Well, actually, you can see me from above, can't you? So if I put this down onto the ironing board, hopefully you can see what I mean. So here I've got a piece of fabric that has a cross marked on it, okay? Now you could do this in a fabric pen so that you can mark out exactly the position of where you want your frame to be. When you're then framing up your fabric, you just line up your grid, okay, to where you want it to be, and then so it's in the frame. And then once you've done it, you just remove this and you can stitch. And know that the central point is the point on your frame. You can also, if we've got time, we've finished stitching now. If we've got time to come and have a look at the screen again, I can show you something else that works with if you're planning on using the frame to do much larger designs by moving the screen around.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah, absolutely. So
if I was thinking of a table runner, you said I want to design down the centre.
Yeah. So you've got that frame. The button next to the little help button looks like a piece of paper. Okay, so I'm going to press that button just down here, and that brings up my control menu. So now I've got lots of different options. One of them being that I can now change the name of my thread. So for example, we've got the Madeira Poly Neon threads here. If I want to use those threads, I can change it, and now the machine will talk in those numbers. Okay, brilliant. So you've got all of this control. Amazing. But this is what I want to show you, because this is currently the square that I see when I'm designing my design. If I come across here, I can put a centre point, I can put a grid of 4, or I can put a grid that echoes my grid that goes in my frame. So then when you press OK, if you then want to design something, you can see that we now have this grid in place. So you can then position where you want your design to be, and it will line up with your grid.
How wonderful.
They've thought of everything.
They really have, haven't they? Oh my word. We've had an email from Carol as well. Carol has got this machine, and she said she would recommend it to anyone. She's used it to make bunting for her daughter's birthday. Bunting, we've got the Jubilee this year, haven't we? We have got a picture, but we haven't got time to sort of upload it this hour, but we will get that ready for the next hour. Carol, thank you so much. Can't wait to see that. Do you know, the nice thing for me is it's Nigel doing the next show, so that means I can sit and watch. Yes. Also, I'm thinking of all sorts. I'm thinking about napkins, I'm thinking about pockets, I'm thinking about embroidery across the bottom of a blind, perhaps, an emblem in the front of a cushion, monograms.
Don't get me started on Christmas. I got my first machine in November before that Christmas, and I just went around my house embroidering everything with Christmas designs. We've got Christmas embroidered hand towels. Everyone has an embroidered nameplate setting for Christmas dinner. Honestly. Christmas is amazing.
The world's your oyster with this, isn't it? Oh, you need to check those baskets out. Do not miss out on this price. Remember, this is a time-limited offer. Over a quarter of the stock has gone. That saving is huge, especially if you're a Freedom member. Don't wait too long. If you haven't checked it out, do have a look around. You will not find this machine anywhere. I'm pretty certain of that. I did try myself. We've had a really good look. I looked as well, because sometimes you just got to check, haven't you? But especially the fact that we've got 3 flexes as well. So let's have a look at those flexi payments again. If you're going for the embroidery machine and you're a Freedom member, all you're paying today is £164.70. This machine is going to be on its way to you. You're going to be embroidering before probably you've even paid the next instalment, which is in a month's time, and then another month after that. If you are looking for a sewing machine to go along with this, then do have a look at the machine we've got on offer today as well. That is also on a 3-way flexi. So 2 fantastic machines could be yours. very, very soon, and you will be, oh my word, are you starting a business? Are you looking at it to make something, you know, a little bit of a cottage industry? Are you just looking for things to personalise around your own home? Do you make gifts as well? Everything can be achieved with these machines. The one-day special, yeah, I've sold it to myself actually. 402290 is the item number I have. Becky, we're in the last 40 seconds. You are back at 12 o'clock with Nigel.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we can, you know, do keep those questions coming in. I might be emailing from the green room because I'm sure I'll think of more things to ask as well. Do you know, I've so enjoyed this as well, and it's lovely to work with you, Becky.
And you.
It really, really
Thank
is.
you.
And I promise next time I won't call you Rebecca at all, unless I am telling you off.
Please don't tell me off.
Do check out, of course, the stabilisers, the tearaway as well. Check those baskets out. Do not sit on this one. Time limited. I can't stress that enough. That price will go up. Go and have a look at the reviews. They're all over the internet. I didn't just look on our own pages. I looked all over. But don't waste that time. Check your baskets out. I'll see you very, very soon. Right, I need to do this quick because I'm going shopping. Pink Frog Crafts coming up next, and then it's Julie Hickey Designer Series, something. Karen Davis-Knowles back with Anthony a little later. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts Too stable and the ones that I design.
Good morning, welcome to the Craft Store. My name is Nigel May. It is great to be with you, especially because I get to hang out and play with some seriously good crafters this morning. You can see her under there getting mic'd up as we speak. The lovely Claire Hamer is joining me from Pink Frog this morning. I'll speak to you in a minute, my lovely. We have got some brand new folds for you this morning. We've also got some returning favourites as well. I think you're going to love what we've got for you because, you know, if I know anything about you lovely crafters out there, when it comes to your card making, where does it all begin? It starts with with your cardstock, doesn't it? And we have got the glorious world of folds for you this morning. Folds are rather fabulous. Folds are sheets like this. Now, these are 15 centimetres in width and they are 42 centimetres in length. But the great thing about these is they will allow you to do so many things. You will get folding instructions with this. This is unscored card, so obviously you think, well, how do I fold it? You will get the instructions to show you how to do C5 landscape gate folds, pocket folds, tent cards, tri-folds, pop-out cards, easel cards, double gatefold cards, side gatefold cards, Z-fold cards, inverted stepper cards. It goes on and on and on. And also frames as well. It's incredible. It really, really is. 708-655 is your item number on this one. I believe that she's mic'd up and ready to go. What time is it? Stop. It's Hamer time. Over to you, Claire Hamer. This is genius.
Fabulous, isn't it?
Can I say good morning as well?
Good
it's so
morning.
nice to work with you.
It's so lovely to meet you and finally work with you.
I have watched you many an occasion and thought, oh, we're going to get on. And yeah, do you know, we've had a good old chat this morning. You know when somebody's on your wavelength and you think, I like you immediately. This is brilliant. We're going to have some fun. Linen texture on this.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What weight are we talking?
We are talking 300 GSM.
See, that's a good base card weight, isn't it? It really is. I love this idea of all of these fabulous folds that you could do as well, because you give me a handy list here, which I am loving. So all of these folds, all of these card shapes are achievable with each and every one of the folds.
Exactly. So we like to give you something that you can craft with. So straight away, you're not just... you just haven't got an A5 card, you've got all those different card folds. And for me, if I'm in a bit of a funk, I'll just sit and fold card, and that'll help me get my creativity going. So yeah, love it. So
let's show you exactly what you're getting. You're getting a linen texture on your card. Now obviously it's not always easy to see the linen texture, so the lovely Claire has actually sort of coloured this one up for us, so you can actually see that's the linen texture that you've got on each and every one of the 10 sheets of the folds that you have got here today. But let's show you the cards. So Claire, what's this one to begin with? This is like Test Claire. I like this.
That's your easel card with no mat. So it's literally just made out of one piece folded together.
OK, now the next one that we have for you is this one here. Oh, now this is very interesting. What have we got here? Foldy,
other way round.
Oh, hello.
There you go.
That way, thank you.
Inverted stepper.
There you go. I couldn't work out which way I was going then, could I? So that's your inverted stepper that we have there. The next one that we have for you is this one.
Side gatefold.
Nice.
So what I love about these is you don't have to do an awful lot to these to make them look exciting. You're already kind of halfway there to a glorious project.
Next one that we have here, Claire, is...
Double gatefold.
Double gatefold. Then we have this one, which is...
Z-fold.
Z-fold, lovely. It's, I mean, these are fabulous. These are classic card shapes.
Yeah.
But not always easy to do if you don't know where the fold goes, where the score goes. You get the instructions.
Yeah, and because of the size of the card, they're super easy to do as well. There's your pop-out cards. That's just using 2 of the card blanks.
I like that a lot. Then we've got this one here that is...
That's your kind of pocket card. So... brilliant for invitations, gifts, that kind of thing.
Lovely, little, yeah. Put some money on the card or something in there, or cold hard cash inside, we don't mind. Then this one.
Tri-fold, one of my favourites.
One of your classics. And then finally, last but by no means least, this one here.
You've got gatefold. I think you've got another one tucked behind it as well.
Have I picked up 2 at once?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
So that's your standard either top fold, kind of A5, or side fold. And what's great about all of these is, although they look fancy, they will all fit in a C5 envelope or a 6x6 envelope.
Oh my gosh, so literally 2 different envelopes, all of these card shapes, 1 fold will do all of these and more.
Yeah.
It is just genius, it really, really is. If you'd like to go for yours, it's 708-655 is the item number on this one. $16.49 is your price. Claire, I love it. You've got your boards ready to go as well. This shows what you can actually do as well. So take us through what we've got here.
So, being Pink Frog card, we can't just have it as card. We have to be able to work with it. And as always, we've gone through, we've tested it, tried things out on it. So I just love that, although it's got this texture on it, I can still do so many things. So we've got direct ink to paper, so that's just swiping an ink pad across, so just bringing out the texture with a little bit of colour. We can stamp on it, so you can see the detail. It's one of our more detailed stamps, the butterfly. This one, I've just put some Distress Oxide over there, sprayed it with a bit of water, and it's lifted. Distress Oxide blender, so you can see it can even blend. So any colour of linen card you want, throw your ink at it, and you can change the colour of it.
So you've got such versatility with this straight away, haven't you?
Yeah.
And that's what I love. I mean, I love the fact that the card shape, the fold, will allow you to do so much for construction. But then once you've got your springboard sorted, all of that creativity that you got there is brilliant. You can do what you like.
Yeah, so you can die cut it. There I've just embossed some straight lines and put a bit of colour on it. Let's go to the second
show me more,
board.
Claire. I want more.
Board. There you go, let's pop that one. Let's pop it on the floor right there.
So you've got so many boards you don't know where to go.
There you go. Pigment powders with water. So it's not a watercolour card by any means, but it will take a little bit of water, and it took more water than I thought it would. So sprayed it, pigment powders, bit of texture paste. We've got distress ink with water, so just popping your distress ink, spraying it and picking it up. Distress oxides with water, so we've swiped them along the top, given them a good spray. You can also print on it. I've only got a little, I won't mention the brand, but just a little...
A basic printer.
I have got a really basic printer, and it's printed beautifully. So if you're doing, again, invitations, great. If you just want to print quite a lot of detail.
And are you happy for people to use your folds for, like, you know, little businesses and stationery and whatever you fancy? Complete angel policy.
Fill your boots.
Fill your boots. One of my favourite phrases.
There you go. Watercolour pencils, so we just watercoloured and then dragged the colour out. So you can see, you know, again, it's just blended beautifully on it. And one last board for us, spray. So we've used the Pearly Wink sprays, but a lot of your different sprays. Here we've embossed using a metal die. I'm going to do that this morning, then swipe some ink over it. Shaving foam marbling. So that's one of the first techniques I did with this, because I wasn't sure how well it'd take water, and this is actually quite a dry technique, but as it turns out I could have used water. But yeah, brilliant. Using a stencil, inking through. Card bases, a little mini card there, and we've heat embossed. So just brilliant. So a really versatile card.
Lovely stuff. If you would like to go for yours, 708 655, brand new from the fabulous Pink Frog this morning. You can make what you like. Really great cards for that. And I love it. That is your basis for so much there. So 708 655 is your item number. Works out at 33p a sheet, which is jolly good value. 16.49 in all. 3 ways to order. You can either order via the phone lines, number will pop up on the screen. You can, of course, order via the app, or you can head straight to the website, which is thecraftstore.com. It's entirely up to you. Next up for you, we have got some returning faves. Now, these are actually new in the fact that we've got them on their own. You may have seen them in like bundles and stuff before. This one is the chocolate. Now, this is gorgeous. Check out the pearlescence on this. There is a word for this, delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is construction weight, this one, isn't it?
It is, definitely. This is a really good, strong weight. And it's kind of pearlescent, kind of more on one side than the other, which is why we call it chocolate duo.
It's just beautiful. Yes, let me show you one of the actual folds, because again, 15 by 42. It's the same size for all of the folds that we're showing this morning.
It is, yeah, that's where we're going today.
This one, pearlescent, of course, as well. 400 GSM. I mean, that is a thick weight. Look. If we do the finger flick test, I mean, that is a good wedge of card that you've got there. So if you are thinking about construction and making things with this, then this is going to be perfect for you. Box making, frames, things of that ilk. 347891 is your item number. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone. Now, again, I mean, this is a great sort of foundation for so many things, isn't it? I mean, if you're adding frames and stuff, you can add to this, use it in your mixed media, your construction, your card base, whatever you fancy.
Definitely, and with the frame instructions, that one we've put on a card, but you can do freestanding frames with it as well.
Lovely stuff. 347891 is your item number on that one. $12.99 is your price. Should be $17.99, but it's an introductory price because we're having it for the first time in this configuration on its own. So you are saving a $5 there. Liking that. Thank you, Claire. Right, let's move on to the next one for you. This is beautiful. I mean, again, you've got this fabulous pearlescence with this one. So again, if we check out the shimmer on this, this is your shimmer white. It is beautifully named. I mean, look at that. It's got like a champagne-y tone to it, this one.
It has, yeah. So it's got a warmth to it.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those cardstocks, I think, you can immediately think, oh, well, I'm going to do great things with this. 350 GSM, so again, great for your construction and things. But the fact that it's got that shimmer, it's giving me sort of marriage vibes.
Definitely, and 15 by 42s for me are just the perfect thing for doing your wedding invitations. And you'll see as we go through, great for my like little pockets and things like that, because you've got that tri-fold and pocket fold going on.
Well, this is the thing. Let's pretend in another world right now, you and I are getting married, and all of our invitations, all of our bits and pieces, I can see you were thrilled with that thought. all of those bits and pieces that we're making for the wedding are being done in shimmer white. You would know that that would be a rather fancy do, would it not?
Yeah, I think you'd just be blown away. I think you'd be, as a guest, you'd be thinking, I need a decent outfit for that do.
Oh, yes. It's going to be a posh do.
It is.
I'm insisting on all guests, including Meg, our producer, buy a fascinator.
Oh,
it's got
definitely.
to be that. The bigger, the better. Bedecked with foiled butterflies, if you please. £12.99 is your price on that one. 191554, your item number for the shimmer white. Now, approaching a quarter on the shimmer has already gone. Next up for you, now this is lovely, the misty grey. This, again, is one of my favourites. Grey, Claire, is one of those colours, I think, it's so underrated in the craft world.
I love grey, yes. and again, it's a little bit softer. You know, it's obviously softer than, you know, our normal kind of black or white. And
it's a granity kind of grey, this one. It's got that lovely sort of... There's hints of silver coming through as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, just beautiful.
260 GSM, it's a great way if you are thinking about die cutting and embossing as well, sort of in that perfect medium for die cutting and embossing. And you can see, look, heat embossing on the top of it there, just gorgeous. I mean, again, grey is one of those colours, it works for every occasion, whether you want your cards to be celebratory, whether you want them to be commiseratory, whether you want them to be, you know, joyously flamboyant or sort of frugal and sort of kind of like meagre in design. It doesn't matter, really. It works because the grey goes with everything.
Definitely, and a great neutral to start with, but then, you know, great with pinks, but great with like mustard colours as well. Really nice.
Love it. I'm loving your colour palette. If you'd like to go for that one, that's your misty grey. 840108 your item number. Again, £12.99 is your price. Next up for you. I know we did Hamer Time earlier. I feel like we're doing like all of our 80s hits today. We're going Ice Baby next. We've got Ice Gold, which is brilliant. This is lovely. I love it because anybody under a certain age on the crew is now going, what are the old people talking about? This is your Ice Gold. I mean, this is just stunning. Again, you've got that pearlescence with this, which means that when the light catches it, it gives it that extra opulence.
It does, and the good thing is, and I think you'll see on some of the samples, is where we've either stamped or inked over it, you still get that shimmer coming through on it.
So you can see here with the butterflies, yes, you've actually stamped over the top of it there, and a bit of heat embossing, I think, as well. Oh, no, it's just stamping.
Yeah.
But you can see that shimmer still coming through really strongly. And then this is lovely with the inks as well. It's good, isn't it, when the card can become, and the actual texture of the card and the look of the card can become a real focal point on the card. It's not just there for a function, it's there for a fashion as well.
Yeah, and I love the fact that when you just add that kind of colour over the top, you know, you don't lose that shimmer, it actually adds to it, so it's even better.
I think these are gorgeous, Claire. I mean, really nice sort of like, not simple cards, but clean cards.
Clean and simple.
Clean and simple, which is lovely. And I also think clean and simple looks most expensive to me.
I love clean and simple.
Yeah.
And how I manage it, I don't know, because I'm like the world's messiest crafter and normally get ink all over it.
That's the sort of dichotomy of it all, which works,
but I do love that clean lines look.
Love it. Well, I love your cards. I think they're superb. 075 077 is the item number on that one for your Ice Gold. It's only one ice, but I had to say it like that because it pleases me. Next up for you, this is gorgeous too. This is our slate grey. Now, again, can I just put the two greys together? This is your misty grey, this one here, and then this one here is your slate grey. Now, I've got to say, there is a slight difference in them, as you can see, but I will say I think these work well together. If you were to go for both of these together, let's remember you are saving £10 across the two with your introductory prices. The usual price of one is £17.99, so I would actually say today it's worth going for two of them just to try it, mix and match.
Yeah, so for me, the slate's got more of like a blue undertone, and the misty's got more of a brown undertone, so that's, for me, the difference with them.
Yes, that's a great way of putting it. That's why you're here, Claire, to give me nuggets of brilliance like that, which I love. So, yes, if you want to go for that one, that's your slate grey. Again, I would like to show you a sample, if I may, because, look, you can see, I'm just using a little touch there. Whatever you put it with, it works incredibly well. Does this slide out? Oh, yes, it does. How exciting. See, that could have a store card on the back or just some cold hard cash again. It's entirely up to you. So that's your slate grey unscored card. It's 50 of the sheets for you there, 50 of the folds. That's a good amount that you get as well.
Definitely, and there's just so much you can do with it. You really can.
Yeah, really versatile. A quarter of the stock has now gone on that one virtually. 432258 is your item number. Next up for you, we've got the ice crystal that we have for you. Now, again, it's like if we get in on this one, you will see that when the light catches it, you have got that extra little bit of va-va-voom.
Definitely.
This is what Pink Frog do so incredibly well. You give us that little sort of extra touch. Card is never basic with you guys.
Definitely not. If it's not a finish, it'll be a size and what you can do with it. And we just... we just want people to be creative and give them that flexibility, but also give them a helping hand to get there as well.
You tick my ility boxes because you do flexibility, you do affordability, you do craftability, and you can see you do, well, you do quantity as well with this one. That's not an ility, that's an itty for us there. £12.99 is your price on that. Again, you've got the reduction of £5 today. I don't know how long these introductory prices last. I imagine not after the first introduction. Once the stock is gone as well on all of these that I'm showing you, apart from the first one, the linen white, all of the other ones that we've shown you so far, when they are gone...
They are gone.
Oh, Claire, let's say it again. When they're gone.
They are gone.
They are gone. Yes, they are. So get them whilst we have them, basically. Next up for you now, this is not like a bluey black or a sort of like a, you know, a wishy-washy black. This is a true black that we have for you here. It's like a midnight black. I mean, black's one of those colours. When black is done correctly, it's done perfectly. When black is done badly, it's done terribly.
Yeah, so all of our true black is, like you say, it's proper black, and it's the same all the time as well. So whether you've bought it from us this week, last week, in a different size, it's always exactly the same. So you've got that quality assurance in there.
I think this is beautiful, it really is. Acid and lignin free as well, so if you are using it for your scrapbooks and things like that, it's not going to rot your pictures, which is always handy, isn't it? So it's nice to know that you can use it in all arenas of the crafting world. Let's show you some samples. Complete angel policy, as Claire said before, so you can make what you like. I mean, this, again, I mean, it's just... It has a crispness, it has a simplicity about it, it has an expense about it.
It does, and on that one all we've done is emboss a piece and rubbed an ink pad over the top to get that beautiful background. So again, you can do lots with it.
Sophistication is the word I'm going to throw at that one, quite frankly. Like this as well, this is lovely with the... now, what are we talking about here? Is this gilding wax?
That was gilding flakes with a stamp.
Oh, nice. That's lovely. It gives it that real sort of antique-y distressed look,
yeah,
doesn't it?
and that's obviously using the frames that you get the instructions for as well.
So you get instructions for the folds or the cards, and then instructions for the frames too.
Yeah.
And obviously the weight on this one is 280 GSM, so again it's a perfect weight for things like frames, construction. It's going to be sturdy enough, but not too heavy.
Yeah.
If you want to go for that one, £16.49 is your price on that. Right, oh my word, you've seen all of our fabulous folds. You've seen the brand new one with the linen texture and then all of the others as well. Don't forget to check them all out on the website, thecraftstore.com. Very, very busy. Now, our chocolate card... 70% of the stock has gone. Claire, when it's gone?
It's gone.
It's gone. Listen to the Hamer. She tells you. So if you do want to go for this one, it's 400 GSM.
That's a good sound.
Isn't that a satisfying sound? That really is. I love that. 347891 is your item number. Claire, I think we need some inspiration, which is where you very much come in. So inspire us with a lovely demo. What are you going to do for us, my lovely?
We are going to. I'm going to reach across and get this, actually. There you go. So we're going to do a little wedding invitation. So we're going to show you lots of techniques, but this pops open. There we go. And we've got a little pocket, and you can see we've changed the colour of the card as well, so plenty to go out there.
That's adorable. Is this for our imaginary wedding?
It is. I'll be... Do you want to be Emily or Michael?
Emily all the way.
OK, I'll be Michael. Excellent. So, we're going to start with a fold. Now, I've based this on one of the folds, but I've changed it slightly because I wanted... Because I'm going to die cut it, I wanted my kind of tabs to be a bit longer. So, you know... You can do that. So use the instructions as well as using them as they are. Feel free to kind of stretch them a little bit further as well. So for this, I'm going to score at 21, so that's down the middle, and then I'm going to score at 6 centimetres, and I'm going to turn it round to the other side to give me 6.5.
See, obviously a scoreboard and a scoring tool are definitely going to be your friends with these folds as well. If you haven't got one of those, do check out on the website, either, of course, here at the Craft Store on the website, or, of course, I know you've got a hunky-dory one there. I know that's available on the Create Craft website, our sister channels, so, of course, you can shop in both places at the moment. Soon to be one big happy family.
So, what we'll do is we'll show you how we do the next bit. So, as you can see, straight away, I've got a pocket inside, and then this will fold up on itself, and we've got a little tab at the front. But I thought, let's make the tabs a little bit more exciting. So we are going to use one of our edge dies.
So, Claire, I've got to ask as well, because obviously it's our first time together. Where did the crafting start for you?
It started when I needed to make a 50th birthday card for my dad. and all the things kind of my dad was into at the time, you couldn't really get a card for. So he liked a bit of guitar and a bit of like red wine, and all you could get was beer
and red wine. I like him.
But you could only get beer and darts at the time. So I made a card, and that was it basically.
So what age was that? I mean, was that sort of...
God, that's probably about 15, maybe 20 years ago now.
So you must have been 12.
I love you. This marriage is going well. So I'm just going to pop this through here. Yeah, so that was me, and I started my card making journey at that point, and never really looked back, and I still love everything about it now. I absolutely love it.
You and I have been having a good chat this morning. If there's one thing that immediately I would say, if somebody says to me, oh, have you met Claire Hamer? Yes, I did. So warm and so passionate about crafting. I mean, straight away, your smile lit up the studio, because this for you, I mean, this is perfect, isn't it? You get to play with card and paper and fabulous dies as well. If you do want that die that Claire's just been using, it's that one there. We've got some other ones on the show. We'll show you those in a moment. But this is the first one that we've got for you. This is the Elegant Edge that we've got for you, if you'd like to go for that one. 447-500 is your item. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. 447-500 your item number on that one. But this is like your sort of heaven, isn't it?
It is, and having such beautiful card to work with all the time is like... Oh, I just love it.
No, but it's brilliant, because card is the springboard for everything else, isn't it? It's like if you're making something, or whether it's construction, whether it's card, whether it's matting, layering, whatever, you need your cardstock.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead to one that we've already done. So this one we've got 2 edges on. So I've just done the same on the other end. So let's decorate the front. Now for this bit, just double check which bit is the front.
Claire. Do you know what that noise is?
Oh no, it's not.
That's the noise of a sellout. A sellout on the chocolate. I'm afraid it's gone. Also, well, you know we've got a limited stock for you as well on the shimmer white, which is this one. The shimmer white. If you want to go for that one, that is now limited stock. That means 90% of the stock is gone. When it goes green on the screen, the stocks are lean. And remember what Claire said: when it's gone,
it's gone.
Thank you, Claire. 191554 is your item number there. Back to you, Claire.
So I am going to use some of our Scotch tape. So this stuff is brilliant because it is totally removable. So you can use it and not worry about damaging your card in any way. And you can see I'm using quite big bits of it, so obviously you've got to be confident that it isn't going to damage it. And I just want to show you how easy it is to change the colour of this linen card. This is just a bit of Distress Oxide.
That's the sound of.
Not another one.
Shimmer white gone.
No.
Sold out and gone. Poor Doug on magic hands. Doug on the floor. He's going to be coming in like clearing the counter. We're going to look like we've been raided in a minute and looted. There'll be nothing left. So shimmer white is gone. Back to Claire.
So there you go. And you see just how beautifully that card takes the ink colour straight away. What I want to do now is I'm going to get rid of that. And because I want it to be neat, I'm just going to put it the other side. And we are going to get hold of one of my favourite stamps. So it's from the Flowers and Verses set. Oh, it'd help if I'd have got an ink.
Will that be on the website, Claire?
It is, yeah. So the Pink Frog brand shop, there's quite a lot in there. So all of the stamps. Sorry about this. I thought I'd got this out.
I know we've got some stamps on the show as well. We'll check to see if those are on the show. Which ones are they called? The Flowers
and the... This is Flowers and Verses.
Flowers and Verses.
This little stamp here is one of my favourite ever worker stamps.
I think the Flowers and Verses are on our website, thecraftstore.com, so you can check there. Do check out the entire Pink Frog range. I've got to say, there's lots of pink things here at the craft store, but the Pink Frog is definitely one of the best, so do go and check them all out.
So this is a very delicate little leaf stamp, but you can see even on this linen card, and I'm not using a stamping platform this morning, I am just going for it.
That's another thing I like about you. You just go straight for it.
Definitely. I'm going to use the smaller one just to infill those parts.
Have you tried lots of different areas of the crafting world? And have you tried sort of like fabric-y stuff and all sorts of stuff over the years?
Fabric, I don't get on so well with. but I do like a bit of mixed media.
Nice.
Yeah, all kinds of things,
So
really.
again, this cardstock is perfect because, I mean, as your boards proved earlier, it lends itself to so many different things. Whether you're using pastes or whether you're using sprays or mists or whatever it may be, this card will take it.
So you can see I can pull that off straight away and it just doesn't damage the card at all. So one of the other things I want to show you is that we can emboss with our metal die. So let me grab those plates. So I'm going to grab a panel that I've already printed on. She says.
If you do want those stamps, by the way, the flowers and the verses, details of those on the screen. Do we have a little picture of those or not? Or are they on the website? Here we go. Look, Meg's delivered. God bless Meg, our producer.
I've lost my die.
She never lets a man down. 735 796 is your item number on that one. Excuse me. Back to you, Claire.
Well, I've lost my die, so this is.
Do you want to borrow one off the board?
Yeah, please.
Which one is it, my lovely?
The elegant one, please. I've just had it.
There you go. I'll put them under there.
Fabulous.
All
like the post
there you go.
office. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is I want to emboss this onto here. So I don't want to cut it, I just want to emboss it. Again, I'm just using the Scotch tape to hold this die in place. And what I'm going to do, so this is the Easy Embossing Mat from Pink Frog.
You just had that elegant edge. How have you managed to lose that?
I don't know.
It'll turn up
Welcome to
afterwards.
my life.
No, I was telling Kirsty, one of the other lovely floor crew this morning, I was just saying that basically she will rapidly learn about me that I just leave everything everywhere. Like my mask will be somewhere, my glasses will be somewhere. I can constantly look for my glasses and they're on my head a lot of the time. It's like, so again, Claire, I think you and I are cut from the same cloth.
Definitely. I can lose things without moving.
Yes,
I really
having them in the first place.
So I haven't got that quite in the middle, but you know, we'll blame Live Tally for that. But you can see, and I'm just going to rub a bit of ink over it. So this is the same die we've cut out that we've now embossed with. So for me, I love my craft stash to go as far as it can. I like to get, you know, good value for money. What else can I use it for? So there you go.
See, I like this die as well. It's very kind of, it's what I call flap friendly for a die. I can imagine this in an envelope or something like that on a flap. It would look beautiful. And also for your gatefolds, if you wanted to sort of cut around this with like 2 gatefolds on the front of a card, it would be lovely.
Yeah, and again, we'll just bring that little leaf in. So it's bringing our design from the front of our invitation into the middle of our invitation.
Now, also because I'm keen to take any bit of editorial that Meg, our producer, gives us, I'm going to say it. She says as well, and I'm going to get your opinion on this, Claire.
Go on.
She says you could make an owl face from it, that elegant edge.
You could, definitely.
There you go.
Definitely.
There you
So
go.
I am going to bring this one in. So this one is the same. We've just, oh, hello. Got stuck on itself. So we've done it all, and there's one already coloured in.
Now just to say, our linen card getting busier and busier. We've got a good stock of that one. Remember, all of the others, when they're gone, they're gone. But the linen card, a good stock, but already that stock is dwindling this morning. So if you would like to go for it, brand new, unscored card, it's your basis, your foundation. It's like you don't put your carpet down without a good bit of underlay. It's the same in the craft world. You need a good bit of card to make a creation. 708 655 is your item number.
And what I love is the fact that I can make all this match the same colour.
Yes.
So if I run out of card halfway through, I'm not going to be stuck that I haven't got the same green because I'm inking that myself. So there we've got. So that's all I've done with these edge bits is just ink the edges.
Was crafting in the family for you then, Claire?
My dad's does a lot of woodwork.
That's a very good craft.
So
what sort of like pyrography or building, carpentry?
Like carpentry. So yeah. So yeah, so there's probably a little bit of it there, but yeah, it's just something I've done and I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And I still love it. So when I'm not doing this, you know, I'm like everybody else, I'm looking for what else is out there and playing with
Look at that
things.
smile, I love it. Honestly, you could light up a room.
There you go.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to stick this flat down. I'm going to use our red liner tape for this. So this is the 6mm because I wanted it to be narrow so I could get things into the pocket, but also sticky enough that it holds its ground.
Now, if you want something sticky in different sizes, we do have a red liner tape collection for you. We've got the 3mm, the 6 that Claire is using at the moment, the 9mm and the 12mm. That's 120 metres of total. That would stretch from the studio out to the craft store car park and back again a few times, I feel. We should try that, Doug, see if we can do it. 825-810 is your item number on that one. $13.99 is your price for all. How many reels do we actually get there? Do we know?
You get
4 different reels.
You get 4 different reels, but there is 30 metres on each roll.
Yeah, 120 metres.
Yeah, they are huge. So most red liner tape comes about 5 metres on a roll. So
you're giving us more. We love that, Claire.
So all I've done is taken a little bit of hook and loop, and that's just going to stick down. If I can get the backing off it. If not, you know, so that would stick on there, and just finish it with pearls. And then I have got just some little words that I've cut out that say, so rather than wedding invitation, I thought we'd just have a wedding party, because that sounds way better.
Are we going to go for a disco or a band?
Oh, band.
Oh, see, now this could be the first marital argument. I would favour a disco.
Well, we'd have to have a disco, but can we have a bit of swing music as well?
Willingly. I'm all for a bit of swing at the wedding.
Perfect.
That would be good. That would be very, very good. So what are we talking? I don't know. Are you going to change dresses midway through the evening then? Maybe a bit of like a Lindy Bop kind of like big petticoated dress for a bit of swing?
Yeah, maybe. Might go with it. So yeah, so again, this is just cut from linen. I've used some of our Quick Stick, which is our double-sided adhesive, when I've cut this out. So that was already sticky on the back. So great for when you're cutting out like little tiny words. And there you go. There is your invitation.
I think that's gorgeous.
So I think just, even if you don't do that exactly, use it as a basis. Yes. You've got pockets, you've got folds, you've got edges. You can just take that wherever you want. And that is printed onto linen as well. So great for invitations.
That is a wedding party that I'm confirming for straight away.
Fabulous.
Which is good, because I'm the groom. 708-655 is your item number for that white linen cardstock. Remember, it's 300 GSM, and it really does have a good wobble to it, which means it's going to be perfect for your base card. It's also perfect, I mean, matting, layering, die cutting, as well as long as the die isn't too sort of like overly detailed. 300 is going to be perfect for that. You can emboss with it. Obviously, it has that linen texture to begin with as well. Can I just show you some of the cards? Because Claire and the... do you do all the cards yourself? Or is there like
we've got a beautiful design team as well. So the lovely Katie.
These are gorgeous.
Lovely Heather. I think we've probably got some of... Hazel's will be in there as well.
Hazel?
Yeah, who's on after me. Yeah, some of Hazel's will be in there. Yeah, so she does some work for Pink Frog, so it's probably some of hers.
Oh, yeah. This is brilliant, though. It's like I'm meeting a whole new family. Yeah, we've got a lovely design team. These are stunning. This card I love. Who's made this one?
That's one of Katie's.
That's just gorgeous. Look at that.
So just the colour you can get on that linen card is amazing.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, I know I keep using the sort of phrase, it's a springboard for your creativity, but the thing is, it's like when you have cardstock that you can do so much with, it doesn't sort of... I don't know, it doesn't sort of like blinker your horizons, really, does it? It's like with this, you can do so many different things.
It kind of opens your horizons. Yes. It's like the other way. I mean, I love the texture on that. It looks like just like linen. That's crazy.
It is beautiful. 708-655 is the item. Claire, you get yourself ready for your next demonstration, because I am loving this. I'm going to remind you what we've got. That's the fabulous white, the white linen there, if you'd like to go for that. Our misty grey coming up next. I don't know why I did that. I just thought a bit magical and mystical there. This is the misty grey. How much of the stock has gone on this now? Nearly a third of the stock has gone on this. Love this. Great weight. 260 GSM. Something that's got a good weight. Perfect for die cutting and embossing. I just love the fact, I mean, grey, I know I said it's an underrated colour. I think grey is one of those colours that once you start using grey, you never stop using grey, because it's so useful for so many different combinations of other colours as well. Put it with black cardstock, craft cardstock, white cardstock, any of the colours that we've got today, it matches perfectly. It works perfectly with it. $12.99 is your price. It's an introductory price today. The stock is dwindling. 840-108. And Claire, when it's gone...
It's gone.
Thank you, Claire. Next up for you, this is the Ice Gold. This is fab, isn't it? Look at this. It's just beautiful. I mean, again, this has that real luxury feel about it. I mean, I think, again, if you were making a card, this is the kind of... when you use card like this, I think this would be for a card where you really wanted to stand out on the mantelpiece. It's a mantelpiece pleaser. Because you want to have a card that... You know, imagine if you go to a wedding. because that seems to be the theme of the hour, because we're getting married, me and Claire, in another world right now. If you were sending a card to somebody, with all their wedding cards, you want to make sure that yours stands out. I think if you have it on cardstock like this, the ice gold, immediately when the light catches it, you can see that there is that shimmer. You get that line, almost like a champagne-coloured line down there, and that's the entirety of this fold. And you're getting 50 of these folds, remember. They're all 15 by 42. You will get instructions telling you how to make 10, I think it's 10 different cards. Plus, of course, you will get your instructions how to do frames too, because this is a good construction weight, should you want to use it for that. 075077. Do you get instructions for frames, or have I just made that up?
No, that's correct.
No, you do. I thought I'd made it up when I said it then.
No, we're putting all the frame instructions in there as well.
Thank you, Claire. I just had to check. Next up for you, slate grey. I mean, again, let's pop these together. If you see, that's the misty grey there. That one there, and then that's the slate grey. You can see the difference. So misty grey, slate grey. 70% of the slate grey has already gone. I'm not surprised. Remember the folds as well. If you're thinking what size are they? They are 15 centimetres by 42 centimetres. They will allow you to do so many different things. Whether you are using them to follow the folds or whether you are using them for your own want in the craft world is entirely up to you. Either way, you have got the perfect starting point for all of your creations. 432258 is the item number on that one. Nearly 3/4 of the stock gone there. And remember that one, when it's gone.
It's gone.
Thank you, Claire. Next up for you. And thank you, Meg, because she said it in my ear as well.
Which is good.
Just in case you didn't deliver, but you did, which is brilliant. This is our next one. This is our ice crystal, if you'd like to go for this one. £12.99 is your price on this. Again, down by £5 from £17.99. And again, let's ask Doug when it's gone. It's gone, thank you, Doug. That was a little bit like, oh, you want me to talk? 604165 is your item number on that one. Finally for you, in our range, this is, again, when it's gone, it's gone. This is the true black that we have. I like this. It's like a midnight black to me, like a proper jet black. Black, I think, again, is one of those colours. I said earlier, I think when black card is proper black card, it is beautiful black card. It really is. It's just gorgeous. I mean, a little border of that with other, you know, matting and layering with other colours, whether you go for any sort of like Technicolor cardstock, whether it be, you know, a pearlescent cardstock, a silk board, mirror board, whatever it is. Black always goes with everything. It's like the little, you know, the LBD, the little black dress that goes with everything. 491887 is your item number on that one. Acid and lignin free. Are they all acid and lignin free?
No.
Oh.
Not necessarily. The linen is and the black is.
OK, so the linen and black, if you are using it for scrapbooks and things like that, those would be the perfect ones to go for.
Perfect, yes.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Claire. 491 even, sorry, that was a big lie, wasn't it? 491887 is your item number. Are we doing the dies while we're up here as well? Right. We've got 3 sets for you. We've got the Elegant Edge to begin with, which is this one here. So you can see... Oh, hang on, I forgot the wrong one. Beg your pardon, sorry, that's the Elegant Edge, my apologies. So that's the Elegant Edge that you've got there for you. Just stunning. It reminds me, you know when you get fancy gates?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you and I are of an age. Do you remember Footballers' Wives, the TV show?
Yeah.
Do you remember when they used to have, like, you know, you'd see their, like, houses? And they always had those fancy gates at the front. They would always have something like that at the top, wouldn't they? They'd normally have a couple of, like, stone lions.
I was going to go stone lions, yeah.
Which I'm not so keen on. But these, I just think, are lovely. I mean, just gorgeous. There's an elegance about this.
Definitely, and these work perfectly on, like, the 15-centimetre width card. So you saw me use that. I didn't really have to trim it off at all.
So this is, I mean, I assume this is like the 15 here that you've used for this, and just trim it accordingly if need be. 447500. Your item number on that one. Next up for you, it's our bride and our groom. Here we are. This is me and Claire in another world. We've got our horseshoe, we've got our wedding rings, we've got our little hearts there. We're just ready for our big band and our disco. We're going to have both of them.
Can we have cake? Can we have cake?
Absolutely. That's obligatory.
Okay, just
I'm going to get Anthony, that was on earlier.
Yeah, you can do the cake.
Karen Davis. He's going to do the cake.
Good.
He's going to decorate that. It's going to be brilliant. You know, Hazel, that's coming up in the next hour, she's going to do karaoke. It's going to be fabulous. She's like, yeah, brilliant to that. So this is your bride and groom. It's one of those things, isn't it? I love the fact that the bride and groom are separate as well, because we live in a day and age, and rightly so, where you could have groom, groom, bride, bride, whatever you fancy.
Yeah.
So I think to have them separate as well is brilliant.
Definitely. And it also means that, you know, like you say, you've got that, but you can... kind of layer them up different ways as well, so it works really well.
And I've got to say, the classic bride with the veil, the dress as well, it's that sort of quintessential silhouette of a bride, isn't it?
It is, so it's got that detail in there, but it's not so specific that you're like, oh, that's that's not me or that's not my friend. It's
generic enough to be sort of widespread, but it's still beautiful enough to be loved by everybody. If that makes sense.
We've done it in certain colours and it's looked quite kind of quite old-fashioned, quite kind of
vintage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I do think as well with something like this, I mean, it's just gorgeous. It could be quite fairy tale. If you wanted to go down the sort of happy ever after ending route, then that I mean, I think could work for that as well.
Definitely. A bit of glitter with that would be great.
Oh, a glittery bride. Is there going to be glitter on our wedding day?
Loads of it.
Loads of it, I'm in. 198264 is your item number on that one. Then finally for you, it's this one, isn't it? This is the other fabulous pointy little edge that we've got for you here. This is gorgeous. I mean, I've got to say, either way this works to me. Is that it doesn't matter which way you put this, whether it's side, top, middle, bottom. I mean, it works all the way. It's giving me almost like sort of, you know, like minaret on a castle kind of vibe.
I was going to say that kind of like Moroccan-y type
Aladdin,
Moorish
Persian
look.
kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, do you know, honestly, you and I could talk to you all day. 026298 is your item number on that one. $14.99 for your fabulous daisy edge die for you there. So you have a little taste, or the little hint of the floral there as well, which is lovely. So those are your dies from Pink Frog. Everything's on the website, so do check it out in the brand shop, of course. Let's take some more items as well. We've got our glue. Pink Frog glue now. Tell me, Claire, does this stick everything?
It does stick everything. It is an absolutely fabulous glue. So
Has it got a quick grab?
It's got a quick grab. It's also archival, so it's pH neutral.
Oh, nice. Who doesn't like a quick grab?
So
538442 is your item number on that one. That's your EVA glue. 225 millilitres, sorry, for you there. Next up for you, we've also got our quick stick sheets, if you'd like to go for these. $9.99 is your price on the quick stick sheets. It's 952250 is your item number on that one, if you would like to go for that. And then another one for you as well, we've got our fabulous embossing mat. If you would like to go for the embossing mat, this is your fabulous easy embossing mat. Why is embossing easy on the easy embossing mat?
It just means you can take your metal dies that you'd normally cut with and emboss with them. So again, for a small investment, you're taking what you've already got and making it more creative and giving like more life to anything you've got, really.
Which is what you want, giving it longevity, getting your money's worth, which is all important,
and it means you can kind of tie things in. So where you've got a die, but you want an embossed look to go with it, you can get that to match. Whereas sometimes you'll have an embossing folder and a die, but they don't quite go together. This solves that problem.
Thank you. I'm all for solving problems. 166978 is your item number if you would like to go for the easy embossing mat. There you go. Good size on that, nearly 15 centimetres by nearly 20 centimetres as well. Excuse me. Right, what time is it? Stop, it's Hamer time. Back to Claire Hamer and her fabulous demos. You're dancing. I love that even more.
Oh, definitely. Always dancing. I've managed to shut the drawer and I can't get my ink pad out, but that's fine. There's a new one.
Have you got it? Is it there?
It'll get there.
See,
no.
I can't run around and help you. This is driving me
no,
insane.
I'm
there
good,
you go,
I'm good, I'm good. There you go, we're so organised.
No, but it's good. I love when you come with your chest of drawers. It's brilliant.
There you go. So, linen card, I thought we'd show you some techniques on it. So, we're going to stamp on it. So, this is our Lily stamp from our Lily set. This is a beautiful set. So I am going to stamp on it. I've put a little bit of masking tape across because I want to put a sentiment on it. I'm going to do quite a simple version of this morning because obviously we're a little bit pushed for time.
Are you on again later, Claire?
I am. I'm on at 1 o'clock.
Oh, nice.
So this is our masket. So all I've done is stamp that same stamp onto masket and basically cut round it, so I've fussy cut it.
These are so clever. So basically, we've got sheets of masket this morning, actually. So if you want to go for them, basically it means you can stamp onto them, cut it out, pop it over your stamped image on your card or your project, whatever it may be, and then you can colour around it, and you're not going to get any sort of mixing up of your colours and your backgrounds.
No. So what it does is it kind of layers things as well. So this will layer this behind here. I've got one of those there, so I'm going to pop that there. So it means I can layer stamped images together, but I can also put like background around it and keep quite a lot of white space, which we'll see.
If you do want to go for 10 of the masket sheets, $9.99 is the price. Basically, they're all A-size sheets of what the lovely Claire's using at the moment. Do you want to see a picture? Go on then. There you go. There's the picture of them. 976566.
And we'll just pop one little leaf on there for now.
See, I think these are real confidence boosters as well, masket sheets. Because you can build up your design and it always looks professional, nothing sort of, you know, you don't get any lines crossing.
Yeah, it's something that it just makes you look way better than you are. And who doesn't love that? So to do the background, I thought we'd do, I've managed to smudge that a little bit.
It's like a crafting filter,
but we're going to
isn't it?
prop, so these are some of our Pearly Wink sprays, so we do these in collaboration with Pearly Winks. So this is the set of 7 that we do with them.
So what are they called, Claire?
These are Pearly Winks. So
Pearly
these
Winks.
are the Wink Vibes, so they're just nice bright colours. So I'm just going to...
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Oh, hello. I've got some of that on there. There you go. I am going to use a little bit of paper towel just because normally I like to let these dry as much as possible.
So this is going to like to blot it out.
Yeah. I'll have a little bit more. A little bit more orange. There you go. That's better. And a bit more pink. It doesn't need a bit. There you go. So that will just create a background straight away. So even though these are, you know, quite wet, they work fine on your linen card. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab one of our bigger background stamps. This is the alphabet stamp from Typewriter Editions. And because I don't want all of it, I'm just going to dab it into my ink pad. And it looks quite scary at this point because you're going over kind of your images and you're like, oh, it can't be right. But because you've got your mask kit and you've got your tape on, you're absolutely fine. And you can get into all those nooks and crannies. Because I don't need this to be kind of perfect, I'm just dabbing it with, as you can see, just
so you
using,
can see that texture coming through now. It's gorgeous.
So, you know,
it's kind of subtle but strong enough not to be sort of, you know, wishy-washy and hidden.
Definitely, it's beautiful. And then what we can do
Claire,
is...
just whilst you decide,
Go on.
what noise am I making now?
Oh, not that noise.
That's the... No, it's not sellout noise. This is the rustle of a happy hour arriving. I know it's like 45 minutes in. I forgot. My apologies. This is your happy hour deal for the hour. It's your Pink Frog Crafts foam pads collection. Look at this. You get 25, or 25 by 25 of your 2mm foam pads. That's 1,000 of them you are getting here, all on this big roll. This is fabulous. It works out... Look, I love your sheet. It says 1.4p per pad. You can cut in a half. If you cut in half, it makes 2,000 pads. If you cut in a quarter, it makes 4,000 pads. This is just so useful. I mean, again, it's not one of those items that is ever going to be like, oh, that's a... Can I say sexy? I'm going to say it. That's a sexy item. It's not a sexy item. It's an essential item, isn't it?
And they are. I love them because I love a raised, like a full panel on a card raised. So for me, trying to put those little tiny ones on...
Too fiddly sometimes.
Definitely.
So that's your happy hour deal if you want to go for that. 902-461. Am I right in thinking that runs out in about 13 minutes at 10 o'clock this morning? Sorry, I know you guys have already found it on the website. Well done. Should have introduced it at the start of the show. Forgot. My apologies.
So to colour this, so I'm not great at colouring. I'm going to hold my hands up. So, but what I am going to do is... Literally, all I've done to colour this, and I'll show you the finished sample in a minute, is I've just put little dots of colour. So, literally, spots. That's all I am doing. And all I'm doing is I'm using the Pearly Winks to do this.
Now, they're on the website, the Pearly Winks.
Yeah, I've sprayed the Pearly Winks out. I've got sweet orange and magenta. And I am just dotting this through.
There you go. That's the Pearly Winks, if you'd like to go for those. There are 7 sprays. Do we have the colours of those? Because there is what a nice little 7 sets they are. Your colours are there. You've got blue graphite there. You've also got in that... Sorry, you've got blue... Grotto, sorry, blue grotto, my apologies. Sweet orange is another colour in there. Yellow you've also got the diamond pearl, anemone blue, cotton white, and then finally magenta. Those are your colours in there. 588034. Back to you, lovely Claire.
There you go. So I'm going to bring in one that I've done, so you can see when those little dots dry, it's just so effective, but you've still got that whiteness that you've created in there. And then I'm going to pop this onto
an expensive-looking card.
Little panel. And again, if I use the same colours that I've just used on my background. Again, I'm not having to buy a different coloured card. I'm just using what I've already got, and I love that. Is that the sound?
It's the sound of a sellout. Slate grey has gone. Well done if you got slate grey. No more takers. If any pop back, I'll let you know. We do still have the misty grey, but the slate grey has now sold out. Well done if you managed to get your hands on that one. Doug, it's another one. Take it away. Take it away.
It's very busy, isn't it, this morning?
Honestly, Doug should be on casters this morning because he's literally running in and out like an athlete.
So we've got our topper, so now we need a base card to pop all this on. So
I was going to name an athlete, then I realised I didn't really know one. There you go. Mo Farah. There you go.
There you go.
I was going to say something like Sebastian Coe, and I thought, do you know what, how old am I? Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
So we are...
Steve Ovett.
We're going to take this and we're just going to follow the instructions that you've got over there. But basically, we're going to score at 15.
So which card are we making?
We are doing an easel card with no mat.
OK, so we score at 21 centimetres, then at 15 centimetres from each end.
So 15, turn it round, and 15, and there you go.
This is fantastic. The other cards that you can make, because you do get full instructions with any of your card stock that we've got, including the white linen, which is brand new today. You get the easel card with no mat, the double gate fold, the side gate fold, the Z fold, the inverted stepper is there as well, your C5 pop-out card, your tri-fold, your pocket fold, your tent card, your landscape gate fold, and your landscape as well in the C5. Also, you get your details for your frames as well. So you are going to get not just the stuff that you need to make it, you're also going to get the know-how to make it as well with the stuff that you get.
So you'll see on this one that I finished, where I'd left that blank space with the tape, I've used that to then stamp our sentiment on, and I've done exactly the same on this bottom base panel where I've got birthday. So we've done exactly the same there. So I am going to get hold of some foam pads that we were just talking about.
Ooh, now if you want foam pads, it's happy hour. It's our happy hour deal. Runs until 10 o'clock this morning. Will this be popping up in the second hour with lovely Claire later, or will that be a different kind of...
I think we've got a different one for the second
one in that
hour.
Right, so quick sticks on this. You've got until 10 o'clock to get this happy hour deal, because after that you won't be happy. 902 461 is your item number. 1,000 foam pads on a roll.
So we've raised this up, so this will be our little stopper. Make sure you get birthday there. Oh, I've got a lovely shadow there. There you go. And pop that there.
These are lovely cards. These are what I call, other shops are available, but it's like a John Lewis card.
Oh, you know,
do you know what I mean?
the fact it'll still fold flat in an
card.
envelope, but yet, let's move all that out of the way.
What did you say about envelopes earlier? All of the cards that you can make with the actual folds, if you follow the sort of 10, go in just two different size envelopes.
Two different envelopes. So a C5 envelope, so would fit the kind of long, tall
the
ones.
Majority of them.
And then this would fit in a 6x6 envelope.
So that's good. Those are two classic sizes.
So, you know, as long as you're not making them too 3D, they'll go normal post as well. So, you know, if you're posting cards, always, you know, the things that us crafters are mindful of.
Yeah, postage can be a premium, can't it?
Yeah, so there you go. There's that little beauty.
I think that's gorgeous, Claire. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
708 655. Now, Claire, we've got about 5 minutes left on the show. I literally could spend the entire day with you, but sadly we can't. I'm going to go down the counter and let's talk about things that we've got here.
That's lovely.
Let's start with our white linen. Now, obviously, the actual texture on this, not always easy to see white on white, but Claire's actually done a little square here where she's put ink on it. This really brings the texture out. I mean, with cardstock like this, I mean, obviously there's so many different mediums that you could use to bring that texture out.
Definitely. So for me, there's kind of two things about this. Is one, the texture's there and you can bring it out, but also if you're using cards that have got a lot of white space on them, that texture just makes it more opulent and interesting.
Yes.
And adds an extra feature to it. So whether you do want to colour it with inks or sprays, or you want to leave it white, it does all of that for you.
It's a design function, isn't it?
Yeah, it ticks all those boxes.
This one proved to be very popular. I'm not surprised. Brand new today, 708 655, the item number. 40% of a good stock has gone. It's only $16.49 as well. I mean, I love the fact you've got 50 sheets there, and each of those sheets is 15 centimetres in width, 42 centimetres in length, and that's per sheet 33p you will be paying. That's pretty good, is it not? Next up for you, the only grey that we've got left on the show. We lost the slate grey. This is the misty grey, if you would like to go for this one. Also, 40% of the stock has gone on this. Look at that pearlescence. You don't get the bulldog clip, I'm afraid. But look, you can see you've got that beautiful pearlescence on there, which is stunning. I love the fact, I mean, this is what I love about pearlescent cardstock. It's one of those things, and cardstock in general is great, but when you have pearlescent cardstock, it gives that extra kind of, and that extra design feature again, that extra bit of interest, as the lovely Claire said just now. When you are using this on the on your cards as well, I'll just show you a couple of samples here. So this one's been made by Katie, Glittery Katie. Is that officially her name?
Yeah.
That's a great name to have. So that's Glittery Katie that's made this one. I don't know who's made this one. It doesn't say.
I think that's Anita.
It's gorgeous card making, but it shows you whether you are using your die cuts, whether you are using your heat embossing, whatever it may be. The grey works perfectly. 840108 is your item number on that one. Now, to finish the hour, a happy hour. Are we going to have a happy hour at our wedding, or is it going to be all day long?
Oh, all.
Should we have a free bar?
Full weekend.
Should we have a free bar?
Yes.
Let's do it. Free bar at the wedding.
Let's start saving.
Well, we're not paying for it, are we, really? It's pretend. So free bar for all. You obviously hashtag drink responsibly. If you would like to go for this, it is the happy hour deal. These will run out in about 5 minutes' time. It's about 9:55, isn't it? So, yeah, 10 o'clock this deal will run out. 902-461. Why would you recommend this, then, lovely Claire?
I love the size of them. So, again, for me, I like lifting full card fronts off, but then for more detailed things I can just snip into them. So again, I've got everything I want in that one product.
And this is it. I mean, 100, that's a lie, 1,000 of the pieces for you here, 1,000 of the actual foam pads. I mean, that's going to give you some dimension on your card. I mean, if you want to go multi-layered with your mats and your layers and things like that, you're going to get great dimension on your card with that. Well worth going for. It's one of those items, pop it into your basket with your other items. It's your happy hour deal, but that price is only here of $13.99 as opposed to $16.99 for the next 4 minutes, and then it will be gone. Claire, can I say thank you? I have thoroughly enjoyed our first show.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, it's been brilliant. So thank you so much. You're back at 1 o'clock this afternoon with the lovely Catherine.
Yes,
I think it's Catherine you're with.
Catherine.
With the lovely Catherine this afternoon. So make sure you join Claire then, but do shop on the website between now and then and go and pop the items into your basket, because remember, with all of the cardstock, bar the white linen, when they're gone...
They're gone.
Thank you, Claire. When they are gone, they are gone. So it's worth grabbing them now. Right, from me, Nigel May, I will see you after the break with another fabulous guest, with another fabulous show here at the Craft Store. So let's have a look what's on the menu. Later, it's the Brother Embroidery Machine One Day Special with Becky Cole. Karen Davis Moulds with the fabulous Anthony coming up next. But after the break, it's Julie Hickey Designs with the lovely Hazel.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Good morning and welcome to the Craft Store. My name is Nigel May, and what you are looking at is a rather beautiful selection of samples from a brand new collection from the fabulous Hazel Eaton as part of the Julie Hickey Designers series. Big names in the crafting world right there. And I'm going to say, if you are looking for variety, if you are looking for celebration, if you are looking for craftability and you are looking for a great price, then my friends, you are in the right place this morning. Getting its first airing here at the Craft Store this morning. It is your More for the Girls. And of course, if we're doing it for the girls, we've got to do it for the boys as well. More for the boys, you've got stamp sets, you've got some stencils in here as well. It's a huge collection, it really, really is. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? My name is Nigel. It's a pleasure to be with you. We're busy on the phone lines already. We knew we would be. Let's take you through everything that we've got here. Let's meet the lady herself. I'm really pleased this morning. I'm getting to hang out with very cool people. Hazel Eaton, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm great, thank you.
It
Yourself?
is so nice to see you again, because it's been a long, long time.
And I was just working out, and I think it's been about 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
Well, I'd
Yeah.
like to think that neither of us look a day older.
Definitely not.
In fact, we look younger. I'm going to tell everybody we do. Let's talk about this, because this is brilliant, because obviously the fabulous Julie Hickey, who I adore. If you're watching Julie, good morning. You love it. Oh, she's emailed in. I love it. Good morning, Julie. I love Julie. She's fab. So I love the fact that Julie has her own range, but I love the fact that you are there under that umbrella of Julie Hickey Designer Series as well. What was the inspiration for this collection when you put it together?
So this is part 2. So in October, I brought out part 1,
which we have
on the counter, and all of these products here work alongside or independently. They don't, you know, if you haven't bought into the first collection and you see in the second collection thinking, oh, actually the dies work really well with the stencils.
They do, perfectly sized.
Absolutely. It all is designed to work together, so it's an add-on to increase it in size to make it more versatile.
Is it a complete angel policy if people want to make things to
make and sell
fund their crafty habit or whatever?
Absolutely. Just fill, or I'm going to say it, I did hear you say it, but it is well known, just fill your boots.
Do you know,
make
I'm
and
going to say
sell.
this, do you know where that phrase comes from? I've said this a lot.
Go on then.
When it's not the nicest thing. It comes from when soldiers were in the trenches in the war.
Oh no, don't say it.
And they weren't,
I know what you're
they
going
weren't
to
allowed
say.
to go to the toilets, they had to fill their boots. There you go, that is where it comes from, that phrase.
I am not saying that again.
There you go, now we know. Every
for
day's
it.
a school day. Let's go through this, exactly what we have here.
Yes.
Where should we start? Should we start at the top? Let's start with this fabulous stencil, the Happy Birthday stencil. Something like this I love, because immediately your background is there sorted.
Absolutely.
It lends itself to mixed media straight away as well.
And there's so many different techniques that you can do with it. So whether you're just inking through it, you can start using your brayer and inking it up and running it through your die cutting machine. You can be embossing it with your easy emboss mat. And that one there, you've got heat embossing on it. But
Absolutely
it just adds
gorgeous.
that different touch to your background and makes every card individual.
Do you know, I'm going to say the same thing as I said in the last show, actually, with the lovely Claire just now. I love the cards that you bring in, because they're all, you know, no matter how much detail they have on them, they're all clean.
Yeah.
They are really, really clean, and that seems to be a real style with you, I've got to say that.
And do you know what, though? Everybody, or the design team, have made some absolute stunning samples, and everybody has their own little kind of
signature kind of style.
Like I can spot Julie's work a mile off, and she can spot mine, but I was never aware that I had a style, because I like mixed media. I like clean and crisp and simple, and I love construction. But she says I've got a style, so if this is my style, I quite like it.
I'll tell you what you have got, Hazel.
Go on.
Queues on the phones.
Oh, wow.
That's what you've got.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, gosh, over 20% of the stock has already gone. We've only just begun. Hello. It is a Freedom membership price as well, which is brilliant. So it's worth actually being a Freedom member just for this alone. It's down to $54.86, and that's including your P&P, because obviously you've paid for your monthly membership to the Freedom, of course. If you would like to go for this one, 624137. Let's talk about the stamps as well. The stamps I love. You've got a focal point there. You've got those little extra touches that you do so well, Hazel.
Yeah.
You've got the sentiments in there as well. You've got a little bit of something to, well, fill that space on the card.
Exactly. Now, after the first collection, in my mind, I knew I'd got bits missing that I wanted to add to. So, for instance, I hadn't got a boy or a girl stamp because I wanted to be able to put birthday boy and birthday girl. So we've got those on there. We've got those gorgeous medleys of words and numbers to fill up that background, to build your whole projects up. The little stars, the numbers fit in there perfectly, and the same on the ladies, on the girls set, they fit in the circles so that you can then personalise it with an age. Look how stunning the medley of numbers looks, just embossed on there.
I love the fact that you've obviously thought about everything coordinating together, but in the same breath, there is kind of like a real sort of like wonderful random nature to the images that you have here.
I wanted to try and make it so that it was easy for anyone to pick up that stamp set and just make a random kind of background, that it could be the focal point or it could just fade out, and it's personalised and it's different, and it's not what you can buy in
And
the
it's
shops.
not too daunting.
No,
absolutely.
And
this is unique.
It's simple, and I always explain myself as a lazy crafter because I want quick results and I want it to be from... I'm going to just pull this in.
I'm not going to say a lazy craft, I'm going to say a clever craft.
OK, so this piece here is a piece of waste card. So it was an A4 white piece of card that I die cut some stars out of, and I thought, whoa, I'm just going to add some stamps on there, and I just got stamping away. I did it in a quick little live. It took me all of 10 minutes, and then I die cut some bits and just pop them in the middle. But how effective it could be, a picture, it could be. I can't bring myself to chop it up, but in my eyes it's 3DL cards.
Yeah, I can see that. There's actually that in a frame would be gorgeous. Yeah. You said you did that on a live. Is that on your Facebook page?
Yes.
Where do we find you on Facebook?
So I've got Hazel Eaton Freelance Demonstrator. And also I do lives on Julie Hickey Designs as well.
Fantastic.
So yeah, always lots of ideas and inspiration going on
Which is what we want. Now let's talk about the dies in this collection. Remember, over 20% gone already. I can smell a sellout in the air. It's approaching. If you do want to go for the dies, they are included in the set. Do we have everything individually as well, or just in the...
Everything individually as well, I'm sure.
Lovely. So we've got something for every pocket. The stamps and the stencils are together, and then we've got the dies as well. Now let's start with these stars. Stars I love. They're celebratory. They are jubilant. They are. They can be angelic, they can be heavenly, they can be Christmassy. They work for many different occasions.
Even from new baby right the way through to anniversaries and beyond.
I love the samples with the stars.
I know, I love stars too, and I know it's called All About the Boys, but don't feel that they can't cross over. There's lots of samples that I've done with the girly colours. They just work.
Stars are for all. I mean that's great, isn't it? As a dad card, I've got to say, I think that's phenomenal. Even down to those little touches of the stars as well. I mean, if you wanted to do something like this, I mean, using obviously one of the dies there that we'll show you in a moment with the little stars dotted across there, that's a gorgeous. I mean, it could be a Christmas card, winter wedding card.
And I must thank that those ones are from Marion Emberson. We've got Kaz Council, we've got Philippa Lewis, I hope I don't miss anybody, Emma Smith.
I would try and show as many samples as I can during the hour.
And obviously Julie herself, the
lovely Julie, the legend, the lifetime, the Julie. We love her, we do, love me Julie. So 624, excuse me, 624137. A quarter of the stock is now gone. A quarter of the stock has gone. Don't forget with that Freedom price as well, you have got your flexi-buy options, two flexi payments with your flexi-buy of $27.43, including your P&P. That's 624137 is your item number on that one. That's brand new today for all of those. Complete Angel Policy. Now, if you did miss out on any of the previous fabulousness from Hazel, it's all on the website, of course, which is thecraftstore.com. So do check it all out there. If you put, obviously, Julie Hickey Designer Series into the search there, it will bring up the brand shop, and then you will find everything that Julie and the team have to offer. Right, now we need to see Hazel in action. So, Hazel, do you want to take us through what we've got, my lovely, and show us some fabulous things over in your demonstration area?
I will indeed. So I wanted to start off with just showing you a few boards, because I feel like I've got so much information to give you, and I don't want to miss anything. So I've just die cut a few of the stars just so that you can see using different techniques, so using it with the stencil and embossing and inking through. I love all of the little layers that I've given you to stack up. Now this works perfectly hand in hand with the stencil set as well. You can die cut it from behind, but these ones are embossed in. That's using your easy embossing mat and then gilding wax. There's so many different techniques, whether you want to cut them on foam and build them up, the choice is yours. But the most interesting thing that I wanted to show you was with the fern die. So I'm sure you can see that from there. This fern here is completely flat, and I have printed that from the mask that comes in the stencil set from the first collection. And then on this side I have cut it with the gorgeous delicate die, so it just shows you that it mixes and matches and works for both of them. So if you've done mixed media and you've done some texture paste through, you can cut it out with that outside line die, and that goes the same for the small one. We've also got some additional little dies in the fern set which I have got on the main board, but I just wanted to show you the difference there. And then I've just die cut the ferns as a shape, but I wanted to show you with the stencil how versatile, and I'm wishing I hadn't cut them in ferns now because it doesn't look like a lot of space, but I thought it looked pretty. So this one I've just inked straight through. This one I've actually inked the back of the stencil and ran it through my machine, and then this one is a little bit of both, kind of married together. But then you can be doing it on black card with your oxides, and the same with embossing powders. So lots and lots of different techniques to bring in, I was just looking for that card and it's not close to me, to bring in lots of different backgrounds. But look at this.
That's gorgeous.
This is black cardstock, and I've used the die to print in. That's the back side, and then you've got that beautiful embossing folder look. What about if you want to go onto your copper metal foil? That again, it's just embossed into there. This one blew me away a little bit, I have to say. This is leather.
Wow.
This would make the most beautiful handbag charm. Now I flipped my leather over and I've back-to-backed them so that it had got a good side in on both sides. But I was just having a little bit of a play. This one's just heat embossed with black, and you can spray on them. And there's just so many different options, and I need to show you one more thing and then I will make something, I promise. This I absolutely love. So that is just a little bit of alcohol ink on mirror board. I put the stencil on there and then use the blending solution on a brush just to wipe over. How effective is that for a background? With some stars on. I just didn't get time to get the stars done, but there's just so many different options for you.
But this shows the versatility of the collection. I'm determined to show as many samples as possible as well. You get yourself ready for that first demonstration, Hazel.
Thank you.
A third of the stock virtually has gone already. I could be looking at a sellout on this one before the end of the hour. Just to show you using those ferns as well, some of the fabulous dies that have been made for the samples as well. I mean, just beautiful, each and every one. Whether you are, you know, really flamboyant with the design, whether you keep it a little cleaner, it's entirely up to you. Use them as silhouettes, whether you actually cut them out, whether you stamp them, ink them. Remember, we've got stencils on the show as well from Hazel's previous collection. Everything will work together, but however you use these dies, however you use the stencils, however you use the stamps in the collection, everything will work together to make an end result which is absolutely beautiful. And as Hazel said before, very generously, a complete angel policy as well. Right, let's get the inspiration over to Hazel.
Okay, I'll show you what we're making actually. So I'm going to start off with this one, and we're going to be using the stencil, we're going to be using the dies, and then some of them gorgeous background stamps. But I do like to finish my cards inside as well. But you can see how just popping the I always point the wrong way. The numbers in the stars, they're so cute, you know, everything is going to kind of work together. So I'm going to start off with a little sheet of black card, and I'm going to place my stencil, so not back to front, the right way on. And I'm just going to make sure I've got a straight line, and we will just pop that through.
Now, whilst you're popping that, I do believe Julie emailed in. Did I hear that at the beginning? Do we have Julie's email ready to go? Which is very exciting. What did Julie say? Oh, she said, fabulous to have Nigel presenting. That's very nice of you, with the lovely Hazel, who is adorable. Can't wait to see the amazing inspiration. You know you're going to get that with Hazel. She says, the design team are amazing as well. I've got to say, yes, first time I'm seeing these cards. They are absolutely gorgeous. She can't wait to see Hazel in action. So for you, Julie, and everybody else out there, back to Hazel.
Okay, so I've embossed that, and I've got like a little raised area. You're probably not going to see much of that. So we're going to bring that out. So I'm going to just use some gilding wax. It could be, in fact, I used it. Oh no, I'm doing this one. So you can use gilding wax, gilding paste, luster polish, but anything that I've got to hand. The first thing that I do when I gild is take off all of the excess off my finger so that I can pretty much just run over there and get a seamless kind of. I'm going to go some gold as well. It's probably not even showing up yet, so I'm going to pick the gold. So nice and light, and just run that over, and that is just going to pop out the detail.
Oh yes, you can see that detail coming through.
Is it actually coming out now? Thank you. Right.
Are you one of those crafters then, Hazel? I'm detecting already that you love to give everything a try.
Yeah.
You're very experimental with your crafting.
Definitely. Yeah. That's part of the fun, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm just going to turn that round. It is important to take it off the tip of your finger as well. And if you do get any finger marks and rubs, don't beat yourself up. The stars look lovely over those marks.
You can always camouflage a fingerprint with a star or a butterfly or a piece of fern or whatever you fancy.
So just picking out that detail. I love how you've got the solid middles to your P's and your D's and your A's. It just works lovely.
It is lovely, that doesn't it? How did you and Julie become... how did you end up working with Julie as well? How did that come to be?
Do you know what? We've known each other for years and years, going right back. Probably, I can't even think. My mind is blank. I don't know how long, but we've always been very, very good friends. We have worked together with other companies, but yeah, I feel so privileged to have done this collection with Julie. She is absolutely lovely, and
she is legendary.
She's got her own unique, quirky style, and I love it. I love working with her.
She's also jolly nice. I'm going to talk about her as if she wasn't here, because she's not. So I suspect she's watching. Yeah, just a really nice lady.
Yeah,
just really clever and talented as well when it comes to craft.
Absolutely. So I'm just adding a few colours. Now, if I was at home, I'd be taking a little bit more time. I'm going to spritz this over as well.
So what we're using here?
This is Pearly Winks Diamond Pearl, one of my absolute favourites. Those of you that know me know that I love this. Oh, love it. And I know it doesn't take long to dry either. So I can just give that a quick blast. And then I'm going to take one of my stars and die cut. So because I've already done my gilding wax, I know I'm not going to lose any of the detail when it goes through my machine.
Hazel, 40% of the stock has gone, just whilst you're passing it through the machine. Talking of the stars, I'd love to show some more samples for you as well from the fabulous design team. I mean, just beautiful. Using those stars however you want to use them, whether it's in conjunction with the stencils, the stamps, or the dies, they are going to work rather beautifully. I mean, I love that card. That really is sort of celebratory. Makes me want to be 6 again, which was obviously a long time ago. You can see you've got your happy birthdays there. That's rather cool. I mean, isn't that lovely? I mean, that could be a Christmas card, it could just be a birthday card, anniversary card, call it what you will. A thank you card. I mean, again, stars work for every occasion. That background there. Did you do that one, Hazel?
That's Julie's. Again, alcohol inks on, I think, acetate, maybe, or vellum? If you pull it at the corner, you should just see.
That's Julie of the Hickey that did that.
Yeah.
We love her. Also, we got for you. You can see they're using the frame and the glitter around the actual star there. That's rather fab. This one, really bright and Technicolor, I love. Also, it's not just about cards. I mean, something like this as well. If you wanted to make like a little, almost like a little clutch that you've got here with all these fabulous folds and flaps and bits and pieces. These are using the papers. These are using the papers that we've got coming up on the show actually as well. But you can see, just wonderful. Loving that complete angel policy. You can make what you like. Hopefully, some inspiration there for you. Back to the lovely Hazel.
Thank you. The work that's gone into that is absolutely phenomenal.
It's stunning.
That's made by the lovely Philippa.
Philippa, yes, Philippa. I'm loving that.
So I've just die cut a star. Now I've taken the biggest one. If I just bring my book in, just so that you can see, I store them all together there. So you've got the large one, you've got a skinny frame, but you'll get the inside one, skinny frame inside, skinny frame, tiny little star inside, and then you've got the gorgeous lattice one, and then these starry ones. These kind of match the patterns on the stencil, and then you've got an array of other ones. So I'm just going to pop that to one side. I did go ahead then and cut this one too, and we shall look at some elements. I'll come back to this and we'll build the base of it up, because I just want to start stamping. So
Nothing wrong with that, Hazel.
No, I'm going to use some black VersaFine for this. I'm just going to keep it quite simple because it's more of a kind of metally card, and we'll move that out the way because it's got gilding wax. So I'm going to open up. We have got more for the boys and more for the girls, and I'm going to just pick a stamp and not actually worry too much about anything, if that makes sense. The more you think about things,
the more complex it gets.
It is. It's harder.
I do think as well, this is a great set. I mean, a great collection. If you are new to the world of craft, oh, by the way, half the stock is gone. If you are new to the world of crafting, I mean, this is not too daunting. You've got a little bit of everything. It's a bit like a selection box. You've got your dies, you've got your stamps, you've got your stencils. So it's like trying a few different things.
Yes. And I wanted to give as much as I could to make your life at home easier. Just so that you've got all of the tools in one place. And I've got all of my collection in one folder, and I absolutely love it. I know that when I pick this up, I've got everything to my fingertips, from my stencils going through to my stamps, all the way through. That's from the first collection, and then I've got my 2 die sets.
So how do we find out that? How do you make that? That's so cool.
So there are tutorials on my Facebook page.
So that's Hazel Eaton, freelance demonstrator. To make stamp storage and die storage. There's 2 videos there. But I have to. Cool. I know I'm making a card, but I have to do it. I've got to bring you this in. One of my good friends and customers made this. She said it's for your collection, and it's so special. And she's done this for me, and it blew me away. What's her name?
Her name is Donna Smith.
Donna Smith.
Donna Smith. If you're watching, Donna, thank you so much. But it houses everything for the collection. So I've got my glosses, I've got my stencil. I'm never going to lose anything because it's all there labelled. Look at this.
That's
now,
just gorgeous.
I promise I will talk about this on my social media after the shows. But it's just, look, it's all about the girls. It's all about the boys. To have all of your collection catalogued.
But that's one of those things, you've got a fashion to it, but it's a function. Yeah. You've got everything in one place.
Look at that. All the papers in there as well. I adore these papers. These are great for stamping and die cutting too. So I'm going to move that to one side, and I'm going to stamp.
I was going to say, your design team.
Good.
Can I just show you another couple of things up here with the stars as well? Just to say, I love this at the back. I mean, this is gorgeous. I know Kirsty, who's managing the floor on this show, she was loving this. She's thinking it's fabulous, and I can see why. Because, I mean, that could be for, you know, again, birthday, it could be for an anniversary, it could be for your Christmas, it could be whatever you want. Also, loving this. I feel like these are Elton John glasses. They're not. They're just a couple of stars, but they are rather fabulous.
So clever.
They not? Da-da-da-da-da. I love these. They're fab. Oh, there you go. I can actually see that you're on my face right now. There you go. Oh, it's me. Back to Hazel. Love those.
So I've started off, and I've used the Happy Birthday medley and then the number medleys around the outside, and I'm going to start and dib into a few of my previous sets, because there's certain little stamps that I want to add in. So I've got my little trio of stars, don't dip your finger in, and I like to just add a few of those around.
Hazel.
Yeah?
60% gone.
Wow. Oh my.
This is good.
Okay.
I mean,
it is good.
Got the
it's
individuals,
amazing.
but if you go for everything together, especially if you are a Freedom member, you have got the best price.
Yes.
Might have to do some phone calls in a minute. Excuse me, can we have some more stock? At the moment, though, there is no more stock, so when it's gone, grab it now before I have to tell you it's sold out.
Right, so I'm just going to carry on. I'm not going to do too much, but I just want to do enough that you see how easy it is to pull all of the sets together. So I'm going to use, from the new one, we've got a gorgeous star, And I didn't bring any card there, so let's just grab a little bit of Super Smooth.
So a star always makes me happy. 'Cause it does symbolise so much, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just going to stamp a couple of stars there because I can then pop my age in. So, I don't know, we're going to go for, I'm going to put 50 on. Don't know why.
Are you feeling that 50 vibe?
Well, it is this year.
Is it? Oh, is it the big one this year?
Yeah.
Are you planning a party?
I'm not really fussed about a party. What I really, really want is a holiday.
Oh, nice. Well, maybe combine the two.
Yeah.
Holiday and party by the pool.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
That would be good.
If I can get my son...
I've got to say, I had my 50th a few years back, and I was a bit like, oh, should I have a 50th? And I'm so glad I did, because it was brilliant.
Yeah, I had a 40th, but not a 50th. Because I'm not there yet.
No, you're not there yet. I was just saying that'll be why. Yes.
I don't know why I said that.
I've not had a 60th yet. I'm planning it, but there you go. But that'd be, yeah, you've got to have a 50th.
Yeah.
But I think that'd be nice if you're on holiday, around a pool, cocktail bar, obviously hashtag drink responsibly.
Absolutely.
All of that would be great. Can I come?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've just put a little bit of sparkle on this background. Realistically, I should dry it, but I'm going to go with it. And we're just going to start and build this up now. So I have gone ahead using the same technique and cut myself some of the other stars that are in the set so that I can decorate around with those too. And I'm just going to add that on. But it just gives a different kind of background, a different look. And I went ahead and did one of the gorgeous lattice. Now this one, you can actually put round any direction and it gives a different look each time you spin it. So me being me, it's going that way because...
I like the lattice star. It's one of my favourite parts of the collection.
It's really different, isn't it? And it's funny because when I designed this, I actually physically cut all of that out with a craft knife, and then that was the model for the die. It was, and the stencil.
So how far in advance do you have to work? I mean, obviously this collection is getting its first airing at the craft store today, but I mean, were you working on this like a year ago or?
No, not at all. It actually came together quite quickly. I think I started looking at the first collection in May, but it didn't actually get launched until October.
See, that's lovely then, isn't it, when you can get something on air and out there for people to enjoy really quickly.
And then after October, that's when I hadn't even started anything for the second, so we're only in February. It has been, in fact, it was meant to come to air in December, so it's been ready for quite some time.
Well, I'm glad it was delayed until today, because that means I get to do it, which I'm very happy about, to be honest, because it is gorgeous. You're loving it as well. How much of the stock has gone now? Two-thirds. Two-thirds of the stock has gone now. Very busy for this one. It's 624137. 3 ways to order. You can order via the phone lines. Of course, the number will be on the screen somewhere. Does it pop up on the screen, the number? It does, doesn't it? Also, of course, you can order via the app, which will take you to the website, or you can go direct to the website, thecraftstore.com. Back to the lovely Hazel.
So I've just taken the Happy Birthday. This one is on more about the boys set, but again, it was something that I wanted in the same font that I'd done for the stencil. So it just gives a really, it's just a nice chunky. And
it's that kind of like type font, isn't it? You know that when you used to get ticker tape and stuff like that.
And then I'm just going to quickly heat that.
Generic for all genders as well, which I think is lovely.
Yeah. Pop that on. And then I've also cut out and layered up ready because I was trying to, again, cram too much in. But I will, actually I love that in white.
Can I just say as well, we've got a whole array of samples. I might have to move over here. I don't know, I'm just going to walk and see if things follow me. Basically, we have got a whole array of fabulous samples over here as well, which are beautiful. There you go. Sorry, I'm going to apologise to our lovely director, Shay, so I'm just wandering off. There you go. You'll get used to it. These are just beautiful. I mean, I love it. I mean, again, you can see people have done like tags, and you've got some beautiful cards. You have got some books in here as well. I mean, the colour scheme on that. If you're a West Ham fan, which my son-in-law is, he would be very happy with that. Look, your claret and blue. But that's just fab, isn't it? What else have we got for you in here? We've got, you can see beautiful cards. Your design team have obviously adored working with this,
They
Hazel.
have, yeah. I mean, I say they're not my design team. That sounds like I haven't got a design team. But it's Julie's design team, and we all work together, and we all, it's lovely. We've got a nice little group, and, we just share everything in there.
But I think you can see the joy that has come through from the making the samples, because you know, stars always celebrate, as I said. But I mean, you know, bright colours, or even if they've gone down a sort of more sort of like grungier colours route, like this card over here, it still works.
Yes, exactly. I love that one.
It's gorgeous.
So that has got Pearly Winks Colour Pops sprayed on it. I made that one myself, and I loved it with the white, and Julie's Sweet Pea alphabet die with the star. It just works.
Now, the Pearly Winks, I'm learning, because I know I had Pearly Winks in the last show with obviously Pink Frog.
Yeah.
Are these Julie Hickey Pearly Winks that we're talking about now?
No, sorry, I will make myself clear. So Pearly Winks are a brand, a company that make the sprays. They've got some wonderful products, and
everybody loves a Pearly Wink.
Absolutely.
Lovely, I've learned. Thank you.
There you
Back
go.
to the lovely Hazel.
Everyone loves a Pearly. Right, so I'm just going to use some pads and raise this one up.
Now I can hear the phone going in my ear. You know what that means? That means phone calls are being made about stock levels, because obviously the stock at the moment, about 60%, in fact, no, we said 2/3, didn't we? It's probably heading towards about 70% of the stock now has gone. If you would like to go for your more for the girls and more for the boys, from the fabulous Hazel Eaton, under the banner of course, the legendary Julie Hickey Designer Series, if you would like to go for yours, you are going to get those sets of dies. You've got the stars in there, you've got the ferns, you've also got the sets of stamps, of course, you've got the fern stamps in there too, you've got all the happy birthday, the wonderful script, plus you get the stencil. Everything marries together to make, as Hazel is proving, the most beautiful cards.
Okay, so it's just a case of adding in your little embellishments all the way round just to finish off. I've got one little... Did I stick that on? Oh, I did.
Now, Hazel, I have news.
Go on.
Every bit of stock that we have is now being loaded onto the system. We've got a little bit of extra.
Okay.
I think, you know, I don't know whether it was Julie that did the. It was Julie. Julie's done it for us. She's got us some extra stock. But as legendary as Julie is, she wasn't able to get a huge amount of stock.
Okay.
So literally all the stock that we have is now loaded onto the system. Of that stock, we're already looking at 70% being gone. What time is it? 10:30. We are here till 11:30, and then you've got another show later, haven't you?
Yeah.
I hope you can tap dance, because there'll be no crafting to do, because everything will be gone.
Okay. That's lovely. It means the world, because obviously it's quite scary stuff when you design your own stamps and that.
But I've got to say, I mean, you know, I know you and I are sort of reacquainting ourselves with each other after a long time today, but when you see somebody that obviously loves what they do, and then you see what people make with what you've created, that must be such a satisfying thing, Hazel.
It's wonderful, and it makes me so happy. I love sharing my inspiration, and I just love craft. I love what I do, and I love sharing it, and it makes me happy. And that's just it.
All about the share. We love a bit of share. If you would like to go for your fabulous collection, busy on the phone lines, of course, 624-137 is your item number on that one. So if you want to go for that, pop it in your basket now, because remember, 70% of the entire stock, literally the entire stock, has now gone. And don't forget to use your Freedom price if you are a Freedom member as well, giving you that lower price. And we've got Flexi Buy as well. So you can, I love it when that spins round. You've got the Flexi Buy as well. It's brilliant. It won't do it on order though, will it? You've got the Flexi Buy. I love a graphic to play with. They're fun. Then literally 70% of that stock is gone. Now, some more things to pop into your basket. Can I just check as well? Does it work that when you put other items into your basket with something that's Flexi Buyable, everything becomes Flexi Buyable? Yes, loving that. I did know, I just wanted to check. So basically, you can put some other items into your basket with that, if you're going for your Flexi-Buy option, and spread the cost. These are some previous things from the fabulous Hazel, but everything goes together. All work standalone as well, so if you've just got, you know, a little bit of money to spend today, not a problem. But if you want to, you know, invest a little bit more, everything will go together. These are the stamps to begin with. Now, this is the All About the Girls. You've got 36 stamps for you here. This is part one of the collection. Now, again, just to show some brilliant samples of these. They work with every colour, and I will say they work, the way that these go together, everything marries together. The circles, we've got the sentiments, and we've got things coming up that will sort of go over the top or go inside and work with these. Everything is size to perfection, if you like. So you can see you've got your sort of pastel-y design, or pastel colours there. That I am loving. I just think that is gorgeous. I mean, bright and breezy and beautiful. Whoever made that, Philippa. I'm liking Philippa stuff. I've spotted a lot of stuff and I'm thinking, oh, that's Philippa, love it. You can see there with the greens as well. So going for like your one colour family and it still works to perfection. The lovely Hazel was saying earlier as well, of putting things on the inside of the card. I know this is like an easel card that we have here, but if you wanted to put things on the inside, again, you've got lots of elements across this collection that will allow you to do that. 536312 is your item number if you would like something for the girls. Now, of course, guess what we've got next? Kirsty, if we've got something for the girls, what are we going to have next? The boys. I love the way she raised her hands up. The boys. Very excited there. This is the boys stamp set that we have for you. So you can see exactly what you're getting. You've got all these words. Obviously, you've got words for the family. I mean, you have the same with the girls. Obviously, with the girls, you have granny and great and girlfriend and fiance. With the boys, you have got things like boyfriend, daddy, father, in-law, partner, cousin, nephew, step. I love the fact you've got a step in there. Always happy to have a bit of step in there. Husband, dad as well. You've got to my 2 hours, so you can do to my fabulous husband, to my wonderful daddy, whatever you fancy really, you've got them in there. Also you can see you've got your stamps, you've got your circle again. Beautiful designs. I love the way the design is sort of correlated throughout here, Hazel, as well.
Yeah, and the great thing is if you do have all about the girls and all about the boys, you can cross-pollinate over the two, and it could be to my wonderful son and daughter-in-law. Nice. So come Christmas, weddings, whatever, you've got it covered.
You are covering all people and all bases.
Yeah.
And that is all good. 873786 is your item number on that one. Price-wise, only $14.99. Phenomenal price. Next up for you, this is gorgeous too, our sentiment circles. Now, you know I said about everything fitting. You know you had like these circles in the previous ones. These circles will fit the previous ones as well. So you can actually mix and match again. In here for you, you've got with love, you've got happy birthday and just for you. Also, if I just show you on the board here, you can see the actual little wording that we have in the background is actually the same wording. So you've got the happy birthday across there, but then you will also have the happy birthday in the background as well. So you can see everything will correlate together. The same with love and the same down there with just for you. You've also got you are a star. You also have on your special day, and you also have Happy Christmas as well. Plus, on top of that, you have all of these extra bits down here. These I am loving, these little corners, these little sort of smudges, these little extra sort of embellishment-y bits, if you like. Embellishment-y bits, if you like. There you go. Well, yeah, this proves it perfectly, because it's all about the shapes. It builds up to make the most interesting background, both on that card that you see there around the circles, and this one where it's built up more of a kind of, almost like a collage that you have in the background there. Beautiful card making. I mean, again, Emma, you can see that card that Emma has made there. This one from Kaz that we have as well. And then this one, this is beautifully pastel pink, pastels. This is made by somebody called Hazel. I hear she's very good. There you go. 636050 is your item number on that one. Next up for you, I'm clapping this because this makes my life so much easier. These are your papers. Now, obviously, your papers are going to be, size-wise, we're 8 by 8, aren't
8 by 8, yeah.
So 8 by 8. Now, there are 170 GSMs. They are going to be great for die cutting. Now, what you actually get is you get 2 of each of these. So you can see. So you can see there, we've got, 9 across the top. So you're going to get 2 of each of these design. That is the one side. And because they're double-sided, that is the other side. So you're going to get 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those as we go across there. Then we go to the bottom, you can see the bottom row 3 and 4. That's where you've got the 2 sides again. So that side there, that will have that on the other side. And there's different looks. So we go across, everything is different, Hazel.
Everything is hand done. I did every single sheet by hand. I had them all laid out and then they went off to be printed. But the bottom row is a wider plank for you, and then the top ones are a skinnier plank. So I wanted to give you lots of kind of open space too to create, because these look amazing when you stamp onto them.
I mean, I love that weathered look as well. I mean, it lends itself to sort of distress cards, steampunky cards. I mean, whatever you fancy, really. Again, let's show you some of the samples that the design team have made. I'll fold that up afterwards. That the design team have made, because they're just lovely. I mean, here you can see them. Is this like chipboard that we have on here?
It would be black cardstock. She's probably just die cut it a couple of 3 times.
Yeah, so it's quite thick. I think to be put together.
Yeah.
That's just
and then
gorgeous.
glossy accents on the top just looks divine.
I mean, this is stunning as well. This has been made by Julie herself.
Now that is one of Julie's signature cards. She loves doing the 9 square cards, but all the different colours of on there are all from the papers.
So a couple from Philippa there as well.
Beautiful.
And then you can see this one again from Julie. You can see it going for the gloss on the top there as well to add a little extra interest to that. And then a couple of final ones as well. 951690 is your item. The $12.99 your price on that for the 36 sheets of the paper there. Right, next up for you. Now, you know what the lovely Hazel was saying before about everything matching together. Now, if you're going for the collection, obviously you get ferns and stars. About how much of the stock is left on that collection, by the way, now? 3/4 gone. I can smell that sellout coming. These are the perfect stars and, of course, the perfect fern and foliage to go with this. This is your stencil and mask set that you're actually getting here. So, Hazel, explain the idea of this, because obviously you've got your bits that come out and the bits that stay in, but they both provide a function, don't they?
They do. So what I wanted on this one, we'll start with the stars, say. All of those masks, the separate bits, I wanted you to be able to lay them down on a piece of card and spritz over them and layer them. So that little cross, there you go, so that bit that you've got there, that demonstrates it perfectly, whether you're just going to ink round with a blending tool or you're going to spritz over them, you can emboss them, you can print them and stamp them. Then, if you start layering up onto the grid, there's it embossed, divine. I just wanted lots of versatility and just showing you how they just built and layered up.
Now, it's not just the stars you're getting, you are also getting... Oh, I didn't realise I had that upside down, my apologies. You've also got the fern as well. I mean, this is just stunning. And you've got these little extra bits and pieces. I love the fact that, I mean, you could have just left that blank, but no.
Fill it.
You are filling that hole, aren't
Yes.
you, quite frankly?
Definitely. So this one, for me, it was all about the mask because I didn't want to lose any of the detail. So that heat embossed and ran through your machine. The detail's amazing. But then you've also got that background. I think it's that one that you've got there. Is it? It's hard for me to see across the studio, but there's one of them samples where I've used the background and then I've dropped the mask inside it. So it gives you a bit of detail. I think it might be that one.
It does feel raised. Would that be?
Yeah, maybe.
And this one, can we say, is gorgeous as well? I mean, look at that.
And
just
again,
beautiful.
So now, knowing what we know now with the dyes, you can see that, oh my word, it's going to just like transform what you can do. Being able to die cut those, whether been heat embossed or texture paste or it's the delicate dye, it just works together. 557870 is your item number on that one. If you'd like to go for all of those, $15.98 is your price. You will notice there's lots of fabulous samples around the studio, so I'm going to try and show as many as I can, but they're just gorgeous. Finally for you, this one, if you'd like to go for these is your classic. Look what you've got here. Ooh, these are your wonderful layers, frames and banners circles as well. 21 dies for you on this one. These, I would say, are your essentials. They are, because the whole collection started with this die set. I looked at it and I designed everything to fit around the smaller dies in there. Now, when we launched, these just went absolutely crazy and we sold out.
They're pretty busy today, Hazel, I'm not going to lie.
We bought them back for the first time this year. I think it was, well, it wasn't long ago, and they sold out again. So I know that we're very, very limited on those at the moment.
Stock is dwindling on these, $15.99. Usual price is $18.99, down to $15.99. So obviously you do have a special price for today. But as Hazel was so rightly saying, these were busy last time and they are busy again today as well. 98709. That's gorgeous. 095 is your item number. That's like a shield. I feel like it's coming out like Gladiator or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gladiator's ready. 987. If anybody of a certain age remembers that.
I used to love that.
Oh, so did I.
That man.
Who was your favourite gladiator?
Yeah.
I used to love Jet.
I can't remember the names, but there was a good one or two.
Say again?
I said there was a good one or two, but I can't remember the names because it is years ago.
Trojan was always quite...
Ooh, that's
Trojan
a nice
was
word.
very easy on the eye, yes indeed. Anyway, we digress. 987095 is your item number if you'd like to go for that. Is it time for a demonstration? I think it's time back to our crafting gladiator. Here's Eton.
Okay, so I'm going to start off this time with, that's the piece I was looking for. We're going to use the stencil, and at the beginning I said about inking up the stencil. So I've chosen an ink, a I can never say it, Villainous Potion. And I am just going to bring in a bit of card so I don't get too messy. And I'm going to get my stencil and flip it over. I'm just going to ink up the back of all of this stencil. just using my brayer to move that around. I absolutely love doing this because you can get 3, 4, 5 different prints off of this.
Yeah, and everyone's going to look different because you're going to get it more and more
exactly.
gradient, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm going to run a couple off before I use the piece that I've got cut down to size. So we'll pop that there, and I know what's going to happen. It's going to be not as big as I want it to be, but we'll go for it. In fact, I'm not going to emboss it. I am just going to run it through. So there's my card. Let me put my mat on for you. So I've got my card there. I'm going to place that on the top. And I do, that's my card blank that I've now got dirty. Let me just get a little bit of card to put on the top.
Now we are getting busier and busier. Remember that collection, the stock is loaded, but it is dwindling rapidly. 3/4 of that stock has now gone. A brand new collection today from Hazel Eaton, under, of course, the umbrella of the brilliant Julie Hickey Designer Series. I love the fact that you've got a little touch of everything in here. The fact that you've got your dies, the fact that you've got your stencils, the fact that you've got your stamps. Everything will coordinate together. It will work with the collection that you've seen from before that is back with us again today. But, of course, it will work as a standalone as well. And, in fact, everything is individually available too. So if you just have a little bit of pocket money to spend with us today, then there is something for everybody. So do head to the website, of course, thecraftstore.com, and check it out there accordingly. Back to you, Hazel.
Okay, so this is my first print. Do you want me to... Ah, there you go. And if I just bring these ones in, look, so that would be my first print, my second print, my third print, and my fourth print. Wow. All very, very usable. So I'm going to be heading for around this area, so I'm just going to pop this back through. In fact, I'm going to take that out and just...
You strike me as a girl, Hazel, that wastes nothing.
I've got boxes. Where is it? This little box here, this is my kind of... I've die cuts apart from the leather. It's all the little bits that I've got left over, look. Because I have so much fun die cutting and trialing different bits with alcohol inks and heat embossing, that I know that I will use it.
But that's the experimental joy of crafting, isn't it? It's like trying things, seeing what's what. I mean, I love the fact, you know, you're using your dies 1 minute on card, the next minute on leather.
Yes. There we go. So this is the background that I'm going to use, but they are going nowhere because they will be used, all of them. So I'm going to pop that to one side, and I've got myself a card blank. But just to finish this off, I like to just ink around the edge. Take some of that colour down, and I'm a bit worried because there was another colour on there first, but it will be fine.
And obviously blending brushes and things like that, again, check the website for those. They're all on the website, lots of things there. So do go and have a good old browse around today.
Okay, so this is just to draw your eye in a little bit. Okay, and then we will attach that. I've just got myself a little card blank, and we'll pop that on. And then we'll have a look at the fern die.
See, I bet your friends always expect a rather fabulous birthday card from you, Hazel.
Do you know what's really, really funny? I don't really very often...
You don't give them to them.
If you looked around this set, namely on the back shelf, but please don't get it because you'll all laugh, they're actually written out to the family, and I say, well, you can have it, but I'm having it back.
What, so some of them are actually written?
So look at them two at the top, to my husband, yes. 100%.
Oh, that's hysterical. That's hysterical. Look, so this is using, obviously, the To The Boys we've got on the show today, for the boys. So there's the card, which is lovely. And I thought, oh, a lovely sample. No, it's, well, it is a lovely sample, but look. To my Paulie, happy birthday, lots of love, Hazel. I'm assuming that's your husband.
Yes, I call him Paulie because he's always been Paulie.
Because that's his name.
He's my partner in crime.
Oh, that sounds good. Your partner in craft, which is lovely. And who was the other one for as well? Let's
well, that's for him too, but from the girls.
Oh, is this from the daughters?
Yeah.
Becky, Katie and Ben. Oh, well, and I assume Ben is a boy. There you go. So Becky, Katie and Ben. How nice is that? So lovely. Again, you can see, look. Do you know, I'm liking you. Frugal. It's like you give them and then you take it back.
Correct.
That's the way to do it. Back to you, Hazel. What's next with the demo?
Right, so I've gone ahead and cut myself the backgrounds for my ferns, and I've also, look at that on there. So I've just added a little bit of the Villainess potion, and then I'm going to add these two, but they just stand off beautiful.
They're so detailed, these ferns, aren't they, as well?
I mean, I was blown away when I seen that I could cut through the leather with it.
I do think with ferns as well, you know, with ferns, it's like people always, I mean, you sort of think autumnal, but no, I think ferns are all year round.
Botanical, and I just love them. And when I first got them, I got stuck on mowed lawn as a colour, and I kept making, and I was just like blown away. I just loved it. And then I thought, no, do you know what? I'm going to go a bit wackier and start introducing some pinks and purples and multicolours.
I love it when you see the ones in real life, you know, they sort of curl up at the end.
Yeah.
They have those like funny tendrily things on them sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, so I only stick the centre because I like a bit of movement on my cards. And then
so you like to give it dimension?
A bit of dimension, yeah. So let's put that there because that's done. Now, these little bits here, these are great little fillers. Just checking I've got no more. Here we go. I'm just going to ink those up quite solid because I want them to stand out really well against what I've already got. I haven't even showed you the card.
Lovely Hazel, is it 2?
I'm back at 2. How are you? Oh,
we've got about 7 minutes left on the show. I'm guessing that. I'm saying about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay, so let's just bring in some of the stamps. But before I do that, just a quick wipe because I don't want that going on the back of my card.
Because I will say, I don't know whether all of the stock is going to be back for the next show, because obviously things are dwindling. The main collection, as far as I'm aware, we have pretty much everything on the current dispatch. If you would like to go for it now, then it's going to be, what, 70% gone, did we say? Yeah, 70%. In fact, over, says Katie, producer, and she knows everything. She sees it all. So over 70% of that stock has gone. She's like the guru. She looks at the screen to tell us all. 624137 is your item number on that one. Also busy, I will say, a lot of the collection actually. The papers are busy, the fabulous circular dies that we've got, the stencils on their own are busy as well. So it's worth popping things into your basket if you can. And remember, if you pop it in with this and you are using the FlexiPay option, then of course you can split the entire basket, the entire order into bite-sized flexi-buy payments. Back to you, Hazel.
Okay, so I've picked up one of the fern stamps from the All About the Girls, the original collection. We've got a nice size one there because I've got a little panel down here and I just want to put a few little bits of fern down there, and then I'm going to skip back to the new set, and there is a beautiful, it says you are such an and you are such a, and I'm going to put you are such a.
Well, this is it, because sometimes you need an an.
Absolutely, because you want an amazing or a fabulous.
Yes.
So we're going to have...
You can't have amazing, can you?
No, you can't.
Because it would be wrong.
You can't. I'm also going to get friend, but I'm going to stamp that first so that I know what space I've got to play with.
I mean, I love it that you've got the superlatives on there as well. I mean, obviously with the girls, you've got beautiful, amazing, loving and gorgeous. With the boys, you have got fabulous, brilliant, wonderful and awesome, which is great. But the fact that you've also got like Nana and Granny and Mummy and Girlfriend and Fiancé, things that we don't always have.
Correct. I just wanted to try and fill the gaps. I've picked fabulous here because I've got, realistically on this one, this is darker than the colour that I did on my sample card, and on my sample card it showed it brilliantly, and against this purple it's not standing out to the best, but do you know what? You're going to get the idea. So you're such a fabulous friend, and then that leaves us that we can start and add on some more stamping around here. So I've got this gorgeous kind of, I need a bigger block, we'll use this one, trails of lines. I love this one, so I'm going to use the same VersaFine.
And this is this stamp is from the main collection?
From the main collection, and you can just stamp down and cross hatch and build. I don't mind if I don't get full stamps of it. I just want a little bit of something going on.
So that's lovely, because it's like you're building this frame, and I think whatever you put a frame around, it showcases whatever is within it perfectly.
And when these bits go on, you know, you're just going to see portions of it. So I always keep these to hand and keep having a little look and coming back to them. Now we've got a gorgeous medley of little words here. And it says things like loving, gorgeous, beautiful.
Now these are great because these are like almost like little collages of words, aren't they?
But really great for a background. So like, I'm going to nestle that above those, and it just adds in to what we're doing. And I'll just put another few little bits on here. So just off the edge, and realistically, you do that before you mat and layer it, and then it won't go on your white card. Or what you could do is put a piece of card up close so that when you stamp across it doesn't hit your card. I'm learning lots of things today, aren't I?
I'm learning more than you are, quite frankly, because I'm loving this, watching you in action.
Right, so we're ready to start and lay our pieces on. Now, using our stencil, I have gone ahead and I've got myself a happy birthday. If I get that, you know the piece that I've put it to one side, it's very safe. You know the bits that I'd stenciled? Can you see this happy here?
Yes.
That's this one here. And I've just chopped it out, and then we've got birthday. So the way that I did it would get a piece of card and ink it, and then ink over straight on, and it just gives you that darker, right. So it pops out, and then just cut that out.
So it's like cherry picking the actual area that you want on the stencil.
Absolutely, and there's lots of different sizes on there for you to play with. There's also one more little stamp, because I do love this one. Well, I love them all. This is the hard bit.
They're all your babies,
Just putting a few on there is heartbreaking. So I just want to make sure I've got a couple of these nice little circles floating around.
See, the circles I like, they're almost a bit like, you know, when you get coffee rings on the table.
Yeah.
I love that kind of sort of steampunky, distressed kind of look.
Yeah, love them. Okay, so for this, I'm going to pop some foam pads on, and I know I'm going to run out.
Well, do you know what? If you want foam pads, you know where to go, the website.
I know.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah, please.
Lots of them there. Julie's foam pads. Oh, hang on. Claire Hamer to the rescue.
I know. I left my...
She's running in, obviously, in a studio etiquette safe way.
It's,
just bring them in, Claire.
You're fine.
Bring them in. There you go. Thank you, my darling.
Thank you.
There you go. See, that's all about the sharing, isn't it, which we love.
I've got a big roll like that. But
just wait, you don't need it now. You've got Claire's.
I know. But it's I always forget something. It's just the way my brain is. I just forget.
Oh, you and me will get on very well.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add a few of these little accents in. I bet we're really going to run out of time.
We've got a couple of minutes left, which is fine. Don't you worry, my lovely. Obviously, people can carry on ordering after the hour, but the lovely Hazel is back at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if you do want to order anything, especially the main collection, because that is obviously over 70% gone now, and the stock on the current dispatch, when that is gone, it is gone. So obviously, if you want it before anybody else on the current dispatch from us here at the craft store, then please grab it now. 624137 is the item number. 3/4 of the stock is now gone. Your Freedom membership price on this one, to everybody else, it's £60.95, but we have a Freedom membership price, which will be, is it going to flip round to the blue? There you go. Oh, no, it's still red. Oh, there it is. It's gone blue. Hurrah. Of 2 payments of £30.48 if you want to use your Flexi Buy. But the price, of course, for that would be, what was it, £54.86. A minute left, Hazel. For anybody that's still doubting themselves and thinking, like, I can't do what that lovely lady does, what do we say to get them over that hurdle of confidence?
You can. Don't be so critical of yourselves. You can do it. Just take it nice and slow. And, yeah, just have fun. At the end of the day, it's a piece of paper, and it's all about the process, isn't it?
It certainly is. Hazel, can I say I've had an absolute ball with you.
I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I've really enjoyed it. There is the gorgeous card that Hazel has made, of course.
And here's my pink version.
Just beautiful. Stunning cards. And it is, of course, an angel policy as well if people want to make them. Hazel's back at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks to the lovely Julie Hickey as well. A, for emailing in, but B, for producing all of this fabulous stuff and allowing Hazel to do her thing. I'm going to be back with you in an hour, I think, if I remember rightly. I've got the fabulous one-day special, of course, with Becky Cole. But the delightful Catherine Sturrock is coming up next. She's with Anthony and those brilliant moulds that you may have seen earlier. See you later. Take care. Bye-bye. So let's have a look. So later, which is in 2 hours, we've got Pink Frog Crafts with Claire Hamer. In an hour, we've got the Brother Embroidery Machine one-day special. But coming up after the break, it's Karen Davis Moulds with Catherine and Anthony.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Have you been with us throughout the morning? Now this show is all about moulds, some fantastic moulds as well, not just for your crafting items but for your edibles as well. Now you might have caught the 7 o'clock show this morning with Anthony and Nigel. If you didn't, you will be able to get that on rewind at some point, but of course stay with us for this hour. Let's welcome back Anthony right now. We're very excited about these moulds, aren't
we are like two kids in the sweet shop.
We really are.
Without doubt. We're the mouldy couple. It's
look, sure
in a nice way.
The mouldy couple.
But yes, we both absolutely love moulds, and Karen Davis moulds to me are just so easy to use. The silicone they use is just so flexible. It makes it as if you've never ever worked with moulds before. You are easily going to be able to produce some really beautiful projects using the moulds from Karen Davis Sugarcraft.
Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about Karen and her company.
Yes, Karen runs a company up near Liverpool. Her and her daughter Alice produce all of the actual sculptings for all of the moulds, apart from things like the antique brooches, etc. But everything else is actually sculpted by hand and then transferred into moulds. The company's been going for about, I think, 15 years.
Wow.
But they are really, really well known in the craft industry, and they have won awards also for their moulds. But I looked at some of their moulds one day and I thought, do you know what? I'm gonna ring the craft store and I'm gonna see if we can actually bring Karen Davis to the craft store, and that's where we are today.
Fantastic. Well, if you've never seen Karen's moulds before, definitely don't move a muscle. If you have, or if you've bought and you've made with them, please do let us know. Send some pictures in, studio@thecraftstore.com, and of course if you've got any questions as well. Now earlier on, well, our star of the show, shall we say, in the 7 o'clock show was this one. Now this is the vintage brooch. Now you've just mentioned this one, Anthony. This is one of the rare ones that hasn't been hand sculpted.
That's right. I do believe that Karen was actually on holiday and she went into one of these antique shops and she saw these brooches and thought, wow, they will make the most amazing moulds. So that's what they've actually been cast from. It's actually the original antique brooches. Now the great thing about that is because they have actually been cast from sort of like semi-precious stones, they do actually have a sheen to the mould. Now this will enable you, if you use resin, to actually cast clear resin in the moulds, and it will look exactly like a gem. You'll still get the play of light as you would on an actual gem, so you can be doing that.
Look at that, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I'm holding another sample, we'll have a look at, I'm sure, in a second as well, but looking at the one we've got here, Anthony, that just works so beautifully. Is that real rope as well on there that's been...
No, it's not real rope. Well, actually, it is, but it isn't.
Is it a Karen Davies mould?
Because the Karen Davies mould, we've also got that one on the show as well, and because it's actually been cast from real rope, then that's why it gives that absolutely brilliant look.
Oh my
so,
word.
you know, a lot of these things have fooled my boys at home. They're like, oh, you know, this has been made, and especially the driftwood that's also in the mould. They look at it and think, goodness me. And that's the great thing about all these moulds. The detail in them is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, so how clever, Anthony, that you've created from that piece of rope and formed a circle there, so
yes.
It's seamless, isn't it?
You know, we'll actually just show that one, even though I don't think I'm actually using that one in any demonstrations. I'll show actually how to do that particular technique of taking it out and just moving it along.
Clever.
And again, you know, like all of the things I try to do, there's no sort of really visible join as well.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit of a knack to doing that, but it's easy.
Do you know, I've spotted something else with this one as well. If I just hold this other sample up, just so I can pinpoint exactly what I've... it's just a thought in my head. Looking at the mould as well, if we look at the bottom one here, I should imagine, and I don't know because I've not seen the original pieces, but they must have been pearls or some sort of jewels in there. I reckon you could drop pearls or gems or beads into the mould and then put the clay or the resin over the top.
Yeah, with that, yes, you
so
could.
It would hold it in place.
Wow.
And then you can still go with your gilding and all those other bits and pieces. Oh my word, you need this one. Well, lots of you going for it as well. Do you know, I'm just going to find... Oh, I might have to just pinch this packaging for a minute. Because you do get the inspiration sheets as well. Now, don't forget, these are also food grade. Originally, Karen was all about cakes and decorating cakes. So you can go for these. Obviously, a different set if you're going for, of course, your crafting items and also your food grade, your food elements as well. But just some inspiration there. We've got lots of lovely inspiration, actually, with all of the packaging. And there's one in particular that also gives you a recipe. We'll come back to that. But this one here, only £18.49. How many impressions have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's at least 10, and then there's the Karen Davies, if you want to put that on there as well.
Yes.
Wonderful. 936 630, almost a quarter of the stock has now gone on that one. Brand new today, of course. Very, very useful. Oh, you could recreate that jewellery, couldn't you? Make your own brooches, your necklaces, your pendants, and use those for your embellishments as well. Now, staying with the jewellery theme, this next one, now I do believe, Anthony, that this was also cast from an original piece of jewellery.
Yes, it was. So again, if you want to put in your clear resin, that's going to act in exactly the same way because it's got that shiny finish on the silicone. When you actually pour the clear resin in, it's not going to give you that frosted effect where a lot of other moulds will. It will give you the look of a real gem. You've also got the pearls there as well. Although it is in the design of a swag, you can, before it's actually dried, you can actually like straighten it out as the sample card that actually come with it. That's actually got a picture of it. But I basically just pop that around a terracotta pot, just to you know, upcycle it. But indeed I could have just gone with a straight line as well, and you'll notice where the joins are on that I've also used the brooch mould on there as well.
Yes, very clever.
So every single mould in this collection just works so well together.
I'm just going to lift out, oh look, I'm knocking things over now, lift out the inspiration sheet again, just so you can see. This obviously is on a cake, but we've seen the pot there that Anthony's created with, of course, the clay. Yeah, absolutely seamless, again, if you want it to be, but use those separately. And also, with your fondant and also the air-dry clay as well, if you didn't want that sort of swag effect, you could straighten it out as well.
Yeah, it is on the second tier of the cake, actually, on that picture there, Catherine.
Let me just show, oh, they did, so they did, look at the bottom. Can we just point this one out? That is so clever.
And it does look like a completely different mould, just purely because it's been
That's
straightened
probably why
out.
I didn't spot it, even, yeah, even I didn't see that.
No,
but of course, taking those individual elements from the mould as well, using those separate gems, you know, you've got lots of possibilities with that one.
And the great thing I like about this, because of the swag, when you actually look at the mould itself, it's got quite a lot of extra pearls actually around either side, so that's going to enable you to either sort of like cut them down a little bit if your swag doesn't quite fit the item that you're decorating. So just bear that in mind. You can like cut them away once you've actually cast it to make sure that it fits the item that you're going to be decorating.
I've just noticed the little droplet there as well. I didn't even spot that the first time around.
There's so many little bits on there. It's,
there is,
really,
isn't
really
there?
great one.
Every little facet shows as well. Beautiful. 269523 is the item number there. Now, coming up next, I think we're going to see this as part of a demonstration. I think Anthony's going to bring in lots of different moulds, actually, into the demonstration. But we've got these beautiful swans in. It's not just the swans. You've got those florals in there again. Once again, Anthony, I can see you can create those seamless extensions there of those beautiful roses.
Yeah, exactly the same way. So like I say, I'll actually, because we're not using the rope mould actually in any demonstrations, I will demonstrated in that. But yes, like you say, you can also use the same sort of technique to actually extend the border there, the rose border. You've also then got the one with the beautiful flowers and the ferns coming, which is a really nice mould as well. Again, these are quite large moulds. This one is particularly deep, and the reason it's deep is because you can make some cookies with it. You're also going to be getting a recipe in there as well, and it's tried and tested. Dare I say it's childproof?
I've seen it's tried and tested at your house.
Yeah, I think it was about 60 times he tried it, and he proved it right every time. So, yes, I won't say who ate them all.
These are
but
gorgeous.
But yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Do you know, and you've got the left and the right of the swan as well. We're
Yes,
just looking
you
at the
have.
samples that Anthony's put together. I love the little crown. Actually, I really like... Oh, dear. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's just... something's falling over next door. Let me just turn this around so you can see those cookies as well. Now, this is important as well. If you do get the recipe sheet, if you're going for this one, and you create those cookies, it's made specifically so that it holds all that detail. It's not going to spread too much.
Do you know, that was the thing. When I first started, because I've seen other recipes put into moulds, when they come out and they cook and they rise, they don't look anything like the moulded piece. So I was a bit dubious, I've got to admit. But when my son did it, I thought I'll let him have a go, and we'll see what they come out like. And seriously, the definition and the detail that you get once they've actually been cooked is still as good as the original mould.
Still tastes absolutely delicious because I got to try it when Karen was here. There we go. 707309 is the item number for this one. Absolutely gorgeous. That price as well, $21.99. You look after these moulds and these are going to last you. They really, really are. When we see them in demonstration, you'll see why. Now, we have got queues on the phone lines at the moment, about 3.5 minutes long. They're working very hard upstairs. I've been up there myself today. That's what I bought. Yes, more than once. And yeah, just go to the website if you possibly can, because that is the quickest route, of course. But yes, do hang on in there. We will get to you as soon as possible. Now, there's still more to get through. We know we've mentioned this one already. You're loving this one. It's busy already. I adore this, Anthony. Honestly, the rope. I genuinely hadn't realised you created that from this mould.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yes.
And those shells, and what I love about the driftwood as well is you've got the depth there as well, you've got the width of these.
Yeah, you have, and with the driftwood, like the rope, you can extend that as well, Catherine.
Yeah.
So it hasn't got to be that height, it hasn't even got to be that width. And the great thing I love is there's actually 3 separate bits of driftwood as well. So if you're making a cake, or indeed a mixed media project, if you have like the same item going round and round again, it looks fake.
Yeah.
Because you've got the same piece going around. With this one, you can extend them, you can add a knot into the wood. It just really brings out, will help bring out your creativity in creating something that's completely and utterly unique to you.
Do you know, just one panel of that would make a fantastic tree trunk.
Yes.
And you could shape it and curve it and then add some leaves. And we've got leaves in various moulds as well. Do always look at every bit of detail in these, because sometimes, like with the jewellery piece, I didn't spot that droplet, you'll start to see that there's more in them than you first imagine. £21.99 is the price for this one. I can't get over these prices. They are amazing for the quality you get in here. 061354 is the item number. Now, of course, you want something to go into the moulds. There's lots of different things, but if you've not used the moulds before, maybe the air dry clay is the way to go. Nice and easy to use. We've got a double pack here for you. So there's 200 grams in each, so in total you're getting 400 grams. I always have to stress that Heart is Soft, when it comes to this air dry clay, is professional grade. Absolutely fantastic to work with. You do not ever compromise on the detail that you pick up from the moulds. Just $17.99 is the price for both of these, and 400 grams will go a long way as well. Now, we do have the coloured clays. If you want to mix those colours together, of course you can blend everything. If you go for the pick and mix, if you think of the magenta, the yellow and the cyan, the blue there, think of the Inca prints, you know, that you do. Those colours, the primary colours, and the black as well. But you can go for any 3. Multiples of 3 if you want to go for more than 3. Just $13.99 for that choice of any 3 pick and mix. There we go. Right, now we've got some more molds to tell you about as well. The little bow. Well, I say the little bow. It's not so little because you've got different sizes on this, haven't
indeed.
you?
There's 5 different sizes on there, and this is a really deep mould. So, dare I say, if you want to be making a cookie out of that really large bow, then yes, you can do that. But it's the detail in them again, and like I said, they've all been hand sculpted originally by Karen and her daughter. Some of the moulds will actually have their name on, so I can see ones here that these have all got Karen's name, but I know that I've had previous ones and they'll actually have Alice's name in them, so you know. So that's what I really like about it. It's got that nice family touch to the whole business, and like I say, they are all designed and sculpted and made here in the UK.
Fantastic. Well, just $19.99 if you want to go for the bows. 526002. Very, very useful. Now, the next one, oh, this is a stunner. We've got the sugar flower garland. So if you want those swags on your cakes or around your gift boxes, again, break this one down. You've got individual florals there as well. First thing I notice here, Anthony, is you've got that gorgeous swag, which again, you can reshape if you're using the clays. But the individuals, you can overlay them if you want as well. And
that's why I almost decoupage it up, as you would, you know, I don't know if that's a technique or the name of the technique, but yes, so I decoupage up as you would paper. And also they're really good for like joining 2 swags together, maybe just like put a larger flower where the join is so you can't see it. But again, it just works so well, and because it is the shape of a moon, you know, one of the samples was very inspired by that. Love you to the moon and back.
Oh, that is clever.
It's just something really clever. It's just looking and stepping back from the moulds.
I've spotted something else. Now, the hearts, are they made from the same with the
Indeed, yes, they are. You can use the larger mould as well. That's also available on the show. But basically, just cast a little bit, and then just using some cake or cookie cutters, whatever shape that you've got, you can then be cutting into that. So don't just think like the larger mould that's on the show can, you know, just be used for a border. It can be used for loads of other things. Maybe you want to cut lettering out of it as well.
That's
you know, it's completely endless as to whatever, you know, as I said, was it the only limitation to creativity is your imagination, and it is very, very true.
It is exactly that. I'm thinking about wedding invitation as well. Just one of those little hearts would look lovely. Keep it simple. Beautiful. Only £16.50 for this one. 279867 is the item number. There we are. Now, I've got to say, I think this one is my favourite, this next one. It's hard because I love them all.
Yes.
But, do you know, don't look at this one and think, I'm a little bit scared of it because it's so big. Think about cutting it down or taking those shapes again.
Absolutely.
Or, you know, cutting into thinner strips, taking the flowers out individually. You've got those flowers on the end that are individual, but you could take any area of that mould. This is absolutely beautiful.
Yes, you can. And the great thing about this mould is, you know, especially if you're doing things like mixed media projects, if you were to cast yourself all those tiny little flowers individually, because as I said earlier, you know, I have seen other moulds out there and they've got individual flowers. It would take you ages to produce something like that. Maybe just a border around a mixed media piece or just as a background in sections. This is going to be such a useful design. Where it comes to upcycling furniture, you can be doing an entire drawer front. Go back to the show at 7 a.m. this morning and I showed you on there how you can join all the pieces from that, literally just by pressing the clay into the mould, lifting it off, moving it to a different part of the mould, adding some more clay, and you know, it's literally a seamless transition from one piece to another piece. So you can make this as large or as small as you want, and as we've said, you know, cookie cutters and that are going to really come into their own element when you use it with this mould.
Absolutely good. Maybe that's why this is my favourite, because you know I love to do the furniture.
You do,
and I can see that because you've got pieces of furniture with tiny little panels or larger panels. You can use this. That could be the whole of a drawer front, actually.
It could. Yeah,
oh,
quite
there's some
easily.
beautiful door handles on there, or drawer knobs. Now, let me just show you the packaging again here, because you've got that inspiration. Obviously, this is a cake, but you can get the same effect with your clays or with your resin. You know, you clear resin, your coloured resins, and then of course you've got all those different mediums as well, and a clever way to cut into them again, get different shapes out of this. Don't just see it as the shape it is. $29.99, that is going to last you, and it's just going to be so useful for so many different reasons. 364816 is the item number. Now we've got another one for you as well. Let's have a look at this next one, because this is a very clever technique actually that you see in cake decorating, the brush embroidery. But this has been brought to us within a mould. So you've got that lovely detail there.
Yeah, and again, because it's like you say, it's originally done for cake decorating, a lot of people find this particular technique quite difficult. So Karen's made it easy for you and actually put it into a mould. Now with this particular mould, you're going to get lots of different elements. So you have got the ones with the leaves on there as well, if you just want an instant finish. But you can also customise it because it's got all of those elements actually in there that are like the separate flower heads and the separate leaves.
Yeah.
So you can get really creative. And the butterfly there down in the corner, that's also the same sort of treatment. It's got that brushed embroidery effect as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. Look at how many different impressions you've got here in this one mould. You see we've got leaves on there, the little filler flowers, the larger flowers. You've got the hydrangea on there, which is another one of my favourites.
12 in total.
Sorry?
12 in total.
12 in total, yeah. You see, for £21.99 you cannot go wrong. 440795 is the item number. And then finally, we just mentioned the butterfly. Of course, we've got the butterflies available for you as well. So let's have a look at the details for this one. There you can see you've got 3 beautiful butterflies there. Completely, in fact, you've got 4 because you've got the tiny one as well. But very different in design. And of course, you can shape these with your fondants, with your clays again. You don't have to keep them flat.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we're obviously, Karen Davis is really into the cake decorating, but, you know, you could be making, like you say, things like brooches. Now, if you're going to be wanting to make brooches, then I'd recommend you using the Medina air drying polymer clay, because that's a harder wearing clay. But if you're going to be doing your mixed media like we are today, then just use your hearty clay or your resins, and that's going to be perfect as well.
Gorgeous. There's no wrong and right when it comes to those mediums. It's just what suits that personal touch, you know, whatever project you're doing. £16.49 for the mould. Of course, you need that, don't you? 537550 is the item number there. Gorgeous designs. Do you know, without further ado, Anthony, I think we'll head to your end now.
Okay.
Demonstration time.
Right. So, as this one is proving very popular, which is the brooches, okay, I'll just show you how easy it is to cast. And I think that's what I'll do. I'll just cast a couple of different ones. We'll get the rope mould in as well. I'll show you how to extend that. Now, I'll just ask you a question as well, Catherine.
Okay.
Because obviously you've been using hearty clay for as long as I have, probably longer in actual fact, okay. So where it comes to the colours, okay,
Yeah.
I recommend that basically, as it's a pick and mix, I'd go for those 3 colours, because with those you can create any colour that you possibly like in the spectrum. If you want to darken those colours, then go for the black. But many years ago when I first started to use hearty clay, especially the coloured clays, when I cast, so basically I took the clay directly out of the pack, popped in a mould, I always found that my casts were very brittle.
Yeah.
So I've done a bit of research on that and spoke to a couple of people, and what it is although these are clay, the coloured ones, they're actually not really designed to be used directly into a mould. The idea is to actually mix it with the white hearty clay. So again, that's what I'd recommend. Then it will make your cast, once it's dry, still flexible enough to possibly bend around like a curved object. So that's out of the way there, just a little bit of a background there. Now I've got some clay. This is black clay mixed in with white, so that's why it's got that slight grey tinge. Now if you've never ever used moulds before, where have you been? But seriously, all you need to do is just get some corn flour, just dust it into your mould, okay, and the most important thing is also there is just to tap it out. The reason we're going to tap it out is because if there are any lumps of the corn flour in the mould, it will pick up in the cast on the clay.
Yeah.
So just quite simply, and this is where it gets really interesting now, because it's the reveal of any mould really. So just make sure you press it in really firmly and press it down.
No rolling pin required, Anthony? Just
do you know what?
fingertips?
I don't think you always do, unless the back of the cast is going to be shown, then yeah, I'd say use that. If you actually want to stick it onto things, and this will go especially for things like the air drying polymer clay, what I would tend to do, I would just get a tool, okay, and just go like this in the back, okay. Now the reason for that is, if you want to stick it to something and you haven't possibly got the right glues, you'd probably be able to stick something like that using a PVA glue, because it's got something to key to.
Yes, of course.
But that's entirely up to you. You know, majority of the time people are going to be using things like silicone glue or 3D glue gel, and that's going to be fine, good to go. Now to get them out of the mould, all you need to do is just flex. It's as simple as that.
You can see straight away,
so you can see
look at that,
straight
it's just
away.
going to drop out.
Now, because this clay has been sort of like outside of the pack for a little while, what's happened is the moisture has like evaporated and it's easier to use. So what I'd recommend is if the very first time you actually get your clay, don't just take it out of the packet and put it in the mould. Just let it take a small amount out and just let it dry for about 5 or 10 minutes. Then try it in the mould, and again, put your corn flour in there. There is another technique that I have found, because there are people who have been completely and utterly put off, especially with the very fine detailed moulds, and I say to them, pop your clay into your mould, don't worry about putting corn flour or anything, and then once your mould is filled, and you can fill every element in this instance, just pop it in the freezer for about half an hour. When you pop it, pull it out, all of those elements come out so pristine. And I've tried this with a couple of other moulds as well, and it works with all moulds. Okay, so that's a little tip there.
That one that you've just cast there, Anthony, I can see something else actually.
Well, this one.
That could be a shield.
Oh, yes, it could.
It could.
Well, when you were showing it, I was thinking of that one to be.
Well, that could be a shield as well.
There we go.
Why not?
But you can see how easy it is to cast. Now, you're probably all at home, or some of you are wondering, well, why is he just doing one cast at a time when there's all of them to fill? Well, the reason being, you'll notice that when I actually flex the mould, I'm putting my fingers into another part of the mould. So that's the reason why I don't do that. And you can see how easy they actually come out. So that is that particular mould. There's lots of beautiful detail in there. Wait until they dry before you then dry brush over them to really accentuate that magnificent detail that is in every mould.
And so definitely, I think if you've got the resin, try it with resin. Maybe drop some glitter in there, some gilding
I think we all know Ian, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, Ian loves his resin. And when I suggested the bit about filling half of it with clear and half with black, I think he's going to have a go at that. So, Ian, when you do finally get your moulds, I'd love to see what you do.
I'm certain that will work as well. Well, we're very busy on that particular mould. You are loving this. 45% of the stock has now gone just for £18.49. Remember, these are cast from original pieces of jewellery. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got the faceted pieces in there. Do you know what I love as well? The one with the sort of the leaves that are just curling around. It looks like an ornate button. In a sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
That looks absolutely. I would make buttons. I would use that to make buttons. Actually, I think that would be absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you were to use the Medina air drying polymer clay, before it's actually set, I think you could probably put a little loop in the back of it, a metal loop, to actually sink it in there. And you would be able to use those as buttons.
Definitely. 936 630 if you do want that particular mould. Now, we've had an email come in as well.
Oh, super.
I'm going to say straight away, if there's anybody new watching, welcome to the craft store, soon to be Create and Craft, of course. I'm not so sure if this person is a totally new viewer, but we've had an email from Marcia, and we've got a new fan, Anthony.
Ooh.
It's little Freya.
Little Freya. Yes, I do.
Do you know who it is?
Yes, I think I do.
Oh. If you look at your screen, Anthony, you'll be able to see it.
Hello.
We can't actually show the picture live, but look!
Well, look at that. And I reckon that Marcia should go and buy a couple of these moulds and make a couple of cookies.
Definitely.
Okay? So definitely.
Shall we just
look
give
at
a wave
that.
to Freya?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Freya. Thanks for watching. Oh, you see, that's our next crafting generation, isn't it? Love it, love it, love it. There we are. Wonderful. Yes, go for that mould. Maybe Marcia's going for this one. Perhaps she's going to make some wonderful pieces for all those projects, just in the way we're seeing Anthony using these. 936 630, again, is that item number there. Wonderful. Right, back to you, Anthony, if it's all right.
Right, so we're going to go to the rope mould. Although I haven't got any demonstrations with that, I'll just show you how to create that rope. Okay, so this is the part here. I've already put some corn flour in, but as you will also know, Catherine, once you've got used to using Hearty clay, you probably will find that you don't even need to put any corn flour into your mould, because you just know. I know it sounds really odd to say that, but you will know that your clay is just right. So I'm just popping that in there, and I'm using a Dresden tool, but you can be using a ball tool. You can just even use your fingers as well. So we're just going to make sure that we tuck all the clay that's on the top part of the mould back in to there, like so. Again, press it down.
Okay.
Then just flex it. Now, even a large mould like this, you'll think, well, how on earth is that going to come out? But they are so flexible. So I'm just going to literally bend that one in half, and then just, there we go, it's pushed out like so. Okay.
Look at the detail.
But now, okay, once you've got that, maybe you think, well, actually, that's not long enough. So all you need to do is put it back into the mould, okay, flex the mould, and you'll see it almost goes back in to where you want it to. So where there's like a scallop, put that back inside. Okay, and then we're just going to roll a bit more clay, pop that back in there.
So it really is seamless then. It's not that you've just hidden those seams, it literally is seamless.
It literally is. So don't press down onto this part just here.
No.
Okay, so just press the clay in to the part of the mould that isn't filled. Okay, and then when you're happy, then just very gently just then start pushing onto the part that you've actually just like laid on top. So let's just do that, and again, once you're happy, then just flick that out like so, and there we go.
Look at that.
You're hard pressed to see where that join is, and you can just keep on extending that to as long as you like, and then before it's actually completely air dried, that's when you can start to shape it. So maybe you want to put letters or borders, entirely up to you how you use that particular mould.
Love it.
And it also works. We'll just quickly do a bit of driftwood as well.
Yeah. Oh yes, please. This is a really useful mould, isn't it? And I'm thinking as well with the driftwood and the rope actually, if you marble your clay, those different colours, and put it in, you're going to get that natural texture coming through as well.
You had a little bit of brown, a little bit of cream, and you are away, and possibly a little bit of grey. So I'm just literally just popped the clay back into this mould, okay, and we're just going to cast a little bit of the driftwood. So there we go. Okay, and just press that down. This is a big mould, and it's quite deep as well. But again, where it comes to actually popping the clay out, you can see it literally just falls out. So that is the effect that you're going to get, and that basically, if you just like put a whitewash over that and then wipe it back, you're going to create the most realistic driftwood straight away. But maybe you want that longer. So how do we do that? So literally, you've got the choice here. Maybe you want another knot in it. Now we didn't have a knot in this one, but we have in this one. So I'm going to actually lay it into the next one.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add a little bit more clay. So again, I'm not pressing down on the part that I've actually already put in there. So we're literally just pressing that down into there, and I think the knot was about there. Okay.
Anton, it's making me think of my favourite childhood books again, this one. You know, I said about the tree.
Yeah.
You could use that as a tree trunk. The Magic Faraway tree. I want to make that now. I'd even put a face on it. You could build a sort of a magical face into there.
This one has been on before, this particular mould, because it was so popular, and I didn't do anything quite magical as that, but I just scribed some letters in it as well, so you can be doing that. So now we've extended the size of that, so now we're going to pull that out, okay, and now we have the same piece with a knot in it as well. Okay, so you can see we just pop that side by side to the mould. So we've used the main cast from this section down here, but we wanted a knot in it, we wanted it extended, which is this one. So you can get really creative with that particular mould as well.
Fantastic. Yes, another must-have, this one, I think. $21.99 is the price. Don't forget, you're getting your shells, you're getting the rope, you're getting the driftwood, all in that one mould there. So, yeah, you're almost getting a 3-in-1, aren't you? 061 354 is the item number. Really good, hefty size moulds here. We can see how flexible they are, how easy they are to use. Wow. Right, now then, we've got... Let me just actually pick this up, because I don't think I did show you the imagery from the packaging. It's sticking to the mould. So if I show you here, look at this, how realistic it looks.
Yeah.
Isn't that fantastic?
It does.
Now again, that is a cake, but you could do exactly the same thing.
Exactly the same technique. So what I'd say for that is start off with a cream coloured piece of clay to put into the mould. Then once it's dry, and I'm going to say at least 20 hours for it to dry properly, and then just wash over it with like a dark brown. Yeah. Okay, and then wash that back, wipe it back off, and then over top of that I put white. So then it gives that real sort of like real driftwood colour as well. But it depends how much you want to age it, okay, to how much you, what colours you actually put on. But just have fun, just have fun.
Definitely have fun. And back to those doll's houses again as well. Oh, the things you can do for your doll's houses with this one. Right, let's give you that item number one more time. 061354. I know we're busy on that one. I'm not surprised. $21.99. The most amazing value, isn't it? Right, okay. Now we've got another picture to show you. Oh, we've got a picture. Oh, my word. Wait till you see this. I get to see a preview. I have got the email that goes with this. Oh, you're going to love this, Anthony. This is from Jeanette. Look at this.
Wow.
Right, inspired by and using Karen's bark and woodland moulds, I covered our Christmas cake with a woodland theme. Karen's moulds are good quality and easy to use. This was my very first attempt at the cake. Everything is edible except the sticks holding up the banner. Isn't that fantastic?
Absolutely amazing, and that's what's really, really great when people send things in and say that they are really easy to use. The first time I used Karen Davis moulds, I looked at them, I thought, they're quite thick moulds, they're going to be difficult, but seriously, the silicone is that soft and flexible, you will have no problems whatsoever, even if you've never ever used a mould before. My sons, who are, I'm going to have to get this right because he's just had his birthday the other week, he's now 12, no, actually no, I got it wrong, 13. 13, oh my goodness me.
He's a teenager and you got it wrong.
I know, yeah. I won't say how old I was the other week, but anyway, this is a particularly deep mould, so he loves making cookies, okay, so you can be doing that with this mould here. Okay.
Fantastic, wonderful. The swans, of course. There, but I've just got to say again, Jeanette, well done with that cake. And just to reiterate, whatever you see created with fondant or those edibles can be recreated with your air dry clay or your various different crafting mediums. Just keep those moulds separate. But all of the products that we've got now, those different mediums, the gilding waxes, the paints, the antiquing finishes, you can create so many different effects.
You can indeed, you know, even just by using, if you use black clay like I'm doing here and just go with like a brass metallic paint, it will instantly look like a piece of metal.
And it's achievable by everybody, isn't
it? That's what I really love about this particular technique on using moulds and just dry brushing. You can easily, and I do mean easily, create anything to look really, really old.
Fantastic. Well, we want more demos as well, don't we? That we are going to look at the Swan now then, so something a little bit different. They are very nice. You've got the left and you've got the right there, along with those florals. 707309 is the item number. Another one at just £21.99. I love the wings because they're made up of leaves as well, so you could use those separately if you wanted.
Yes, you could do indeed. So again, it's just looking inside the mould, or shall we say it's thinking outside the mould.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying the leaves, they probably are feathers, but they look like they could be either.
So it's sort of like looking at your mould and thinking what else you can actually use it for. And I'm pretty sure that although these have actually been sculpted separately, I reckon that with a little bit of playing, you can actually mirror them up to actually then create a 3D swan as well, if you should so wish. But using that mould, we're going to go for black here. Okay, so literally just pop the clay in. And you can see this is, like I say, a really deep, beautiful mould. And the intention is that you can actually make cookies out of this one. Okay, so like I say, where it comes to using the mould, like I say, my son who's now 13, get it right second time, they are really nice and easy, and he made loads of cookies over Christmas using the recipe that came with this particular one. And seriously, there's no going wrong, and it's not really a messy process either. So I'm just going to use my Dresden tool again. I say, I know, like yourself, Catherine, use your fingers to actually pop that back in. I think it's just out of habit I do this now, but you know, everyone.
Well, we all have our own ways, don't we?
Whatever
works for us.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that one again, Anthony, and thinking if you did the left and the right of the swans, maybe if you tilted the neck a little bit more forward, you can create a heart.
Well, if you actually look at the sample.
Oh, is the one done?
If there's two of them together facing each other, they do actually form that.
So you didn't have to tweak it even?
No, I think I may have just ducked
just slightly.
I was going to say ducked their heads, but we're talking about
Isn't
swans.
That lovely?
Yeah, you can see how beautiful that is. So you know, I can imagine that sort of like as possibly an album for a wedding cover.
Yeah.
A little girl's bedroom with her name on. Oh, you know, or a cookie. So even for this one, it's quite a large mould, and again, this is how easy the moulds are from Karen Davis. So where there's a curl in the neck, just make sure that you don't pull it all the way up. Do it from both ways, and then you can get the beautiful, beautiful swan. They've gone for a black swan, but obviously it could be any colour you liked. And obviously once it's in this stage, then yes, you can manipulate it. Now when you manipulate the clay, just remember it is still soft, okay, so just gently does it. Okay, so now we're going to have the head, and we're going to move the neck back a little bit just to prove the point. Okay, so you can completely change the overall look of the cast piece once it's done. So like I say, a left and a right, and I'm pretty sure that you can join those together to create something 3D.
Love it, love it. Thank you, Anthony. Wonderful. Now then, Shall we have a little bit of a recap again, because we have got a star of the show again. The vintage brooch is proving to be very, very popular. Almost half of the stock has now gone. So don't forget, we're talking about your edibles when it comes to your cake making. So it could be fudge, it can be fondant, it can be marzipan, it could be chocolate. Separate set of you wanting to create as well, using your resins, your clays, your air dry clays, your polymer clays, your hot glue, of course, you know, all those different things. Now, I think this one is so popular because you've got lots of impressions there, and they're all very different, aren't they? And I think you can sort of use them for filling gaps, hiding
Do you
seams.
know, I was just about to say that, actually, filling gaps. Where it comes to mixed media, I personally find working with circles a lot easier than squares.
Yes.
So this one just ticks all the boxes for me, because there's so many like circular designs, and putting circles with circles just it's very pleasing to the eye, I think.
Definitely.
We have got square ones in there that I've used on the bottle there twice. They look like little pyramids, in actual fact. So, you know, just get creative. I think I've near enough put, I think there's four different or even 5 different ones on that particular sample there. And then we've also got the wings of the butterfly that are actually either side of that little bottle.
Yes, everything
well.
certainly does work so beautifully together. I still can't get over that rope. Look at that. And you can see those that I said I'd turn into buttons. They look like a beautiful brocade-covered fabric button. You could easily put some little holes in to stitch there. I'm just going to show you this as well, because, again, you can use your clays. It doesn't have to be the fondant, but the centres of flowers, that works so beautifully. So, you know, we've talked about jewellery. We've talked about shields. I saw at least 3 shields in there. The centres of the flowers, something very, very ornate. Use them individually, just as those fillers. You know, use them on your notebooks, on your journals. Make your embellishments. You could put little rings into the back if you want to do. If you're casting in resin especially, that would really hold. So you could sew buttons on in that way as well. I can imagine those, you know, hiding a clasp on the front of a bag. You know, if you've got a magnetic clasp and you want to put something ornate on there, that would work beautifully as well. 936630 is the item number, £18.49. It's going to get you all of those impressions on that one mould. Wonderful. Right, now the Swan. Let's have a reminder of this one. We've just seen it in demonstration. So the left, you've got the right. You can take those wings out separately. I'm thinking back to Jeanette again and her cake. I think there might have been a hedgehog on there. I didn't get to see all of the animals because we didn't show it long enough. But if there was a hedgehog or any woodland animal, I can imagine building sort of piles of leaves with those wings and having the characters popping out of them. That would work. You know, using them as they should be, as feathers as well. You've got the options there. £21.99 is the price. That little crown is so sweet as well, isn't it? 707 301, and don't forget you've got those lovely floral sprays in there. In fact, you've got the spray, and then you've got the border that you can elongate again. You can make that, you know, into a continuous length if you wish. Beautiful. £21.99 is going to get you all of that, all of those impressions within that one mould. 707309 as a reminder again there. Now, we haven't looked at this next one for a while. We saw it right at the beginning of the show, but it's another beauty, isn't it? So we've got our Art Deco jewels here. These, again, were cast from actual pieces of jewellery. You can see those facets in there. Taking out those individual pieces, you can make full flowers there. You've got the droplet, you've got the pearls or the beads there as well. Use them as a swag, or you could straighten them out. Again, put them together, make a full circle. You can make a beautiful ornate frame. Lots of options. £16.49 for this one. Item number 269523. Love that sample there that Anthony's done on the pot as well. It looks gorgeous. Now, another bestseller for this hour is the Driftwood. So we're going to have a reminder of this one as well. It's not just a Driftwood. You've got that rope in there, that seamless rope. You've got those wonderful shells. Again, using the marbling effect or using the dry brushing and all those different colouring techniques, you will make shells that look really realistic. 061354 is the item number on this one. Another one at just £21.99. Then moving down again, we have another one we haven't really spent a lot of time on, but you can see it's beautiful. Butterflies, we all love butterflies, don't we? You've got 4 different designs here, 3 larger ones and then the small one as well. The way you cast them absolutely is up to you. You know, again, use all those different mediums there. Shape the wings if you so wish. Put your different colours in. Work with all those different mediums again. 537550 is the item number on this one. Just £16.49 once again. Lovely stuff. Now, where are we going now? Are we going to the embroidery one? If you haven't seen this technique before, do have a look. Even if you're not into making your cakes, just have a look online after the show. Don't go right now. Don't miss a trick. But the embroidery technique is absolutely beautiful. I've actually done this with paints and things as well, you know, for non-edible.
Yes.
It's a lovely technique, but if, you know, you just want that instant look that we can see there, all that wonderful design. This is such a lovely mould again. I love the fact we've got the leaves, the florals, the different sprays in there. You can break it down in many different ways. You've got the individual flowers again, so you can overlay and decoupage up, or just build something, or use them. Filler flowers for me are a must-have. So those small flowers, always nice to have in there. £21.99 is the price on this one, 440795. And on the sample, you can see, of course, those wonderful flowers with one of the butterflies, because it's the same technique that's been used to create the butterflies as well. How clever is that? Isn't that wonderful? Looks like a piece of antique lace, doesn't it?
It does.
Very, very nice indeed. Right, now the sugar flowers. Oh, I still think this is my favourite. I think it is because of my love for upcycling so many things. And sometimes I need moulds that are quite large, although you can cut shapes out and create smaller. So don't look at this one and think, oh, I don't know, it's a little bit big. I wouldn't use all of that. You don't have to. You can use just small areas. You can use just those flowers at the end. You can use those cookie cutters and create different shapes. And of course, you can make this again seamless and create large pieces if you are wanting to cover big frames, boxes, pieces of furniture. You know, the world's your oyster on this one. I adore this frame that Anthony's done. Just the dry brushing technique again. One of my favourite ever techniques. It just works and it's so achievable. Once again, by everybody. 364816 is the item number, just £29.99. I know that mould is about 30 inches long, isn't it, Anthony? Not inches, centimetres.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So 10 centimetres in height. So
is it?
It is a really big mould, and obviously you are getting the 4 extra flowers on the end there as well.
Fantastic. Maybe 30 inches would be slightly too
to
big
do
with, yes. But 30 centimetres is just perfect. There we are. Then we've got the flower garland as well. So actually these two go hand in hand, but you can use them separately, of course. The flower garland coming up, you've got that lovely crescent shape, so you can create those swags. You can create those garlands. You've got the individual flowers again that will replicate what's in the garland or within the swag. I love Anthony's idea of creating the movement with this one. We'll see possibly the sample again. It's right in front of me here. We've got various different samples around, all completely different ideas, which shows the versatility of the moulds. 279867 is the item number for this one, just £16.50. On the jar there you can see one of the butterflies again has been used. Doesn't that look lovely? And then finally, as a recap for now, of course we've got the bows for you as well. We've got all sorts of different sizes here, from the teeny tiny one through to the much larger one. I mean, this is going to work for all occasions, isn't it? Wonderful, wonderful design. Again, you've got that stitching around the edge. Great little asset for your stash, this one. 526002 is the item number, just £19.99. That is a really hefty mould, isn't it? Very deep.
It is indeed, but even though I think it's the thickest one we've actually got on the show, but still so easy to use.
Yeah. Perfect. Right, I'm looking at the clock, Anthony. I think we've time for another day.
Right, so I'm just going to literally cast this little piece here, then I'll show you, because I actually did have some clear resin. Okay. So I was saying about, this is the Art Deco style one. So already popped cornflower in there beforehand, so it's going to be easier to pull out. So just take away all the excess clay, just make sure it's tucked back into the main crevice of the part that you want to cast, and then just give it one last squidge, okay, and then just flex the mould and you'll see again how easy it is to come out. Now when you're working with different moulds, you'll easily start to find the easiest way to get your clay out of the mould. So it could be twisting the mould at 45 degrees, 90 degrees. You'll soon get very used to how the clay comes out of all of your moulds. So that is the cast, okay, on that particular one. So that's it in clay. But I was saying earlier that if you cast anything from either that mould or this one here, which is the brooches mould, because a lot of them have actually been cast from semi-precious stones, the actual mould itself inside is really nice and smooth, so it will enable you to do this sort of thing here. So I don't know if we can actually see that. There we go. Okay, So that's what you can be doing.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Just by using the clear, and there we go, from the side. So you can be doing something like that by just using clear resin. What I've done, I've painted on the back, sort of like a pearlescent paint, and it just really brings out and makes,
that really works well, doesn't it?
You can see.
I can imagine
so that's going to
those
work
on
on
shoes, you know, Anthony.
Sorry?
I can imagine those on a pair of shoes.
Maybe your shoe's benign. Yeah. But indeed, yes, you could do.
And hair accessories. My hair, not yours.
I was going to say, you beat me to it. But yes, they are so versatile, and especially using the resin, because they're going to be then very, very hard wearing as well. And also, because the items are quite tiny, and even resin, you know, we're saying about the air drying clay being light, resin in small elements is also light as well. So yeah, you could be making hair clasps, brooches, anything like that. And that's the sort of effect you're easily going to be able to create by using those two moulds, because like I say, the actual interior part of the mould is nice and shiny, so that will reflect in the cast that you actually take from it. So shall we just quickly pop that one aside and bring in the large mould? Okay.
Right. Oh, my favourite.
So I know you love the large mould. Right. So I'll just quickly show you what I did this morning. And again, this is a huge mould, but you can, if you want to upcycle furniture, that I know that Catherine loves to do. Okay. And maybe the height, okay, of this one. Okay, so maybe we've cast the whole thing, okay. So we're going to take the clay, just push it in there. Then we're going to flex the mould. And even on something this size and that detailed, it comes out so quickly. But maybe now we want to pop that back into the mould and we want to extend the height. So I'm just going to lay it over there. We're going to add some more clay and we're going to just press that in. So
do you know what I would try and do with that, Anthony?
Go on.
I just thought we can put wax in there, can't we?
In here?
In candle wax.
Yes.
If you've got a plain candle.
Oh my gosh! See where you're going.
Put some candle wax in the mould.
Yes.
And then you would. You can do it two ways, I think. You could either let it go completely, you know, set, and then release it and just warm it up slightly so you can manipulate it, or you could wrap the mould around when it's slightly, just experiment, because if you don't get it right the first time, you can remelt it. How beautiful would that look on a candle?
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
And, Anthony,
oh,
I've just thought of something else. You love Viva Decor, don't you?
I do.
So do I.
Yes.
You can use the Inca Gold on a candle and burn the candle. So you can. Getting so excited.
So excited now.
Just throwing everything around.
But yes,
so you could bring out the detail.
Yes, the Inca Gold is a wax-based product.
Wax.
Yes, you could, and you could burn it.
Oh, I want to make one now. Said that.
So I'm just going to take that off from there, and if you have a look at that, it's very, very hard to actually see the join. So you can extend this any which way, and you can make a really large piece, and then like Catherine says, you can cut into it. And I just love the idea of wrapping it around a candle. I think that would look absolutely amazing. If you're going to wrap it around a cylindrical object, so something like this, okay, then what I always recommend is just make sure that you actually go beyond the size. Okay, so what I normally do, I tuck I fold a little piece of paper and just tuck it inside there. Then it's going to give you room, or the clay will be slightly larger than you actually need it. The reason being, with the clay, it will shrink a little bit once it's dried, normally about between 5 and 10%, but always take that into account if you're making things like frames, like I showed this morning, or whether you're wrapping it around an object. Just always bear in mind that it will shrink a little bit, and if there's no clay to let it shrink, then you will probably also crack your clay as well. Just bear that in mind.
Fantastic. So many ideas, isn't there? Definitely experiment with everything. Now, if you go on the website and you shop by brand, very easy to do. Just find K for Karen Davis. You can see all of the different moulds there. We've got other things besides as well. Do have a look at some of the past moulds. We had a very, very busy show, a couple of shows prior to Christmas. If you want to shop ahead for your Christmas projects, you can. We've got the roses and more florals there as well. We've got whole collections, in fact. Absolutely beautiful. Have a look at the reviews as well. 5-star reviews on there. Stunning design work from Karen and her daughter. And of course, as we've said earlier, you know, a family business here in the UK, which is just lovely to hear, isn't it? Now, I think we might have time. We're going to squeeze another demo in, Anthony.
We're going to squeeze another demo in. Goodness me. Right, so this time we're going to go for the brushed embroidery. Okay. So I do believe when you're actually doing this by hand, you do an outline and then you get a tool and then you drag the product in, don't you?
Yeah, you can actually do it with a paintbrush.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I have actually done that. there was like a snow paste that I did that with once on a bauble, and so, but I never knew what the name was called. So this is the brushed embroidery, and like I said, there's lots of different elements. I said 12 earlier on. So again, just push the clay into there. Now, because this has got lots of beautiful texture, it does really accentuate when you do the dry brushing technique, or indeed use gilding wax on this. Just make sure that all of the clay is in there, okay, and then just press that down. Now, the thing I love about this one is that, yes, you know, maybe if you haven't got an idea of how to layer things up, you've got two elements on there that have got the leaves and the flowers, but then you can extend your own ideas by using just the flowers on their own and then adding leaves behind, and then you've got the smaller ones there, so you can really go to town and create something absolutely unique. So with this one, again, we're just going to flex that, and you can see the amazing detail that you get straight away from that. Now, what I'm going to do quickly, Catherine, is just grab the black clay again, just because I've got it mixed up, basically.
Okay.
So maybe you wanted to extend like 2 flowers. Okay, so we're just going to press
I'll tell you what else would work well in here, Anthony, thinking about it. I don't know if we've got it on today's show, but I know we do sell it. There might be some in the brand shop. Because this particular mould isn't so deep as some of the others, if you use the Medina paste and put in there and let it dry.
Yeah, the liquid paste.
The liquid paste.
Yes.
That would look lovely, because that is so malleable.
Yes,
so again,
it
you can
is.
keep it very fine, keep it looking like lace, and then, you know, put those mediums on top again. Really love this one, because again, I can see the ways you can pattern build with it.
You can. So I'm just taking 1 flower out, okay, to start with, but now I'm going to make my own sort of like flat design. Okay, so I'm going to pop that back onto there. So this is now the larger flower. Okay. And I'm just going to go round there. So we're like layering up, but we're not actually adding dimension, if that makes sense. It's just all going to be on one plane. But seriously, once you start to play with the moulds, you will fall in love with them, especially this one, because there's so many different elements in there. You can just play to your heart's content. And where it comes to decorating things, whether it be your cards in particular, this is probably the method you're going to want, because you don't want to add too much like bulk to your card. You just want it mainly flat, and you can do it with this technique. Again, I'm not pressing down the bit we've already cast, just the bit that we are casting at the moment. Give that a quick flex like so, and now we have 2 flowers joined in one. Maybe you want to add a leaf into that, so we're just going to go like so. So I'm just going to go for the large leaf. Okay, so let's just.
This is such a good idea, Anthony, as well, because you can really sort of choose where you want to put that leaf, can't you?
Exactly,
it could be any point of that.
Yeah. So again, I've just popped the clay into there, and I'm thinking to myself, whoops, I want it coming out here, so that's exactly where I'm going to place it, just there, and then again just press that, confirm that into there, and flex, and again you're just building it up all of the time. So it just depends how you want to use your mould, what you're going to get. But like I say, if you don't want to do that technique straight away, you've got the 2 elements already on there that have got all the leaves and all the little flowers built in for you.
Gorgeous. And of course you can still add other things like your stamens or your beads or your glitter to that, you know, so the world again is your oyster. Let's have another look at this jar actually, because it's very pretty. There we are. And the butterfly also, a different mould for the butterflies, but the same technique, so they work so beautifully together. Yeah, you can really build this one up, or you can keep it quite flat, so it's nice to have the option there. £21.99 is going to get you the mould. 440795 is the item number. Now, you're loving the vintage brooch, aren't you? You really are. There's so many possibilities here. Over half of the stock has gone now. £18.49 is going to get you all of those impressions there. Actually, I saw some of the earlier show, Anthony. I didn't get to see it all because I was in a meeting, but I know someone emailed in and said, could you use resin and clay together?
Yeah.
With this one, I think you probably could, because you could go with resin in the centre, let it set.
Will it stick to itself? I'm not sure. You'd probably have to stick it together after, maybe. That'd be
possibly,
the way to do it.
Or a gel medium would work, or I'll tell you what I've done, which did stick actually, was the Medina air dry clay.
Yeah,
so you could do that. So definitely play around with all those different mediums. I'm not been told to do this, but I've just spotted it. Don't forget to stock up on your air dry clay as well.
Yes.
Because if you're going for any of these moulds, you're going to need lots of this. If you've got plenty in stock now, you will be using it, so make sure you get some more. £17.99 is going to get you 400 grams. There's 2 packs there with 200 grams each. We've seen how little it actually took to create all of those pieces that Anthony made during this hour. So yeah, definitely worth popping some of that into your baskets as well. 516165 is for the coloured options actually, because we've got that as well. So it's a pick and mix of any three. I'm with Anthony on this one. Your magenta, your yellow and the blue. You've got your primary colours, so you can mix just about everything. If you're going for any more, then yeah, well, if you can afford to, just go for everything. As long as it's multiples of 3, go for every colour. £13.99 for 3 though. 516165 once again is the item number there. Now Anthony, do you know when you're back again?
I don't at the moment.
Oh. Well, hopefully it won't be too long. We want to see more from Karen, don't we?
We do, we certainly
more.
do. Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. Keep an eye out for Anthony on Facebook, of course. He does lots of wonderful things and posts all over social media. Thanks, Anthony. I'll see you very soon. Menu's coming up next. Oh, don't miss this show. The Brother Embroidery Machine One Day Special. Yes, I did go and buy it. Pink Frog Crafts coming up after... I did, seriously. Julie Hickey Designs are coming up later.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zura Designs. Zura Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. If you watch the Zura shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zura shows.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the Craft Store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Good afternoon and welcome to your one-day special here at the Craft Store with me, Nigel May. It is great to be with you. I hope you're enjoying your Friday, whatever you're up to. Let's be honest, here we are, February 2022, and maybe this year is the year that you've decided to try something new with your crafting. Maybe you're a dedicated paper crafter. Maybe you're somebody that, you know, does your craft in the kitchen or whatever, and you're thinking, oh, I'd like to try something different. I would like to try the fabulous world of stitching and fabrics and sewing and embroidery. Well, today's one-day special could be the exact thing that you are looking for, because for one day and one day only, basically up until 6 o'clock tonight, because it started last night at 6, we have got this brilliant machine from Brother. Now, Brother are brilliant at what they do when it comes to producing sewing machines, and in this case, an incredible embroidery machine. It comes with a 3-year warranty, so that shows straight away the confidence that Brother as a company have in this machine. Now, the price of this would normally be around about £850, which is a good price, but today, for one day only on the one-day special, and especially if you are a Freedom member, oh my word, you will love this, the price has gone down for everybody to £549, so we've got a saving there of £300. Now, as a Freedom member, you are getting extra money off that as well. I've got to learn to like do that and flick it at the same time. I like that. Of £494.10. That's one of the lowest prices that I have ever seen for this machine. I know it's new here today on the craft store. That is a brilliant, brilliant price. Also, flexi-buy. We love that. If you want to split it down into bite-sized pieces and spread them over the months of February, March and April, you can do. All you will need to pay is just £164.70, and that's including your P&P. With the saving that you get on this, you could actually buy our other machine, but more of that in a wee while. This is an incredible machine. It's got 80 fabulous designs actually pre-installed onto the machine itself. Do you want to have a look at some of the things that you will be getting on here? Because you've got things for Christmas, you've got things for anniversaries, for weddings. Let's have a look. Here we go. Where's the page? Where are you? Come on, boys. Where are you? You've got heart frames in there. You can see you've got stars, you've got borders, you've got corners. There are butterflies on there as well, snowflakes. We've got shells, sledge. We've got the classic pussycat in a teacup. I love that combo. We've got things for Easter as well. You've got, cakes and cocktails. You've got monograms as well. If you want to put letters on things, whether it be a dressing gown or a hanky or a pair of socks or a baby outfit, whatever it may be, then you can do. That it really is your fabulous guide to what you can do with this machine. Also, if you're one of those people that thinks, embroidery, that's going to be rather hard. My Auntie June, she's not around anymore, bless her, but she used to do a lot of hand embroidery. And she used to sit for hours and hours and hours doing hand embroidery. And I was like, as a kid, I was like mesmerised, thinking, how wonderful is this? But obviously these days, you don't need to actually do hand embroidery. If you want to do it, it's brilliant, of course. But if you want to get great designs done literally at the push of a button, this is where this fully computerised embroidery machine comes into its own. It's the Innovis, because it is very innovative as a machine. It's the M230E. It's one of those embroidery machines that it doesn't matter whether you're a beginner, whether you're an intermediate or whether you're an expert like our lovely guest, you are always going to get something out of this. Let's speak to our lovely guest right now. I like this lady a lot because she knows her stuff and she makes nice things. Bless my soul, it's Becky Cole. Good afternoon, Becky. How are you?
I love you too.
How are you, dear lady?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm not bad at all. Very well. Welcome to the craft store.
Welcome.
It's nice,
good, isn't it? We like it over here.
Let's talk about this machine, because you and I know this machine inside out. It's a brilliant machine. You are very lucky than the fact that you have your choice of a lot of different machines because you work with a lot of different machines. This machine is one of those machines that you come back to because it makes embroidery very, very simple. It makes it incredibly creative.
Yes, I own this machine.
There you go. You paid your hard-earned cash.
I did pay my hard-earned cash and bought this machine. So that is, there is your testimony right there. I love this machine. I love Brother machines full stop anyway. They've really been an integral part of my sewing journey. So I've got a lot of time and a lot of love for Brother machines. As a brand, they're incredible. They always produce really easy to use, simple, intuitive machines, but that are packed so full of features and so full of technology, but that not in a bamboozling kind of way, in a very easy to access kind of way. So even if you have never done machine embroidery before, even if you've never sewn before, done any kind of sewing, you can pick this machine up and go running with it straight away and be just so creative.
And for people that don't know, Becky, because obviously it may be new people seeing you for the first time today, can you give us a little sort of brief CV, if you like, of your career today? Because you've done a lot of fabulous things, all based around the worlds of stitching and fabric and sewing and embroidery.
It has pretty much defined my life. And I'm not quite sure why, because no one in my family sews. I'm the only one.
The trend.
I bucked the trend, I did. My mother hates sewing. I'm very vocal about how much she hates sewing.
Boo to your mother.
Boo to my mother. I said the other day, as soon as I learnt to sew, she used to give me all the sewing jobs. She still does. I'm classing it as child labour because, come on. But I used to, I basically learned to sew on my grandmother's hand wound, the old, really old-fashioned ones, and loved that. And then when I got a little bit older and my parents realised I was serious, they spent a whole £5 on a mustard yellow electric machine that they bought from a car boot sale, and I've never been more proud of anything in my life.
That was £5 well spent.
It was. That was my little baby, so then I was using that. And then when I went to university, it was very much, I need a proper machine. I went off to do, I'm professionally trained in period pattern cutting. That was what I did at university. Corsetry and all the crinolines and all the pretty things.
All your fancy historical garb.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit obsessed with all of that. And so I thought, right, now I need to buy myself a grown-up machine, like a proper machine. Went to the shop. The guy in the shop said, you want to see this, brother? And it was love at first sight. So that machine then took me through. So I went to university, graduated, went straight into TV costume. I was very lucky, and then had children, so I had to change everything. So then I started sewing from home, and that was basically putting all of those skills I learned at university into wedding dresses, because essentially it's the same skills.
Didn't you make a wedding dress for a friend?
I've made many wedding dresses for many friends.
That's the ultimate pressure.
Yes.
So it's like, to be able to do that, I mean, I think it's just incredible.
Yeah.
So obviously here we're talking about embroidery.
Yes.
So this, for me, I mean, if you are looking to decorate an item of clothing or a piece of home decor, or you want to just make something look more, I don't know, more fancy and beautiful and detailed and elegant and delicate than it's ever done before, a machine like this is brilliant, because literally everything is there at the touch of a button. You do not really need a huge amount of skill to still get skillful results.
You don't need any skill, to be totally honest. The thing I like about embroidery machines, logic suggests you'd start with a sewing machine and progress to an embroidery machine, and if soft crafting and sewing is your thing, that's probably the way you're going to go. However, if you just enjoy surface decoration, upcycling, creating personalised gifts, those kinds of things, then actually you don't need any sewing knowledge at all to use an embroidery machine. This is all about being creative with surface decoration. And I know people who have used card and paper and things in this machine as well. It's not just about fabric. If you can get a needle through it and get it in that frame, you can embroider through it.
OK, so let's start the questions then. Is it worth every penny of the £849 that is the normal usual price for this machine?
Absolutely. I often say, if I was in the market for a machine of this calibre, an embroidery machine of this calibre, I would have a budget of around £1,000 in my head, and that's not, that is not out there. If you go and have a look online at other brands, whatever, you will see that that is not a far out figure. And in fact, at full price, is it £850 full price?
£849, yeah.
£849. That is not a million miles away from my estimate in my head.
So to have it at £549 obviously is brilliant. To have it on FlexiPay, to have it on a Freedom members price as well is even better. To have that FlexiBuy option there too brings that price right down. So even though there is a lower price point for this, you are still getting a really high-end quality machine. Now obviously here at the craft store we like to give you more as well. Oh, by the way, nearly 40% of our stock for the day has now gone.
Incredible. I'm not surprised.
I'm not as well. I mean, I think it's brilliant what you've got here. Now remember, you've got 80 designs pre-installed on this. There is a USB port on the side round here, so literally you can actually import your own designs on there. There's lots online, or whatever you want to do, be creative, you can.
Absolutely. You've got full editing possibilities, so there are 80 designs built into the machine that you've got full colour screen, full editing ability, so you are able to either stitch those out as they are, or you can change colours, you can add in text, you can mix and match, and also you can introduce from USB. So you're never ever going to run out of something to stitch with this machine. Now my biggest tip, once you've decided, yes, I want this machine, go straight, while you're waiting for it to be delivered, go straight to the Brother website. So there's brother.eu, and you will find on there a catalogue of 24 free PES files. So they keep a catalogue of 2 years worth, and every month one drops off the bottom and they add a new one. So every month you're getting a free design from Brother, no charge at all, that will work on your machine. You can also go on the American site, which is brother.international, brother.in, I can't remember off the top of my head. But have a look, yeah, you'll find it, and they have hundreds of designs. So, Brother on their own are giving you a huge number of free designs. But even if you go on your search engine and search for free PES, so that's the file format you want, PES, search free PES files, and you will get millions of hits.
Also, there is a Brother app now as well. It's a recent thing as well. I think the Brother Information Centre it's called, or something like that. Again, Go to your app store and you'll find it. You'll spell Centre the American way, because I know it's an American app. And on there you will be able to look about aftercare, like tips and techniques and frequently asked questions and all of that. So there is a lot of aftercare, and the team at Brother are really good. That's why they give you a 3-year warranty, because they have confidence in this, A, as a product, but B, with your satisfaction as well. Becky, let's just go through the things that you get with this as well, because obviously here at the craft store we like to give you a lot. The hoop, I mean, working area for the hoop, we're looking at what there?
That is 10 by 10, so it's 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres, or 4 inches by 4 inches if you prefer to work it imperially.
So that's a good focal point, whether you're putting this on the front of a card or on an item of clothing,
Absolutely.
home decor, not a problem.
But because of the way the machine works, and I can show you all of this, we did go through it in the previous show, but if you want me to show you again, I'm more than happy to, that you can actually use the frame and move it around. So once you've stitched your 10 by 10 area on a piece of fabric, let me grab the frame, the card, so you get this grid that comes with it, and that slots into your frame perfectly, and you can see this grid here. So this means you can then this is your size. You can then use your markings on your fabric to position where you want it to be. So if you've got a grid, or mark it with your fabric pen, you can do that. You've also got the ability to change the screen on here to a grid that matches this grid, so you can get even more precision. So when you're stitching, you've stitched your 10 centimetres, you can then manoeuvre your frame until you've got however many you want. The quilt behind me is actually 144 10 by 10 embroideries.
So that shows you how big you can go if need be.
That is a king size quilt.
Lovely. Room for many a person.
Huge. So you are not
also,
limited.
if you do want to sort of shop with confidence, because obviously I do understand it is still a considered purchase, obviously our sister channel, Create and Craft, there are lots of reviews on their website, createandcraft.com, for this particular product. You can see 5 stars, perfect for beginner embroidery, easy to use. Would have liked a bigger hoop, but I can work my way around that. Maximum size is only 4 by 4. That's still a good size, I think. Brilliant little machine, very easy to use, compact and quiet. Love it. The quality of stitching shows in the photos. You can see how cute is that Easter bunny. 5 star, 5 star. I mean, it gets no better than that. So do check out the reviews there. Obviously, if you want to shop with confidence, you can check those out at createandcraft.com. But obviously, if you're placing your order today, it's the Craft Store website. That's where you shop online at thecraftstore.com. Our price today here is a really good price. That's all I'm going to say on that front. If you want to go, it really is really good. So if you want to go for this one, 402290 is your item number. Becky, where do we get started with this? Where would we like to begin this journey?
Okay, well, I want to show you what I've just finished stitching, first of all, and then we're going to go into the machine, because this is one of my favourite things to do on an embroidery machine. I have stitched on here. You can see I'm not actually stitched onto fabric. This is a form of stabiliser. This is wash-away stabiliser. Okay, now wash-away stabiliser is great if you're sewing onto something that has a pile, such as fleece or toweling. So if you want to do a towel, a monogram on a toweling robe, something like that, or if you're using a fabric with stretch in it, like jersey or something similar to that, you can stabilise it underneath with your normal tearaway stabiliser, but you can then pop wash-away stabiliser on the top. That will then stop any stretch. It will stop the embroidery disappearing into the pile of that fabric, and then when you pop it in the washing machine, this all disappears from the front, and it means that you can actually go and have a completely clean, beautiful embroidery. Now, I have this is one of the designs in the machine. I am just going to trim off the excess because we don't need all of this.
Can I be devil's advocate?
Always.
You know what I'm going to ask. It's like sometimes just the touch of a button and it does it. You can sit back, have a glass of wine, quite frankly, because it's doing its thing. Obviously, hashtag think responsibly. But, hey, hashtag it's nearly the weekend. But does that take away any of the creativity?
No, because I think it's a different type of creativity. Yeah. With hand embroidery, you can create whatever you want to by hand. And it will take the time, and it's a labour of love. With machine embroidery, the machine is doing the hard work for you. It's what you do with those items that is what becomes the creative thing.
So even though it's at the touch of a button, it's what you do afterwards. This is your basis for whatever comes next.
Absolutely. Now watch this. So this is my little piece that I've stitched. I've not used bobbin filler. I've actually used the same colour thread on my bobbin as I have on the top, which you wouldn't normally do. Okay, so you can see the back is just as neat as the front. Now I'm going to pop that in this bowl of water, and we're going to come back to that in a minute.
So this is using the wash away. Obviously details to that down at the bottom of the screen. Pop that in your basket with the main item, then of course that becomes comes flexi-buyable, which we love. So that'll be 3 payments, what, £4? £4.33, including your P&P. Hurrah, loving that. If you do want to go for that, that's down at the bottom, 305374. Also, this comes in a hard case, Becky, doesn't it, if I remember rightly?
No, this one is a soft case.
I shall shut up then, that's the other machine. We'll move on to that in a wee while.
The hard case, the sewing machine comes with a hard case.
The embroidery comes with this case,
The embroidery comes with
that
the soft case, because, so the case is with Brother. If you have a hard case for the sewing machine, is an indicator of the value that Brother put on that machine. Now, the fact that this one has a soft cover indicates that this is not something that you want to be travelling around with. You wouldn't be taking embroidery machines off to your clubs, etc. That's more your sewing machine kind of idea. This is something that's going to sit on your table. You might move it off and on again, but it's going to stay in one place. You don't want to be moving it around, because if the arm of this machine, this part here, this is your embroidery arm, if this were to get damaged, you are in trouble.
About it, yes.
Yes, you're in trouble. So that's why it's got a dust. It's basically a dust cover, because you want to just protect it from dust.
So to keep cats and dogs and little fingers away from it, which is good.
And keeping little fingers away.
Lovely stuff. So busier and busier for the machine. Remember, 40% of the stock has already gone. 402290 is your item number. Becky, what's next?
Right, so let's have a look at how we can actually use the designs on the machine, and we can create something else. And something I want to show you as well is the USB stick. So we'll do that in a second, because I know we had a question earlier about how to use a USB with it. So let's create a design first, and then I'll show you how we can potentially add something in from a USB as well.
Are you happy for any questions as well? So if people want to email in, do email in. studio@thecraftstore.com is the email address. We would love the questions. And remember, no question is a silly question. Every question is a valid question.
Do you know what? One of the best questions I've ever been asked on a live show, it was doing a sewing machine, was how do I make sure I'm stitching in a straight line?
Yeah, do you know what? Sometimes the simple things need to be asked.
You would think that would be such a silly question, but it's not. And I was able to talk about the grid on the machine. It was that machine over there, the grid on the machine, and how to, how the foot works to measure your seam allowance. So there really is no such thing as a stupid
so please get those emails in. studio@thecraftstore.com.
Okay, so let's have a look at the screen, because I want to show you how easy it is to work this machine. I'm going to spin it around so you can see it nice and clearly. So we've got the, this is your touch screen. This is a 3.7-inch touch screen, so nice, big, clear space, full colour as well. Because it's full colour screen with full editing ability, it means it will work in conjunction with your scan and cut if you own a Brother Scan and Cut as well. Now, under here, we've got touch buttons, so we've got a combination of 2 types of control. Now, this is what I mean by intuitive designs, because everything on this in this window here, you can easily tell what is behind each window. I mean, I always test you, don't I, Nigel?
You do?
I do. Where would you put your frames on there? Where are your borders and your frames? There's 140 of them.
What, the frames, the one with the heart?
Absolutely. There's your 140 frames and borders. And we were playing around with the hearts earlier, actually, because we decided it was Valentine's Day.
You always mess with my heart, Becky.
Oh,
I've
darling.
told you that.
So there's all your borders and frames. Your fonts are here, monogramming is here, and here's your embroideries, large embroideries, small embroideries, but it's all in the booklet anyway. But you see how easy it is. You don't even need to be going through that booklet to learn these things. Now I'm going to go to my monogramming, because the monogramming font on this machine is my favourite monogramming font of all of the Brother machines. And you can see we've got the full alphabet all the way through. That's just beautiful. And then we've got these little swirly filigree pieces as well that tie in. So if I find an N for Nigel, should we do N for Nigel? Let's.
Why the devil not?
Why the devil not? Let's do that. And we can see. Let's see if we can fit in some filigree pieces.
I always like to fit in a bit of filigree. It's lovely that you've got these flourishes, the extra bits and things like that. I mean, I do think a monogram, it always screams a touch of posh to me. So if you have that on a hanky, as we used to have back in the day.
Oh, yes.
Always have to have a monogrammed hanky back in the day.
Absolutely.
But I think, if you had it on, I love your idea of like a robe or something, like a dressing gown.
Yes.
Can you imagine? His and hers, hers and hers, his and his, it'd be lovely.
We've done monogrammed towels for our summer house.
See, that's lovely.
Yeah.
See, that's a touch of class.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like wedding gifts as well. Can you imagine putting names on there?
Yeah, well, this is one of my frustrations about not getting into machine embroidery sooner in my career, because had I had an embroidery machine when I was making those wedding dresses, I could have offered not only embroidery on the dresses, but I could have offered, you know, monogrammed ring cushions and things like that that never even occurred to me at the time.
Are all of your friends past marrying age now?
No, I have got no. Oh, good thinking, Batman. I'm actually a bridesmaid in August.
Whee,
yeah,
hello,
there we go.
There you go.
She better not be watching. I've given away the gift.
There you go. Oops.
Giving it away. Whoops. No surprise. Okay. So back to our screen. So there's our little filigree. Now I want to add in the N. So I'm going to go to add, back into this menu, scroll across till I find the N, and there's my N. Okay, now I think a bit of filigree above it might look quite nice. Very fancy. What do you reckon?
I'm happy top or bottom either way.
So I'm going to press set. So there we go, that's added that in. Now let's go back into, so every time you want to add in an element, you want to set it and then go back into your main menu. So there's the filigree piece. Now I want a bit of symmetry here, so I'm going to no, we don't want to mirror it, do we? We want to rotate it. So I go into rotate. I can mirror, but as this is a symmetrical thing, mirroring it is going to make no difference.
No, so you want to rotate it like 180
I want to rotate
degrees?
It, exactly.
Yeah.
So I can rotate it 90 degrees and then 90 degrees again. You can do it by 10 degrees, 1 degree. You've got so much control on this. I'm going to move that all the way to the top. Okay. How pretty is that? And if I want to have a look, I can go up here and actually see what it will look like stitched out. Do you want that on a little dressing gown?
I would love that on a dressing gown.
A little,
I would be very happy to have that on my smoking jacket, wandering around May Towers, which isn't where I live, believe you me.
So once you're kind of happy with what you're doing, now the other thing that we can do is we can change colours. So what's your favourite colour, Nigel?
Green.
Green, marvellous. So here we've got the dark blue. So if I want to scroll across to find the greens, there we go, there's a green. Let's go for a slightly darker green. Okay, and now I can scroll across a bit more. I've got this blue again for the bottom piece. Make that green. Scroll across again, and now I've got the blue of the N, so I can do that so it's all matching, or I could make that a different green or a lighter green.
Let's go 2 shades of green.
2 shades of green.
I feel like the N should be a darker green.
Okay, there we go. How's
demanding.
that?
Yeah.
How's that for you? Do you like that?
Screams style and class.
Excellent, marvellous.
2 words not on my CV.
So all I'm doing is I'm just scrolling through the colours and then just adding, so we could maybe have yellow flowers if we wanted to. We can just keep scrolling through and change whatever it is you want to change.
It's very easy, isn't it? I mean, it's very intuitive.
Very intuitive. And this is what I love about Brother. You know, I'm not great at absorbing, you know, information.
I can't do a manual.
Yeah, no. They do incredible manuals. It depends on your learning,
but I can't
your
do the
learning
big, thick
system.
Ones.
No, well,
I need something that's bite-size.
The thing is, you want to know that you've got all the information there. I like the fact that if I've got an index, I'm all right, because I can go, oh, I've got a problem with this, right? I can just open it and find it straight away without having to troll through. That's how I use manuals. But if you are more of a visual learner, watch what this machine can do as well, because down the bottom here, we've got with our touch buttons, there's one here that actually says, has a little question mark next to it. So if I press this, we now come into a menu of how-tos. Okay, so we've got how to thread it up, how to wind the bobbin, all sorts of things, you know, with this one. And then you just scroll through, so how to attach your frame to the embroidery machine, how to remove the frame, etc. So we've got that one. There's how to make the needle go up and down. So many different options. Okay, so if you get stuck, there is a whole host of visual aids as well.
Now, just to say, getting busier with the machine, I'm not surprised, but also we do have some fabulous embroidery threads on the show today. I think the embroidery threads can be used for both embroidery and sewing, though, can't they?
These are embroidery threads.
So does that mean you can't use them for sewing?
I mean, you could. I probably wouldn't. I think it's probably a bit of a waste, because embroidery threads have a specific lustre. You could use them as top threads, I guess.
If it's a showy kind of thread.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, with a sewing thread, it's all about strength. With an embroidery thread, it's all about the sheen behind the thread. So I've got the polyneons, the Madeira polyneons in front of me.
You get 18 times 400 metres. What is that? What's 400 metres times 18?
a lot.
That's a lot, isn't it? Honestly, I should know that. Somebody whip out the calculator.
I can sew, I cannot do maths.
That would be 4,000 minus, that would be 3,200. 7,200. I was just wrong by 3,000. There you go. That's why I don't do maths. That's why countdown turned me down. 697,471 if you'd like to go for those. £25.49 is your price on that. Special price for us today. I think we've got another one as well from the Madeira range, haven't we, if you would like to go for this. Those come in a box, by the way, that Becky was showing. We've got the 18 pack if you would like to go for this one as well. Different colours. You've got 18 200-metre spools on this one. So you can see it takes through your red, your blues, your greens, your yellows, your browns, and of course your classic white and black, and then that lovely sort of grey silver at the top there as well. That's £22.99, a saving of a £5 on that one. One more of our fabulous thread selections for you as well, if you would like to go for this. These are your pre-wound bobbins in both black and white. If you'd like to go for these, there's the black option and there's the white option. That saves you a lot of time, doesn't it, to have them pre-wound?
Absolutely. A lot of time. I mean, I can't see what they're wound with, whether they're wound with bobbin filler for embroidery or whether they're wound with thread for stitching.
I will ask Lottie, our producer, to find that out. What are they wound with? Polyester filaments. Can't say it.
OK, that doesn't help me.
That doesn't help you. OK, we'll find out what other information says.
But either way, they're going to be helpful. Whether you're using a sewing machine or an embroidery machine,
it says 100% polyester. Does that help?
No.
OK. One tried.
But I'll tell you what does help is the. I'll tell you what. I'll have a look at them in between the shows, and then I'll be able to tell you.
Becky will report back.
I'll report
Becky,
back.
I think we need to crack on and show some more of this fabulous machine as well, because it is phenomenal.
While we're talking about the thread, something else that the machine offers. So I've got here the Madeira poly neons. Now on here I've pulled out the white one, and it's colour 1801. Okay, it says it on the thread. Now if I come to the machine, next to my help button is a little button that looks like a piece of paper. So if I press that, I come up here. This is where I can change the grid on my screen if I want to. But on this one here, can you see this says embroidery? So when I'm stitching at the moment, I'm using embroidery thread numbers, just standard embroidery thread numbers, and white is 001. So if I choose white, it comes up as 001. If I choose to use the poly neons, I can go to Madeira Poly. And also the rayons are in here as well. So if you go for the other option, so Madeira Poly, if I come in here now, if I select, is that white there? Come on. There we go. Can you see the white there now is 1801? So this now matches the number on my threads. So the machine will start to talk in the language of the threads that you choose to use. Now there's also Gutermann Sulky on there. I know we had a question about whether you can use the Gutermann Sulkies with these. Absolutely you can, and they are also listed in the machine as a language as well. So I mean it just covers every base.
Now we have our design set up. We have the monogrammed end ready to go. So what is next, Becky?
Okay, so the next thing to do is to thread up your fabric, frame up your fabric, I should say. Okay, so I've got my fabric here.
Also, just when you have a spare moment, we've bobbed in the bobbins, just so you can have a look at them.
I'll have a look and I shall inform you. So here I've got just some tearaway stabiliser and a piece of cotton. Okay. We are now going to, I've separated the two parts of my frame, and I'm popping the largest part on the table and the fabric. So I've got my stabiliser, then the fabric.
Now, just so the tearaway has now sold out, I believe, but we do have the cutaway. We'll try and get some more tearaway for later shows, but at the moment it's gone. We do have the cutaway. There are details for that at the bottom of the screen. £12.99, 117649. Also, we've got the wash away, wash away, wash away. If you want to go for that one, that's your wash away Avalon, which I like saying. Sounds romantic. I don't know why. 305374. Wash away Avalon. If you'd like to go for that one, and you get that all for £12.99.
Right, so I've popped it into the frame, I've tightened the screw up so it's nice and tight, and I've just given the fabric a bit of a tug so it's nice and taut in the thing. You want it to make that drum noise. That's what you want, is that tightness.
Drum tight.
Drum tight. That means your fabric's not going to pucker or stretch whilst it's being stitched. So I'm going to pop this in the machine. Now we've got these two bumpers here that look a little bit like train bumpers. Okay, so we turn those around and they just clip in the side of the arm, and that is the frame ready to go. Now, the next thing to do, once we've decided on our design, I'm going to press Edit End, because I finished editing. Now I've got the opportunity here to maneuver things around. So for example, if I actually have my, I have a towel, for example, in my frame and it's facing the other way and I need my design to be a different way, I can rotate the whole design. Okay, so you've then got options even then to move your whole design. I'm then going to press Embroidery. And now my machine is saying I need to go. Now, the first colour I've got up here, see where it says embroidery? This is because I'm using embroidery colours. This would be where your Madeira rayon is written. So I need colour 515, so I'm going to grab 515. Okay. And now to thread the machine, all the brother machines thread up exactly the same, which is fabulous. So if you're buying the sewing machine, what I'm doing now is exactly the same as the sewing machine. Okay, I've popped the green thread on there. I've popped one of my spool cap holders. Now on the machine, I'm going to follow the solid line. I'm coming through this hook, round this arm. I'm coming down, back up, and back down again. Okay, and then there's a hook at the top of the needle. And now I'm coming through this part here, through this little gap, and then through where it says number 7 on the side. So I've followed all the numbers through to number 7. Number 8 is my blade on the side, so I'm just going to cut that away. Now I'm going to lower my presser foot and have a look at the needle threader. There's a little lever on the side, number 9, that I'm going to press, but have a look at what happens down there. When I press this, there you go. There is your needle threaded. It is that quick and that easy. Okay, so now I'm going to press go, and it will start
away you
stitching
go.
away.
It's that easy. That's what I love about this. The way you go, the creativity is there straight away. It sort of like finds its way as well, doesn't it? At first.
Absolutely.
And then builds up to its full speed, as it were.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about whether or not you can control and limit the speed, and actually you don't need to with this because the machine's in complete control. I can sit back now and just let it do its thing, and actually so the machine controls its own speed.
Would you like to sit back and listen to some emails?
Oh, go on then.
I have been handed some emails by Lewis on the floor. And these are the emails. This is from Claire from St Margaret's. I don't know where that is, St Margaret's. Where's that? I don't know. I don't know. I was going to say Scotland, so that shows how much we know.
Geography is not my strong point.
Hi all, it sounds very nice, wherever it is. Hi all, enjoying the show, says Claire. Can you tell me what is the largest hoop you can get for the embroidery machine?
So the one that it comes with, which is the 10 by 10, is the largest you can get. You can buy a smaller one if you're interested in doing very intricate little details on collars and cuffs and that kind of thing. But actually, I've never had to use a smaller one. I just use the larger hoop. So as we said before, the way to do the larger designs with this is to manoeuvre the hoop around your fabric, and you know the world is your oyster.
Now we've also got. She says, can you also show which fonts come with the machine? Now I think I can do that here because we've got. You might need to come in a little close on these because we'll go through. So you can see you've got obviously that lovely monogramming font that we have there. So I'm sure they've got posh names. I should just call that Curly and Swirly. Then you can see you've got that one there, which is much more of a sort of. Well, you can see a lot of the fonts here actually. You've actually got Japanese on there as well. I know Catherine was saying on a previous show her daughter's just learned to speak Japanese, which is rather amazing. So yes, so she was loving the idea of being able to like print something out in Japanese as well. You can see you've got more. Oh, apparently Catherine bought one last night, a machine.
I'm not surprised.
I'm
she
not
was
surprised
very excited
either.
in our show earlier.
So you can see also you've got that font there. Let's just go through the other fonts that you've got. So you can see you've got different ones here. So Claire, hopefully this is helping you. Also, just while we go through the fonts, Claire has asked another question, Becky, as well, about the actual weight of the machine. Do we know the weight of the machine, how heavy it is?
I'm not sure at the moment. Actually, I've got I might be able to tell you.
I will try and find out if it's on that information.
Bear with me.
You. So those are your fonts, my lovely. I do already have the cover stitch machine, which is amazing. Great quality and amazing prices, Claire from St Margaret's. So thank you for you, my lovely. Also, Lynn from Cleveland in Yorkshire says, I have the Brother embroidery machine, and what a great machine it is. It's easy to use, great value for money. I've never looked back. I'd recommend this machine. You won't look back. Happy sewing from Lynn from Cleveland, Yorkshire. Thank you very much to you. Did you find...
10.76 kilos.
Oh, that's good. 10.76 kilograms is the weight of the machine itself. So how's the design coming along?
Okay, so we've finished that first part. Let me lift up the It's quite hard to do this sideways.
I know normally it would be face on to you, but obviously for cameras here in the craft store studio, it's to make sure that you can see as clearly as possible at home.
Absolutely fine. I love a challenge.
You do.
And do you know what? If I can do it sideways, how easy must it be to do it face on?
Whilst you are threading that, my lovely,
Yeah.
let's check out the features of this fabulous machine to give you guys a chance at home to check out your baskets.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
It is a brilliant machine. I will say you have now checked out your basket, so congratulations those who have just purchased that brilliant machine. Now, with the money that you're saving on that embroidery machine, namely like £300 and something, how about purchasing this? If you want a great sewing machine, this is one of the heroes from Brothers, or sort of like arsenal of brilliant machines. I think this is a phenomenal machine. It's the FS180QC. Now, it has got 180 stitches on here. It's got your free motion grip. That means that you can literally go left, right, up, down, wherever you want. It's got your free motion there, which is fabulous. It's got the extension table included too. Basically, all of this that you see here, you are going to get within this deal. So you get the extension table, that would normally be extra. You also do get your hard case for this one. Do not throw away that polystyrene that's inside. I know the temptation is to rip that out because you just think it's packaging. You will see that that is moulded to actually be snug and fit snugly around the actual machine itself. So do not rip that out. Otherwise your machine will be literally sort of bouncing around in there. You get your feet with this one as well. There's a walking foot included. Now, Becky Cole, bless my soul, normally these cost about £35, don't they?
That foot on its own, yes, is between £35 and £40 to buy on its own.
What is a walking foot for people that don't know?
So, walking foot, when you're sewing, you'll notice that there are metal teeth that appear underneath the presser foot, and these are moving and feeding the fabric through the machine. Now, if you're using fabrics that are very thick or of differing thicknesses, for example, quilting, so where you have a backing layer, you have a wadding layer, and then you have your patchwork layer, or if you're using tricky fabrics like jersey, etc., the walking foot, what happens is if you just rely on the feed dogs underneath, it can kind of stretch the fabrics out of line. The walking foot echoes the movement of the feed dogs, so all layers of fabric are being pulled through at the same time. It is an incredibly useful piece of your sewing equipment.
Now, I know you obviously have the embroidery machine on the go at the moment, but let's just take a little sort of look around the sewing machine over here. 180 stitches. What else does this machine have that makes it worth every penny?
Okay, so 180 stitches, which are utility, decorative, your satin stitches, buttonholes, there's 8 buttonholes, etc.
Fashion, function, a lot.
Absolutely.
So repairs on the clothes sorted, home decor sorted, make to amend sorted.
Every sewing project sorted with those stitches. Okay. On top of that, so I'm threading this at exactly the same time. On top of that, you have inside, under the top flap, if you want to open that up, Nigel, there are 2 fonts.
Flap can. Oh, there you go.
So we've got 2 fonts in there as well. Those are not included in the stitch count, so there's actually another 110 stitches in there as well. So you've got those 2 fonts for personalisation. You've got 10 sewing feet with this, including all your utility feet. So you've got your buttonhole foot, your button applying foot, your overcasting foot, your zipper foot, your line hemming foot, you know, everything that you need is there. You've also, on top
of the feet out?
They might be in the front of the machine. If you open up the front of the machine.
I was going to say, yes, let's have a look. Are they
in? They might be in there.
Oh, hello. Hello, sunshine.
In their little storage tray.
No, I was just trying to do this back to front without knocking everything flying. There you go. I'll put those down there. So there you go.
There you go. Well. So there's all your utility feet.
It's always nice when you get more. It's always nice when you open something and something fabulous is inside as well. So you get all those feet there.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also get 3 additional feet. So you get your walking foot, which we've just mentioned, which is an incredibly useful piece of kit. Your 1/4 inch foot, which is great for 1/4 inch seam allowances, traditionally used in patchwork, and also your free motion embroidery foot. So free motion embroidery is your thing.
So
and that's
10 feet in all?
10 feet in all.
Including that walking foot?
Including the walking foot. Now, if you want to think a normal sewing foot is between £10 and £15 to buy. Add on to that your £35 to £40 worth of walking foot. You've got a serious amount of value in those feet as well on top.
So
you
how
want
much
to bear that in mind.
Be each? About
10 to 15 pounds.
Okay, let's say
per
10 because
foot.
that's easy in my head. So let's say 9 of them are £10 each. That's 90 quid. Plus another 35. That's £125 worth.
Absolutely.
Of feet there.
Of feet.
And I'm being conservative.
Plus your extension table.
That's more than you're paying for your first flexi. Your first flexi on this is £113.70. Your extension table for those larger projects, drapes, table runners, things like that would be how much, Becky?
Oh, 50 quid?
Okay, let's say 50 quid on that one.
Looked that
so that
up for a
takes it
while,
to £175 of like extras that you're getting so far. Your free motion grip. What does this do? I always think it looks like a potty lid, but that's the granddaddy. That's the granddaddy in me.
Doesn't it, when you're potty training the children? No, it's basically, so when you're free motion embroidering, you are in control of the fabric under the feed dogs drop away and you're in control. Now, this can cause a bit of, if your fingers get caught under the needle, or it can also cause a bit of strain in the back of your shoulders. This frame grips the fabric, so it's rubber underneath, so that grips onto your fabric, and you can use it to manoeuvre the fabric around, so you're not actually getting your hands under the needle, and it takes the strain out of your shoulders as well.
There you go. That's
very nicely demonstrated.
You'll probably have a little bit more room to do that, which is great. That's my hand modelling career ended in a heartbeat there. This machine then, so basically, I mean, it's a great machine. Brother, again, 3-year warranty on this one, I do believe. That shows their confidence. Also, don't forget, there's that Brother app that will tell you everything, whether whatever Brother machine you're using. Maybe you're using the Scan and Cut. Maybe you saw the lovely Lottie here on the craft store with the Scan and Cut last week. That is on that Brother app as well. So you get all of your sort of frequently asked questions and tips and techniques and all of that. All of those will be on that app, which is brilliant. Let's talk about the fact that this is going to be great for every level of expertise. Even if I'm thinking about a new sewing for the first time in 2022, would this be a machine you would recommend me to go to?
Absolutely. So here's 2 levels of extreme. That machine I taught my children to sew on when they were 7. They couldn't reach the floor. That's how little they were. So we had to unplug the foot pedal and they used the stop-start function, which is another fantastic feature if maybe manual dexterity isn't great, if you physically can't use a pedal or can't reach the floor. So ultimate beginners, only been on the planet for 7 years, were able to use it, okay? And then on the flip side, I've made wedding dresses with that machine. So all of those steps in between, yes, this machine will cover it. It's simple enough to use from beginner, but there's enough built into it that it's going to grow with you and grow with you and grow with you. You're not going to outgrow it anytime soon.
Let's give you the housekeeping on this one. The price is incredible. It should be £649. Again, one of the lowest prices I've seen in this machine. Takes it down by a saving of £270, an introductory price of £379. But what about our Freedom members? Oh, look at that. I love doing that. I love flipping the Freedom. It's fabulous. If you would like to go for that one, that's £341.10p, including your P&P. Obviously, that means that you are one of our loyal Freedom members here at the craft store, and you've paid your monthly payment, if you like. This is a big item to get that P&P for free and also to get that reduction. You are saving there £307 and something. Don't forget, we've got our Flexi on that one as well. We've got 3 Flexi buyments? That's not even a word. 3 Flexi buy payments on that for you as well. 3 Flexi buyments. I quite like that. I might incorporate that. Of £113.70p, including your P&P. If you'd like to order yours, 355-083. 3 ways to do so. You can either do it on the phone lines, you can do it by the app, but I'll tell you what, I would do it by the website. Check out the reviews of this machine as well on our sister channel's website, createandcraft.com. I don't know whether they've gone onto the craft store one as yet, but if they haven't, do check it out there as well, because obviously now it's one big happy family. So if you want to check that out, please do so at thecraftstore.com to place your order. Becky, how's my smoking jacket coming along?
It's looking marvellous, darling. Bobbin thread is almost empty. I was hoping this would happen because it might mean we won't have time to finish off this embroidery, but it does mean I can show you how to wind the bobbin. And I've been talking about how this machine has a bobbin sensor, so there's no stitching for hours and hours with an empty bobbin and not realising it. The machine has stopped and told me that the bobbin is almost empty. So I'm going to press OK. I'm going to cut my threads using the thread cutter button, which is just on the front of the machine. So I'm going to press that there. Okay, that's cut it. Now I'm going to just take the frame out. lift the foot up so that the frame can fit out. Now I'm not touching the fabric in the frame. Do not take it out of the frame because you are scuppered if you do. Now this, it works exactly the same as all the Brother machines. If you've ever seen me or anyone else demonstrating the Brother machines, so I'm just going to get rid of that little bit there. Okay.
On the floor, in the bin.
There's a bin there.
I did
missed
say
it,
in the bin.
but there is a bin there.
I did say in the bin.
Right. Oh dear. I don't know, I'm getting picked on now. Right.
Becky Cole, I would not dream of doing so.
So I've got, this is my bobbin filament, so it's slightly thinner than your traditional thread, okay? It's a bit more translucent, and this is this means that the machine, the tension of the machine will pull this behind the machine, behind the stitching, rather than sitting out on the front. So I'm going to bring it around here, and this time I'm going to follow the dotted line. So we come round this hook around the arm again. It's a slightly more slippery thread, so it's a little bit more challenging to thread up. And I have to say I've not done it sideways before, so this will be a test.
There's a whole new world of things waiting for you, Becky Cole.
I know, look at all these skills I'm developing. Right, so I've wrapped it around the bobbin a few times clockwise. Now I've cut it off, there's a little blade in there that's cut the thread off, and I'm not having to put any thread up through the little hole in the bobbin like you would traditionally. I'm clipping that across. Now we don't have a foot pedal with this machine, it's all controlled by buttons, okay? And now the button at the front, you know it was going from red to green, it's now orange. That means bobbin winding. So I'm going to press that, and the machine is saying winding bobbin thread. It's even telling me.
I love the fact that it talks to you. I know it doesn't physically talk to you like audibly, but I love the fact that it literally spells it out.
Absolutely.
But it just makes it easy. For me, that, I mean, if you're lacking confidence, because obviously if you spend a lot of money like this, I mean, it is a considered purchase, you want to make sure that you are feeling confident enough to feel that you are getting your money's worth out of it. And there's nothing worse than leaving something in the packaging because you think, I'm scared to use it. I'm a bit like that when I get a new phone. Like, you know when you get an upgrade on your phone? Like, for about 2 days I just stare at it going, I don't know what to do. It's like, you do, don't you? I know I'm an old duffer, but that's what you do. It's like, but the thing is, something like this, I mean, once you get going with it, it literally, it holds your hand, Becky.
It is so simple. I hear that more often than anything, that people have taken their first leap into machine embroidery. They've got this machine and they've been too frightened to take it out of the box. And it might have been in there for a few days, a few weeks, even years sometimes.
It's understandable, but it's a crime.
It is, absolutely, because the minute they get it out, this is when I hear about it, it's like, I finally got around to using my machine and I love it. Why did I not get this out earlier?
It's always regret, isn't it? It's never like, oh, well, it wasn't worth the wait.
Well, yeah,
it's always
absolutely.
regret. Catherine bought it last night, didn't you, Catherine? Why? Oh, this morning. Excuse I. Why did you buy it? Can I just ask?
Because I was very, very impressed with it. I did my homework beforehand.
Very, very impressed. Did her homework beforehand.
But there were so many more features than I even realised.
And there were so many more features than she even realised. There you go.
And I couldn't find the price better anywhere.
And she couldn't find a price better anywhere. So ticking those boxes. Thank you, lovely lady. Catherine is back in the next hour. There you go. She said it a lot nicer than I did, but there you go.
Okay, so I've wound my bobbin, I've snipped the thread and I've lifted it off of the machine. So as I hold it, it looks like a letter P. So I'm going to bring that down to the bottom here and I'm going to drop it in. So this is a top-loading drop-in bobbin.
Now, I've heard you say many a time that that is a very good thing to have.
Yes, because...
with a clear case on it as well, so you can see.
Traditionally speaking, if you look at older machines, it will probably have a front-loading bobbin, which is a more traditional way. Industrial machines load that way as well. And it's great, but you can't see the bobbin. It's a lot more fiddly to get it in and out. This, it just drops straight in. I'm not even having to pull the thread up. I've taken it round, I've followed the arrow, I've cut the excess off, and then I'm going to pop the little door in. The door is clear, so I can see. I mean, I don't need to see my bobbin in this machine because it's going to tell me. But yeah, it will actually let me see. So I can see, hang on a minute, I've only got a tiny little bit of bobbin thread on there. I've got a big job. I'm going to wind my bobbins first before I get started. So it is a good thing. So then once that's done, you then rethread your embroidery
now, whilst you're threading, let me
thread.
remind everybody that, of course, Becky is only here until 6 o'clock tonight with this one-day special price. The price will go up at 6 o'clock tonight. Now, Becky's last show is at 4, so she'll be here from 4 till 5 p.m. But the price will go back up at 6. I think are you with Yanis or Adam later? One or t'other?
I don't know.
I know the boys are in today. I should find out for you with the lovely Yanis. The lovely Yanis is going to be here with the equally lovely Becky later at 4 p.m. But the price of this machine is going to go up at 6 o'clock tonight. Is the price on the sewing machine going up at 6 o'clock as well? Is that one day special, or is it just our embroidery one? It's just the embroidery one that will be going up. But remember, the saving you get on this, you could be buying the sewing machine. So that's rather good. So after 6 o'clock tonight, the money that you were spending on this will not include the sewing machine. If you buy it now, with the saving that you've got, you could buy the sewing machine and still come in under the recommended retail price for this machine on its own. Does that make sense? 402290 is the item number. And of course, it will get shipped to you as soon as that first payment comes through to us here at the craft store. Even though it's on FlexiBuy, which is a brilliant thing, it means that the first payment that you pay to us, we will send out the item to you. So it should be with you very, very soon, which is great. You could be making, garments by the end of the month, quite frankly. It's a great machine. I mean, it really is. And I just love embroidery is one of those things. I mean, it's so pretty, and I love the fact that now we're able to do it at the press of a button.
Yes, oh, completely. Embroidery, I'm obsessed with it now. It took me such a long time, like in terms of my career and my sewing journey to get into it, and I have never looked back. I wish I could have had a look got into it sooner. Now, I want to show you what the screen is telling us whilst it's stitching. But before I do that, our little wash-away stabiliser from the very beginning, can you remember, is now completed. Can you see how the wash-away stabiliser has completely disintegrated and disappeared? And now we're left with this beautiful lacy filigree motif. And this is built in. Now, there is another design of a smaller silver star that hooks through this little hook here, this little hole. So you create almost like little Christmas tree decorations.
I was going to say, that's gorgeous. You can imagine that on the front of a card or on a Christmas tree.
This is one of my favourite things to do with embroidery is to stitch straight onto a wash-away stabiliser, and you're just left with these gorgeous things.
If you want wash-away, down at the bottom of the screen, underneath Becky there, 30534. That's a lie. 305374 is the item number. Back to you, Becky.
Right. So I want to start this going again. Now we're not going to have time to complete the design. That's fine. But maybe we can finish stitching it in the next show. But I want you to have a look at the screen, at what the screen is telling us whilst it's stitching. So we've got here our full design. This is what we designed. This is what we came up with. Can you see this little cross that's jumping around? This is telling you live which part of the design is being stitched at that moment in time. There's a smaller square over here. Because we're stitching yellow, it might be a little bit tricky for you to see, but that yellow, in there is the small yellow flowers that surround the N, and that is showing us exactly that's the bit that's being stitched. Okay. Now we've got our colours here. You can see we've got this part here. We've got this is the colours that we're doing. Then the next one, etc. And you can see we've got the colour name and the number that I've talked about before. But it's also telling us how long each step is going to take, so you can really plan ahead. So, for example, a 1 to 2 minutes, even a 3 minute colour, I might just sit and watch the machine. If it's 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, for example, the star we've just done was 21 minutes, one colour, so you can just set it going and then go off and do something else, sit on your sewing machine.
Cook the kids some spam fritters or something.
Absolutely, spam fritters,
healthy
what you like. And along the top here, can you see these numbers? So the black numbers are the totals and the red numbers are where we're at. So we've got 6,260 stitches in our design, and we're counting up in real time how many stitches at any one moment have been stitched. You can see that happening. We're 12 minutes into a 16-minute design, so this whole design would have been 16 minutes worth of stitching, and we're step 4 of 6. So this is step 4, 5, 6. Okay,
so should we literally finish as soon as we finish the show, because we've got about 4 minutes left on the show.
We might get it done, yeah.
Becky, can I ask as well, because obviously this is a design that you've created, because you wanted to, mirror the top and bottom with the flourishes and then the N. Is that now saved within the machine?
It's not. I can save it within the machine if I want to.
How would you do that? Would you have to put it on any USB, or I mean, what would be the lay of the land there?
Well, let me show you. So to do that, you can do it at the point at which you are creating your design anyway. But where we're mid-stitching, it might be a case of, I got to turn the machine off. Something's come up. I've got to go and get the kids from school, or whatever is happening. Just because that's my real life. Down here, there's a back arrow, so that's just going to take me back to the previous menu. So this is what the opportunity we had to change it all, to do whatever we wanted with it. Now this little pocket here, we're going to put it in our pocket. If I press that, I can either save it to the machine, or once it's saved, let's having a think. Now on the side of the machine here, I'm going to spin it around so you can see, this is your USB stick port with a USB symbol next to it, and I can guarantee I'll put it in the wrong way. Oh, right way first time. That
Well
never
done.
happens, ever. Kudos.
If there's a wrong way to put it in,
today.
you can guarantee, yes, we normally do.
I feel very
They're
like I've
clapping you in the
achieved
gallery.
something today.
They are. I've got a sea of claps in my ears for you right
Claps,
now.
amazing. So now I'm going to come back to my pocket, and I can now press the USB, and now it's saved it so quickly to the USB stick. If I want to go back further and come back to my add button, I can then now go to my USB symbol here. So I've come back to the main menu, USB symbol, and here, so all of my embroideries that I've saved are in here. So you can see we've got all sorts of little different things in here, and there is your N. So if I pressed set, it would then insert that back into our design. So you can download all sorts of things onto your USB and add them to your design.
Now, we've only got just over a minute left, so I tell you what, obviously this design may have to be finished in the next show, or we can do something new in the next show at 4 o'clock. If you have this in your basket now, please do check out your baskets, because obviously the stock is dwindling on this one. The price is only with us until 6 o'clock tonight. Becky, for anybody who is out there still having that, you know, that little confidence glitch, and they're thinking like, oh, I want to go for this, and I want to try embroidery, and this seems a really easy machine to use, but I don't know whether I'm going to be good enough to actually get great results on this. How do we get people over that hurdle?
I just say, look, anything new is a little bit scary. Just go for it, because I promise you, you will not regret it. You are going to absolutely love this machine. You're going to love making things with it. You're going to love letting the kids make things with it, because, you know, it's easy enough for the kids to use. Just take that leap, because you will not regret it, I promise.
If anybody has any questions for Becky, you can probably hear that you can probably see that she knows what she is talking about. If you don't have any questions, email in, Becky and answer them in the 4 o'clock show. Also, she will check out those bobbins for that 4 o'clock show.
Yes, oh yes, I forgot about the bobbins.
So
yes.
you can check those out for the 4 o'clock show with Yanis. studio@thecraftstore.com is the address. That is it from me, Nigel May, for today. The lovely Catherine is coming up after the break with more great shows. I will see you again very, very soon, I hope. So I shall see you somewhere very, very soon. But if you do want to carry on with the Fabulous One Day, if you want to get your hands on the Fabulous One Day special, order it now, 402-290. Have a great weekend, lots of love, and keep it here at the Craft Store. Take care. Bye-bye. So what's coming up today? Oh, Catherine's getting us hooked on sugar buttons. That's in 2 hours' time. Julie Hickey with the fabulous Hazel Eaton is in an hour. But coming up next, the brilliant Pink Frog Crafts.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Oh, I'm laughing, that little frog, and my knees started going like, then I caught the corner of my eye. Claire's doing the full jumps and everything. Right, this is the second live hour of her Pink Frog Crafts. Very busy hour earlier on. In fact, we had lots of sellouts to a point where, Claire, we haven't got that much left, really, have we?
We haven't, although I think Andrew's been on the phone and I think we've got some happy hours.
Have we?
Think so.
We will have to tell you about those then. Oh, you need to shop ahead on them as well. Don't forget, when it's a happy hour deal, the price is only relevant for the current hour. The price will go back up on the dot when the clock strikes 2 o'clock in this case. Now let's start with the new todays that we have got left, of course. Let's have a look at this first one. Oh, this is fabulous actually. We've got the true bright white linen. This is your unscored card. Now Claire, we've got the 15 by 42 centimetre as the size. Not only do you get the cardstock, we're getting, of course, those wonderful folds, aren't we?
Yeah,
and the
so
frames.
You'll get your 10 folds and we're giving you the frames as well. So you've got creativity there all ready to go.
Amazing. Now yours won't look like this all laminated, of course. These have been done for us, but you can see exactly what you're getting there. So you can create those frames, you can create all those different scores, all using the cardstock exactly as it is, so you don't have to worry about cutting it down. Now you're getting 50 sheets here. The texture is absolutely gorgeous. It is linen. Now I've got a little swatch here, just with some ink on, so hopefully we can see how this really picks up the detail. A lovely weight of card, being 300 GSM as well.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it's got that linen texture, but you can still do lots of things on it, because that's what we wanted. So it's something we've been looking for a long time.
Of course.
But it had to be right. It's Pink Frog. It had to be just more than linen, really. So the fact we can still ink on it, we can still stamp on it, we can still spritz on it, we can emboss it, we can die cut it. We wanted it to do all of those things, as well as give you that beautiful, beautiful linen feel.
Beautiful, and if you do leave it just as it is, you can see that beautiful. It says true bright white, and it is gorgeous, because white comes in so many different shades, doesn't it? It sounds silly, but it does. You can get grey whites, yellow whites, you know, off whites. This is really, really beautiful, very crisp.
It is, and it will be the same all the time as well. So if you order it now and then you reorder it later, it will be exactly the same. So you never have to worry about like keeping it in batches and things like that.
And can we emboss beautiful? I can see a card that I did show actually that's got embossing on there, so it's not going to crack if you use your embossing folders?
Yeah, you can use embossing folders. I embossed a die with it this morning as well, and then you can heat emboss on it as well. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
Just showing you a few more samples here as I give the details. Oh, I like that. That's clever, isn't it? £16.49 is going to get you 50 sheets. Remember, all at 300 GSM, all with those instructions for those different folds as well. We're just showing you a few of the techniques that you're going to create. I can tell you half of the stock has gone on this one as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Brand new today. 708655 is the item number. Right, now then, we have got more for you. This next one is my personal favourite, I think. Well, you're loving it as well. Now, once it's gone, it's gone. It's another one of those. How it didn't disappear earlier on, I have no idea, but we've still got the Misty Grey. Now, I love how this has been curled around, because normally we flex the card, Claire, and it's catching the light, but that just shows it off so beautifully.
It does.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It just shows it. Yeah, I just love it. It's such a beautiful colour as well. So that's kind of, I would say, like a minky grey. It's got kind of like a brown undertone with it. Yeah, so looks beautiful with all kinds of colours with it as well. Nice with like oranges or a nice warm pink as well.
Oh yeah, oh the pink for sure. Same size, it's 15 by 42, so we get the folds with this one as well, the 10 folds in the frames. Now if I just show you a couple of cards as well, so you can see how it does work with those different colours. Obviously we've got white card here that has been stamped, a little bit of colour that complements beautifully. Did you notice the gold flecks within the card? But it doesn't mean you can't put it with silver as well. How wonderful is that? Beautiful. £12.99. You've got a £5 saving. We are busy on that one. Remember, once it's gone, it's gone. So quickly check your baskets out, I would say, on this one. 840108 is the item number. Now, another favourite is ice gold. Oh, this is gorgeous. Maybe if you want to do something a little bit more luxurious, wedding invitations, christening invitations. To be fair, though, look at the price here. This could be your everyday cards, Claire, with that luxury.
Definitely. It takes it from just being that you'd keep for special to just using it everyday card making. And again, you'll see on the samples we've stamped on it, we've inked on it. So, you know, we've changed the colour quite a lot on it as well.
Now, if you look closely at this one again, you can see, you can just catch that little bit of glitz. It's not glittery, it's got that beautiful sheen to it, but it is stunning. And both sides, isn't it, as well? It's not just one side. So whichever way you turn this, however you fold it or score it. But when you start to use your inks, I'm going to try and catch the light with this next sample I'm going to show in a second, because it picks up that lovely sheen with your inks. Now, this is 260 GSM, so not all printers would take it, but if your printer would take, and you want to cut this down and put it through your printer, I love these cardstocks, Claire, because the ink on the printer picks up that sheen as well.
It does. So both with your printer and with your stamps as well. So those brown butterflies look embossed, but they're not. They're just flat stamped. But because of the sheen on the card, you can just see it coming through.
It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that price again, only £12.99. Another £5 saving there for you. One last card, 075077. I think I've got that one upside down. There you are. Could go either way, actually, that, wouldn't it? It could. There we are. Right, OK, now we've got more when it comes to the same size cardstock. So again, the 15x42, we've got the ice crystal. Now, in the studio, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to tell on the camera, but there is a difference with this, isn't there, Claire?
There is. So it's the shimmer in this is the crystal, so it's got a bit more of a shimmer, but its undertone, I would say, is a little bit creamier than the other one.
Do you know, I'm going to grab a piece of the previous card and try not to destroy... Yeah, it's not going to stay there now, is it? This is what happens, you see, when I touch anything. I'm going to put the two together so you can see the difference. If I just pop that one in between like that... Oh, yes, you can definitely see the difference. So the one that's moving, there, that's the ice gold. And we're looking at the ice crystal. Big difference, actually, when you put them together.
Yeah, one's definitely much creamier than the other. And it's the flecks in it which give it its name rather than its base colour.
Yeah, definitely. Well, another one to pop into your baskets with a £5 saving, just £12.99. 604165 is the item number. I'm going to lay that cardstock down because I know it's going to fall on the floor. Right, OK. Let's have a look at the next one. Same size again. You can't leave without checking this out in your baskets as well. You are going to get your true black here, 280 GSM. You've got, well... Fantastic. This is coming with those instructions again. All of these in this size.
Yeah,
every one of those.
Every single one of them will come with the 10 folds and the frames.
Yes. Oh my word. 491887. If you are wanting to cut this down and use it for matting and layering, you can. If you do want to cut it down and use it with the embossing folders, but make use of those wonderful scores as well. Those different folds that we've got, the boxes, the frames. It's all there for you to use. £16.49 on this one. You've got 280, as I say, is the GSM. So a really good weight yet again. 50 sheets, 491887 as a reminder of that number there. Actually, can I just show a couple more samples on this one as well? Because these are really lovely. Is this one of the frames that we get the instructions for, Claire?
It is. So we've cut the card down to do that. But yeah, and the thing is, once you've got the frame instructions, you can do your frames in lots of different sizes as well.
Wonderful. Love the effects. Look how you can work with those different mediums with your black card as well. Your heat embossing, your waxes. Oh, it just goes on and on, doesn't it? Wonderful. I love to see just the white embossing powder on your black card as well.
Yeah, it's just so elegant, isn't it?
It is elegant,
There you go, I'd find the word.
Yeah. White or your silver, as you saw in that sample there. Now, we have got more for you as well. We're moving away from that particular size card now. We've got some dies for you. You might have spotted one or two samples around the studio using some of these. Now, we've got Britannia dies for you, so I'm just going to bring this in. So, we've got the Elegant Edge die, which is this one here. There we are. Now, I have got some samples again to show you. These are the sorts of dies, Claire. You don't appreciate what you've got until you see them cut out.
No, definitely not. The elegant one was the one we used on the 9 o'clock show this morning.
Okay.
So we've used it to do a whole little wedding, folded envelope. But we've not only cut it, but we used the Pink Frog Easy Embossing mat as well, and we've embossed that shape as well. So
that's elegant.
It's just beautiful. There's just so much you could do. So gatefolds meeting in the middle, over the top, kind of, you know, if you're doing pockets and things like that, they make great pockets.
Oh, wonderful pockets. And you could, you know, you can make the depth of the solid bit whatever you want, can't you? So great with the cardstock that we've just been through as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic.
The linen
Lovely
cuts
die.
Beautifully.
Absolutely beautiful. £10.99, that's all it is. A really good substantial die there as well. 447500 is the item number. Now we've got another one for you. Let's bring the details up for this one. This is the Daisy Edge. So let's look at the details for this one. £14.99. I have got another sample to show you as well. Same thing applies. You know, you don't appreciate what you've got there until you see it.
Yeah, you see it cut out and it's just so much, it's kind of daintier than it looks. And you can just see that little daisy right in the middle as well.
Oh. And I'm going to turn this around because whichever way you put it, it works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So again, your gate folds, your Z folds, look at that. That is so, and you could snip that away and just use the framework on its own or the edge on its own.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, you could take away bits on the outside and have that piece in the middle as well. So there's, oh, you could cut out just that centre bit and build them up like ornate petals.
Yeah,
in a flower.
Definitely. And you could use just snip the other bits and use them as just like flourishes around things. You know, when sometimes you've got a flower and you want to pop something behind it, just snip away and you've got all kinds of flourishes.
Very, very useful indeed. 026298. Now we've got more for you. We've got wedding dies. Now these come together, so I've got a board to show you exactly what you're getting. Let me bring this in again. Very useful, isn't it? Maybe you've got invitations, maybe you're going to a wedding, maybe you're making albums, cards, thank yous. You know, it just goes on and on, doesn't it? And actually, the horseshoe doesn't have to be for a wedding at all.
No, it doesn't. It can just be for good luck as well.
It could.
So what's nice about this set is it's kind of quite generic, but you can kind of mix and match it as well. So you can use the elements obviously together or separate them out as well.
Wonderful. Great price on this one as well, because you're getting all of those for £19.49. You've got a £6 saving there. 198264 is the item number. Now, we did promise some happy hours, didn't we? We better tell you about these because we did say shop ahead, but we're 11 minutes in. So if you haven't spotted them already, oh, my word, look at this. Oh, somebody's been generous. Now, oh, it's not. It is Friday, but it's not Black Friday. But we are going to save £12, I believe. We'll change that. Are we saving £12? We are. Look at this, absolutely beautiful. Your mirror card here. I've got some cutouts to show you. That'll help, won't it? Using the die actually from previous. Oh, one of them. Look at that.
Yeah, so we've cut out the die, but then we've also used it to emboss as well. So that second one's just embossed. So obviously you can use it to emboss your dies, but also your embossing folders will work as well. And then just obviously where we tend to use it, matting and layering, but it can be so much more.
Wonderful. It is a great price, isn't it? £11.99. I'd say get 2 lots of that. You're not paying any more than you would normally would. Or if you wait until just 1 minute past 2 o'clock, that price is going to go back up anyway. So definitely multi-buy on that one. 100526 is the item number. Now, just to the side of me here, we've got one of our favourites. It's our staple, isn't it? It's a super smooth. So 300 GSM, so your construction weight again then, Claire.
Yeah.
Always a good deal, but we've got £5 off.
That's a really good deal.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
160 sheets. These are A4. £16.98, and we've always talked about, and we show you the boards when we have shows, you know, the different techniques. There's multiple techniques that you're going to achieve with the Super Smooth. 617168 is the item number. So 2 fantastic happy hour deals for you there. Now, we do have more when it comes to Super Smooth on the show for you, so we're just going to give you some details of a different size. You didn't get to see this earlier. £12.99 is going to get you 75 sheets. Now, if I just reach back and pick one of these up, you'll recognise that these are the same size as the initial cards that we had on the counter. So it's your 15 by 42.
It is, yeah. That's an amazing price.
Does that mean we get the templates with this as well?
You do, yeah.
Yay! £12.99 for 75 sheets. Fantastic. 531355 is your item number there. Now, if you pop onto the website, there's loads more to see. We did have sellouts this morning. Don't forget about the grey mist. I think once that's gone, it's gone. We know that's very, very busy. We've got your consumables there as well. Look at the 5-star reviews. Oh, if anybody's watching and you're going to tune into my Sugar Buttons crochet shows, the EVA glue that Pink Frog do is what I stick the eyelashes on with. So fantastic for that. I get asked that question no end. One of my favourite stamps is there, the chrysanthemum. Some beautiful stamps. Look at these reviews. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Some great prices for you. Do take your time to have a good look through. Lots to see, an awful lot to see. But something else we do want to see is demonstrations from our Claire. So what are we starting with, Claire?
We're going to do a little bit of marbling.
Are we?
Shaving foam marbling.
Oh, can't wait.
But before we do, I just want to show you kind of the texture and how easy it is to kind of, if you don't want the white on white, how easy it is to bring out the texture. This is just one of the little distress cubes, and if I literally just wipe this over here, you just see that texture start to pop.
That could almost be weathered wood as
it
well.
It could, especially if you embossed lines in it first, you'd get that look really easily. But that's how easy it is if you want to drag a little bit more of that texture out if you really want to see it.
Beautiful.
But let's do some marbling. So I've already sprayed some shaving foam. Doesn't need to be posh, almost the cheaper the better, to be honest.
Oh, that's good news.
And I'm going to use our Pearly Winks.
Oh, we love a bit of Pearly Winks. We do have these available.
Yeah, so these are from our set of essentials that we do with them that got the 7 in, and I've got anemone blue and magenta, and I am just going to spray them in here.
Oh, look at these colours straight away. Oh, these are
looks
nice
like ice cream. Don't eat it.
Oh, wow.
So I like it quite bright, and then use whatever you've got and just give it a good old swirl about.
That really breaks it up, doesn't it, with the white
again? It does, and I was ready. I knew I'd got this out somewhere, so let's pop that away.
Okay.
And then all we're going to do is basically dip our paper into that. I'm going to have some paper ready.
Okay.
So this is our linen card, and I am just going to pop it in here.
So you're just pressing it down slightly on top, but not dumping it right in,
I don't particularly need it over the back, so I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And I'm going to lift it up, and obviously it's still got quite a lot of shaving foam on. For me, I find a ruler the easiest thing to use.
Oh my word,
and
look at that!
And I don't know how shaving foam works, but this is dry to touch straight away. So this is why, this was one of the first techniques I tried with the linen, because I was like, oh, you know, it does actually take water quite well, but I thought I'll try something that doesn't make it too wet, and it just comes out beautifully.
That is stunning, isn't it? And then when that has really dried off and you start to, you know, build onto that background, you've got that lovely texture, you've got those gorgeous colours. And you're going to get different results every single time.
You do. You get completely different results. And I love that. And then what I love is because that card is so white, where you get the white coming through, you get a real pop of white come in as well.
Do you know, I can see roses in there, you know.
Yeah, it's great for die
like
cutting flowers and things like that, and all kinds of bits and pieces. But let's turn it into a card. So I have taken one of our 15 by 42s, and I've just folded it at 21, which gives us a top fold note card, and I do love a top fold. So I'm then going to, because I want a front panel, I've cut a front panel and I've stamped just for you on there, and that is from our typewriter sentiments. And then this is just a bigger piece of marbling. So you can see I've done basically like long sheets of 15 by 42 at home, kind of in a big tray. But I thought we'd just do a small bit today. But you can see, you know, in all sizes it comes out really well. So let's pop this down. I've just inked the edges with a little bit of distress ink as well to give it
to frame it a little
just to. And I didn't want to cover up all of my linen card, because what I love about the linen is its crispness, the fact that it's adding a little bit of texture. So I wanted to keep some of that. So we are going to pop that down at a lovely jaunty angle.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
So we'll let that stick, and we will find some scissors.
Now, the difference between the linen and the super smooth is obviously you've got the texture of the linen, haven't you?
Yeah.
Claire? And also, is there a difference with the whites then? Because we've got the true bright of the linen. Is the super smooth a slightly different sort of white?
Yeah, I think this one is a little bit brighter than the super smooth. I should have them together, really.
They're both
shouldn't
300
I?
GSM though, so great construction weight.
So,
So the
yes.
linen would be fantastic for your gift bags, your boxes as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure we can do it in the bigger sizes. So that is the front of my card.
That looks brilliant.
And I am just going to, what should we do? We'll do this. And I'm going to put this, because I want this as a full panel, but I don't want a matte and layer. I want the panel to cause its own shadow.
Okay.
So that will give me, just that lift will give me a little bit of a, you know, that's my mat, basically, that lift. So these are our foam pads.
We do have these available as well. Do you know, I keep saying I need foam pads and then I forget to stock up. This is a great way of doing it. Look, you've got a £5.50 saving. What you're actually getting here is a whole collection. So you're getting the foam sheets, the roll and the foam pad roll. We'll show you a picture. That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? So different sizes of the foam pads, you've got different thicknesses there. Of course, you can cut everything down as well, but it's great to have those larger squares on the roll as well, because it gives you more options when it comes to cutting down. Or stability with your cards, if you're doing those big layers.
I love a raised front on a card, especially when I'm doing kind of that clean and simple look.
Yeah.
I don't always want an extra matte and layer. I just want white on white, and so this lifted front works really well on here.
This is a great card for a teenager, actually.
And you could use whatever colours you wanted with it as well. I'm not sure that's straight, but you know, it will suffice for now. There we go. So we've got that. Then I've gone ahead and I have stamped one of our butterflies. So again, this is stamped onto linen. I am going to admit I did this in a stamping platform just because of the detail on it, but 2 goes and it was there. And I've used the VersaFine Twilight because again I didn't want it to be too dark in there.
That's a lovely stamp, actually.
It is. That's from our Butterfly Wishes set.
We've just brought the details though. Actually, I've not seen this one before.
Have you not?
I don't think I have. 20 stamps in this one set. Oh, look at this. Oh, that is gorgeous, isn't it?
So, what I want to do is add a little bit of colour to our butterfly. Okay. So, I am just going to scribble this on. A bit of blue. And a bit of pink.
Are these watercolours by any chance then, Claire?
They are. So, I wouldn't flood this paper, but I did want to show you that you can basically drag the colour on it. So this actually isn't just water. What I've put in here is our Pearly Wink. So again, the one that comes in that set of 7, this is the Pearl Mist Diamond Pearl. And I've put it in a water brush. So this becomes basically
it's like
your
a
own.
sparkle pen.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. So the colour's gone down with the pencils.
Yeah.
Oh my word, look at this already, how the colours are coming out.
Already just starts to come together.
And then you've got that instant shimmer.
Yeah. And you can just keep going, and there you go. So I'm not adding an awful lot of moisture to this. I'm just letting it kind of flow through the pen.
You've got control, haven't you, with those brushes?
Yeah.
So you know, unless you squeeze the barrel too much, it's not going to give you too much water, is it?
So, and you can say I am just really just scribbling on here, and then just dragging that colour across.
Oh, that's such a lovely effect, isn't it?
And you know, it then will dry with that sparkle on it as well.
Gorgeous.
So there you go. Obviously, we've got one that I've finished colouring in somewhere. Oh, I did a pinky one that time. So yeah, just go through watercolour pencils. But yeah, I haven't added an awful lot to those. But yeah, that sparkle is just lovely on it. So I have got
I adore this set. You're getting 20 stamps for £14.95.
It's a
the details are on the
beautiful,
screen if you need them.
beautiful set. It is a set I keep going back to. I'm going to pop this together with my 3D glue gel. In fact, I'm going to stick the middle of my card in first because that'll be easier. So again, we've just done another panel exactly the same size. So I've actually cut that to 14 by 20. I've put another piece of marble and stuck with love on it. And I'm just going to put that because I do like to bring the outside of my card in. I think it's something that can just lift your cards to the next level. Just by, you know, just bring in, you know, it might just be a tiny bit of colour or a matching stamp.
And it really shows that you've put a lot of thought into that card.
Yeah. So
I adore the background. I think to have that on the inside as well, and I simply love how you've got that angle, rather than it just being a flat piece.
And it, again, just something like that just makes it look a bit more creative.
Yeah.
And you know what, if you're not great at sticking stuff on straight, go for angles. Just go for it, because if you stick it at an angle that's really an angle, nobody can tell it's not supposed to be straight.
Of course.
I'm going to pop a blob of glue gel down, and then I can just pop some little sprigs. Like you say, we could have cut bits down from that daisy dye, couldn't we?
Yes, the daisy or the
daisy
edgy dye
edge.
would have worked beautifully.
Put a bit more of that in there. This does mean when I stand it up, it'll all fall off, but you
We
know.
do have these sprigs available as well. I don't think I've seen those before either. Oh,
They
it's the leaf flourish
they are
and
one
the
of
small
they,
ivy.
They are one of my favourites.
I'm not surprised.
They're just a great filler.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that is so
So there you go.
so
I'm going to try and
pretty.
stand it up.
Absolutely beautiful.
But it may all fall off because of the glue gel. No, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Oh, I love that,
Don't breathe,
Claire.
it'll be fine. But yeah, how simple as well.
It is gorgeous, it really is. Well, you can recreate that, of course, for yourself, using the cardstock, using the products we've got on the show today, the stamps, the dies, it's all there for you. Let's have another little recap of the cardstock we've got available. Now, remember, anything that's got 15 by 42 as the centimetre size, so we've got various different options. They will all come with a template, so you've got 10 different folds. You've also got the frame templates as well. Now, we're looking at a brand new today, so the true bright white linen. We've just seen it there with that technique, and it works so well, doesn't it? 300 GSM, so definitely construction weight if you want to make those gift boxes or those little bags as well. 708655 is the item number, and it's only £16.49 for those 50 sheets. Beautiful texture on there. Then something else that has been very, very popular. I am not surprised. The only thing I'm surprised about is that we've still got stock. There's 70% of it gone though now. If you're loving this one, the Misty Grey, oh my word, it is gorgeous. If we come in nice and close again, you can see almost that gold fleck in there. But you know, you can see, looking at it, how many different colours are going to go with this. The pinks, the greys, the blues, those oranges that Claire mentioned. Fuchsia pink would look beautiful here as well. I'll just pick a couple of cards that wants to show you again. You know, silver with the gold, it works beautifully. Rose gold would go with that. Copper would go with it as well. £12.99 is the price here. We've got a £5 saving today, which is very generous, seeing as it's a new today. 260 GSM, so still a really, really good weight. You can do all sorts of techniques with this one as well. 840108 is the item number there. Gorgeous, I love that. Right, moving on, we've got more. We've got the ice gold for you. Same thing applies. It's the same size cardstock here, pre-cut for you. Another 260 GSM, another 50 sheets. So we've got the ice gold here. It's quite a white one, this one, with the gold flecks in there. And it's, you know, it doesn't matter which way you use it. You've got that lovely shimmer on both sides, so you don't have to worry about folding this back or getting it the wrong way around. It's going to work every single time. I adore printing on cardstock like this. It just works beautifully with your printer ink. And of course, you can die cut, you can shape, you can emboss, you can heat emboss. All of those techniques will apply again. Your inks will look divine, picking up that shimmer from underneath with whatever colours you want to choose. 075077 is the item number on this one. Another £5 saving, so just £12.99 for those 50 sheets again. Great value. Right, the ice crystal, so kind of a similar sort of shimmer to this one, but it's a little bit more creamy. But you will see, if we can get it, it's difficult to get this on the camera, but you'll catch the odd little glint, I think, as we come in nice and close. But when the light catches this properly, it will be so beautiful. All those different techniques can be used again. Another one with 15 by 42, so those templates will apply. You've got your unscored carve, of course, that same thing applies across the board with these, but 250 GSM on this one, so the GSM GSM will vary depending on the colours. 604165 is the item number on this one. Your £5 saving does apply again. £12.99 is all it is for today. Now, the true black. Do you know, if you're putting anything into your basket, I think you need to put this in as well. You can't go wrong with it, can you? All those different techniques. I love the fact we've got samples again with embossing, we've got heat embossing, we've got different colours that have been used here as well. Made frames with these. You've got the same size again, the 15 by 42, so you're going to get those templates. £16.49 is going to get you 50 sheets, a really good weight again on this one, 280 GSM. There's all sorts of techniques here. Look, you've got the heat embossing, there's some colour on there as well. You can use your gilding waxes. Oh my word, look at the frame. That's like a modern piece of art, isn't it? If I just turn that to the side so you can see the depth of that. You can create those frames because you've got that construction weight. 491887 is the item number there. Right, the mirror card. Oh, we're back to a happy hour then, aren't we now? Now, this is your Miri H. What does the H mean then, the Miri H?
It's basically the highest quality of Miri card you can get. So it basically, it's like it's reflective value.
Got you.
So yeah, if you look, you can basically see your face in that.
Well, I could probably, I'm not very good at this, but I could probably find something around the studio, but you know, it's very reflective. I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's there. You can see it moving. £11.99 is the price on this one. You can die cut again, you can emboss, use your alcohol inks on there as well. That would be a lovely technique. Look at this, this is half price. 100526. We're giving you 40 sheets there at 260 GSM, so another wonderful weight. Now we've got the A4 Super Smooth, always a popular choice because you can do so much with it. Perfect for your stamping, your alcohol pens, you know, your different techniques with your inks and your faux bleaching and all sorts of things. Throw your salt on it and do all those things as well. Of course, the technique that Claire did show us with the linen card is perfect on the Super Smooth as well. You're getting 160 sheets, 300 GSM, only £16.98. A £5 saving is to be had there as well. 617168 is the item number. Now we do have the Super Smooth in the 15 by 42 as well, so those templates will be yours if you're going for this particular option. Another great one at £12.99. You're getting 75 sheets there. Remember, these are unscored, so that gives you the ability to score in many different ways, following those templates or doing other things that you decide to do with them. 531355 is the item number for that one. There we go. So let's head back to Claire, right down to the other end of the counter again. Over to you, Claire.
Right, so we're going to do a bit of a twist on a trifold. So you've got your trifold instructions, so we would do exactly the same. So I would score, as the instructions say, at 14 and 14.
Okay.
But once you've got these and you've had a play, there's nothing to stop you kind of going, oh, what if I did another bit? So I am now going to score at 7 as well.
Oh.
And what that's going to give me is when this one comes in, that'll be a little fold back there. So it's kind of bringing almost like two folds together. So then that'll open out and we've got that little bit there. What I have done is I've gone ahead and I've got a mat and a layer. I'm just going to move that one out of the way. Stay. And let's move that. There you go. So what we've done is I've gone ahead, I've cut a mat for the front of this, but then I've just die cut a circle in the middle as well.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, not only is this like a different shape, but we can kind of do like
how clever is
pop throughs and things like
I love
that.
Claire.
So, you know, if you see something in one size, just think, oh, I wonder if I could do that. And it's just one extra score we've popped in there. That's it. So let's give this a bit of stamping, because we love a bit of stamping. And I'm going to use your favourite stamp. I'm going to use the chrysanthemum.
I love this.
There you
If you've
go.
never seen this stamp before, you need it. It's a must-have. Oh, just hearing, we haven't got an awful lot of stock left of this one either. You need to be quick. Look if we've got anything. Honestly, when you see, look at that straight away. That's all you need to do. Just do that one stamped image, Claire, and that's it. I've fallen in love with it all over again.
There you go. Well, what we've also done, I'll get to that in a minute because I just want to, I'm going to add some leaves, so I am going to mask this off a little bit.
Okay. You're getting 12 stamps in this set.
So I have just done, stamped that same stamp onto some masket and then just cut round it.
Not too difficult to cut out either, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, I decided to treat myself to shiny new masks, so that's what I sat and did one kind of
I've just had a
evening on
thought,
holiday.
Claire.
Go on.
I'm going to ask you a question. First of all, I'm going to let everybody know we've got the musket sheets, 10 sheets for £9.99. These are A4, which are reusable, of course, if you're using them for the techniques that Claire is using. But I'm thinking back to your first demonstration. If we die cut a musket shape, let's say it could be an oval, it could be whatever you want. Let's say we're going for an oval. Put that into the middle of the card.
Yeah.
And then we did the shaving foam technique over the top and swiped away the foam before taking off the musket. You'd have like an aperture. Would that work?
I've done it with heat embossing. So if you heat emboss your card before you marble it, you still get the heat embossing coming through as well.
Do you?
Yeah.
So it acts as a resist in the same way it would for an ink. So it's not going to stay. Oh.
Yeah. So I'm using, just in case you think this is a bit pale, I am using a grey ink because I wanted it to have a little bit of a softer feel to it. So I can take those off.
Oh, that stamp, it's gone limited stock, everybody.
Oh, so what we've also done with this stamp is I have stuck together 2 pieces of funky foam. So it's just like kids' craft foam. 2 together. I've stamped this on it and then cut it out. So it's basically going to give me a solid. Now, I did this on a show the other day, but I've had a few questions about it, so I thought we'd come back and revisit it. So all I did was stamp on it, cut round it, and then I've just used a bit of tape to stick it to my block.
I know what you're going to do. I was at home watching you one day, and you did show a sample, and you said, oh, I did show how to do this on a show, and I thought, I need to find that show, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm so pleased that you've brought this back.
Because I haven't cut this out perfectly, and in some ways I don't want it to be, because I want it to have that, you know, like lino printing, you know, where you've got an edge and then you've got a colour, and then it just does that. So again, for those of you who maybe like me quite like a bit of colouring, but you know, I'm not the world's best, this is a great way to add colour and add a lot of colour really quickly.
That is genius. And actually you could put different colours on there in one go. You could do sort of an ombre effect.
Or you could go back in fact, there you go, it's a different blue there. I'll probably hate it, but you know, let's give it a go. So I can go back over that now and just added a different blue. I've used a different type of ink, so it might not react so well, but yeah, you can just see.
Yeah. No, it's worked. Look, you can see that
it's just gone a little bit through.
How clever.
So yeah, you can spritz them as well. You can spritz the stamp.
And of course you could even go in with your fine liners and add 1 or 2 little dots or something.
Definitely, or you know, because you've stamped on it, you can then obviously go in with your pencils if you wanted to add a little bit more definition. But as simple as that.
Oh, guess what?
Has it gone?
It's gone. That stamp has gone. Oh, well done, everybody. You're going to love it. You are going to love it. We've still got the cardstock though, don't forget. We'll remind you of the details of that in a second. We're loving the True Bright, aren't we? The white linen. It's absolutely gorgeous. We've seen different techniques with this one as well. We can see another gorgeous sample right here as well, which is just beautiful with those different inks, those oranges there. Keeping that True Bright white in the background coming through. 708655 is the item number. Remember, I've got to keep saying it because you might have just joined us partway through the show. If you're going for any of the cardstock, doesn't matter what item number it is, if it's 15 by 42 centimetres, the size of each sheet, you will get those templates for the scores, for the different folds, and also the frames as well. £16.49 is the price if you're going for the white linen.
So again, I just wanted to bring a bit of that same colour onto this inside panel. So I've just used some of our Scotch tape just to mask off, because I don't want it to go over that line. I've used 2 pieces, generally because I forget where I'm supposed to be stamping and get a bit carried away. And again, I don't need this to be perfect. I'm just going to go in and add.
Okay.
So this is from our Poppy set.
Oh,
and this is this is the lovely words, and you can just go over that a few times.
Lovely. Scotch tape is on the screen if you want it. I know we've sold out of that many times before. It's removable, and you're getting 2 rolls of these, 2 rolls, not just the one, for £14.99. £999-217 is the item number there.
And we can bring that other colour in here as well. So we're just bringing that
together nicely,
that across both, and then you'll just see that just doesn't damage that card at all. I do love a
Could we
bit of
actually
scratch
reuse
tape.
that tape again?
Yeah, we could. It's just because I've got ink on it now, I'm likely to make a mess on TV. And I'd rather not. So there we go. So then I've just got a few other elements and we can bring the card together. So we've got our front panel. So let's stick that on. So we've got our front panel and our side panel done.
Okay. Is that the EVA glue?
It is the EVA glue. I think we're out of the bottles at the minute, but
what, the fine bottles?
Yeah, but they're coming back. They're coming back. So I just wanted it to be very plain on the front. I kind of wanted it to be a card that kept giving. So you kept seeing like different elements as you opened it up. So we've got that. Here again, I've just stamped birthday wishes. Again, that's from your chrysanthemum set. And I've just used a little bit of jelly roll pen, just a bit of Sakura pen to add that bit of sparkle on there. And then this is die cut from our...
your Miri H.
Miri H, correct.
Fantastic. Do you know, I can imagine this as a fold-out page in a little album as well.
So I am going to use foam tape on this.
Oh, don't forget about that bundle. That was such a good buy. With the foam rolls and the sheets as well, all in different sizes, different depths. So you've got the best of everything. Yes, you can cut them down, and you will cut some of them down. But when you've got those different sizes and options to start with, do you know, it is such a good way of buying. And you've got £5.50 off today, 325813.
I've added glue on the back, and I want it so I can just move it, so I can just put it in the right place. So you might take a little bit jiggery pokery there. There you go.
Oh, perfect. Look at that.
That'll
That is
go
so
there.
pretty.
And then again, we've just to bring that card inside. Oh look, I've already put red liner tape on. That's good, isn't it?
You are so well prepped.
I surprise myself sometimes. So we've got red liner tape. So again, I've just on the linen card, I've just stamped a little bit of that that text stamp. And then our chrysanthemum again on there, and I've used that infill technique as well.
Do you know, I know the pink frog stamps actually. Just looking at that piece you've got there with the flower in the corner, you can make some beautiful note paper.
Yeah. That's so nice. Just to put, I mean, I love making like little sets of notelets.
Yeah,
And
there's something about stationery, isn't there?
Yeah, and some of the words we've got on the typewriter sentiments, you've got like just to know and with love and dare to dream. So if you're doing like notelet sets, you've got lots to go at there. So, and that'll go in the middle. So there you go. So from a standard trifold, we've now got our little kind of, that'll pop through.
Isn't that beautiful? And all from one piece of card with the 15 by 42, remember. Any of the colours would work actually with that design because it's the same size, but we'll remind you of a couple of the options. So the True Bright, the white linen, remember templates will come 300 GSM with this one. 1649 is going to get you 50 sheets, 708655. We'll just have another look at Claire's card as well, using this particular option. This is beautiful. Just while we've got it on camera, Claire, you just open that up again so we can see right the way through this can.
So that opens and then it opens again. So I just wanted it to just keep giving, really.
And it does. And again, I've got to point out how beautifully crisp that white is.
It's lovely to work with, it really is.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely
you need some of that brand new today, 708655. Right, Misty Gray. Oh my word, you need to be quick on this one. Once it's gone, it's gone, and we've gone limited stock on this one now. You can see how it picks up the gorgeous colour, that gold fleck in there. It's the same both sides again. So if you want to turn it either way, you can. You're not worrying about, have I got it the right way, have I got it the wrong way? If you want to tear into it, if you want to bend out or roll corners, you can do that. Another good weight, it's 260 GSM this time. Templates will apply, £12.99 is the price. Multiply on that one, well, we've got £5 saving actually, because when it's gone, it's gone. You probably kick yourself if you want to make something, maybe a batch making, or it's just going to be a firm favourite. Yes, well, why don't I get some more? 840108 is the item number there. Then the ice gold, same thing applies again with the size, also with the templates. Let's look at the details though, because the GSM can vary a little bit. 260 GSM is the weight of this one. You're getting those 50 sheets again, £12.99 with a £5 saving, 075077. You can really see that beautiful shimmer there, how the light is catching as we've got that rolled over. Gorgeous. Right, we're going to go to the crystal as well, because it's nice. Do you know, oh, I'll make this flop over again, won't I now? But let me just bring one of these in again, just so you can see the difference. Then if you want to go for both, you can. So I'm bringing in the one that we've just seen. If I put that now behind, so the one in front is the ice crystal. You can see it's more creamy, because the name might make you think, I would have expected that to be lighter or, you know, a little bit whiter, but you can definitely see the difference. Very pretty colours, actually, because the white works so well, but sometimes you want that sort of off-white, don't you? And you know, personally, I'm not so keen on the really creamy yellowy ivories and creams, and that is such a pretty soft colour, and I think blush pink would work well with that, navy blue would work well with it, so you've got lots of options. All your browns would go with that very well as well. You know, it's entirely up to you. That orange on the card that we can see works beautifully. 604165 is the item number. It's another new today, and 250 GSM on that one. And we can't leave without reminding you about the black as well. You can't not go for this one. Look, that chrysanthemum, you are lucky if you manage to get that. Isn't that a gorgeous card? £16.49 if you're going for the true black. 280 GSM on this one. You will get those templates again, 491887. Now, you might be popping lots in your basket and maybe going for glues and everything. If you're building that basket up to £60 or more, you know what you can do, don't you? If you don't, we're going to tell you right now. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier. Lots of flexes in that advert, isn't there? Flexi, flexi, flexi. But it's very, very useful, isn't it, that flexi basket? Use it to your advantage. Right, OK, let's just show you the details again on the screen there for the true bright white. I think we've got time for another demo. Don't know if we're going to use that or something else, but we'll ask Claire. Claire, we can squeeze one more in, I think.
Right. Let's do a double gatefold, but we'll show you how to cut it so it gives you a bit of a funky. Again,
that sounds brilliant. I like the sound of that.
So we're going to follow the instructions, which says fold at 7 and 14, or score at 7 and 14, and the same on the other side.
Okay.
So at this point, you have got a lovely, bring that in and over and in and over. And actually, I'm going to do it the other way so that I get my beautiful linen on more panels. So the linen on the front, okay?
Okay.
What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to mark this on each side at halfway. So as it's 15, it's 7.5. And then we're going to chop into this.
Okay.
So obviously in the instructions you've got this, and then all I've done is gone, well, let's just chop a chunk off.
Let's just chop a chunk off.
There you go.
I like that. So you're not measuring or anything, you're just literally
I've
going
measured
for it.
to half, so I've got a little notch.
Down the other side.
And down the other side to half, so it will be symmetrical, but then I'm just bringing it into that 14 centimetre fold.
Yeah.
And there you go. All of a sudden...
Ah, I see what you're doing.
You've got like a little tuxedo card, really, almost. So you've got that there. So at this point then, I've taken, it was a longer piece, I've chopped into it. So again, this is our linen. I am going to use speckled egg, but you could use any colour you like, really. So again, if you are batch making, if you're making invitations for a special birthday, a christening, anything like that, being able to, if you want them all to be the same, being able to replicate it over and over can be quite difficult, trying to get, you know, 30, 100 sheets of something, whereas with this,
I can't take my eyes off these butterflies. Is that from the same stamp set as the
It
previous
is,
one?
yeah.
I think I might have to go shopping again, Claire.
It is a fabulous set. It's got loads of like cute little background stamps and words on it as well. So, but for this one, I just wanted something that was quite plain. Again, I wanted to let the white linen card shine through, really. But you can see I'm not doing this on a stamping platform. I'm just hand stamping it. Just give your ink just a couple of seconds just to kind of meet the card and sink in a little bit.
Okay.
So you'd carry on, and you've basically got a whole sheet of pattern paper, and we've done that with just one stamp out of a set and one ink pad. You could, if you wanted to, add background stamps, but I just wanted something quite clean and simple. So nice and quickly, all I've done then is cut all these into little panels. So again, I've cut them to the same size, so we've got the same angle, and these will all just pop on here. So I have matted them again onto that silver mirri, H. So this will go on here.
This again is going to make such a lovely substantial card. It's going to stand beautifully because of the weight of the cardstock we've got here.
Yeah, and at this point as well, you're up to kind of 3 layers as well, because you've got your base layer, your stamped layer, and your matten layer as well. So just some of our red liner tape. This is the thicker one, the 12mm, and you'll see that that'll just line up along there.
Oh, when you separate that, I mean, that background looked beautiful as it was, you know, just see all the butterflies, but once you start to separate it down with that little bit of a border, it's just so elegant again, isn't it?
It is, and it's just sometimes you can't find the pattern paper you want in the colour you want, so basically just make your own. Oh, I've put them on the wrong side, haven't I? Yeah,
Why?
They should have been on the outside, but they can go on the inside today. That's what I got. I thought I was all going far too well.
Well, there isn't a right and wrong. It's whatever you
No, and you know what? We
prefer.
can find a solution to that, and I think that's what's always important. Is it is card, have a play. So this I've actually put through my printer, and I have only got a little normal DeskJet printer. So I've printed this and then stamped a couple of butterflies.
It looks as though those butterflies have been printed as well.
Yeah.
So they're like a watermark in the paper.
So we'll pop that on there, and then...
You see, I don't think you've done that wrong at all, Claire. I think that looks lovely. You just
that...
need to make a couple of extra ones.
Yeah, I think you just put a couple of panels in there, or we could stamp our background stamp on there, it'd be fine. But I'm going to leave it as it is for now. And then again, I've just done, because I thought it'd be quite nice to hold it together, to have a little belly band. And to do this, all I've done, again, it's just a strip of our stamped out card. Now to do this, I could measure it and score it, but for some unknown reason, every time I do that, it's never quite right. I think it's like the stretch in the card.
Yes.
So I do it manually. I just bring it round and line it up. And
But it's
I
like
will...
when you fold 2 pieces of card together, they will never lay flat because one's got to compensate for the other.
So
and it doesn't.
if I've tried it, I've done different measurements, and every time I do, it's just never quite right. I'm never happy with it. So instead, this is the way I do it. If your measuring's better than mine, I'm happy. There you go. So I'm going to bring that over. I should have put a silver bit underneath it, but there you go. We'll have it like that.
Beautiful. Oh, you could put a little butterfly, a stamped butterfly.
Do you
could put
think?
over that join if you wanted. You could have the join at the front, couldn't you?
Somewhere.
Have you got one?
Like that one.
Oh.
And there should be a silver piece somewhere for it to go on. But you know what? It'll just go on there. And actually, we will use one of our foam pads. I'm just going to cut a little bit off there so it doesn't stick to anywhere it shouldn't. And because I'm putting this on something that I want to move, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it onto the bottom piece, so I know it's not going to stick anywhere it shouldn't. I did have a lovely little matten layer for that, but you know what? Let's go like that.
Oh.
And there you go. So there, and that will stand.
Very
and
nice
then that'll
indeed.
just
slide that down, then we'll
Slip
have a look
off,
at it. No, it's glory on
and
the
then
inside.
it will
Look
stand
at that.
like that.
See, it's well worth putting those panels on the inside,
Oh,
Claire, because that's how you're going to see
they
it
look
stood
better
out.
that way.
I do as well.
Thanks, Catherine.
Yeah. Definitely. Yes, you're going to leave it stood up like that, aren't you? That's how you're going to see it. Beautiful work. Yes, if you want to go for the true bright white linen, I'll give you one final reminder for this hour. It's unscored card because you get all those templates to do those different folds, those different frames as well. If you want to cut them down for matting and layering, you can. There's no options. No options. There's loads of options there for you. £16.49. Brand new today, 708655. The Misty Grey, oh my goodness, we are so limited on this. You need this checked out of your baskets very, very soon. Otherwise, you are going to miss out on this one. £5 saving. When it's gone, it's gone. We're not going to bring it back. Not today anyway. There's definitely no more stock. £12.99 is the price. 840108. Absolutely love, love, love that. Staying with that lovely shimmery effect. Of course, we've also got... We've got the gold for you, haven't we? The ice gold. So this is the whiter of the two that we're going to see next. That beautiful shimmer. It looks like satin. It looks like the wedding dress. You know, when you've seen it made in satin and it flows beautifully. £12.99 is the price on this one. Another £5 saving. 075077. Multiple uses for that again. All templates, as a reminder, yet again, with the 15 and 42, so it applies on that one. Moving along, we've got the ice crystal, so a little bit more of an ivory colour, maybe a little bit of an off-white, this one, but it's got that beautiful fleck in there, that little sort of crystal detail in there. 50 sheets. You're getting the templates on this one also, 604165. Another £5 saving there, 250 GSM on this one. So do check those GSMs, they vary slightly depending on the cardstock that we've got. And then... yeah, even if it's not my favourite, I would not be without the True Black. You need to make sure you're stocked up on this one. It is an essential. 280 GSM, 1649 is going to get you 50 sheets. With those templates, once again, 491887. Now, don't forget, I am looking at the clock now, you have about 3 minutes after we've gone off air to check your baskets out on the happy hour deals. You must check them out before the price goes up. So 2 o'clock on the dot, you're going back up to £23.99, which is a great price, but why pay that? You can get 2 lots here, 2 lots for that price, because you're saving £12, it's half price. £11.99 is going to get you 40 A4 sheets. It's a lovely 260 GSM, and it's your Mirror H, so you've got that really fantastic reflective coating there. Gorgeous. I'm going to dazzle everybody. 100526 is the item number on that one. We've got another happy hour deal for you as well. Never miss out on the Super Smooth. Use it for multiple reasons. Always a great buy, but look at this, another £5 saving today. £16.98 is going to get you 160 sheets. This is 300 GSM. 617168 is the item number. Now, we also have in the Super Smooth the 15 by 42, so the templates will come with this one as well. Only £12.99 for 75 sheets. 531355. Do check the website for all of the glues, the tapes, the foam pads, everything else, those consumables, the red line, it's all going to be there. Claire, thank you very, very much. Did we get 4 different demos in there?
Got 3.
3. Was it 3? Seemed like more. Great techniques though. Stay with us. Much more to come. The menu will follow. Thanks, Claire. Lovely to see you. Oh, from one lovely lady to another. We've got Hazel coming up next. It's Julie Hickey Designs. Then, in fact, actually Hazel's Designs. Get hooked on sugar buttons. Who's doing that, I wonder? Brother Embroidery Machine, one day special at 4. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched.
When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Well, hello everyone and good afternoon. I am really looking forward to this show because we got our second look at the fantastic releases and goodies from Julie Hickey. I am not alone because Julie Hickey goodies and the wonderful Hazel, that's a combination to love. Hello Hazel.
Hiya, how are you doing?
Very well. I was really pleased. I watched this morning and saw your earlier show. I thought I couldn't think of a better fit with Julie Hickey Designs because you're such a fantastic demonstrator.
I love working with her. It's been brilliant. Yeah.
It's very inspiring. Now, just to give you a little backstory, so this is the second part. So this is part two. It's more from the girls and boys, and I have to say, as bundles go, very, very popular. I want to put this into context. After 1 hour, we are now at 80% of the stock. So, bear that in mind. We've just started this show. 80% of the stock went in 1 hour. We've only got 20% of the stock left. And I'll just show you, actually, we're having a look here at some of the examples. Hazel, beautiful. One thing that strikes me is the variety. So whether you want to go grungy, if you wanted to go clean, simple, you really can do it all with this set.
There's something in there for everybody, but I just wanted a collection, so that's why this is part two, because it adds on to the first release and just gives it that bit more versatility so that you can build up your own backgrounds. You can keep it crisp and simple if you want to, but you can add in your different mediums and really start to layer in. Now we've got the dies that work with the stencils, you've got those beautiful medley stamps to go in the background, and be able to personalise each and every card to any family or friend member.
And we're getting busy here. Just to give you a little backstory, so Julie Hickey Designer Series, what Julie does is work with some incredible designers, and I was so pleased to see Hazel being able to bring her own work and inspiration, because we've seen Hazel as a demonstrator and you work for a lot of great brands.
Absolutely.
You are very good at what you do. You know what you're looking for, so as a designer I couldn't think of anyone better, and it's really reflected well here in the fact that you've designed your dies, your stamps, every component here you thought of as a crafter, what's missing, what do I want to work with?
And just using a portion from the first collection, you're going to use them on every card you make, because we all make cards for our family members, or we're asked to make some. Or can you make one for my great nephew or my Aunt Betty, whoever it may be? You can do that. Aunt Betty, I don't even know where that came from. Who is she?
I don't know. She's probably sitting watching right now. So I've got mentioned on TV.
But being able to make them backgrounds up as well, it just elongates the whole process, and everything working together it just makes me happy that that now is a complete collection that just comes with me.
Finishing it off. And you can tell that you've poured so much of yourself into this. Okay, look, we've got to get serious. We are busy here. A lot of you are buying this now. This is one occasion where I'm going to have to be strict with you. nobody pay full price on this, because as a Freedom member, it's classed as a why not deal, which means you are saving money becoming a Freedom member. So it pays for your Freedom membership. So please become a Freedom member before buying this. Don't pay full price. As a Freedom member, your first flexi payment is $27.43. That is a phenomenal price. Now, obviously, that's your first flexi payment. Then in 4 weeks' time, you pay your remaining $27.43. But as a Freedom member, no P&P, it's already included, and you're saving £11.09. Let's go through, because there's an awful lot here, Hazel. So
there is.
Talk me through. What are we getting?
Okay, so first up, you've got more for the girls. So what I wanted to add on this set was, I've got a larger fern, so it's going to work in with the original set, but it's given a different size so that you can create more different backgrounds.
Yeah.
I wanted to be able to have birthday girl or birthday boy, so that's where the girl came into it.
Okay.
On the descriptive words from set 1, they're in 2 different fonts for the girls and boys. I've flipped over the words, so amazing is on the girls set in a scrolly font, so I wanted it in a more typewriter. So you've got every single option there. You've got them gorgeous circles. Over on the boys set, you've got some numbers, so now you can personalise cards even more with adding an age.
Nice.
Those gorgeous lines. We've got the medley of happy birthday, the corners, the stars. It's just, I love just adding and jumbling them together. It's so easy to build up your own pattern paper, and yeah. So that's just a stamp set.
So look, the amount we're getting just on the stamps alone, the resources, the things you're going to do with the stamps, incredible. Then you look at the dies. These are big, big dies.
Yeah.
Incredibly useful.
Big sets.
Nested stars in there as well. So you've got a beautiful flourish of stars. Actually, I'm just going to show you.
There's 2 big boards.
Ah, here we go.
Yeah.
So let me just share this. Those are all the die cut, so we just cut those out, but those reflect the dies that you're getting, the size of dies. I love the little sprinkle of tiny stars in there as well, which we could use for shakers.
Absolutely, and they're just cut as they come out of the packet. Obviously, if you start cutting one of the smaller stars within one of the bigger stars, you can create so much more. But just trying to keep it simple to be able to fill that whole board up.
Now this, I have to really, really applaud you, Hazel, because this fern is beautiful.
The delicate, it's so delicate, and this actually works in conjunction with the stencil. So there's a fern stencil and mask,
which we're going to look at in just a moment.
Absolutely. So if you was to pick up the mask and ink it up and print it through your machine, you could cut it out with the outside edge die. So they're going to work with each other.
Like that.
Okay.
I mean, that's stunning. So there's your fern in there as well. So you've got these, I mean, these are large dies. So we're getting our dies in the mix as well. As bundles go, and up here, sorry, we haven't seen this one. So you're also getting the stencil.
The stencil,
in there as well.
This one came from, on the Eurostar stencil from set 1, there was a little portion that had got birthday. The feedback that we had on it was amazing, so that grew then into a happy birthday. Absolutely brilliant for backgrounds. You've got some extra little bits of card up there, I think, with different techniques, but there's so much you can do with this, whether you're just inking through it, whether you want to use your embossing powder, whether you want to put it through your embossing machine. This, again, it looks effective in whatever way you want to use it.
Like it. And when you, okay. Here's the thing, because now, and this is, I meant what I say, I really think that Hazel's a very talented crafter, and she's put a lot of thought into this, because everything, and this is what I'm thinking as a crafter, and I hope at home you agree with me, every component of this, it's never going to date.
No.
You've got all of these elements that we can use, so just making a beautiful album, which I know some of you like to do.
This demonstrates it brilliantly. So this is from Philippa, a stunning sample. She's used my all-weathered paper pad and just cut strips off of each page to actually make the backing papers. She's used the dies on there. She's used the stamps on there from the first collection and the second collection. She's made beautiful little pockets and tags. She's even masked out in the middle of that piece there where the star is. It should say happy birthday around there. She's cut some masking, stuck it over so that it's not then just happy birthday.
But that's
it's
awesome.
Gorgeous.
But we can go from here to something like this.
I love the drama on that one of the dark fern leaves against the pink background.
It's got that sort of silhouette, you can imagine, like nighttime, that sort of like twilight coming through. If you wanted to go very light and dainty, this is nice.
So that one's from interesting. That one's from Marion, and she has just used one of the tiny little dies. It's just like a little frondy bit of fern, And she just cut it lots of times and laid it up, but then added some of the smaller stars in.
And one card we make the most of as crafters, and this is proven, is birthday cards. So here you are not short of birthday cards. I'm just going to whip through because I am conscious of time.
But that's great, just tying in one of the little stamps, the background. You can build the whole background up, add in your different colours in there.
Really like that.
And your glitter cards. Look at that.
Let me just pop these down for a moment, because I've noticed something, and this is a good illustration of the quality that you get with Julie Hickey with regard to the dies and, of course, the stamps as well. So this is the fern cutout. We've got paper.
So that one's on black card, but it's been heat embossed in black.
Okay, so yeah, nice.
That one's been sprayed with pearly winks, all sorts of sprays and diamond pearl.
Now, what's going on here?
Okay, so this one, I use the outside edge to cut through. It's a craft metal, it's quite thick. And then I just put the die through with my embossing mat, and it embossed the design, so you can use either side of it. But how amazing does that look?
Wow.
If you like, and then you can shape that. If you obviously slightly bend it, you can shape that for your project. But you do need one of the thick embossing mats. The pink, I use the Pink Frog Easy emboss mat, and it works perfectly.
And then we've got leather
This
now?
one is, so that is leather.
What?
I cut it twice and backed it so that it was pretty on both sides, but beautiful handbag tag.
Oh, handbag
earrings,
tag.
if you like, big ones.
Oh, well, let's have a little look. Oh, yes.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
Look, that shows you the quality that we're getting here. We are really, really busy for this. Nearly 85% of the stock has gone. Potentially, you never know, by the time we get down to the end of the counter, I could be calling limited stock. We will see, but this deserves to be busy. I'm a huge fan of Hazel's, and she's done such a great job with this release. The price is exceptional too. We've got to thank Julie Hickey for that. 624-137, your item number. Now, Hazel, you can tell, and this is why I get excited, when you have the designers here and being able to sort of talk to them about a release and you see their passion. And Hazel was saying, look, you got this release, but these stencils are designed to work with the bundle as well. And you kind of saw that when you were designing. You had a lot of ideas in your mind with the stencils and the bundle.
Yeah, it all had to work together. And the response that we had from the first collection, I just knew that I had to do a part 2. Because it's like when you make anything, when you've made it the first time, when you make it the second time, it's always different, but better. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense.
I'm not saying that the second collection is better than the first. I mean, it's the bits that were missing, poked in, and now we've got this big array.
Well, you were just able to fill the areas that you felt like
fill the gaps.
It's like the director's cut, effectively. You had the first bit and you're like, I just wanted to add this bit.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, so here we go. I'm just going to show you the stencils that you're getting in this collection. So both stencils, now we are at 40% of the stock. $15.98 is your price. You get your stencils and you get your masks. I apologise, that's upside down.
That's the little font that I was on about. You see where it just says birthday across there? And that's where the big stencil from the new collection comes in.
Nice.
And we've also used that same font for the stamps as well. The happy birthday on there, and the boy and the girl and the friend.
Lovely. $15.98 is your price, and you could be creating inspirations like this. Ooh, that's nice. Look at that. Again, another one, just using that fern. That fern is beautiful. Now, not just a fern, of course, you've got the stars in the mix as well, so do have some fun. Right, 557-870 item number. I'm going to try and be quick here because I know we want to get to Hazel for our first demonstration. This is the original collection, so the first release. We've got the boys first for you, so we've kind of broken this down. Having a little look, you can see, oh, I love that. It's grungy if you want it to be. You've got layers of detail. Love the wood grain on the stars as well. That is a strong set of stamps. And then great sentiments too.
Absolutely. It was all designed around Julie's circle die set, which I know is further down the counter. It's probably quite limited because we really have struggled to keep that one in stock because it's been so popular.
I love it. Instantly see it. And I know
it means that you can pop everything out. What board have you got in your hand?
Have I got that? Is that the wrong one?
That's one, but there's another board there, and it shows you how it works with the dies. Have a look under that board. That's
this
it.
One?
That one underneath. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Because it will work with the boys and the girls, but that just shows you by using the dies how you can cut each layer up and use them individually or stack. Oh
yeah, I like that, and just showing you
I think this one...
That's your boys.
That's the boys. Oh, sorry, I'll put that down. Here we go. So, having a look at the... Oh, we are on the boys.
You are.
Sorry, that's the boys. That's the right one.
I think you are.
I was going to say, wait a second.
Yeah.
Apologise. So, you got the boys here. So, let's have a look at some of the words. So, fabulous, husband, brilliant, son, granddad. I like this because you've got your words. You're fabulous, you're brilliant, you're wonderful, and you're awesome. And then you think, who are we going to be applying this to? So, is it an awesome stepdad?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be a fabulous grandpa? Or a wonderful father-in-law? That's excellent.
Or an awesome partner.
Yeah, oh, I like that.
Or if you couple the sets together, you could have to my or to our wonderful daughter and son-in-law, because you've got all of them words there.
Do you know why I love this? It's because my wife for years, even before I joined here, when we got together, if she bought a card, she used to, now she makes them, but if she bought a card, she'd always try and find one that said to my niece or to my sister-in-law. So it's that personalisation. So being able to do that yourselves, that's very valuable. OK, if you want to go for that set, I love this set. $14.99 your price there. Now, we have got the girls as well. We'll just have a quick look at the girls. And the girls, once again, you've got the same premise. You've got beautiful, beautiful stamps. And then you have the wonderful words to go with it as well. So if you want to make an inspiration, it could be to your amazing sister, or your loving nana, or maybe your beautiful great grandma.
Yeah.
Or your gorgeous mum. You know, whatever you want to do. I like the fact you've put mum and mam in there as well.
Yes, and nanny, nana, granny, grandma, because everybody calls them something different. And I wanted to make sure that we catered for everybody.
Pet names.
Yeah.
Like that. $14.99 is your price there. 536312 item number. Now, we do have some sentiments for you as well. We're just going to share these. So if you're looking for sentiments, these are your sentiments circle stamps. 22 stamps in total. $14.99 is your price. 636050 your item number. You've got happy birthdays in there, just for you, special friends, with love. So all the big ones. You're a star. Yeah, they look good. Like that. Another set to share. This is your circle dies. So obviously showing you how effective the circle dies are. $15.99 is your price, saving £3. 987095 your item number. If you do want the papers, and we had a little peek at the papers, so we're just going to share those. These are nice. So these are designed by Hazel. You've got the all-weathered, love those. Love those. I mean, die cut those out instantly. That's going to look great. I'm thinking MDF as well. $12.99 is your price there. 951690 item number. Hazel, I really am so pleased. And how, because I'm so sorry, I missed the first collection, so I didn't realise that you designed the first collection as well.
That was in October.
That was in October. I missed that by. Had you done any releases with Julie Hickey before that?
Never. This was my first little venture, and I'm, blown away. I've loved every moment of it, and just feel privileged to be able to do what I love.
Well, it's nice of you to say, but I think we're very fortunate to have you designing. To say you are a very talented crafter, and I really do get the sense, and I hope at home that comes across too, that you've designed as a crafter. I know this sounds very silly, but genuinely, you design as a crafter. You're kind of thinking, what do I need in my stash? When you're designing something that's going to stand the test of time, it's not going to date, it's going to work on multiple situations.
Yeah.
You kind of ticked all the boxes. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, let's play.
Let's play then. Okay, so we're going to make a little pop-out type of card, and I've gone ahead because I want to show you more about the stencils and the stamps as opposed to building the card. So I'll show you one. Here we go. This is what we're going to make. So it will squeeze down and go flat, but I've used really bright colours on this one just to be different, and used quite a lot of elements. So we'll be cutting some of the ferns out.
Lovely.
So first of all, I've gone ahead and cut the front, and I've taken the large fern stamp. That's from the More From the Girls set, and I'm just going to do a little bit of random stamping over the whole of this card base.
Okay.
But I'm going to use this fern, and then I'm going to take the fern from the original set, so you can see how they kind of mix and match. I'm going to be doing first and second generation, but I'm also going to be being careful because I've stamped that. I'm going to have a line there, so I need to just obviously you don't really want to be doing it with your finger. Just make sure that you're careful when you stamp the second one. So if I take that off, I should get some tissue as well.
You inspired by nature when you design, Hazel?
I just for this collection, I wanted a bit of a botanical feel, and I think I got it. And I did get stuck on just using greens, but then I just thought, you know what? Actually, this one matches my top quite nice.
Matches your top very well, yeah.
So I'm just going to go around quite quickly and build up. I'm using 3 or 4 colours. I've got tattered rose, seedless preserves, abandoned coral, and a little bit of picked raspberry. Just to, and then I'm going to swap over to the smaller one, and because it's smaller I can just quickly tap this one in. And you don't have to be too careful with this, because whatever it looks like, it will all blend in with the background, and that's what it's about, just building up.
Now, I have a little question for you, Hazel.
Yeah?
Do you think green, your inspiration working right now...
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Would green work with that?
Oh, green would be amazing.
Oh, you're good. We've obviously worked far too much together.
I've heard you.
There we go. I can tell you we are green on the screen, complementing Hazel's design and works perfectly with the fern. Look, jokes aside, 10% of the stock remaining. Now, remember, we lost 80% of the stock in 1 hour. 10% of the stock's remaining. This will not last. So I'm going to put that out to you right now. We are limited stock for this bundle. If you want to get hold of it, if you've got the first release, fantastic, you can have the complete collection. Or, and I'm going to go out on a limb, and correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, Hazel, but I feel even if you didn't get the first collection yet, that's obviously something you can add to in the future or today.
This is going to work on its own.
Well,
it's going to stand alone.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
so we're busy. Please become a Freedom member. Nobody paid full price on this. You're going to save your postage and packaging. You're also going to get further savings as a Freedom member as well. 624-137. Busy. Okay.
Okay, so I'm now going to start and add in a little bit of text. So this one is from more from the girls, and it's got like, it's a little medley. It says loving, beautiful, gorgeous, all lots of different bits, but it's great for like filling in and making up a background. Yeah. I'm not going to go overkill, but I am going to pop another little bit down there. Don't do it upside down though. There we go. And then I'm going to kind of keep flipping between all of the stamps. Now there's a lovely trio of circles which I love, and I'm going to have to use them. So just filling in, and when you're doing backgrounds like this, you want to, the less you think about it, the easier it is, if that makes sense. The more you start to think, oh, where shall I put it, just to kind of let yourself be free and just stamp. Nice. Although I am looking at something, because it would freak me out if I was doing that. I'm trying to give advice here. Look, I love the dictionary definition here of the fern. We'll have to put some of those in. So I'm going to get a little bit up there.
What the viewers can't see is when Hazel's working with these stamps, you just get the biggest beaming smile when you look at it. And you say it's those little touches, like seeing the
it does make me smile. It makes me happy inside. If the only way I can explain it is you kind of get that little flutter in your tummy, and it's just satisfaction. And shut up, Hazel, you're getting too soppy. I'm going to go over to my sentiment circle set, and I'm going to choose a sentiment. So I'm going to either with love, happy birthday, or just for you. I think I'm going to go with love on this. Okay. And I went ahead and inked some card up ready. We'll just stamp that on, and then we'll quickly die cut it out. Right. I love stamping over a graded background because I've used the colours, so it's all going to go in really nicely.
Gives you such lovely depth as well.
And that is lovely and crisp. Now, because that's done in VersaFine, I am just going to...
A blot.
Because it's a slower drying ink, just blot it a little bit, because what's going to happen is it's just going to transfer onto my die cutting plates. So I'm just going to pop this one over. So this is from the circle set, and you'll see a slight little line around there. That's when I know I've got it in the right position. And just for speed, I'm going to put that through on my little machine, because it's just quicker for me.
Okay. It's a ditty little die cutting machine.
I couldn't be without it, honestly. I love the little one. So that gives us our matching little sentiment, and it's just die cut out beautiful, and that's going to sit on there. Now let's have a little look at our ferns.
Nearly.
I'll get that later. I'm just going to put the lid on my black ink because I don't want to get that everywhere. And I think I'm all right for the background. I'm not going to add any more stamps on there for the minute. I'm trying to stay tidy. So, let's have a look in our dies. So we've got our outer die and we've got this gorgeous detail. Thank you. I shouldn't say that out loud, should
Floor
I?
manager Dougie to the rescue. He's a good man.
So I'll just whiz through the outer one in black first. I have gone ahead and done, I'll give these to look at. I can't pick it up. There you go. I've done 2 of the smaller ones, but we're going to concentrate on the larger one. And we'll send that through. And then I've gone ahead, and again, I didn't think you'd want to see me inking the piece of card, so I've gone ahead and inked it up, and we'll die cut that one.
That's fair enough.
So there is our background.
So how did this all come about, working with Julie?
We've been friends for years and years, and I've always been on her design team.
Right.
And then when she started to do the designer series, I think Marion was first.
Yes, right. Yeah.
And then she says, "Come on, Hazel, you need to do some." I was like, "Really?" And she's like, "Yes, come on." So I just, that was it.
Oh.
Did it. So now.
It's meant to be.
It was meant to be. I'm going to place my fern on and run that one through. Move that over. Okay. And what else do I need to die cut? That's that done. So I've got myself a little strip there, and I'm going to personalise that because we've got some nice little additions on the More for the Girls that says, "You are such a, and you are an amazing." Oh. This is beautiful. The detail. It's delicate, but you don't have to be too gentle with it, if that makes sense. There's so many different fronds. Obviously, you have to just pull that away. Now, I like to...
Oh, we've got a lovely message from Donna. Is this Donna Pellywinks, Donna? I might be going out a little, maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Oh, it is. I thought it would be. It's a nice message. So, Donna's saying, loving the show. Yes, and Hazel, your new collection is amazing.
Thank you.
She's saying it goes perfect with your first collection, and it's another fantastic make from yourself and Julie. And she's very pleased for yourself and Julie. So, what a lovely message. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you so much. It could have been, I know quite a lot of Donna, so it's a good job you found out.
Now, is the bench on a slope at the moment?
No, it's just me. I've got dropsies.
Dropsies. I haven't heard that
I
in
have
ages.
dropsies. Look how gorgeous that looks against the black background. Yeah. So if I take some glue, now I just want to add the glue up the centre spine because I like a bit of free movement. So just add that up there and then position, and that will find its way round.
Oh, that is really effective. Yeah.
Don't worry if any of your glue, and look, this one, it just needs a little bit more, look. We'll just go and pop that one down, just so that it keeps the black showing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
So they are our ferns. Let's move those to the side. It's lots of elements, this card. Okay, so going back to our first set of stamps. Here we go. In fact, I'll come to that later, because if we can't fit it in, then we can't fit it in.
Okay.
I might just put "with love" on this and show you the other one.
Okay.
So now I'm going to the background, and this is where I'm going to bring in my stencil, and I'm going to use that. So I'm just going to put my folds flat and put it up in this corner, and then I'll use a little bit of... We'll have some tattered rose. And it's not like I want to cover the whole lot. Yeah. I just want little bits of corners.
I find, Hazel, now, if I'm going through a stencil, I tend to use my brushes because they're a lot more forgiving, especially a lot of detail there.
Yeah, this is detailed, and you've got lots of kind of loose pieces. With a brush, it is absolutely perfect. I'm not saying for 1 minute that sponges aren't any good, but you do find them maybe snag a little bit, your sponges.
I think a lot of crafters, and I've heard this from a number of guests, there is a time and place for your sponges.
Absolutely,
and
I do use, definitely. I love blending with my sponges, more so than a brush, if I'm totally honest with you. But for this job, then yeah.
Hazel, I've got to interrupt you. I'm so sorry because we've technically sold out. Oh, okay. So technical sellout. What we're going to have to do, we thought, I'll be honest with you, we thought we'd have enough stock to last this hour. We know we were really busy earlier on, but we thought, no, we'll be okay this hour. It has gone. So what we're going to do is just play you a really short video, Freedom video, while we just figure out what we're going to do next. 40 seconds, and I promise we'll be back in a moment.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
So we just needed time there to set up some extended delivery, so apologies for that. But the good news is we are able to offer the bundle on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched on the 15th of February. It is absolutely worth the wait. What, 3 days? I'll take that. It's such a great collection. Now, it's a great way to complete your collection if you've got the first release from Hazel with the girls and boys. If this is your first foray, though, into Hazel's designs, because it's only second release, it's standalone as well, and we've got to stress that. So if you just wanted to buy this today, absolutely fine. You've got everything that you need. If, though, you did want to go for the stencils, then it allows you to obviously embellish and take that a step further. We've got the stencils separately. Obviously, there is a stencil included within the bundle. And then we do have on the counter as well Hazel's first release as well, so part 1. So a lot going on here. I'm so sorry that we interrupted your demonstration there,
That's
Hazel.
okay. That's okay. I paused.
Okay.
So we've got our stencil in the background there, and I've just sort of like done opposite corners. Now what I did do is I've just stuck a piece of black card in here, and if I just explain what I did, I got a piece of black card that fit, and then I took the next size die in Julie's square set and set it in the middle to give me an equal border, which gave me a skinny frame, an aperture and a square. Okay, so
good.
You can use that square to get your centre and then use your glue. Now realistically I'm going to just change to my thin one, because the easiest way to put your skinny frames down is just use the edge of the square, go round.
Oh, this is clever.
And then just drop your square over the top.
Hazel, that's an excellent tip. I've never done that before.
Do you know what? There's nothing worse. Do you know what I'm thinking? What? That's not working. I've put it too far over. It is there, honest. There's nothing worse. Everything has to be right, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I'm going to stick the square on and I want it to be straight. I don't want it to have wiggly lines in.
Yeah.
Although there might be a project that would work for. So then just bend back on that corner, or get one of them bent back. And then obviously you might get a little bit of sticking, so just go slow and get that out. There you go. So now we've got that lovely crisp.
Great tip.
Okay.
Really good tip.
Thank you. And then we've got our fern, which is going to go straight across the middle. Now that needs to be on pads, definitely. It will just give it that little bit more dimension as well.
Yeah.
So we're just going to take the backs off of there. You could add other bits in that background as well if you wanted to, but I'm just going to keep it quite nice and simple. You could go straight up or to the side. I'm just going to go a bit. If you want to have a look, that's what we're going to see.
Oh, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've stuck this background on, but I've left this bottom bit open because what I want to do is just pop a few of the ferns here, but I also want to nick a bit. So I'm just going to guess. She says I'm going to go there. because I want a little bit to come down the top, which I stuck that bit.
Okay.
Come on.
Just while we're sticking that down, Hazel, I've got to give everyone a little bit of an update, so apologies to interrupt. We have got our nested circle dies. Now, 70% of the stock's gone here. These are proving very, very popular this hour. I've got to tell you, once they're gone, they're gone. We've already asked the questions, and we know we cannot get hold of any more. But just show you here, you can see all of the different layers that you're going to be getting with those circle dies. So it's a really nice die set for $15.99, but very, very busy. Sorry, Hazel.
That's okay. So I'm just going to add in one of the ferns. Just be careful, turn it over and make sure it doesn't come past this black line here, because otherwise your fold won't work.
Right.
So then for this one, I'm probably just want there, so I'm just going to trim some of this off, and I am just guesstimating. So it will, I'll just be sticking it where it fits now. So a bit of glue along there.
Crafty guesstimation, nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. And then tuck that in. And the reason I did that is because I didn't want it visible from the other side.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No,
you can just squeeze a little bit more glue under there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now that's stuck in place.
This looks so pretty.
It's really effective in these colours, isn't it?
And also very achievable, because it looks like an absolute showstopper of a card. But I kind of feel even if we've just started our crafting journey, this is something we could take on.
It's just broken down into bite-sized pieces, and that's what we want, isn't it? So I'm just going to add in that little, make sure I've not gone over there, my with love, and then all that remains for me to do, this one folds in and this one folds back, and then the same on this one and this one. Little bit of glue, and I would glue both sides together.
Yeah.
And then do one side first and just get those lined up. You have got a little bit of wiggle time. Not a lot, but enough. So once you're happy and you've got them perfect, that will then squeeze down flat. Now, while we're there, if I bring this one in, I've added "You Are Such an Amazing Friend" on there. You could also personalise it to my amazing mum, my sister, whoever you want to send it to, because you've got them stamps there. So that is our first card.
It's a beautiful card, and if you would like to recreate that card, we've got everything on the show to do just that. Thank you so much, Hazel. So we're just going to have a quick recap. We're halfway through the show. Lots on here to enjoy. This is the second release from Hazel. It's part 2, so it's a further step exploring her theme with the girls and boys. Really popular for this one. So what you are getting is your stamp sets that you can see here, both the girls and the boys. So beautiful fern in there, you've got textures, you've got backgrounds, and actually looking at the finished examples, it shows you just the diversity that you can enjoy within this set. So wonderful stars, and stars are just great all year round for any celebration. Stars very, very effective. It could be you did it, you passed, congratulations, birthdays, anniversaries, or just a really cool background for your tags. So that's the stars, but obviously there's so much more included in this set. You've got the beautiful ferns in there as well. We've got the stencils, we've got the stamps and the dies. I mean, how beautiful is that fern? Really, really nice. I love the fact that you can go different colours. Don't feel that you have to go naturalistic with the greens. I mean, obviously beautiful if you do. Oh, that's nice with the orange, sort of reflecting the different seasons. Yeah, like that. That's very pretty.
And then next to it, the drama with the black embossed background with the bright coloured ferns. You can get so many different looks.
Yeah. Now we're looking at our albums, front of albums.
See that one there as well, next to the album with the stripes going across. I think that's again Philippa's, but she's used the pattern papers and that lovely stripy kind of stamp to go across, and it just gives such an effective...
Works.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's some of the... I'm gonna grab that one. Let's have a look at this, because it's interesting using the pattern papers. Yeah, that's really effective. It's worth seeing close up. So what Philippa's done, pattern papers here, using the stamp to give that stripe sort of sketch-like feel, and then the centre, the real showstopper with the fern. That's a beautiful inspiration, really, really nice. Okay, so that's the bundle, $27.43 if you're a Freedom member. It is a why not deal. Please, please become a Freedom member. You're saving money, your P&P's included, and you've got £11.09 saving there as well as a Freedom member, and of course your 2 flexi payments. Now, it did sell out. It's back on extended delivery, and it's going to be dispatched on the 15th of February, so 3 days wait. Worth the wait. 624137. As we move on down, something, and it was really interesting in our production meeting, listening to Hazel and just how passionate Hazel is. It was that's what I take note of, and I say it's so nice to talk to a designer and do a show with the actual designer live here as well. So Hazel was saying, like, the stencils were designed in her mind to really help you get the most out of your set. So if you've gone for the big bundle, well worth considering maybe adding this in. I would point out, if you were to add the stencils and the masks into your big bundle, then you'll be able to split the price here as well across your flexi payments. So you'll be able to split the price because there's a flexi payment here. You can apply it to these as well. $15.98 is your price, and those are all the elements that you're getting. So your masks, your stencils, and there are the possibilities with regard to those. 557870 your item number. We have got a sentiment stamp for you as well. This has proved very popular. So all these sort of big sentiments in there, 22 stamps in total. $14.99 is your price, 636050 your item number. Again, designed by Hazel. Now, we're going to talk about the paper pack. We're over here. So talk about the paper pack. Beautiful papers, Hazel. So I'm just going to pick up and show you some of these. Yeah, these are nice. Double-sided. Love that grain. So imagine, just as they are, phenomenal, but if you wanted to get your inks onto them, you absolutely can. To stamp on them, perfect, but it gives you that foundation. And we've seen so many of the design team embrace. I love the colour tones in here too. A little bit gritty, bit grungy. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So again, Hazel, talk me through, why were you keen to bring the sort of weathered double-sided papers or cardstock into the show?
Because it was a technique that I used to do so often, and I had so many people saying, I just can't do it. And I showed them, and there was demos, but I thought, you know what, if I did it in all different colours, it's a brilliant base for everybody's projects or cards, and you can stamp onto them, you can die cut them, they look gorgeous, heat embossed onto. They're just, it's a great base, and it just takes a little bit of the scariness. Is that the right word?
Yeah, the fear.
The fear, that's it. That's a better word.
Well, no, I like scariness. That's good. So you get all of these 36 sheets in total, $12.99. And when you see them actually being used, and there's some lovely examples in front. I mean, look at that. Let me lift that one up. Look at that. Well, I say that's just literally a swatch of all the different designs. But if that was your foundation, and then you'll maybe put the fern on there or the die cuts and build up on that. But it's such a wonderful starting point. That's really nicely. Did you do that, Hazel?
I did. That was me being tight, because at the time when I did the board, I hadn't got lots of paper. I'd got one pack, and I thought, well, if I use that on the board, I'm not going to have anything to play with. So I chopped it up, and that's what I did.
Look, I'm going to correct you. It's not you being tight. It's you being very crafty and very clever, because as a crafty make, I love it. It really shows how well everything works together. But equally, you had some paper left over, so I applaud you for that. I think all the crafts at home, like, yep, we would have done exactly the same. So we're going to head back to Hazel now and have a look at our next demonstration. Any questions, please get in touch. Even if you just want to say, we had that lovely email from Donna, if you just want to say hello to Hazel and tell her how much you love her work, we'd love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. So what we're going to do next, Hazel?
Okay, so I want to play with stars this time. I have gone ahead and cut lots out of a piece of watercolour card. It could be any colour card, but I've chosen to do watercolour card on this and then just ink it to what colour I want. But then when I was cutting it, I thought, well, obviously I'm not going to chuck that away, because that could so become a card. Just stamping and inking over that and adding your stamps, it would be amazing. I'll just show you this one. So that's an A4 version. It was just cut into, and I didn't want to chuck it away. So it's not waste, it's just not going to be used on this card.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then I thought, right, okay, I've got my card, and I'm going to do this demo with you, but I then thought, how would that transform if I'd use my pattern papers and start building and stamping onto there?
Oh.
So I'm going to kind of do that, but put some colour on it as well. It's going to be a bit of a mix between the two. So I would start off with my pattern papers. I've chosen the blue one. We've got the wide weathered wood. That has a black or a brown on the back, and then the skinny one has a blue on the back. So let's just go for this skinny and just show you how easy it is going across the two collections to sort of like build different elements up. So
just to remind everybody that the latest release of part number 2 is on extended delivery. It has sold out, dispatched on the 15th. But I have to say, 15th, if you think about it, weekend, it's going to be dispatched on Tuesday. So after the weekend, you're waiting a day and then it's going to be dispatched. So not long to wait at all.
And do
really.
you know what? All of those that ordered this morning, Julie is busy packing away now, getting your orders packed, so they'll probably even be dispatched. If I say today, I can't promise, because that's providing they all get downloaded off, but I know that she's packing orders, so
you never know.
It won't be long.
We're saying, it might arrive earlier than you think.
Okay, so I've taken, this is one of the masks from the stencil, the Europe Star stencil, and I'm just going to lay it down, and I'm actually going to use my fingers just to hold it in place, but just to add a little bit of ink over. Now this is prize ribbon, it's quite dark blue. It looks like I'm not doing anything, and yes, there's products out there that I could put on the back of here to stick it down, but I'm just, for speed and ease, I'm just going to keep going round and rotating and holding that little mask in place, and it's just going to kind of give me a halo. A halo. Of a star, and it just helps build and give you another layer of dimension. So we're on the last little bit, and if you take it away and you haven't got enough on there, just pop it back over and do. So quite easily,
that's effective.
We've got a bit of a star there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Now this piece here, okay, if I get that like that, it's actually flip it over, and that's exactly the same as that, which comes into handy if I feel like I want to show you on here. And I know we're making a card, but I want to show you some techniques while we're here and
please do.
Demonstrate how everything goes together. So I've got a die cut star, and I've got this portion here. I'm going to put that on there, look, and you can see through the stencil. I'm noticing my stencil's dirty, so if it marks my card, just forgive me. If I use something like peacock feathers, say, and ink through, and just get a covering of ink, obviously being careful I don't go over the edge there, and then just, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect, and I'm pinching as hard as I can so it doesn't move. Okay, so that's just going to give us a star on a star. If I then bring this piece in and lay that on, again, I'm going to be able to see through my stencil. I can see that I've got that equal border all the way around. If I then bring that blue one back in and do that over the top, then that's going to give me another layer of dimension.
Wow.
If this piece here was black, realistically I should just cut it in black. I could run it through while we're talking, that's what I'll do.
Okay, and while we're doing that, I can tell you that we are at 60% of the stock for our stencils. So stencils as a pair, you can buy those individually. Well, I say individually, you can buy them as a duo. You get your stencils and your mask. It was incredible seeing Hazel just work with a couple of elements from the stars, and how effective was that? And you've got the ferns in there as well. Love this bit. They're called torn wood in the mix too. So loads of beautiful shapes and textures there. $15.98 is your price. This is designed to work with your large bundle, so part 2 of the girls and boys. So it's designed everything in there. You can see the ferns, the stars are reflected in our larger bundle as well. But very busy. 60% of the stock's gone here. 557870.
Okay, so then I've got a frame, and then I've also got the bit that pops out, so I can use that. You'll end up with a little box of everything. If I sit that over the top there, look, that adds then, it takes away my little border, but I think it just kind of pops it a little bit more. That's so nice. I could stick that on. I could stamp onto it. So let's just add that little bit of glue around. I'm holding my breath while I'm doing it.
Oh no. I think that's where it's meant to be, Hazel.
It's fine.
There we go.
It's fine because I'm not using that bit anyway. I've decided. I was just going to show you some different bits on this piece and then move over to the bit that I did.
Nice.
So just get that nice and equal all the way round, and that gives you whichever way round you want to have it.
I really like that.
You can also then, do you know what? It's so lovely having everything there to flip through. Use your stencil, and then have we got a black? Just grab. I'll be really angry with myself if I haven't bought my black soot. That was lucky. And then you can start and add a bit of stenciling into the background. So I'm using the black soot because it's going to be subtle. It's just going to be there, but not, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be too careful. So it's just nice and subtle. It is coming through. That's fine. So you just carry on going round, adding a little bit. And then you can start and have a little look at your stamps. So again, on the boy set, we've got the Happy Birthday medley. I love this one. Again, it's just going to work in with everything. So obviously it's going to be a happy birthday card because we're putting the happy birthday on, but just adding and stamping little portions around, just starting to build up that background. At this point, I'm going to bring this in. So I've done that. We've done the stencil. I've added some of the word medley there, but kept it in the bluer colour. So if I start now and add this piece on, this is what size card I'm going to have. And then I'm going to play with the elements that I've got here by inking them and adding them on. So let's have that surround there. Let's maybe have a black. We'll fit that one inside there. And then we'll have a colour in this one. I'm going to colour this one up in peacock feathers, just so that all kinds of matches. And again, you'll recognise that shape on there because that is a pattern on the stencil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice
so
design.
it all just works. So let's just put that one on. This one is going to stick on top of here, and then we will add. We've got another star to add, you see, and then I'm going to do a trail, kind of like this one.
Okay.
Now this one's nice. That'll go inside there.
Yeah,
let's do. How would
7 minutes. Amy.
7. Okay. Gosh, where's the time go?
It just goes. Well, it goes quickly when we're having fun.
Yeah. So this one's going to be blue, and this is this one I was excited about because I really wanted a card that I could have birthday boy on.
Yeah.
Not that I've really got any boys to send them to, but I just like this. I just like it. So that one's going to fit inside there. So I'm going to get the boy from my stamp set, and I'm going to stamp that in crisp black. Just line, hover, and print. So I'm going to keep that one really, really crisp, and that will stick down.
That's nice.
So you can see how quick and easy everything's going to kind of. I know I've not stuck it, but we will stick it. This one, I love this one. Now this is quite nice, and I do actually want that to have black stars behind it. So what I'm going to do is look at my star shapes. Would that be big enough? This one. This is where I'm just talking to myself a little bit. Right, I should catch it. So I'm going to run this one through in black.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to chuck everything everywhere now. And if I just whiz that round, I was just going to whiz it through my small one because it is just a small die, isn't it? But we're in now, so we'll just whiz that through. Seconds. Right. I think it's important to keep the black popping on all of them, really.
Yeah.
And then this will just nestle behind this one. It's going to be a little bit smaller, but it's going to work. Okay, so then I think that one needs to be nice and bright too. So we'll have that in peacock feathers. Well, it could be a multi-tone. Let's do multi-tonal.
Now this was the one you've just cut out is clever design because it looks great as it is,
Yeah.
but you're also getting all the cutaways as well that you can have a sprinkle of sort of a star trail.
And you're right, for sprinkles, it's absolutely perfect. And you will end up with a box. I've got a box down the side here that is just full of little bits. And it means that when I've got to just quickly pop into the craft room and make a quick card, I can open up my little box and I've pretty much got enough of everything there to make a card. So just finishing up these elements, I'm going to do a little peacock feathers one, and you can just see how easy it is to build up. You see,
and stars, I'm just in my mind, Hazel.
Yeah.
You can use them for so many occasions. There's so many different people as well.
I love stars, and I know Janice does too. In fact, she messaged me and said, I love stars. Yeah. There's a lovely card on the top shelf of this trio at my end, second one in, that's it. So that is kind of, it's all about the boys, but it's a girls version because you can mix and match. There's nothing to say that you can't use a fern card on a man because there's, you know, men like that sort of thing too.
Yeah, we do. Love that. Okay. So
I think I might just add another little star in there. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to stick this down, but at least if it's it's in the place, you know, and it's just how my brain works. I've totally surprised myself that I have gone on a bit of a tangent because I never usually do that, but I do want to show you the stars and the numbers because they look adorable.
Got about 2 minutes.
Okay, that's just enough time. So if I grab some card now, and I would stick to the same, the watercolour, and just stamp down. And the numbers are perfect size to fit in the circles or the stars. And if I do that and then get the smallest, no, I don't think it will actually, no, stop that. So this one is going to be for it's a birthday boy, he's going to be 10, I've decided. And we're going to stamp that down in a blue.
Yeah.
So a 1 in there and a 0.
Do you know what I'd be tempted to do here, what you've just done, Hazel?
Yeah.
Do exactly what you're doing, but then with your, if you've got a Pitt pen, a micron pen, draw some glasses on there as well. You've kind of got the
behind you.
Yeah.
Can you see, right, Nigel had them across his face this morning.
You see, it's got that feel
Kaz
to it as well.
Those. They're so clever.
And can I just check while we're showing inspirations? If I just draw your attention to this, so good. Who did this one?
That is Emma Smith. She's absolute. And also this red card on the front that you picked up.
Okay.
The detail, each one of those stars, the dimension, it's been cut on like a big deep foam.
Yeah.
That's using the pattern papers. If you spin it round, can you see all of the, because she's used all the backs of, oh my word. I was blown away when that came through the door.
Emma, did you say? That was
Emma Smith.
Emma, absolutely excellent.
And at this moment, we've probably got seconds. Thank you so much to Emma Smith, to Philippa, to Julie, and to Kaz.
Oh, well done.
I hope I've remembered everybody.
We've got 45 seconds.
Okay, well, I was going to say this star here perfectly fits over to cut that one out, and then you can add your age to there as well. But it all comes together. You know, it's so easy just having a play, and you've got all the bits there. Oh, you see, I always like 10 seconds maybe.
Be really quick.
Description, the descriptive words, put those in your background as well. That looks amazing. I'm done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. You've done an exceptional job with this, and I'm so pleased it's been so well received. So thank you, everybody. Make sure to tag Hazel and Julie into all your makes, and of course us as well, because we'd love to see what you're getting up to. Hazel, thank you. Really nice sound. Thank you for joining us. Oh, it's going to be a good hour. Adam and Catherine take you through some Get Hooked on Sugar buttons. After that, we're back with our phenomenal brother embroidery machine with our one-day special, and then blooming great crafting.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes, stock up from over 50 exhibitors, and meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. So, this is the show that you've all been waiting for, I feel. It was put back due to Catherine's very busy schedule that she's in. I know, tad rude, but we'll let her off, you know, she's got to eat. But it's already busy. Now, I know, cliche topping, right? Oh, we're busy already. Oh, it's go. But genuinely, one of the dolls that we've got, I'm going to grab. The doll, and it's not even the outfit, it is just the doll, is already, it's sold out. And there is no more. This is one of these shows, once it has gone, it has gone. I didn't even take it limited stock, that will be disappeared by the time we get back there, Lewis. You can do it now, okay? So, that would have gone. Now, if we've not seen this before, why is it so busy? Why are people shopping ahead of us? For the sheer fact we are talking the big name of Sugar Buttons, and it has, well, it has a cheeky little face behind it. Not just me. No. It's also got our Catherine. You all right, love?
Hello.
Busy day for you.
Well, I'm a little bit shocked, actually. I didn't expect that to happen so soon at the start of this show. Actually, there is a bit of compensation, if I may say so.
Yeah, go on.
If the steampunk doll has gone. There's 2 new dolls on today. There's also Polly and her friend. Now, the kit that's available today is the doll itself, the doll with the hair. And it's a completely different technique to the previous doll that I brought to you. The outfits will follow in pattern form, and maybe I will also do the kits where the yarn is included. Now, if the steampunk has gone and you're really keen, you could go for Polly. And she'll have different colour hair.
Have you got Polly, so we can just see what Polly's look?
I'm going to show you Polly. I'm laughing now because she's got no eyes
Don't
yet.
worry.
So Polly, she might get some eyes by the end of the show, we'll see. I've kept her for demonstration. So Polly, the basic doll, is the same as the steampunk, but Polly will have... Oh, I think we're having technical issues.
So, so basically what you're getting in the kit is you're just getting the body, okay? So you're going to get the body and you're also going to get the hair. So you're going to get the body and the hair. So if you like the steampunk doll... Oh, it's gone. If you like the steampunk doll itself, you are just going to get the body and the hair is what you're getting on this one. So, if you are liking this one has now sold out. Let's do this live before I do the hedgehogs, because it's confusing itself. But I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I know it's limited stock. So, if you liked this doll, okay, just the doll, ignore the clothes and the hat. If you like the doll, get Polly. Please, just let me get editorial out. That's all. So far, I've done nothing, and 2 sellouts already. It's all we've got. 2 sellouts already. Hedgehogs. Hedgehogs. Let's talk about them, because I've still got them. No, oh, really? So, which one's chocolate? This one?
Chocolate is the sample that you've got on the top shelf.
So that one, oh, so that one's gone, and purple's gone.
Oh,
Jeepers. No. So they've gone. Oh look! Oh, get rid of that.
Right. Well, if you're loving chocolate, there is an option called. It's called Earth Green, but it's not really green. It's just got a slight different tinge, but it's almost identical to the chocolate.
Right. Let's move these up so we can see what's going on here. Oh, look! This is live. This is live. They can't say this isn't live telly. So. What you are getting now is I've got 3 more colourways to go for. You are getting the stuffing, you're getting the yarn, the patterns, to make beautiful, fluffy little hedgehogs that look like these, is what we're looking at now. So they're the yarns that you've got just there. But you've got the different colours wave that we've got, which I absolutely adore. But it's going to give you that fluffiness. It's going to give you everything you need, including the eyes as well, that you've get there. Now, these have been zhuzhed up. That's how I look in the morning when I wake up, just like oh.
Actually, if you spin it right around so you can see the back as well, because the spines cover the whole of the head and the body. And, do you know, I've already had a lot of people ask me, could I do this as a beginner? If you can pick up the basic stitches, which we will go through, you could do this. I will talk more at demonstration if we've got any left, because there's something particularly I wanted to talk about the faux fur which creates the spines.
I love her. Sorry, I was just in a little world away. I felt like Ronnie Corbett, not Ronnie Corbett, Matthew Corbett.
Also, with the hedgehogs, you get the instructions to make the little boots and the flower and the bow.
So this is a full kit?
You get the full kit for the hedgehog itself. You get full instructions for all of the accessories. But because it was only a small amount of yarn, and I keep getting the messages from people saying, I've got so many scraps, so rather than putting extra onto the cost of the kit, you can use any colour you want for the boots, the flower, you know, but the instructions are all there.
But so you're getting the instructions to make the boots, you're getting the instructions to make the flower, you're getting the instructions to make the beautiful tie around the neck as well. But what you're also getting the instruction for as well is the full hedgehog. Now, the black and white option that's in the middle at the moment, almost 40% of the stock now has already gone of black and white of the hedgehog. You're getting full instructions as well. Then you get the earth green, which is this one to see, because there is a tinge, depending on what light you look into it, of green.
That's the beige, I
That's
think,
the beige that you're looking at in there. Then this is the one... Don't just tell me left, because I will go my left. That you've got the tinge of green that you've got running through. But either way, you're going to be... You even get down to the little eyelashes.
Yes, you get the eyelashes in there. And I must say this while I remember as well, because it just saying the pattern, and I have said it on air before, but when you unpack your kit, you'll have one piece that you cut into 2. So don't think you're short of an eyelash. You will just cut them down.
I adore them. £23.99. We are very, very big. Beige option, nearly half the stock of beige. I think this is going to be our next sellout. What's that so far? 4 sellouts in just under 6 minutes is what we're looking at for this one. Good luck, Yanis, for later. Right then, now let's go dolls. So we've seen hedgehogs, we've sold out of the 2 large dolls that we've got there. We've also got now, we've seen the smaller dolls, these are the larger dolls that we're talking about. And once again, it works that we are just getting the body and the hair what you're getting.
That's it. So we've got 3 different options, and they've got different names depending on the skin tone. So Amy is the lighter of the skin tones.
Yeah.
That's the one that's on screen at the moment. Then we have the mid skin tone, which is Amelia.
Yeah.
And then we have Arabella, which is the darker colour. Now, the nice thing about this as well, because this has happened before as well, we've sold out of them. you've got the instructions there. You can make them again. You can use whatever yarns you want. Obviously, the size will vary depending on the yarns. So buying the kit, you're working exactly to the style or the size that I've made. But use those instructions again so you can change the hair. Now, I will say as well, Adam, that you know, we've brought another doll out today. They are different in size. The technique is different. The hair is different. So I don't ever want to repeat exactly the same process. So every time there's a kit come out, if it's a doll and then there's another doll, there'll be something different. The process of the hair is completely different. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to demonstrate now the steampunk and poly. But it's very simple to do, even though it might look as though it's more difficult. I'm getting a little bit worried about my steampunk doll. She's had whiplash, I don't know how many times today. She's backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
She is, but I just want to show you, though, the size difference that you're getting in here now, OK? So if you've gone for this bit, there is not much of it. There's, I'd say, a head in it, as it were. But you are getting, it's just a little larger doll. Now, remember, it's just for the doll itself. So you are getting the doll, so you're getting the skin tone and you're getting the hair. From that, the details at the bottom of the screen are actually for the outfit. £9.99, so you are going to get the little, beautiful little sort of bolero jacket that you got there. It is just for the Oh, here we go, a bit of Torval and Dean-esque.
Do you know, I did say you could turn her into an ice skater. You actually get more than that one pattern as well, because in with the winter outfit, you also get a second version of the skirt. You also get a Christmas hat, so she can be a Christmas doll. There's ways you can adapt them.
Could be like a superhero. Turn it into a cape.
I know.
Oh, I see, this is what I adore.
I wish I had more time, Adam, because I would make my own outfits to match the dolls every time for these shows, but I just don't have time to do that.
Oh, but then I've also got autumn as well. I put her here as well.
You might need to show the still for this one, because she's lost half her outfit.
Oh, she's lost half her outfit.
She comes with shoes, with leg warmers, with pants, with a skirt, with a jacket, with a scarf,
lost half of
with
everything.
a hat. Have we not got the picture for her? Oh,
so tell me what we're going to get. So we're getting the beautiful little cardi. We're getting the skirts.
We will find a picture. I've got them on my phone, so we'll find them for the later show if you've not seen them before.
If they're still here.
Or if you go on the website, there will be a picture there. I'm sure there's a picture show there.
We'll have a look. But this is the autumn, so you've also got an autumn outfit as well. OK, so ignore the doll. You're just looking after the autumn doll that you're going to get this. You're going to get the beautiful clothes, but they all come in scale to the doll that you are knitting, you're crocheting. So that's the autumn doll, £9.99. Details at the side of the screen, but the actual doll, if you do want the actual doll, remember the tones are down here. The skin tones are down at the front. Sit there, love. You are looking at £18.99. Amy, Arabella is the...
Arabella is the darker skin tone.
Which is this one here. So these two here, limited stock. I don't know what we're going to be demoing at this rate. Someone have a meeting. So these are limited stock. These are about to go. OK, these are about to go. £18.99, 573797 is your item number. I've told you, we did literally put the stock on just before we went to live because we knew it would be like this. We literally made everything go live just before it went there. Cuddle Pals up next. That's what some people call me. They call me a little cuddle pal sometimes. Just sometimes. I like this one though. Look at this. How cute is this? Neutral is limited stock already, but this is the brand new pink option. The neutral has a grey blanket on there and it is limited, but it's exactly the same just in the grey blanket. Oh my word. Look at these. These are, these are cute.
I'm laughing because I know what she looks like without a hat on. Don't.
If you've missed our Scott, there he is. With his little kiss curling that he sweeps back so you can't see it.
Oh, can I just explain as well? The Cuddle Pals originally were developed because, you know, babies love something to cuddle, but actually children of, of various, even up to adult. I've been asked to make these for adults because they just love how soft and cuddly they are. It will tell you within the instructions many times if you're giving to a baby or a very small child, don't use the eyes, stitch them in. I always provide the black yarn so you can embroider the eyes in there as well. It's just about those small parts. But they are great fun. And you know, the yarn that is used here is super, super soft. I never compromise on the quality of the yarn. So the blanket part is so wonderfully soft and it washes beautifully. The actual head and the arms and the hat are made of bamboo cotton. Again, it washes beautifully and it feels so soft on the skin.
That. It genuinely does.
It does. That's why I chose that yarn. It's not a cheap yarn. It's quite an expensive yarn, but I chose it because if you're giving this to a child or a baby, you want to know you can wash it. You want to know that it's going to be kind to the skin.
Oh, look at it. Has anyone seen our food?
I really feel like I should put ears on it.
I love it. It is Little Scott. That is Little Scott in another form. £24.99 for your Cudderpel is what we're looking at. Busy on these. Neutral with limited stock is what we're looking at. 333501 is that item number. Full instructions, and you're not left on your own with this. Obviously, Catherine's always on the social medias, so it's worth having a look. The unicorn.
No.
Limited stock.
No.
I'm going to have a little button that says that, I think. Limited stock. With green on screen. For you, the unicorn. You're not getting this unicorn, may I say. It's a new colourway of the unicorn. This is the colourway that you are now getting. £23.99. So it's teal and pink hair is what we're... How beautiful is this? So imagine that on your little unicorn. It's like, get off me.
You get equal amounts of the pink and the teal as well. So if you want more of the pink, you can have more of the pink. If you want more of the teal, same there. You know, you can mix these together however you wish. There's enough there to create the unicorn's horn and also the pads on the legs as well in whichever colour you wish. In fact, you can make as many curls as you like. Adam, if you pick the unicorn out and show the tail, because it's quite extravagant, that tail. I
Well, it is. Look at that. This is what they make. I know it's very childish, and I'm there all the way. But this is what you want to do with them. They are safe for kids to play with. They are usable. They're not something that you're just going to crochet and just put on a shelf. Yeah, no. You do. But these are for what you can make for the kids, for the grandkids. They're going to be passed down from the generation to generation that you're looking at on this now. Just sell it out, come on, please. I'm going to stand it up.
Oh dear.
But look, just look at. But remember, yours will be teal and pink. It's limited stock. It is limited stock. £23.99 is what we're looking at. 590638 is that item number. I don't think it'll be here when we get back to it. I don't think there's going to be much here, to be honest, for the later. So there is meant to be another show tonight at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock tonight with our Yanis. I genuinely don't think it's going to be here, to be honest. But currently Yanis is looking at a happy hour. He's what he's looking at, because we don't know if it's genuinely going to be here. We don't know what's going to be here at 7 o'clock at the moment, if it carries on this way. Right then, something else, another cuddle pal. Oh... This is our little reindeer. Now, it doesn't have to be for Christmas if you don't want it to be. It could be used for... We have reindeers all year round.
We do. So, this is my baby deer. Oh, it's looking a little bit forlorn. Now, I nearly didn't bring this one back, because this one, again, sold out in record time the first time I brought it, which was the last show that I did. But I did have a request to bring it back, because lots of people missed out. Do you know, you could change this around. You don't have to put the antlers on if you don't want as well. We've got this in 2 different colourways. They're very similar in colour in a sense, because you get the cream and the fawn for the blanket bit, but the rest of the yarn that's included is the same. So it's just the preference really of the blanket colour.
It is the blanket colour, as I said. So let's have a look at those 2 blanket colours that you've got here. You've got the beautiful fawn, so you've got the beautiful brown as that we see what this one is made out of here. Then you've also got the cream. Okay, so you've also got that beautiful cream that's in there. The reindeer will be exactly the same. It's just the blanket colour that may differ, and that choice is yours on that one. £24.99. 516155 is the item number. Now, on both options, 40% of the stock now has already gone in both options. 516155 is the item number that you're looking for. £24.99. If you're thinking this is all well and good, Adam, I'm loving them all. I've got my own yarns though. I bought a yarn in a happy hour once upon a time, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm stuck with 10 balls of it. Well, I've got the patterns as well. So I've got the patterns that's on the show, £19.99. Jump to the website to have a little look at them. You can choose any 3 of them. You've got the cuddly elephant in there, you've got monkeys, you've got bears, oh my. Elephants, dragons and monkeys, bears, bunnies. Then you've got the snail, the great big... If you're into your Dr. Dolittles, you may like the snail, because he was the great big sea snail, he was, that they all got into at the end.
Oh.
You've got Bunty to keep all your supplies in there. You've got, oh, there's the grandpa, the glass keeper, the glasses keeper that we've got on all of these that you're looking at. You've also got, is this where we find the bear?
We've got the Winter Bear, which is, we've got a new option with the Winter Bear as well. We've had the blue version, we've got the pink available today as well. It doesn't have to be a winter bear, it could be for any time of year, but I've got, my poor little bear's all in pieces. If I just show you, this is the blue one. So with the Winter Bear, the ear's not sewn on properly, but you get the clothing as well. So you can see I've got to sew another ear on there, but the hat is made so you've got the little openings so you can, oh, his eye's falling out. The little openings so you can poke the ears through. All of the instructions there, but I love this one because if I just bring his legs in, again, they're not stitched on. You've got his little boots to go on his legs. You can add pom-poms, you get the white cotton as well as the coloured cotton. There's also the details to make a pocket to go on the bear because it's classed as one of the pocket pals, and I've now included on the patterns, we've put the patterns in with a little bird that goes in the pocket. So we have a range called Pocket Pal. We've already seen the dog, we've seen the cat that has a little caterpillar. With the Winter Bear you get a little bird to go in there as well. So very easy to do. Again, if you're a beginner and you want to pick up the basic stitches, you will be able to make this. There's plenty of stuffing provided in the kits as well. There's instructions, but the whole thing about sugar buttons for me is that, you know, you can make these your own. So lots of the time when you look at patterns for crochet, it will tell you exactly where to put the eyes. It will say put them at a certain stitch mark with a stitch marker. I don't do that because I want you to make them your own. You know, just little tweaks to faces, the positioning of the eyes, the eyebrows, where you put the nose, where you put the mouth, it changes things. Lots of people, you know, get worried about the heads tilting. I've got a couple of little tips actually to strengthen the heads if you want them to stay rigid. But I quite like the tilt of the head to the side. It's just a quirky little effect that I do like to show you. Now, when it comes to the yarn in the Winter Bear, you've got the same yarn that is in the blanket for the Cuddle Pal, so it's super, super soft. Very easy to wash. You can wash it beautifully. It will not, you know, it will not go baggy. It'll just stay beautiful. You've also got the cotton in there, which is my preference for most of my kits. So most of my kits will have 100% cotton in there. Now I'm going to bring the pink in because we have got parts for the Winter Bear in the pink as well. So this is the colour pink. So you can see the little boot there. As I say, you can add pom-poms, you can add further details with that. I'm going to start with some of the pink because, do you know, this will cover many of the kits. We will move on to the hedgehog if there's any left. But if you're a beginner, I want just to go through, now we've sold out so many things, we better go through a few stitches, I think, and just go through the basics. So, the very first thing that you will probably learn when it comes to crochet is a chain stitch. Now, I've just made a slip knot. There's lots of different ways to make a slip knot. I use two particular ones. Probably the easiest one to explain in demonstration is the one that I'm going to show you now. So to make the slip knot, all I'm going to do is put the thread over one finger. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to use my left hand to hold the yarn. I've just got the tail end of the yarn just held between my finger and my thumb, and I'm going to loosely wrap that yarn around my finger twice and grip the yarn again. Now we've got the front loop and the back loop, so I'm just going to lift the back loop over the front loop, but don't take it off your finger. Then take what is now at the back and take that off your finger. The loop that is left on your finger you then slip off and put into your crochet hook, and when you pull on the tail end of the yarn you'll see that that will pull tight against the crochet hook. So that's a simple slip knot, just as I say, one way to make it. Now I do like to go over holding the yarn because
Just before you do that, I'm so
Okay.
sorry to chip in. I'm so sorry. Winter Bear in blue is limited stock. Unfortunately, I have to do these because this is part of my job. I don't want to keep chipping in, but Winter Bear in blue is limited stock. The unicorn, Lottie, my love, the unicorn has sold out. So it's sold out in the blue option. The unicorn now has sold out. Congratulations if you got that one. But the Winter Bear in blue is now limited stock. Still available in the pink. I'm guessing still available in the pink, the Winter Bear, that you've got there as well. 590368 is your item number for that one. Let's get back to more demonstrations.
Okay. I'm afraid there will be no extended stock either, because once they're gone, they're gone. And genuinely, I put a lot of extra stock into this show, particularly on the hedgehogs, because there were so many people saying, oh, I want the hedgehog, I want the hedgehog. So thank you, everybody. It does mean an awful lot. Right, back to the slip knot. So I'm holding the yarn now. There are some people out there that will say this is the way you hold your crochet yarn. Ignore that. If you can't hold the yarn the way someone is telling you, find what is comfortable to you. I will repeat this time and time again because it is true, but I have an issue with my left thumb. I feel quite a lot of pain in my thumb from something that happened a few years ago. So I tend not to hold the yarn the way that you'll probably see most people hold it when you look at those online tutorials. So I'm going to show you the way that I hold the yarn. It doesn't mean it's right, it just works for me. Now the important thing with the yarn is keeping a tension. If you don't have the tension right, your stitches can be very loose. If you find that is happening, drop down a hook size. If you find that your tension is very tight, you can go up a hook size. Now I will give a recommended size on the patterns, because if you don't work to those, then you might find that the yarn is used up too quickly, or the opposite thing can happen. You'll have loads of yarn left over because your tension is very, very tight. So what I do with my yarn, and again this is just me, I'm going to take that yarn over 3 fingers and feed it in between that finger and my little finger, and then going to bring the yarn up around that little finger and wrap it around there. As I then crochet, that keeps the tension. Now if I just show you something, if I pull on the main piece of yarn, can you see how it still allows to just work around that little finger? And if I need to tighten it up, if I pull it back the other way, it will pull it back. So if you need to loosen or tighten at any time, you can do, but as I'm crocheting, that just naturally allows that yarn to feed. Now we're going to do a chain stitch first of all. The chain stitch will be used on the shoes and the feet of the new doll. So, you know, that covers that. The way I'm going to work is working in rounds, which we'll come back to in a second, because I'm going to do a chain first just to show you the process, and then we'll start again with a round. So if you're brand new to crochet, and I'm doing this because so many people have been in touch with me again saying, I really want to learn to crochet and I just don't think I can do it. You can. It's like getting on a bike. I know we use that scenario so often, Adam, don't we? You know, you can't just get on a bike and pedal away. The hardest thing is getting going, and once you get going, seriously, it will just all fall into place. So what I'm going to do is a chain stitch. I'm going to take the hook under the yarn, picking up that yarn, and just literally pull it through the stitch, the loop that I made. So that first loop, which was a slip knot, don't make it so tight against the hook that you can't move that yarn. You need to allow that little bit of space. We'll do that again. So yarn around there and pull through the loop. This is a chain stitch. Now you'll also use the chain stitch for the hair of the new doll as well. Now you're probably thinking, well, that doesn't look anything like the hair on those dolls. The unicorn is the same, but you will start with what we call a foundation stitch, and then we'll work back the other way with a double crochet, a treble crochet, or whatever it is it tells you on your pattern. Because we've sold out certain things, I can't go over those items.
She's in the zone, look. She's in the zone.
Moment.
She's in the zone. She's there. I'm gonna have to chip in again.
Oh, sorry, I'm not. I'm
no,
just
you are. Yeah, I know. We could see. We could. I put my hand up all polite. I put the light hand up and everything. I was like, Blue Bear now sold out. Blue Bear is now sold out. Pink Bear, though, we've only got him in pink, but a third of the stock of the pink now has already gone. So the blue has now sold out. A third of the pink now has already gone. This is one of these shows that are few and far between. They don't come around every week, these shows, because Catherine does everything by hand. Everything is hand wound. Everything is packed by Catherine as well. So once it's done, it is done. Bless her. So Bear, that one there has now sold out. We have still got it in pink. So you've got the pink hat and little pink booties that you've got as well. We are very, very busy across the board. 345340 is your item number that we've got in there. Right then, let's change back the details, back to the hedgehog that we've got here. Busy for all of them. Remember, these are what you're creating. I've already sold out of 2 options that we've had. So we've got earth green first of all. And why do you call it earth green? We all said this, and we've got, because there is in certain lights a hint of green, but just very subtle, but it is just there when you catch it, when you've got it, which is absolutely beautiful with that beautiful earth green tone. So that is your earth green, which is stunning. Then you've got your black and white, like the black and white. Very traditional with the black and white. Nearly 40% of the black and white now has already gone. Then we've got the beige option, which is a bit like this one here. Obviously, this has got the knit one in there, but nearly 60% of the beige has already gone. This is not the beige, may I point out, but it's just a softer tone that you're getting, so there's more grey in the beige that you've got there. Love it though, but that's what you're getting. So you're getting everything you need to create the beautiful hedgehogs and more that you're seeing in there. They're beautiful, aren't they? They sort of remind me of a womble.
Do you know, you're not the only person to have said that.
The more I look at them, obviously they're nice in case the wombles are watching, but you have to be so careful these days with everything that's going on. But I know they're not, but they're very busy for this one. Now, just hearing... Oh, let me give you the item number. 335106 is your item number. £23.99 is what you're looking at on this one. Now, remember the pink doll with the cat ears that I showed you earlier, Polly, that we're looking at? Some have bounced back. Now, this was the same. This was the same for the steampunk.
She looks a little bit scary because I was going to keep her for demo, so she's got no face. But you will get all the accessories and the instructions of how to do that. You can style her hair in lots of different ways as well, you know.
Oh, you could, because if you do want to do it like this one, then. But if you want to do the steampunk doll, you can do it in the same way.
You can. It will be that colour hair, of course.
It's the same doll. Okay. Now the reason I do that is I'm sorry, but I just want to say you're not getting the dress. I do need to stress this. If you think, oh, I get a full kit, you're just getting the doll and hair. Okay, so take off the cat ears, take off the dress. They're in another pattern that will be coming up here, but you are just getting the doll. Okay, is what you are looking at for this one. Through 5, still very limited stock. Some have bounced back, but some are very, very limited stock is what we're looking at on this at the moment. 515344 is your item number that we're looking at. Now, another basic doll kit that I've got, I should have really kept it because this one's taller, is Amy has now sold out. So Amy, Lewis, Amy now has already gone. So that one has gone. So we've got the mid skin tone and the darker skin tone is what you're getting now, okay? Now the mid skin tone is Amelia, and then you've got Arabella in the middle that you've got there. So you're thinking, why have we still got Amy out and about? Because you can also buy the dresses that go with them. So once again, details here are just for the doll. So that is the doll and the hair. So this is what you will be creating, okay? So it is
Make sure you get that one way, not that way. Right, okay, let me just explain. This was a demo. This was a demo piece. So you will not have eyes at the front and the back of the head.
You've got no eyes, that's the reason I covered one. Okay, so you're not going to get the eyes, but this is genuinely what you'll be making. So just the doll, and you'll have the hair. Now, obviously, you'll have more hair than this. You won't have just.
Not a great advert for the doll.
Well, no, I'm just saying it is for the doll because that's what you're getting. You are getting the doll like that, and obviously you will get the hair that looks like these two here, depending on the colourway that you're going for. Okay, so I don't want you just thinking, oh, I'm getting full kits. I'm getting full kits. So if the Arabella skin tone that you're going for, it will just create the doll and the beautiful locks of hair that you want to create, whether it be in bunches, whether it be flowing. Oh, it fell out anyway. So this is what it's going to look like.
Oh dear.
So it's worth having a look. £18. I'd rather be with you there. We've got Amelia and Arabella in there. I'd rather be straight with you. You're not going to get the full outfits. You are just going to get the little doll. But if you do want. If you do want the outfits, the winter outfit that we've got here is now limited stock for the winter outfit. So, Catherine, talk me around the winter outfit. What do I get in the outfit?
You get the boots, you get a pants. I don't think she's wearing them today, but you do get them.
Oh, no.
you get 2 different skirts.
Yeah.
They're both similar style, but different stitches. You get the cape, you get the top, you get the earmuffs, you get a Christmas hat as well. So if you want her as a Christmas girl, you can create the Christmas hat as well.
It is cute because the earmuffs literally are like proper earmuffs. They go all the way over that you get in there. Then you get the beautiful dress, which is sort of like a 2-piece that you get. So in theory, what we're doing was we're buying into a set of instructions that we could change in any yarn that we've already got. So if we wanted to go summer, if we want to make like a bikini or like a swimsuit for, we could do it, just adapt the pattern
You
slightly.
may see that actually, because the next one to come out, we did autumn first and then winter. There will be a spring, Easter Spring, Easter coming out. There will be a summer as well, so there'll be an outfit for all seasons. Whether I'll continue after that with different outfits remains to be seen, but there might be different dolls. As I say, because every time I do a kit, I don't want to repeat that kit. The hair will be different. If I just pick Polly up again, you can see how different the hair is on Polly. Different technique, different size doll, different stitches. You know, it's all about, for me, it's all about a learning curve. You will repeat certain basic stitches, but you're learning how to increase and decrease.
Sorry. Winter outfit has now sold out. Everything is in baskets. If you've got the winter outfit in your basket, check it out. Okay? If you're sitting there going, oh, we'll get back to demos and we'll watch how Catherine had that. We've also now sold out of autumn. Autumn is all been allocated in the baskets. Now I've got some of the dolls left that I showed you earlier. Amy's gone. I've got Arabella is limited stock now. And the other one is Amelia. I've still got them in doll form. Outfits have now gone.
My turn.
Go on.
Hand up. Amelia, the skin tone is the one you're holding.
Oh, so this is Amelia's skin tone?
Yeah, that's the mid skin tone.
Skin tone. So, let's work this out for me, because there might be something in the pick and mix that you can help me with. If I'm going for the doll now, yes, I can create the doll. Is there anything else that we've got left on this show where I could create outfits if I wanted to, or will I have to wait till next time?
You could make up your own versions if you wanted. You could, you know, if you are a seasoned crochet, you could make your own outfits to fit. Important to say again, now I've used in the kits for the doll itself, it's cotton. So obviously it should come out to a certain size or thereabouts, depending on tension. So it's important to try and use the type of yarn, or at least it's a double knitted, so use a double knitting. If you use a thinner yarn, you're going to get a smaller version. If you use a thicker yarn like a chunky, you're going to get bigger clothes. So it's just about making things fit. They will be back again. We will bring the patterns back again, because they've sold out every single time, and there will be more outfits as well. Definitely there will. There'll at least be one for every single season. Do keep an eye on my Facebook page as well, which is Get Hooked on Sugar Buttons and Vintage Chic, because we haven't got them on today, but there will, I keep saying this, there will be more sort of wearable items as well. This is the whimsical side. Vintage Chic is more the wearable, more sophisticated side. So, you know, it's not all about comical and whimsical. It is about, you know, pretty things.
When we're on our longer days, you knock up some garments in the dressing room that we've, well, I say dressing room, it's a shack that we've got there. But you do. I think you've done leg warmers in the past.
Yeah.
You've done headbands, neck chokers.
Yeah, shawls, cardigan. In fact, the autumn doll, her little outfit, her cardigan, is a replica of a bigger version that I made for myself. Oh. So that's how that came about.
Right then, let's
I feel we should demo something.
I think we should. Can we see a hedgehog?
Okay, right. So I've got a hedgehog nose that has been started here. You can see the shape. Now this is a little bit different. If I just explain first of all, we are going to go through these stitches as well. But you can see the shape of this one. It's almost as though it's got a forehead. Now normally when you work with the different shapes, for instance the winter bear, this one isn't quite round, it's a little bit more oval, but you'd normally work in rounds and create a round shape for a head. This is different. Very, very easy to do, and this will help teach you how to decrease and increase in different areas. Instead of keeping it equally all the way around, you'll increase on certain areas and then keep your stitches straight on others. So it's a good way to work. Now the yarn that I've used, let me just take that off so I can reuse this yarn. The yarn that I've used for the main body of the hedgehog is again the bamboo cotton, so it's a really lovely yarn to work with. Now we did very quickly, we had to stop because of the sellouts, but you're going to start with a magic circle. And as a beginner, this scares a lot of people. It scared me. It took me a while to pick this up, I'll be honest. So there is a cheats way. There is another way of doing it. I am going to show you the magic circle again. And once again, you know, you might watch other tutorials and you'll see different ways of doing this. This is my personal way of doing it. Taking the yarn, again, I'm right-handed. I'm holding the yarn in my left hand. So the tail end there is between thumb and first finger. I'm going to take the yarn and don't wrap it too tightly. So I've gone diagonally across those two fingers there. Take it underneath your fingers and come back up the top and cross it over. Then I'm just going to hold the main length of the yarn also in my thumb and finger.
Now, I do recommend using a 3mm crochet hook. If you look on the labels of your yarn, they usually tell you the knitting needle and the crochet hook size. I tend to work with a size smaller, or at least half a size smaller. The reason being, when you're stuffing the characters, you don't want to stretch those stitches so you can see the stuffing through. So the neater and the tighter the stitches, the less you're going to see that stuffing. So, you know, I compensate for using the smaller needles with the extra stitches in the pattern. So what I'm going to do now is take the crochet hook and I'm going to go underneath the part of the cross there, and I'm actually going to go to the back of the cross and pick up at the other side and pull through to the front. Okay, now this is where I let go, and I'm just going to wrap that yarn around and pull it through the loop. Do you know, this is the weirdest thing, and I'm not the only person who says this. When you do this at home and you're doing it naturally, it's so quick, and when you come to demo it, it seems really alien. It seems really weird, as though you're doing it wrong. But that's the way that I do it, and what you create is a little loop that's almost got two strands of thread at one side and one at the other, and if I pull on that, it will pull that tight. So it's a little bit like a slip knot. I don't want to close that off too much because I do need to work into that ring. Now, before I do this again, I am going to show you a different technique, because I will do that magic circle again. But if you're really struggling with a magic circle, what you can do is a slip knot, and I'm tying this in a different way to the first one, but I did show you how to do that earlier. Make a slip knot into your hook there. Don't make that slip knot too tight. Let me just wrap that around my hands. Do a couple of chain stitches. So chain is just going under the yarn and pulling that yarn through the loop. So you've got one loop on the hook underneath. So you're picking that yarn up and pulling it through. You've now got two chain stitches. Now, when you're working with chain, usually you'll see the instructions saying work from the second chain from the hook. The reason being, if I go into the chain that's closest to the hook there, what I'll actually do is undo the stitch that I've just done, because we've just worked into
pushing
that.
it back through, aren't you?
Yeah, you're just going to push it back through. And also, it doesn't give you a lot of room for manoeuvre unless you make that loop really large. So you normally do an extra chain in a row to what you need to compensate for working from the second chain from the hook. So in this case, because there's only two chains there, we're actually going into the first loop that we made. Now we're going to do what we call double crochet. So let me just take that out again. We're going into the loop and we're going to pick up the yarn and we're going to pull it back through the loop, and we've got two loops on the hook. You pick up the yarn and you pull it through both loops together. Now, a magic circle, normally it's not always the case, and in fact on the hedgehog's nose, I think there is a 6 on that. There are cases where I've only done 3 loops into a magic circle before. Makes it a little bit trickier for working with because you haven't got much room to manoeuvre. But we're going to do 6 in this one, and instead of the magic circle I'm working 6 double crochets all into that first chain stitch, and it more or less gives you exactly the same finish. Now I haven't been counting, I think I've probably got 4 or 5 there. So a double crochet, if I just slow down again, is you go into the loop, you pick up the yarn and you pull it through, so you've got 2 loops on the hook, you pick up the yarn again and you pull it through both loops, and what you end up with is a little circle. Okay, a little circle. So you will get that whether it's the magic circle or not. With the magic circle, if you pull on the tail end, it will really tighten up that hole in the centre. You will not have a hole at all. You can tighten it right up. Sometimes, if you're using the chain stitch method, it might leave a little hole in the middle. Don't worry about it. You normally cover it up. In this case, you can't really see it. So that is the first round. I'm not sure if I've done 5 or 6 stitches there. So I'm going to put my glasses on. If I just bring in actually Grandad, he's in the pick and mix. I know a lot of people have been waiting for the pattern for this. Available in the pick and mix. He's my glasses holder, or one of them. So if I just put the glasses on, I just want to go through the sequence of stitch markers. You can get the little safety pins, which are fine. I tend to use yarn. Now, I was watching Rosella recently, and I know, you know, there's a number of people that will mark a stitch by threading through the actual loop of the stitch and tying a knot in it so it won't go anywhere. I don't do that. I actually thread the marker when I finish one round in between the stitch that I've just done and the one I'm about to do, so I can just easily pull this out. I can see where I'm going. We will work this round, and you'll see what I mean, but you can just pull this out and keep moving the marker. So it's literally just laid across my work. So we've got our little circle. Now, I don't know how close we can get in with the camera, but if you look at the top of each stitch, it's as though there's a little V, a little V. We'll see if we can come in. I'm struggling to see the script. Can you see it on the top there? So both sides of the V counts as a stitch. I'm not going to overcomplicate things now, but there are different stitches where you might just work into one side or just into the back. But in this case, we're going to work through both of those pieces of that stitch, so the whole of the V. Now, normally when you're working in rounds, you'll start with those 6 double crochet, and then the next round you would double it and get to 12. So what you would do is put your hook through both pieces of that V that I've just mentioned. We're going to stay with the double crochet, so pick up the yarn and pull it through. So we've got those 2 loops, yarn around and pull it through both again. Instead of moving to the next stitch, we're going to do a second stitch in the same hole. So same process. So we're going to work 2 stitches into each stitch of the previous round. So they're all double crochet, so you go into the stitch, you pick up the yarn, you pull it through, you pick up the yarn again and you pull it through. If you didn't increase, you'd form a little basket. It would start to curl up. This way, because we're increasing those stitches, you're keeping your work flat. So this is how you get your shaping. If you're making something like a coaster that wants to stay flat, you will probably just keep increasing all the way through. When you start to make the nose of the hedgehog, or a ball for a head, or shapes like that, you will get so far with the flat stitches by increasing, and then you will stop increasing and you'll just work the same amount of stitch in each row, and that will start to bring the edges up.
Is there anywhere where we can find this? Is it all this on your Facebook and stuff like? Because obviously it's all right watching the TV now, but remember, we all know it's a shopping channel. We're never going to go back, and we might cover this again, and we have to do it quite quickly. But we've got that. It's only on rewind for 60 days. So if we bought our kits and then say something comes up and we want to go back and watch this, is there anything on the Facebook page that shows us the beginning stages of all these?
If you find the group page, there is a video that covers right from the magic circle through lots of different stitches, which is, it's quite basic, but it's there for you. Also, there's a lot of support because I am busy with work. I am presenting, I am guesting, I'm up and down. I have to drive such a long way. So a lot of my day is gone with driving. Do you know, I've got such a supportive group, and so many of those people on that group actually went on the craft along, followed the craft along with me that we did. We may see those come back again at some point. So we've got new beginners who are now helping other people.
That's good.
So, do you know, I was thinking about this on the way down because I did want to put so many more videos on there, and I thought, do you know, I'm missing a trick here, Adam. Why am I not, while I'm in between shows when I'm guesting, filming myself here at the studios, doing these stitches to upload? So we will work harder at getting more basic stitches on there and building up and working through the patterns as well. Pattern reading is another important one. You can follow the tutorials on video, you know, watching YouTube and on videos. That's great. You can pick up the stitches, but when it comes to reading a pattern, people can't do it.
Yeah, I can knit, but I can't read a pattern to save my life.
To me, it's important to teach people to read patterns. So what I tend to do, and it will tell you at the start of each pattern, if you're a seasoned crocheter and you're thinking, well, why are you giving us full names of stitches? Why not abbreviations? I start off by giving you the full words and the abbreviations. So if you are new to crochet, you get used to those words before you then go to the abbreviations, and then it will get so far through the pattern, I'll say, right, now you're going to continue with abbreviations only. And it's only repeating what you've already done. So by that time, you know what you're doing.
No, it is true. So what we've got here, 6, 6, 12, 12, 18. That's a lot of stitches to get through. All those numbers are different is how many times you repeat the same thing before it goes into your abbreviation. So you know, more or less, you know what you're up to by the time you get into the pattern as well. And there is an entire first page just breaking down everything that you need to know within the books as well. So what DC means, what IC means, so increase and decrease, and how it all works and how you're going to be doing it. We are busy. You can see the beige option now, limited stock. Beige has gone limited stock is what we're looking at for our cute little hedgehog. 40% of our black and white now has already gone, and 40% of the earth green now has already gone. £23.99, 335106 is that item number that we are looking at. Right, and let's get back to Emma.
Okay, so, do you know, I'm going to touch on the hedgehogs with that fur for the spines because there's something very important I do need to mention about it. But before we do that, I have got right, I still didn't count the stitches, so I don't know if I've got 10 or 12 stitches, but it doesn't matter. You can see now where I've ended up, the last stitch has fallen right next to that thread, that stitch marker, so I literally just pull that out and then I can place it in again to start the next round. Now if I was creating, you know, and keeping the work flatter and wanted to make a bigger area, I'm going to continue repeating with those repeat stitches. Now the only one that you tend to do the 2 stitches together in each of the stitches is the round that I've just done. So we started with 6. If you went with 2 double crochets in each stitch, you're doubling it up straight away, so you're going to 12. We then, normally, there is differences in some patterns, but most of the patterns will then go to 18. You tend to go up in increments of 6. So how do you go from 12 to 18? Well, it's very easy, actually. The first stitch, again, you're looking for that V. If I can just hold that steady, can you see the V's at the top of the stitch? You're going to work through both pieces of yarn. So the next stitch, you can see the hole there. I'm going to go in, I'm going to pick up the yarn again, bring it through, so you've got those 2 loops, yarn around and through again. That is 1 stitch into that hole. The next time I work, so we're moving on to the next stitch, it's exactly the same, the double crochet, so we're going to do 1, 2. So there's 2 stitches, so we're doubling the stitches in that 1 hole. The next hole, we're back to 1 stitch. The next one, we're going 2. So we're alternating between 1 stitch in 1 hole, 2 stitches in the next one. 1, then 2, 1, then 2. And when you get to the end of that round, when you find you've reached that marker again, you will have 18 stitches. 18 stitches. So there we are. We've just done 2 in that one, then we're back to 1. Move along to another stitch, and we're going to do 2 in the same hole, and so on and so on. When we get to 24 stitches, which will follow on from this round, then it's easy again. In fact, I'll just start that off and then we will move on to the spines of the hedgehogs. It is important. There's something I desperately need to make sure I get in.
Beige has now sold out. Louis, my love. Beige has now sold out. Over there, I'll put it on there. It's now gone. It's gone. Basically, I've then got black and white, or I've got earth tones green that you've got there. So I've got that beautiful earth tones. 50% now of earth tones has already gone. £23.99. Who knows if there will be a show at 7 o'clock? Genuinely, we don't know. £23.99. What I was going to say, and I just let you do your thing, and I should really ask questions, because that's what I'm here for, but I sort of get engrossed into it. Looking at those, let's go with the hedgehog, for example, that we've got here. Beginner friendly, because you look at them and you go, not in a million years.
Do you know, it looks that way, doesn't it? But
it does,
the basic stitches, the only stitches you're using in the hedgehog are the double crochet. I'm just trying to work out if there's anything. I think it's all double crochet with the hedgehog. Of course, there's different techniques when it comes to shaping, but once you know how to decrease and increase, then it's very, very easy. The spines themselves are made in 2 parts, actually. So you will create the head and you will create the body.
Yeah, show me the spines now, just in case you're not back. We've got 7 minutes left.
Okay, so
6
the
minutes.
reason I want to get this in, look at the yarn. I mean, this is a great quality yarn again, but look at it. It's got all these strands on there, and I can tell you now, whether you are a beginner or not, you are going to struggle to see your stitches.
Oh.
So you probably think, well, as a beginner, how am I going to do that then?
How am I going to do it?
Well, you can do it. You can do it, because let me just make a little slip knot. I do find maybe the slip knot method and the double crochet, or the 2 chain to start with and then double crochet into that, might be the best method to get going with this one. Sometimes with the magic circle those strands can catch a little bit. I have done it both ways, so I'm just going to very quickly make the chain. Now, you probably on camera you're definitely not going to see it. I can actually see where those stitches are. So if I went with the 6th double crochet into the first one, once you get going, you can literally feel where the stitches are. Your hook just wants to naturally go into place. Now, as soon as I've put these stitches in here, I think I'm on number 4. I'm not counting again. But you are not going to be able to see where I'm going with it. So I don't want to worry anybody about this. But, you know, I'm just being honest with you. Can you make out the stitches there? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
It just looks
okay?
like a mat.
Exactly.
like a mat ball.
Exactly. So my top tip here is definitely use your stitch marker, which I've now lost, so I'll cut another one. Let me just cut a new stitch marker.
Obviously,
exactly
don't use the same
thing.
fluff, I'm guessing, for your stitch
No,
marker to what
you want
otherwise.
something that's a contrast, okay? So stitch marker in. I know I've done 6 stitches there. I can make out where the first stitch is, so I'm going to go in there and I'm going to make that double crochet. So the next row would be your 12 stitches again. So we'll go into that stitch twice and you're going to work your way around. Now, seriously, if you really are struggling to find your stitches, do not worry. As long as you're working into the edge of your work, no one is ever going to know whether you've hit those stitches correctly or not.
That is true.
Just count them. Count them. Obviously, you've got to space them out evenly. So as I work around this row, then you'll see that this is getting bigger already.
Sylvia's asked a good question.
Okay, yeah.
Sylvia has asked, I'm guessing she means the hedgehog, is it suitable for an 18-month-old? Now, I don't think she means crochet it, because that's a very clever child. I've got to put it out there now. That's very talented, and they could have a job here. Oh, an 8-month-old, even better. Can you imagine an 8-month-old knocking up a hedgehog?
An 8-month-old, I would probably say, and it doesn't tell you on the labels because I've checked, but I would probably say I wouldn't give one of the hedgehogs to an 8-month-old because if it's going to suck on the hair...
it might moult.
And yeah, do you know, I've not found that it does molt when I'm working with it, but safety always first. So precautions, always think about that. Definitely don't use the small parts in there as well. But I would say the fact that they may suck on the yarn and they may chew on it, then I would probably say the hedgehog, not so much a toy for a young baby. You can see where I've just been there. Now I've got 12 stitches, and I've done this on purpose. I didn't work into those stitches. The next one would be the 18 stitches, so it's 1, then 2, then 1, then 2. I am literally just working around here. As long as I've got that marker in, even if I cannot see that stitch, it's fine. If you get this a little bit out of shape, if you find it's a little bit more oval, it is not going to matter. All you're interested in here is seeing these pieces grow in size and keeping more or less to the, the stitch number that I'm giving you. Even if you manage to lose a stitch or two, it is not going to matter. So as a beginner, this is actually quite a friendly little stitch for you. Now what will happen, can you see that looks quite flat with the fur?
Yes.
I use a fine...
tooth comb.
Fine bristled brush. A pet brush is actually quite good for this. I don't know where I put my brush now. I've got it here somewhere. You will want to brush the hair because it pulls out all of those fibres. When you're crocheting, they kind of get trapped in between the stitches. Yeah, so brush through it. The more you brush it, the fluffier it gets, and you get that wonderful effect. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to make another version in between this show and whenever I'm back again. When I made mine, I had quite a lot of the fur spare. And afterwards I thought, I should have added another pattern in. I could have done a rolled up ball. I could have done a little hedgehog as it was rolled in a ball and maybe just seen its little ears sticking out or something. So I'm going to make another pattern and add it in at some point. So if you've got spare fur, you'll be able to make a little rolled up hedgehog. Or maybe a miniature one. We might do a miniature one.
Oh, keep your spare fur. A sentence I never thought I'd say on the telly. So, unicorns though. Now, there's 2 options for your hedgehog. I've got black and white, and I've got earth tones that you've got in there. But half the stock of both now has gone on this little bundle. But we've added a few bounce back of the unicorn, I've been told. So if you want your blue, now remember it's not this unicorn, well it is this unicorn, but it won't be these colourways. It's the beautiful blue tones that you're getting in there. So it's blue tones and the pink is what we're looking at for these now. So if you do want those beautiful blue tones and the pink, it's the way to go. This is what the colourways that you are looking at. That's the colourway we're looking at. We've only got 30 seconds left. Catherine may be back at 7 o'clock. I genuinely don't know.
Have we got any pink winter bears left?
Any pink winter bears left? Yeah, a few.
OK, I'll try and stitch the winter bear together for later then, and we'll make the little bird. We'll finish the bird.
Let's finish it all. Let's do it. Be with Yanni's not with me, though. But I will see you in an hour's time. Don't you go anywhere. Anybody else got stitch? Oh, what an hour! My cute angina's back. I knew it would be. Brother, embroidery machines one-day special. Catherine's already got this. Well, what a surprise.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So this is the final call for our fabulous one-day special. This is the hour right now. If you have been sitting on the fence, if you've been thinking of it, thinking about it, and I totally get that because it is a considered purchase. We are, for anyone who's not seen any of the previous hours, I should say, we are focusing on the phenomenal Brother M230E. It is an embroidery machine of, I have to say, so many virtues. There are so many good things to this machine. And speaking of virtues, before I get into this, can I introduce you to the lovely Becky as well? Hello.
What an introduction.
2 hours together, Becky. We had fun yesterday.
We did.
I'm being spoilt.
Yes.
Now, I know we just
Love
finished
it.
off the project that you started with Nigel earlier.
Yes.
He's a good guy, Nigel.
Nigel, oh, he's one of my
He's a
favourites.
really
I love
nice
Nigel.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were chatting, Adam and myself were chatting to him earlier on, but he's a good guy.
He's lovely.
Okay, look, can I just point out a few things, and we're going to be exploring this machine. So firstly, I understand it's a considered purchase. Any questions whatsoever, please email in. Becky knows this machine inside out. Freedom membership, it is well worth becoming a Freedom membership member, I should say. Your postage is included and you get a monster saving. So look, £300 anyway, but as a Freedom member, the saving jumps up to £354.90. That's why it's a why not deal. Please become a Freedom member. Now look at the flexies on these as well. So we're able to take that price. Your first flexi payment, £164.70. So I want you to remember the £164.70. Here's the thing, yesterday when we launched, so I had the pleasure of launching this machine with Becky, in our production meetings, before the show, we went online, all of us, and we all searched to see what this was selling at elsewhere, where we could find it. And we came back with the results. Most suppliers are out of stock of this machine. We found one supplier who did have it in stock, and it was selling at the regular retail price that we say our regular retail price is £849. That is how much this machine should sell at. If you go to our sister channel, Create and Craft, it sells at £849. If you wait until 6 o'clock, the price will. This is the most important thing I'm going to say to you throughout the entire hour. At 6 o'clock today, this machine will go back up to £849. The other thing to point out, so we couldn't find anybody who matched our price, and we certainly couldn't find anybody as well who is allowing you to split the price as well. So if you've been on the fence, if maybe you've been waiting to add an embroidery machine into your repertoire, into your home situation, you're thinking, well, it's just been outside of your budget, because typically a good, I mean, this is a Brother embroidery machine, so you know the quality that Brother brings. A good embroidery machine, you're looking at around about the £1,000 mark. I mean, $849 is a very good price for what we're getting here. And I know, Becky, we are going to show you a video in just a moment, but you were saying that for the features that we have in this machine, elsewhere, different brands, you'd be looking at around about the £1,000 mark.
That's the budget I'd have in my head if I was going to, if I was in the market for buying an embroidery machine of this calibre. That is the budget I would have in my brain. That's what I'm thinking, right, this is realistically going to cost me about this much.
Okay, so when you think about that, we're selling at $849. The features that you're getting here, you could spend up to £1,000 elsewhere with a different brand. The quality is there. The price, £164.70, but time now really is running out, because at 6 o'clock the price will revert back to the regular retail price of £849. And even at £849, that is a great price for what you're getting here. It really is. I'll tell you what we'll do. The best way to really showcase quite quickly everything that you're getting and why it is such a good machine, we've got a little video for you, and then we're going to get to demonstration.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
And Brother really is at your side. We're going to talk about that because their customer care is exceptional, so we'll talk about that later on this hour. I think the proof really is in the pudding, and we're just working, or we're completing an inspiration that we started with Nigel earlier on. I'm just going to show you a couple of examples. So at 8 o'clock last night, this is a piece that we did, beautiful. And then I'll just show you another one as well over here. That's one that we did in our hour at the launch hour. Again, just showing you the possibilities. So the actual embroidery is, and this is what you expect, and what denotes a good machine. When you look at the quality of the finished piece, it's exceptional, it's flawless.
Absolutely. That is what you're after, is the quality of the finished stitching, because if it's not going to stitch well, what's the point in having it? But what I love about this machine as well, and actually the cat is a really good example, is how the machine will utilise that good quality thread. You want a good quality embroidery thread with this. It will utilise the sheen that's in the embroidery threads to create textures within the work. So if you have a look at the cat, you can actually see.
If I hand it to you, we'll show it to camera too.
Yeah,
is that
absolutely.
Okay?
Have a look, because this is a really good example, because we've got animal fur. Wow. So can you see that on the cup it's quite, it's just sort of almost like a dotted cross stitch almost. And then when we come to the cat, if I sort of angle it so that the light catches it, can you see how the stitches is done so that it looks like fur? Yeah. It's amazing. It's very clever. So this is, yeah, the machine is just, it's not just stitching, it's stitching with purpose.
I like that, stitching with purpose.
Quite like that. I just came up with it. I might keep that one.
I think you've got to. Could you show the watering can as well? That you,
the watering can, yeah, of course. So this is one of the. So the cat is a built-in stitch. a built-in design, sorry, in the machine, and we changed the colour from a ginger cat to a black cat and added my cat's name because, you know, why not?
Why not?
This is a design that's in the machine as well as, and we stitched this one just as is, but there is a whole range of these beautiful little vintage feel embroideries, which just, I just kind of want to cover my kitchen in these.
Oh.
That's what I feel like. I want to do all my tea towels, and do you know what I mean? Those little tea cozy. I want to cover them in all these little vintage.
That is beautiful.
Designs.
Absolutely
stunning,
beautiful.
Aren't they? Absolutely stunning.
Something you mentioned in our launch hour, I think is it's well worth saying. So you're getting a 3-year warranty with this for domestic use. But a lot of crafters use this professionally, and if this is going to be a commercial machine, and the reason why I mention that, it shows you the quality that you're getting with this machine, that it can be used commercially. If you are going to use it commercially, you're still getting a 1-year warranty, which is acceptable. Obviously, a commercial machine is going to work a lot harder than a domestic machine.
Absolutely. But I mean, you just don't, domestic machine manufacturers don't offer commercial warranties.
No.
You know, it's incredible that they do that. This is just how good Brother are, really. They know, they want you to use the machines, they want you to get the most out of them, and they want you to feel confident doing so.
Yeah, so talk us through, what have you done here?
So this is a design we came up with Nigel, so it's N for Nigel. He decided he wanted it for a smoking jacket.
Oh, nice.
He wanted a monogram. So this is the monogramming font in the machine, the letter N, and it also comes with these lovely filigree designs. So we added a filigree at the bottom, we reversed it, rotated it so that it was up the other way across the top. So this is a completely completely new design, utilising elements of design in the machine. We also changed the colours. This should be blue and like a pale mauve, and Nigel wanted a dark green N and paler green filigree, and we added yellow flowers.
It's such a usable machine. If you think about the possibilities here, and Becky, you're saying like the whole of your home you would want to embroider. So cushions, bags, if you want to give gifts as well. Think about all those personalised gifts. So a baby grows, suddenly we can personalise the name, we can put a beautiful image, because you have got 80 images already installed in the machine. But this is the important bit. You've got the USB, which means you can add files on here, and there are so many files out there, free files as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So you've got the 80 designs that are in the machine. On top of that, this is a full colour screen editable machine. So you can use all of those designs, you can combine them all together, you can create new ones, as we've done in so many of the examples we've already shown you, and then on top of that you have that USB function. So we've got just on the side of the machine there, oh, I've put my finger in the right place. That never happens. I'm normally going, it's somewhere around here. This is where you put your USB stick in, so you can go online, you're looking for PES files. That's the file format you're after. If you go and search for free PES files, I promise you, you will get millions of hits. It's incredible. But my advice to you, and I've said this in every show because I think it's just genius, is once you've bought your machine, don't wait for it to arrive. Go straight on the Brother website, brother.eu, and you'll find a catalogue of 24 designs that you can instantly download for free onto your USB stick. Okay. Now, every month, one drops off and they add another one on. So every month you're getting a free design as well. Right. If you go on the Brother International website, the American site, you'll find they've actually got a catalogue of hundreds of free PES files that you can access straight away.
I'd go on both. Go to the EU, get the free 24, and then get your free file every month, and then go to the international, the American one, and get all their free files.
Absolutely, go for it, because you can just add those on.
Yeah, I've been talking over you there, Becky. Sorry. No, I was just going to say, no, it's my fault. We're really busy for this, and Becky and I were having a chat and saying that this is the hour now, because it's going to be our last live hour. Please do your own research right now. If you're watching, maybe you've seen, and I'd be doing the same. Maybe you've been watching a few of the other hours with the one-day special, thinking about it, letting it percolate, waiting for that right opportunity. If now you've got that right, now's the point where you want to put it in your basket. At 6 o'clock, all I will say to you, the price is going to go back up to £849. It's a genuine price, and I tend to do this outside of craft. What I'll do if I'm going to buy something, say I'm buying something for my son, I'll always look, because you know when someone says, oh, discounted price, I'll type in the product and see elsewhere how many people are selling it for that price. If everybody else has got it at the same price, you kind of feel this isn't a special price, this is a price that it should be at. When we've done our own research, the fact that our sister channel, Create and Craft, have currently got this machine for £849. The only other supplier we found online, that we did a quick search, a lot of the other suppliers were out of stock. One supplier did have it at £849. So this machine should be £849, which in itself is a great price, because the features you're getting here, you could buy another machine, different brand, and be looking at about £1,000 mark. I know how busy we are, and I'm just going to speak to those of you right now who've got this machine in your basket. All I will say, an embroidery machine, its brother, it's got a 3-year warranty, the colour screen, all the features you're getting here, and just have a look at that first flexi payment. £164.70. £164.70. You're getting free delivery because you are a Freedom member. I'm showing well, we're showing the Freedom price. Please, if you're not a Freedom member and you've got this in your basket, get Freedom membership first. It's £7.97 to become Freedom member, but as a Freedom member, you're getting a further £54.90 saving. So you can do the maths for yourself. £7.97 Freedom member, and then suddenly you're saving a further £54.90. So become a Freedom member. This price, Becky, is breathtakingly good for an embroidery machine of this quality.
It always baffles me at how we can sell these machines at these prices, because yeah, I mean, it's literally that's one of the reasons I bought this, was because suddenly it became so much more affordable. I think, you know, machine embroidery, when you think, if there's me saying, well, I think you need to allow £1,000 for a machine embroidery, how many of us have £1,000 sitting around just to buy an embroidery machine that, you know, you can justify a sewing machine. A sewing machine has a purpose. You can save money by running repairs. You can do, you know, this was how I felt for a long time. Embroidery machine, oh, that's extravagant, that's frivolous, I don't need one of those. I mean, the joy that this machine brings, if soft crafting is your thing, you are never going to look back. And also, this is a business in a box, if you want to, because you don't actually need to know how to sew. Fabulous. If you're not interested in sewing in garment construction or anything like that, you can still use this, because there's not actually any sewing construction involved. What I would do if I was buying this for the first time, I'd never done it before, I'd be going to charity shops, I'd be buying second-hand clothing, because this is also great for the environment as well. You know, we should all be reusing. I'd be embroidering on them, upcycling them, creating beautiful things out of second-hand clothes, and then selling them on. That's what I'd be doing.
And why not? But also, just for yourself, think about a pair of jeans. You might have a pair of jeans that have seen better days, or a bit tatty, or you've just grown tired of them. You put an embroidered design on them, suddenly they're breathing new life into them. And I've been out shopping and seen jeans with embroidered design selling for £80, £100, sort of different makes, different brands, but you're becoming your own fashion designer. So jeans, bags, denim tops, quilts, personalised blankets. You were talking about personalising towels.
Yes.
This is a nice idea.
Personalising towels. So we've in our summer house, we've got all the members of the family. We've all got a towel with we've called our summer house the coal shed, because that's our surname. And so it's all got the coal shed on it, and then our initials. So we've all got our own little towel.
That's really nice. So you tell a story, because I was chatting to Katie, our producer, and this is nice. If you have like a personal name, so her partner Ross, who also works here, he calls her the Duchess. He likes it, Duchess.
Brilliant.
So suddenly, what we can do now, towels, and we can put Duchess on there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why not?
So, I mean, look, options. I felt that was a bit of a conversational killer. So now, just anyone who's tuned in, this is our one-day special. It's the last live hour, and at 6 o'clock, the price is going up. So normally, I don't want to feel like I'm twisting your arm saying you've got to buy it this hour. You don't have to buy it this hour, but if you do purchase after 6 o'clock, the price is going to be back at £849. If you, as a sewer, as a soft crafter, have ever looked at an embroidery machine with loving eyes and thought, oh, do you know, I'd just love to have an embroidery machine at home one day. Today, really, it could be that day, because what we're offering you now, I kind of feel like if you've been waiting for that right price, £164.70 today for a machine that should retail at £849. When you think about that, a machine, when I say should, and it will retail at £849 in less than 2 hours, £164.70, that is so much more manageable. And it's still considered purchase, and I get that, but Becky, it's a machine we're going to use. We will use this machine.
Absolutely. I've made the most amazing gifts. I think I told you about the hoodie that we made my mother-in-law, didn't I? Because she's the Greek one.
Oh, yeah,
well, she's not
Sorry,
Greek, but she lives in Greece.
Yeah, you did say this.
So, I mean, my children call them Yaya and Papoose because they live in Greece. So it was. So, but you can't buy things with that on because if it has that on, it's all in Greek. You don't get it in the UK. So we bought her a zip-up fleece top that she loves to wear, and we embroidered it with #1 Yaya on the back, and it's got like a little rosette on the front. Honestly, she loves it. She'll put it on when we're FaceTime, and she'll like, look what I'm wearing. You know,
nice.
So little things like that that are just really lovely, and you're not going to find these things anywhere else. The gifts
you
just
touched
mean
on
so
something.
much.
We have this problem as well. So my mum is a Yaya, so she is Greek.
Yeah.
And when we go to buy her gifts for Archer, so say like a Yaya, you don't find them.
No.
So being able to embroider it to personalise something, and whether it is a bag or great idea. So if you bought some clothing, let's say you don't want to construct, but buy a hoodie, buy a top, and then put #1 Yaya, or if you want to put Duchess on it or anything personal, you can absolutely do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are very, very busy. I've got to tell you, we're over 50% of the stock, and I didn't want to focus, and we did this at launch as well. We were really busy, and I wasn't giving sort of stock updates because we were trying to focus on what you are actually getting. We're over 50% of the stock, and we had a lot of stock. But thing to point out, we have stock right now. Go online and have a look and see how many suppliers do not have this machine currently in stock. So not only do we have it in stock, we have it at the best price. I could find it anywhere, or any other team could find it anywhere online. Do your own research. Don't believe me right now. If you are tempted, and I want to speak to all of you right now, those of you who've got it in your basket, and those of you who are thinking, oh yeah, okay, all right, you've got me interested. Have you got a smartphone or a tablet close by? Just type in Brother M230E embroidery machine, see where else you can find it, and see what price. We found it out of stock in most places. One place had it at £849. That is the regular retail price. Our sister channel, Create and Craft, £849. Here at 6 o'clock, £849. But right now we have stock, and you can get it for £164.70. Okay, so we're going to start having a bit more of a play. What would you like to show us?
So this morning I did an applique demonstration, and I think it's something I really, really love to show. So I'm going to do that again, if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Because I think it's something that is such an underrated element of this machine, and also it's something that you can use in conjunction with your scan and cut if you have one, and if you so wish to.
So not only do you have a scan and cut, you're telling me at home, because we have got the sewing machine we're going to take a look at later on in the show.
Yeah.
You've got the sewing machine, you've got the embroidery machine, and you've got the scan and cut.
And I've got the scan and cut, and I've got the large Disney embroidery machine, and I've also got a Brother overlocker. So I quite like Brother machines.
You are like Mrs. Brother.
Yes, yeah, okay.
So to speak. Miss Brother, I'm like a superhero.
Brother don't employ me. You guys employ me. So when I sit here and say I love it and it's brilliant, this is me genuinely speaking from the heart. I am not paid to say I love it. I'm paid to tell you what it does. I tell you I love it because I genuinely love it.
And you see it. So, do show it in action,
Right,
please.
so let's have a look at how to use the applique. So we've got, I'm going to show you the screen first of all, because this is going to, this is where all the magic happens, okay? We've got a selection of buttons down the bottom, and we've got our touch screen on the side. And this is where everything is. Okay, let's spin it around a little bit more just so you can see. So here we've got the home screen, we've got the back screen, we've got your scrolling buttons. This is your control center, and this is where your help button if you need help with anything on how to thread it up, etc. So on here, this is your menu of designs. If we want to access the USB port stick, we stick a USB in here and we press this button, and that will bring up the USB menu.
Perfect.
Okay, so this is where everything starts. So if I'm doing an applique, I tend to use the frames over here. So these are your frames. You've got 140 frames and borders. There's 10 different sizes and 14 styles of each. So we did a heart this morning because of it being Valentine's Day, but let's try a circle. So basically, here's all your different designs. Now, number 10 in each shape is just a straight line. It's just a straight stitch shape. And this is the one we want to start with. So I'm going to press set. Now, I'm not going to play around with the size, because you can absolutely play around with the size. But what I want to do is make this as easy and simple as possible, and we have to overlay these shapes exactly. So I want to keep it just as straightforward. If I do want to adjust the size, this is where I can do it. So I can elongate, I can make it bigger, I can make it smaller. Okay, so what I need to do an applique is to change the colours. Okay, so this is the colour change button. Now at the moment it's telling me to stitch this in black. That's the default setting for these shapes. Now if I scroll through all the colours, okay, I come to page 4. Can you see these 3 down the bottom? These are our 3 applique colours. So the first one I'm going to select, and now I've got this pair of scissors and this dotted line. This is the part where if I press OK, right, and I now save this circle, this file, to a USB, I can then take it over to my Scan and Cut, and my Scan and Cut will read that and cut it out. So that actually changes the file format so that it is then readable by the Scan and Cut. But I don't have a Scan and Cut, so I'm going to cut it out by hand. Okay. I do have one, but not here. Not here. Just to clarify. So now I'm going to add in a second circle because our applique has 3 steps. So this is the first step. Now I'm going to go back in and press Add, and this takes us back to the main screen again. So I'm going to come back in here, I'm going to select my circle, scroll across to number 10, Set, and that's now added that on top. I'm going to come into the colours, scroll over to page 4, and this time I'm going to choose the second of those 3. So this one is the position marking stitch. This is where we're going to position our applique patch. Okay, so I'm going to press OK, and now we're going to do this a 3rd time because remember I said it's a 3-step process. So this is now going back into the circle, selecting this one, Set, changing the colour, going to page 4, and this time I want this 3rd one. See the zigzag? This is the attaching. This is the applique step where we fix the applique patch in place. Now the reason why I haven't changed any sizes to make it simple is because you need these shapes to all sit exactly over the top of each other. Okay, in order for it all to work.
It's so nice, Becky, that you're doing everything off of the screen, because sometimes I know people can feel a little bit daunted going on the computer and doing everything on the computer. Here it's there, you don't need a computer at all.
You don't need to touch it. I mean, the only time you're going to need to use a computer is to download your USB designs, your PES files onto your USB stick. If you don't want to do that, you don't know how to do it, you're not interested in doing that, just use the designs in the machine. You don't have to touch a computer, it's personal choice.
I've got to interrupt you. I'm sorry, we're really busy. It's always the way with something like this, and I totally agree. I'd be doing the same. I would be watching a few hours of the one-day special, and when you're really comfortable, think, okay, final call now, I'm ready, I'm going to start purchasing. A lot of you are doing that right now. We've had a massive jump. We're at 2/3 of the stock. We're 24 minutes into the show. It's good. It could be a question, if we carry on at this rate, we might be selling out at the end of this hour, possibly. Look, might not. I'm just saying, if we continue at this rate, we are really busy. All I will say to you is, if we do sell out, we've got no more stock. So that's one thing to point out. So if all the stock goes, that's it. We will not be able to offer it at this price. Even if we don't sell out at 6 o'clock, the price is going to go back up to £849. So a lot of you are sensing that, a lot of you are buying it, and a lot of you are taking advantage. Please become a Freedom member and also splitting the price, and why not? For a embroidery machine of this quality, £164.70 today, I still can't get over that first flexi.
Amazing,
yeah,
isn't
really
it?
Good. Sorry, I had to tell everyone we're busy, basically.
That's incredible. I'm not surprised at all. I think I get so excited because I know everyone's going to love it when they get it home. So now we've got our 3 stages of our applique patch done. Okay, so now we're on the making it pretty stage. So I'm going to add in another circle. So there's a 4th circle in our layer, but this time I'm going to choose an applique design. So I mean, let's go for number 3. Why not? Yeah, we can have a play. So this one is now over the top. Now I'm going to come into the sides, and I'm just going to shrink it down ever so slightly, because then I know that it's going to cover the edge of my applique patch. So I've just brought it in ever so slightly. It's just, you don't have to, it's just a little tip.
Okay.
And we can choose a colour. I don't actually have to change the colour on the screen if I don't want to. I can just put in any colour of thread and it will work fine. But you know, you pick. Let's go for a purple circle. Why not? So now our circle, our applique circle, is now got a purple border. Okay. So now we can add in anything. We can go into our embroidery designs. Let's have a look. we can see what have we got here that we can add in. You can see we've got all these beautiful, oh look.
Oh, that's nice.
Doesn't that fit in beautifully?
That just works, right?
That,
do you ever find that magical moment where you do something, you're like, okay, that's it.
That's
it was
good.
meant to be.
That's good. But you know what? If it wasn't good, we just delete it off and we have another go.
No, that really looks good.
But see, now I'm not sure the purple works because we've got this beautiful blue and grey.
Yeah,
so we
okay.
can come in here, and actually, if you press the button up there, now you can see it stitched out.
That's
okay.
Nice. It's nice you get that that zoom.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can kind of go, oh, do I want these two colours together? What do I think? So I'm actually tempted to change that purple to. So I'm going to scroll through.
I agree with you. I think the purple, we need to change that.
Yeah, so let's scroll through. So there we go. So now I've selected my frame. Yeah. I'm going to go in here. And do you know what? I think maybe a dark blue might be quite nice. Let's have a look. I'm pressing it from a funny angle, so I keep pressing the wrong colour. There we go.
That's the one.
What do we think of the dark blue? Let's
see it close up.
Let's have a look at the close up.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Should we go with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we've created. This is. I've never made this design before. This is literally me playing around. This is off the cuff. Just having a go, and that's what I recommend doing when you get home. Just have a play around with it, and that's how you're going to learn how to use your machine. Now, once I've decided what I want to do, and I'm happy with all of that, see, I can mirror it if I want to. Now, it's a symmetrical design, so mirroring it and rotating it aren't going to make any difference. If I wanted to add in a font, I can come in here and press the font button. I can then add in some letters if I wanted to. I'll just put some in so you can see what it is. I'm just going to shrink them down so I can fit some more in.
Okay. And not only that, you were saying with the font, Becky, that we can... Oh, sorry, if we do that, and it does go... We can just recenter it by pressing the center.
Yes, sorry, I was just off in my own little bubble, making my own little world. Yeah, so I went to select the writing with my finger, and what happened was instead it selected this. So when I started moving it, I went, oh, now I've moved it. Yeah. Now I can go into the move section and just press the center, and it centralizes it again.
Perfect, that's cool.
Okay.
I was going to say, when we were making that beautiful inspiration for your cat, Addie, you showed how we can make it wave, we can manipulate it, bend it.
So if we wanted the text in there, we now have this font edit option. So I'm going to select font edit, and we can change the colour, we can make the letters more and more spaced out, we can make one letter bigger than the other. You know, we've really got some incredible options here. But array, I think, is my favourite, because this is where we then can change the shape. So I can make it curved like this, like we did with the cat. So
this
it followed.
Looks professional.
Yeah, it followed the line of the teacup, so it curved. And you know, I can even go, right, actually, do you know what? I want it more curved than that, or I want. Oh, there we go. It's fitting the circle now.
Oh, nice. See, I've had an idea. I played tennis since I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I remember over the years, I started at a small tennis club, and we'd get shirts made, with our club name on it.
Yeah.
You could do that if you're a member of a club. It doesn't have to be tennis. It could be any kind of sport, any club. But being able to, so everyone just buys a t-shirt or a shirt, whatever, and then you can do the embroidery design on there. I'm sure we said we can search for free files. So just find, say, a tennis racket. Tennis club.
Absolutely.
And then you could put, so my club was West Hearts, you could put West Hearts on there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
something else I just thought of, levers hoodies.
Yeah.
My daughter finishes primary school this year, so she goes up to secondary school in September, and we're in the process of sourcing some levers hoodies. Embroidered with the names.
Do it.
Save a fortune, wouldn't you, rather than...
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not going to offer to do the whole class. No. Hang on a minute. What am I talking myself into?
I hope no one's watching. But this is the point with the Brother embroidery machine, and when you think about why would I need an embroidery machine, the amount of possibilities that suddenly open up and present themselves in front of you. So if you wanted to gift, if you want to personalise clothing, if you wanted to create a beautiful bag, and we can make to sell, and that's something that you talk about making to sell.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever you want with it. Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
You know.
Okay. Anyway,
the limit is literally your imagination.
I distracted you, sorry.
That's fine. So I think we're happy with our design now. So once we've decided, we can save it if we want to here. So you can save it to the memory of the machine, or you can save it to a USB. Okay. And then we can press, once we're happy and we're ready to stitch, we can press Edit End. Now this here, it's grouped all the elements together, and now I can position it. So maybe if I wanted to stitch it right in the corner, or if I was trying to match things up, I can then do things like that. Or I can just put it in the middle. Whatever we want to do, we've got this option. And then once I'm ready to stitch, I'm going to press embroider, and now we're ready to go. So the next thing to do is to frame up your fabric. So I'm just going to shift the machine slightly. Now, with this, I'm going to use something called Bondaweb, which is basically fabric glue, but it's adhesive. It's on paper, so you iron it onto your fabric, and then when the paper comes off, you've then got a layer of glue that then adheres with heat. So I've got I'm using that as my stabiliser.
So wait, we can embroider onto Bondaweb?
Absolutely, of course.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, I really genuinely didn't know that.
There you
I thought
go.
we'd just have to embroider onto the clothing. So then what we can do is create little motifs, badges, whatever it might be. Yeah. And you can just sign it onto anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is a game changer.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Applique patches are a big thing. There's a lot of. In fact, I should look into doing that for a demonstration one day. Is actually getting applique patch patterns, PES files, and stitching them out. Because also you can do things. This is what we did before. This is one that we did on wash away stabiliser.
Oh wow!
Oops.
So
Throwing it on the
suddenly
floor.
you've created a beautiful hanging ornament.
Yeah, so this is a design in the machine, and it comes with, there's another one which is a slightly smaller silver one, and it has a little hook that fits through there, so you join them together to make a little Christmas decoration.
That's very cool.
But this is something I love doing these, because these are just like, I mean, you can do circular ones for coasters.
Beautiful handmade. I'm just thinking with the Bondaweb, you know the design you made for Nigel? So you could have done that onto the Bondaweb, and he could have put it onto a smoking jacket.
With that, you want a border that you can then cut away.
Okay.
So with that, there's too many little bits.
Right.
You would want to you could do it and then do it in a border, so similar to what we're doing now.
Like a nice little border around.
Yeah, absolutely. So doing the process that we're doing now, but yeah, as it stands on that, if you were to stitch that onto Bondaweb, the fabric is the thing that sticks, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, right, so what I'm doing here is I'm framing up my Bondawebbed fabric. So I've got the larger part of the frame and then the smaller part of the frame on the inside. I'm going to push it in, and I'm going to just tighten up that screw. You do get a little screwdriver as well that you can use to make sure that's nice and tight. So what you want is it to be drum tight. Nice. That is the sound you're after. Yeah. Okay. Now on the side of the machine we've got these two little nobules. I think they just remind me of like toy train bumpers.
Oh yeah.
You see?
I think that's a good description.
So I'm going to pop that into the machine. Now the little train bumpers just slot into two little slots on the side of the embroidery arm just there.
So click
and that is, yeah, click it in. Now if you want to take it out, you just press that release lever and it comes out. It's really, really easy. Now I'm going to grab just a pale colour to stitch these first colours. Let's bring this back in so you can see what it is I'm doing, and I can show you actually now how to thread this up, because this threads exactly like a sewing machine. Now if you've ever seen a Brother sewing machine threaded up, you will know, because this threads exactly the same as the sewing machine over there, exactly the same. So we come under here, we come round this arm, we come down the front, back up again, back down again. It's written on the machine. We're just following the arrows and the numbers. Now there's a little hook at the top of the needle. Yeah. I've just hooked round, and then I'm coming through this little metal slot here around this number 7, and then number 8 is a blade on the side. Okay. There's a lever that's numbered 9 that I'm going to press. Yeah. So I'm going to lower my presser foot so it's out of the way, and I'm going to press this lever and watch what happens. Done.
Love that. It's like a little helper leaping in.
The most satisfying needle threader.
And it's so nice to have that continuity, and we are going to look at the Brother sewing machine, but the fact if you have got Brother sewing machine, it threads exactly the same way, so you've got that continuity.
Absolutely. Right, so I've set that going. Now I'm sneaky, I've got a spare hoop here. You do only get one hoop with it, but just going to hoop up my second fabric just for time-saving purposes.
It's very smooth, Becky, considering it's going right now, but we can talk. I can still hear you very well.
Absolutely. It's actually a mark of a machine that I will or will not use. If I can't watch telly over it, I'm not interested.
I like that.
You know, you've got to watch a bit of Netflix while you're doing your sewing work.
Or Create and Craft.
Or Create Craft or the craft store, absolutely. Why not stitch along, and then you're putting the tips in action straight away.
Nice. We are known as the crafting Ozark.
Well,
other
I don't know
shows
if that's
are
a good
available.
thing.
I haven't seen it actually yet. Was it?
It's quite
it,
dodgy. There's some dodgy dealings going on in
well, I've got to
Ozark.
I haven't actually seen
I think
the
you
show.
just called us all drug dealers.
I've just heard. I heard everyone, all the team are watching it. I haven't actually watched it yet. Let me readdress that. We're known as, I don't know, a better show.
I'm trying to think. The Downton Abbey of
better, a bit more respectable.
Classy and
I didn't
respectable.
realise that I was comparing us to that kind of show.
Oh, I love it. Right, so now we've got a nice tight drum fabric here as well. Okay, so my first circle is stitched out. If I had my scan and cut, that would be cut out on the scan and cut. I wouldn't have to stitch that. But I don't have the scan and cut here, so I'm going to slot in my base fabric. So the first one was the patch, this is the base. This has just got tearaway stabiliser underneath.
Yeah.
So you don't need anything fancy for this. And I'm going to set it stitching for the second circle. So remember that's second circle. Oop. Yep. Now it's told me to check and rethread my upper thread because the thread's jumped out.
Okay.
So that is one of the sensors. You've got a bobbin sensor and a top thread sensor.
Oh, that's very good. And actually, this is, you know, when we were talking about features that you're getting on this machine, and why we would say typically, if Becky was describing in our production meeting yesterday, she said, if you were, so taking this machine out of the equation, if she was building a machine and thinking about an embroidery machine with the features that are loaded on this machine, in her mind she'd be looking at around about the £1,000 mark, and that's fair. That is, I think, anyone who, any souls out there, if you've got an embroidery machine or you know embroidery machines, I mean, we featured embroidery machines here, £1,500 plus. So, you know, embroidery machine, you get what you pay for, but on the show, I say you get what you pay for. Here, we've got a machine that it's £849. It's loaded with features that you could pay elsewhere on another machine, the £1,000 mark. And our first flexi payment as a Freedom member is £164, 169. Oh, wait, here we go. 164.70 is our first flexi payment. It is a very good machine, and it's, the point I was trying to make is those features like the sensors for the thread, the top bobbin. That's the kind of thing you're looking for, and that's why we say you could pay £1,000 for a machine with these kind of features. Okay, we're going to let that run its course. Becky, I'm just aware of time. Do you mind if we just talk about the sewing machine?
Not at all. I can hold off on this, and we can continue in a moment.
We will do that. We're just going to mention briefly, because this is the final call, so it's the last live show with the fantastic Brother Embroidery machine. What we're going to do, just remind you of the features you're getting with the M230E. We are very busy. A lot of you, and I thoroughly expected this, or we were all saying this is how we would do it at home. You've been watching throughout the course of the one-day special, and now you are buying, and I do not blame you. If you are still on the fence, here's a video that might help you.
The Brother Innovis M230E embroidery machine comes equipped with a plethora of onboard features, including 80 built-in embroidery designs, 140 border designs, and 10 embroidery font styles, making it easy for you to personalise all your projects. You will have no fuss when threading thanks to the advanced needle threading system. Plus, there's an intuitive 3.7-inch colour LCD touchscreen for ease of use too. You can embroider your designs with a fantastic speed of 400 stitches per minute, and the amazing machine includes essential accessories and a 3-year warranty for that extra peace of mind. Brother at your side.
Well, hello everybody. So there we go, some of the features that you're getting with our fantastic Brother Embroidery machine. Can I just say something? I know I've been going on a lot today about the fact that the regular retail price for our embroidery machine is £849. And it's a fact, because at 6 o'clock, that will be the price for this machine. So bear that in mind, £849. As it stands right now, you can get the Brother Embroidery machine, the M230E, and you can get this phenomenal sewing machine. So this is your Brother FS 180QC computerized sewing machine. You could buy them both, and it would cost you £835.20 if you're a Freedom member. £835. So you're actually paying less than you would for one of the machines. Right now, it's all going to change at 6 o'clock, and you'll be able to get both. And there is something very compelling about having both of these at home, working with both of these.
Absolutely, and that's how I run my sewing room. I love it. It's brilliant because we have a sewing machine and a separate embroidery machine. You can have your embroidery machine going there, and you're sewing there. And you can just be switching. If you've got a wheelie chair as well, wheel between the two. Honestly, it's good fun.
I like your style. The first flexi payment, if you were to go for both, would be £278.40. Spread over 3 months, but £278 for both machines. I mean, come on. That is a complete setup there. Tell us about this machine, though. I know it's very popular. It's nice, and I should point this out. We are so proud, and this is the major upside to the fact that Craft Store and Create and Craft are coming together, because we're getting the best of both worlds. All our viewers at the Craft Store, if you haven't been watching Create and Craft, you wouldn't be aware of Brother, I know, because you've sold these machines and they've been very, very popular.
Absolutely.
So now we're finally getting access to them, which is great. Tell us about this one.
So this is the FS180 QC. This is one of the most popular machines that we've been selling over on Create and Craft, and that's for a reason. It's a great beginner machine, but it also is so packed with features that this is capable of doing all your advanced sewing projects as well. We've got, I've used, basically I've taught my 7-year-old to sew on this when they were 7. They couldn't even touch reach the floor, so they couldn't use the pedal, so we had to unplug the pedal and use the stop-start button feature. Fabulous. But I've also made a wedding dress on that sewing machine, so when I say it can do everything, all of those, you know, that's the two ends of the extreme.
It's a machine, because I've heard stories, crafters, they bought a machine, their first machine, and then found 6 months later they've outgrown it. Can we free motion on here?
You can free motion on there. You've got 180. This is where the 180 comes from. So the FS 180 is referring to the stitches on the machine. You can see them all on the front. You've got 8 buttonholes. You've got all the utility stitches, overcasting stitches, satin stitches, stretch stitches. You've got decorative stitches in there. You name it, you've got a stitch for it. It's so feature packed with the stitches. And actually, if you open the lid for me, on the top you'll see there's a little flap. If you open that up, we've also got monogramming. So there are 2 fonts inside there, and these are not included in that 180 stitch count. So there's actually an additional 110 monogramming stitches on top as well. So you can do personalisation.
We have had a question. Have we got a name for this, or is it call centre? Sorry, it's passed through from the call centre, so apologies, don't have a name. Someone's asking, will it do zigzag and straight stitch?
Absolutely, and those are the stitches you're going to be using more than anything. But yes, it will do straight stitch, it will do zigzag stitch, and all of the other stitches. But yes, zigzag stitch and straight stitch are the ones you're going to use the most, so it definitely does those.
A question I always ask, and I've already done this, the fact that it will allow you to do free motion as well, so it's a machine that's going to grow with you as a crafter. Think about how much, if you've had a machine for a while, I've heard stories, so you could pay, and machines do eventually need servicing, older machines. You could pay £100 plus just to get your machine serviced. Or you could get this machine, a brand new machine. So why not spoil yourself if you've been waiting for the opportunity at this kind of price, £113.70 today. This will be sent out to you. Is this going to be maybe a second machine? So a lot of crafters, you might have one machine and then they progress on. A lot of sewers have second machines. Or have you had a machine and it's sounding clunky, it's missing stitches, you know it's kind of coming towards the end of its days? Why not take advantage as a Freedom member of the special price? Because you are saving £307.90. This machine, regular retail price, you're looking at over £600, so 647, is it? So in that region, 649 pounds. Today, Freedom price on this, 341. It's another phenomenal saving. So if you were to get both, as we say, you could pay, buying both today, you'd be paying less than you would for this machine alone at 6 o'clock, because at 6 o'clock goes back to its regular retail price, £849. All right, Becky.
Something else just to quickly mention about that machine as well is the feet that come with it. You've got 10 feet that are with it, including a walking foot, and that is a big deal.
Oh yeah, that is.
That walking foot is worth between £35 and £40 on its own.
Wow.
And that is going to revolutionise your sewing journey. It's just the best foot, and you've got that included.
And walking fit really come into their own, especially if you've got multiple layers of fabric and you don't, you know, you want to sew them.
Any tricky fabrics, any multiple layers of fabrics, like if you're quilting, for example, you're going to get so much use out of that walking foot.
It's a good machine. It's a great bundle at such a competitive price, so you're not breaking the bank. I'm not saying it's still a considered price, absolutely, but if you have been looking for your next sewing machine and you're thinking, I'm just waiting for that right price, the right machine, it ticks all the boxes for me. You've got all the features, you've got lots of feet in there that you're absolutely going to use. The big one, though, is the branding. It's Brother, so you know this is a brand that's been around over 100 years. The customer service is exceptional. The quality, the build quality you're going to get is really good as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, should we carry on with our applique? Let's do some more applique. So basically, I've got my little patch that I've cut out by hand, okay? So this is the bit that your scan and cut would do, but I've cut that out by hand. And I've also stitched our placement circle. So if I line these up, you can see one fits over the other exactly. This will only work if you do not take your fabric out of the frame, because once you do, the positioning of your circle has moved, okay? Now I am doing this by eye, and I am also doing it off to the side. So okay. I'm not promising this will line up perfectly. I will do my best. So basically I'm lining the two circles up using the lines of stitching, and I've peeled off the paper. I'm just going to pop the iron on the top. Oh, my iron's left a dirty mark. Oh. Well, that's inconsiderate of it, isn't it? Never mind. It's lucky it's just for pretend, isn't it? So now I've adhered my patch over the top of the circle. So now I'm going to pop this back in the machine. That Bonder web is holding the circle in place, but it's not going to hold it in place forever. Okay, so I'm going to now stitch it on. This is the applique process. Remember that third colour, that zigzag colour that we changed it to. So now it's just going to stitch around that line of stitching. It's asking me to rethread my thread. What? I love the sensors on this machine because it just means you are not stitching for hours
and nothing's happening.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And a lot of the time, what sewers will do is let their embroidery machine do its work, step aside, go make a brew, or start sewing somewhere else. So you're not watching it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the sensor will tell you.
So you want to. There we go. It's off. So there it is. So now it's. Oh, do you know what? I've done a very good job of lining that up. I'm very impressed with myself. It never lines up that well. Unless I'm doing it at home and I've got the time. That is probably the most accurately lined up applique patch I've ever done. I've surpassed myself. I'm very excited. Right, so now that is the applique patch attached. So now remember we wanted that blue colour. So I'm going to pop my thread on. I'm going to thread it up exactly the same. So remember, this is the step, this is the thing you're going to be doing more than anything, is threading up this machine. I'm getting quite good at threading this up sideways as well. Because
it is an unnatural angle, obviously. We're doing it for the camera so everyone at home can see.
But I did say earlier, if I can do it sideways, imagine how easy it is to do it straight on.
Yeah, it's true, it's a good point.
Okay, so remember we made this stage slightly smaller, just ever so slightly smaller, so that it would stitch over the circle. Okay, so it's now going around my circle and it's just stitching. Can you see the pattern starting to emerge?
Oh, that's pretty, yeah. So that was the blue that we chose.
Yeah, so this is now sort of, the patch is stuck in place, it is appliqued in place, but this is just a slightly prettier border. Yeah. It's just giving it a bit of a feature. And what you might want to do, because we can still see the edge of the fabric, you might actually want to go back into the edit stage and add in another pretty border, but make it this time larger. So then it's covering the whole of the circle, the whole of the edge of the circle.
Obviously, we're not going to manage to get through all the features of the M230E in 1 hour. We've been trying to do that across the duration of the one-day special. You can go back and watch all our shows on the Rewind. All I will say to you, at launch, you showed a feature that really impressed me. So with that colour display, it's got all the threads pre-programmed. So if you're looking to choose the threads, you can select your brand of thread and it tells you what you need to use, which I thought was genius.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, if you were watching earlier, we were talking about the Madeira polyneon threads that we've got on the show, that they are in the machine. You can change it to be talking in the language of if that's your thread. But we did have the pre-filled bobbins, and I can confirm they are bobbin filled. So, because I wasn't sure, I'd never seen them, whether they were bobbin filled for the embroidery machine or pre-filled for a sewing machine. Both very, very useful. But these are full of bobbin fill for your embroidery machine. So fabulous. That is exactly what you need.
That's what we want. Are we able at some point this hour just have a quick look at, you know, when you showed us like the setup? I won't put you on the spot now, but maybe at some point before the end of the show.
Yeah, not a problem at all. While this is just stitching this up, I'm just going to show you what the screen is doing actually. It's going to finish imminently. But basically on the screen here, so we've got, this is our whole stitch, our whole design, and this little green cross is showing us where we're at. We've got all of our colour steps with how long each one's going to take, and it's about to finish this one, so that's going to disappear off, and now we're on to the next bit. So this now is showing the section of the design that we're ready to do.
Oh, yeah.
We've got up here, we've got how many stitches we've done in the total, how much time we've taken and how long it takes in total, and how many different steps. So it's just so clever. While it's paused, I'll show you how to change the language.
Yeah.
So can you see here it says embroidery 001. So that is referring to my embroidery threads. 001 means white, okay? And it's written on the thread. If I select this button down here, okay, I've now come into my control panel, so I can scroll across. Now we can also just change it to talk to us in the name of the colour. So instead of saying 001, it says white.
Nice.
So there you go, you can change it to that. If you prefer to use the numbers, if you've got lots and lots of threads and actually, you know, you want a bit more detail, colours, absolutely. So you might prefer to use the numbers. This is how I use it anyway. But if I scroll across, you'll see, here's the Madeira poly neons.
So already preloaded, like
Madeira rayons, yeah, absolutely. There's your Gutermann sulkies if you use those. So you can go through all of these different options. So if I do Madeira poly and go back to here, can you see now it says 1801? If I pull out the white thread from the box of the poly neon threads and show you, can you see it says 1801?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so now the machine is talking in the language of my threads.
Yeah. See, that's very clever. Really
clever. And there's also a conversion chart in the back of the booklet as well that comes with it, if you know, if you prefer to work that way.
So I'm really conscious of the fact we talk about features and we say that as a machine it's loaded with features, and this is why elsewhere, different brands, for a machine that does all the jobs this machine does, you could be looking at £1,000 mark. This is what we say, the sensors. So the sensors for the thread, the top bobbin, the fact that you've got that colour display, and within the colour display, all that information loaded. So if you want to work with the Gutermann threads, if you want to work with Madeira, then it tells you which threads, whether it tells you by name, the actual colour of the thread, or by number as well. These are the little nuggets of information that suddenly make working with the machine so much easier.
Absolutely, and it's really lovely to have the time to be able to show you all these extra details as well, because normally we don't get that time. Now I've been a bit of a rebel and I've put in a different colour because I've got a very pale cream circle here, and it wants me to use white, so you're never going to see that. So I'm just going to let it stitch out this next bit, but I've just put in sort of a lavender blue colour because why not? It was the first one that came to hand.
Have you found the hour shows here?
It's good.
Better, bit more time to demo?
It feels really nice and relaxed, like it's not so rushed, like I've got time to really be able to show you different bits and pieces.
There is good news. If you are a Create and Craft fan, the hour shows are coming back. So, and I know a lot of fans are very happy about that. And I would imagine demonstrators as well. So
Yes,
you're not
yeah,
so rushed.
it's nice to not feel so rushed and to just be able to take the time. So.
Good. Unfortunately, time is running out.
Oh, dear.
Okay, this is final call. We've got a lot of viewers right now with this machine in baskets. It is a great machine. All I will say, so if you're going to buy something, first, especially, this is a considered purchase. It is an investment. Have you been thinking about getting or introducing an embroidery machine into your home setup for a while, but it's just been outside of your price bracket? And I get that, because typically quality embroidery machines, you're looking at around about the region of the £1,000 mark. So it is an investment, a considered investment. On the show today, we have a machine that should be £849. It's a genuine price. That is a genuine regular retail price. I've said this all hour, and I said it at launch. If you've got a mobile phone, if you've got a computer handy, a tablet, just type in Brother M230E embroidery machine. See, if anyone else has it in stock, because we found a lot of suppliers elsewhere did not have it in stock. We have it right now in stock. See how much they're selling it for. We only found one other company who had it, and they were selling it at the regular retail price of £849. We're going to be selling it in the next hour and 5 minutes. The price is going to go back up to £849. Crate and Craft right now have this machine £849, and the reason why I keep stressing that is it is a machine that should be £849. So the price we have on the show today, the one-day special price, is exceptional. Look at that first flexi payment, £164.70. If you've ever struggled or thought maybe embroidery machine is just not in your budget, today £164.70. This all gets sent out to you. It is your first flexi payment of £3, but the price we have on the show, the saving is huge. It is a very, very good machine. I cannot stress this enough. For that price, the features that you're getting, you cannot go wrong. It's a great machine. You are going to love it. Just don't miss out on the price. If you want it, I'm not trying to bend your arm into buying it, but if you've been thinking about getting an embroidery machine, you've been waiting for the right opportunity, the right time, today is the day. But we are running out of time. So at 6 o'clock, price goes back up. Becky, thank you so much.
Thank you. I've had such a good day.
You're going to come back soon?
I hope so,
Well,
if you'll have me.
Absolutely. No, we definitely have you. You're an absolute star. Thank you so much, Becky.
Thank you so much.
I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Thank you for keeping us company. Enjoy your brother. You're going to love it. Oh, we've got a great hour ahead. Blooming Great Crafting is up next. Then the wonderful Lou Withers will be launching her Mindful Moodling. And after that, we're getting hooked with Sugar Brothers.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Yes, indeed. What is it? 5 o'clock. Should we go pre-evening? Let's go pre-evening. Good pre-evening to you one. Good pre-evening to you all. Early evening. Pre-evening. I hope you're well. We are talking clever prints this hour. We're talking DL stamps. We're talking dies. We're talking paper pads galore. And everything works together, which I like. Now, whether you use these on the corners of your pages, whether you use them as standalone cards, whether you use them just in generic form. And when I mean that, you just stamp out in your colour. It all does work together. Now, before we get into the details with all this, let's introduce the lady herself, the brand ambassador, the CEO, the cleaner, and the general dog's body of Clever Prints / Dolly Dimples. It is the one and only Sasha. Mate, you're all right, love. You are, though, aren't you?
Well,
you're a bit of everything.
I'm a very, very good friend of the owner. I'm a very, very good friend of the owner.
Good friend of the owner.
Extremely good friend of the owner.
That's good.
Oh, she's one of my extremely good friends.
This is the thing. But what? So let's sum up Clever Prints. So obviously, we all know you for Dolly Dimples, and that is you. That is your little baby, as it were. So let's go for Clever Prints. If we've never seen Clever Prints before, where does this fit in our scale, in our crafting neediness?
Right. Clever Prints are actually a distributor of stationery, but this is the retail side of it, and they've been going for many, many, many years, and I actually got products from them many years ago, and they brought retail side with a few designers, so they see people, or I see people, and say, what about this person, pass them on to them, and here we are. So we have different collective designers within Clever Prints Stretch.
See, I like this, that brings people like you now sitting at home.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
People like you sitting there going, I'd love to have a little go at that. I've got all these designs and I wouldn't know where I'd go. This is the way to go about it. So this is what Clever Prints do so well. So they take what you like and what you know and how you use it, and they give it that little twist that you've got on there that you like to look at. We can all see you at the side of the screen, just so you know, flapping like a little birdie there.
I'm hot.
You're literally under the L.
You're not just grassing me up, I grass myself up.
Let's go in with our first look. Now you're getting, this is Bloom's #1, you're getting the stamps and you're getting the dies that match in there. Let me show you the stamps first of all, because these are beautiful. Whether you use them along the top of a page this way, whether you use them down the side of your journals, whether you use them along the bottom, they're all going to absolutely work. Not only do you get that main bloom though, you're also going to get it in die form. So now means you can cut this die out. The snippability in this is amazing. You're also going to get extra petals and extra flowers that you can layer over the top should you want to. From there, once you've got your beautiful dies and your stamps, it just opens up a whole new world. So now, edges of books, edges of jotters and journals can be made with your flowers that you've got on here. So you can have those beautiful edges that you want, a bit like the cards that we see here. You can have that stunning little edge, and you've got that bouquet of florals. Stamp that a few times, cut it out a few times, start building them up. From there, but it will also work with our next collection as well. £27.98 is what you're looking at for this one. 868565 is the item number. So that's Bloom's 1, but you're also going to need Bloom's sort of 2, as it were, that you've got, because they do go hand in hand. And I will ask Charmaine about this, because we might as well get them both done and then we can ask about it, because they do work together. Now, I totally understand both of them together are a considered purchase. And with you all the way, we're talking over the £60, we're just under £60. But if you pop in the paper pad into your basket, you can split the cost into 2. Use PayPal. Over £30, you can then start using PayPal, which is worth having a little look at. So Bloom's #2 that you've got here is your die set and your stamps once again. Let me show you them in stamp form. Well, you can see them in stamp form there, but I want to show you the actual sizes that you're getting with these.
They're blooming big.
They really are, but then you're also going to get this die as well, which gives you so much scope that we're looking at. So Charmaine, sum it all up to what we're looking at here. Now, the details on the screen are Bloom #2, but we're going to flick between the both of them when we talk about them. They do work in conjunction together.
They do indeed. They work perfectly in conjunction together. Now, if you are the sort of crafter that struggles with colouring in, this is perfect, because it will overlay the stamp. And in my first demo, I'm going to do something which is really simple, but does look quite effective, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Well, I've seen the first demo. Can you imagine if I said, no, not really? It looks effective, doesn't it, Adam? That's all right. Passive for charm. They do, because remember, once you've got a decent die, and once I'm not here to tell you, it's okay, because you know this already, but once you've got a decent die, you've got a decent stencil, you can then start paper piecing. You can then start layering them up, because if you're going for set #2, you've got the blooms. Maybe you just use this flower on its own. Well, from that flower, if you turn it on its side, I see skirts for little dolls that you've got in there.
I'm glad you added that.
Yeah, I just see skirts. But you could use that as a little skirt if you wanted to. You could also use it as just a generic decoupage flower. It could be a lily if you wanted it to. You could go down that route. This one here, I see a butterfly.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you with that one.
So the skirt, maybe not butterfly, yeah, on there.
Yeah, I'm not with you on the skirt.
You've got your circles in here. So start using them and really taking the design elements that you've got for your journaling, for your, well, for anything really.
Anything. I mean, I have to say a big apology.
I've left it. I weren't going to say anything.
You left it to me. You let me do that. I did the notice, so I've got to apologise to the girls. I am really, really desperately sorry. The samples are sat on my dining room table. There is over 200 and odd samples. Now, I know in the Create with Clever Prints Facebook page, the girls have been posting all yesterday and all today. There is over 200. And luckily, or hopefully, I think somebody has emailed in some of the samples and they're there. But we do have a lot of samples for the paper kit because I put them on the van last night.
We are working on the samples for this kit as well. We are currently grabbing them as we speak because we have to put them all in the system. So we will see some finished samples for these. Worth having a little look though. £29.98. Look at me with 4 arms out. Never do that. 666279 is your item number. Look at me being brave all of a sudden. Paper kit is what we're talking about next. Shall we move up? Let's move up to the paper kit. Now, this is complementary images that you're going to get that work alongside those dies that you've already seen. Now, you are getting so much in this kit. You really, really are. If I turn this upside down, this should now be an order, Meg. So, first off, we're getting papers, backing papers. But not just backing papers. 20 designs is what you're getting. Every single one is different, but they all work with those stamps that you've already seen. Look at these. How beautiful. You got your hearts in there that you could snip into. You got your little flowers in there. Use that. This is just backing papers. These are not decoupage. These are genuinely just the backing papers that we are looking at the moment. 20 different. Have you seen that design somewhere before? Yes, it's the design that work with the stamps. So it's all there for you. Not only are you getting 20 backing papers that you've got in here, we've also then got 6 sheets of toppers. Now, along with the toppers, you're also going to get sentiments as well, and these are on the sturdy card that we're looking at.
300 GSM.
300 GSM that we've got on here. So these are your toppers that we're looking at. So these are all your toppers with your sentiments in there as well. So you've got sentiments and toppers all on the same sheets. Saving paper. 300 GSM cardstock is what you're looking at. Ready-made card. Good to go. Ready-made cards. Once again, good to go. Even cutting these out and just playing pairs with a little one. Yeah, it would be only a small game. A little game of snap, something like that, because you've got 3 of the same. Yep. So you've got 4 of the designs that are in there. Then you've also got your circles. So maybe you use these as your easel cards, you know, where you need a little stopper. You use one of these as the little stoppers that you've got. So there's those elements that we've got there as well. From there, your sentiment elements were also on the topper pages. Then I've got your decoupage that you've seen. So you've got the beautiful decoupage, you've got 83 ephemera pieces that you've got in here. Every one different, but every one you can start layering up. So maybe you only use the wing. So you cut him out, you use the wing, and maybe you use the eye just to really build them up, facing different ways as well. Different quirky birds that you've got on here. Quirky, love you, that you've got. You've got hearts, you've got lights, but could be bunting that you want to use it for. Once again, more sentiments that you're using. Not only have you got your sentiments, you've then got extra kits in here. You've got 4 of the larger panels, okay? So you've got 4 of the larger panels. Now, these on their own are ready-made cards. Ready-made. Because of the cardstock that we're using as well, you were saying this, when you've posted a picture, what did you tell me earlier?
I think I did it. I actually did a demo here, and it was a 2-minute demo when we first brought this kit way back in...
October?
Yeah, August, October, I think it was. And I did a demo, and it was simply, you know, when you do your messy backgrounds, or you have some ink left on your table.
Like your mop-ups, yeah.
It was just a mop-up, and it's in the samples there somewhere. In fact, right at the front, you see where the 2 stacks are, further back. Put your hand in a little bit. That's it.
This one?
I think that's one of them. Yeah, did that on there.
Oh, look at that.
Can you see it? You mop-up. And that was it. It was 2 second card and let it dry. Yeah, it's been in the back of the van, so it's gone a little bit of curl.
Oh, I like that, though.
It is literally two. You know when you've got to make one really fast for somebody?
Oh.
Chop that in half and you've got two.
Yeah, look at that.
Inky, done.
Nice, an inky background.
Nice and easy. Or you could just simply chop it in half, mat and layer it, add a little sentiment, boom, and it's done.
Oh, I like this. You're getting 4 of these as well. 4 of them is what you're getting inside that kit. It's worth having a little look if I was you. £24.99 is what you're getting on that one. 507900 is the item number. Then our next stamp set that we've got as well, there is loads on the show, but once again I love it because it all works together. Now these, I'm going to say these are tiny, but these are really handy. I would like these your little filler-inners. These are the ones that you would normally find in sticker form that you'd sort of put the edge around photos that you would look on there. Look how cute these are. There are loads in here. Absolute, I love these. So Charmaine, if I gave you these,
yep,
what would you use them for as a crafter?
I would use them for my backgrounds, I use them for elements, I would use them as filler stamps. You can use them to create a whole card. You could use them to do a little background. You know, if you've got a big stamp and you just wanted a little bit extra in there, it is as it says, it's so much more.
There is, look at all the designs. You've got words in there as well. Love, be happy. You've got the kisses in there. You've got rainbows in there. You've got flowers in there. You've just got those little bits that are filler-inners. That's the only way I can describe them. That bit of blank space that you don't know what to do with. Even if you just put those down.
A stamp 3 in a row. That's a fast card in itself. Sometimes you don't need to fill the whole space.
Well, sometimes people get scared of white space.
Oh, not frightened of white space at all.
But this is the thing, to make, I'll leave you for the paper kit, but to make stamps, things like these, I know this is not, but you'll understand what I mean.
There's lots of white space on there, and again, I know that's the paper kit, but again, if you're using the stamps and you've done 3 stamps there and 3 in a box, or you've added some of your other stamps in, they'll mix in with lots of other designs as well. They're a real cool, easy one to go. The paper kits are just so simple. Again, 3 in a row like that.
3 in a row. So take this. Take that one out, okay?
Why?
And just stamp here and stamp here. Or leave that one in and put 2 stamps on. One is going to make your paper kits go further.
Yep, indeed.
Which is what it's going to do. Second of all, it's a ready-made card. And if you're scared of A4, I always was, and I still am to this day, and you think, yeah, of course you're that. No, I genuinely am. A4 paper scares me. It's a big, blank, white space, and you feel you have to fill it. Necessarily, you don't have to. Cut your pages down, make them smaller, go A5. Go even smaller than A5. Do ACC cards if you wanted to. Little tiny notelet cards. This is the way to go. And if you're just starting out, I only found out 2 days ago, my mum started crafting. She has. She said, I'd love to give this a go. I thought, I'll give you a little box. We'll get you started in the wonderful world of craft. And it is a wonderful world. And maybe this is where you're going to start. This ink pad, card blanks, bosh. You are done. £14 and 90. I'm going to put my sleeves back now. I've gone all bosh. I've gone London-esque. £14 and 99 pence. 241777 is your item number. 37 stamps in total is what you are looking at. Right then, let's go to demonstration because this first one incorporates everything that you've seen in the dies and the stamps that you've got before. It's everything in one. Any questions as well for Charmaine? Email them in studio@thecraftstore.com is the quickest way to get hold of me. Right, and Charmaine, what are we up to first?
Yeah, please keep questions simple. Right, okay, I've just rubbed on the anti-static pad. I've got a thing about forgetting about my anti-static pad. I did a live, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
And I meant to use the anti-static pad. I'm like, oh, I didn't do that, and then I forgot something else. And it's one of these things we just need to slow down and chill out.
Just enjoy the process.
So what I've done already is I've jumped ahead. I've stamped. Let me get this one. Ooh, let me grab it. I've grabbed this one. I've stamped it and embossed it in gold. I've already done that. So if you haven't seen the process of how that's done, I'm going to do it with the second piece. But I'm going to take the second stamp. So that was blooming 1, and we're going to go for blooming 2 now.
Okay.
Now blooming 2, it marries up perfectly with blooming 1. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, what's it called? So you can use them separately or you can use them together. I am going to take all the stamps off the carrier sheet, which I should have done before. Handy to stamp out one onto acetate and have that in your box of tricks. And I'm going to line it up so it matches up like so.
Ah.
That's it. Getting it, getting it. I'm going to use my magnet and I'm going to hold that in position, Adam. And I'm just going to gently tweak with this. You know, you can guarantee that I'm going to probably do it slightly screw with because you're watching, man, I'll get all nervous. And we were going to have, you're supposed to laugh at that, Adam.
You don't get nervous, though.
No, I do. I actually do get nervous.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm just very good at hiding it. Seriously.
Do you get nervous doing TV or Facebook Lives?
Both.
I dread Facebook Lives.
I mean, do you never notice why I drink so much coffee?
Is that because you're nervous? Ah.
Yeah. Facebook Live is just the same as here for me.
Oh, see, I like these. I still get nervous before I come on the telly box because I don't know what I'm going to say. But a Facebook Live, I haven't got the cushioning of two people in my ear chatting to me. It's just me on my own.
Yeah, well, you could do a double where somebody will talk to you at the same time.
I know, but I still get scared. You keep asking me to do them and I keep putting them off.
You're going to do it, though. You're going to do it.
I will do it.
Yeah. Right, so what I've done is I've created a mask. Here we go. I've created a mask and I don't really want to put it there, do I? I'm gonna goof this up. Yeah. I want it there. Stay where you are, mate, yeah? Right. Ooh! My ear thing fell out. 1 second, bear with me. Oh, this is not right. That's when you should be talking out.
So we mask them all up, is what we're getting on this. So remember, with your dies, not only can you create dies, you can also create masks. And sometimes, Charmaine loves fussy cutting. I can't stand it. I think there's much better things to be doing in life. But no, it's true though, because I just get impatient with it and I start cutting through things. But some people find it mindful and quite therapeutic to do it. And I try and cut corners, and maybe that's where I go wrong. But if you've got a die, I haven't got to cut corners because I just run the die through and the mask is already created.
Do you know, I've missed a step because I'm stupid. No, I'm not all right. It's leaving me samples. I'm just all of it is. Right, calm down and chillax.
Do you need a coffee?
Right, yeah, I need another brew. Right, I've got it. I've got it. By George, she's got it. Here we go. Slow and steady. This is how you did it, Charmaine. See, you make these things up and then what you do, you make them complicated. So I've cut the mask out, which originally is like that. So I stamped it and I cut it out. Are you with me now? Now, I cut off the little bits here. The dangly bits have gone off because I'm not going to fussy cut those. And what I want to do is I want this area here and I don't want this area. So I'm going to remove this area now. That's the step that I missed. Get it? Yeah.
There she is.
See, I know what I'm doing now, Adam.
She's back in the room.
I'm back in here. Right. So I've got it in position. I can see where I want it. Hold, take it back. Of course, you could just go in and stamp out the whole image if you want, but I kind of wanted to do a little bit of a technique and show you something fancy. I should have started with something really simple. This is actually simple, but Charmaine's just making it complicated. So I'm using my clear ink pad, the Versify, and I'm inked up, or I've tried to ink up the bit that I want, okay? And I've got the mask to protect that area because I don't want the whole of that image. So I'm showing that you don't have to use all of it and you can change and mix the stamp up. So I'm praying to the crafty lords now that when I remove this, I haven't got that circle bit in there, which I would have wanted, and I've got a little bit here. But because I've used my clear ink, I have kind of missed a little bit there. But you know what? I'm going to run with it because I've got one already pre-done. That I take a little bit more time over, and I wasn't in Telebox land when I did it.
But on the flip side of that, though, if you do this at home and you think, oh, that's another bit of paper I've wasted, I'm no good at this, I can't do. You can.
Yes.
Just go with it. Still run with that idea. Because if worse comes to the worst, you've got other dies in there that you can now overlay. That's the purpose of these dies. So you've got your main image, but we've got those other flowers that we could place over those sort of missed areas that we want to do, and that's also where the little stamps would also come into play, I feel.
Exactly. Now, if I could spot my paintbrush, which is probably in my crafty bag here, so just grab that, keeping logo to one side, and can we see it? No, I'm just going to do it with my finger.
Details
details of the paintbrush are on the screen.
Details are on the screen for set number 2. Very busy for this one at the moment. £29.98. 666279 is your item number. I've also got the DL one. DL's very popular at the moment as well. Very popular for DL cards. £27.98. 868565 is your item number.
Did we know it was going to go this bad? that. You look like a little giggly monkey there. Right, I'm going to get rid of, with my paintbrush, the little bit that I don't want, and the little bit that I don't want there. Now, if you'd got a nice clean, what's it called, Versamark, you probably wouldn't notice that. The other thing is you could cut this out. You could stamp the whole image, cut it out, it's much easier. I wanted it to be flat. Does that make sense, Adam?
It does make sense.
Okay, then we heat it up. I'm only going to do a little bit of the heating, so that you can see. If you haven't seen heat embossing before, go slow and steady, and you want to be roughly around about 2 inches away from it. Don't use a hairdryer, that'll blow it off. If you're using something like a paint stripper, it's got to be an expensive one with settings. Can you see? So, but invest. Can you see it change there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see it going shiny and slightly raised on there where it's matte. That will rub off. It needs to be like this for it to be done how we want it. Does that make sense?
Does indeed.
Okay. Oh no, I haven't got that one. Right, I'm going to do the whole lot. Sorry, I can't spot the one that was done. Sorry, guys.
But also think about using that centerpiece that you've got there. I'd also see what palm tree.
A palm tree.
So the stem,
palm trees.
I see palm trees in there though, that you could use the centre of that, and then you could go ladders. You could go really quite exotic with these.
You can. I mean, you can have this. I like things peeping out, as you know, peeping out of cards and sticking out the edges. So I'm just going to put that to one side. We've got this done, not perfectly. I'm going to spin it round, and now we're going to come to the die cutting machine. So I'll just pop that in there so I don't knock it over. So we're going to come to the die cutting machine. And we're going to grab the dies now. Let's pop that one to one side, and we're going to go with this one first. So you can see that you get all these little ones, which is cool, because you can do all sorts of abstract things with it. So I'm just going to use this one first, pop it in my machiner with the card that I brought out. No, that's sticky plastic. No, that's sticky sheets. No, that's the wrong one. There it is, underneath. So I'm going to pop that in the machine. And which plate do I cut on? That one. Pop that in there, like that.
So what are we making now? Are you just die? So what are we doing?
I'm just going to die cut, which I have got one done, but I'm just going to show you how the die cuts out. So we're going to press on and run. Put that in. And when it comes out, we're going to use it as a mask. And I'm going to reverse it. That should have gone all the way. Hope it has, anyway.
So imagine these now at the top of. No one writes letters anymore, but imagine this at the top of like your A4 paper when you do letters or stationery. Or I love a good letter as well.
I do
Depends
too.
what it's about.
Unless it's one of them brown envelope ones. Brown envelopes are just nasty.
Or even like or in a white envelope. Sometimes they can be a bit. Do you ever get an A4 white envelope, then you start to panic?
Yeah, one that comes from Mr. Taxman. I don't like them.
Well, they say private and confidential stamped on the front. I leave them for a few days as well.
Do you know if somebody annoys you, you could send them one that just says private and confidential, can't you? Right, so you see that one there. Let me just get this in the bin. Move that to one side. I need to use my waste.
Okay.
And my positive.
Yes.
Okay. So now I could have fussy pieced all those pieces in, but what I want to do is I want to place this back in here like so.
Okay.
You seeing it? And I want to put that in there like that. You getting it?
I'm with you.
Okay. Then we're going to choose some colours of oxides. And we're going to go for raspberry, twisted
citron.
You could choose whatever colours you want, but we're going to go for those two because that's.
And I suppose it doesn't matter what colours you've got at home; it's always going to look different.
It is indeed every time you do it. So we're just going to go for some twisted down at the bottom here. Okay. We're going to use the twisted over here. What this is going to do is it's going to give me a shadow effect without doing what I'm going to show you in a minute. But it's a little bit different and it's easy colouring. So I want my raspberry brush and we give it raspberry up here.
In theory, we just made our own stencil now.
Yeah, but we've used the stamp, we've embossed with it. And I've done a coloured in version with using both of them smack bang in the middle there, Adam. But I'm going to go like that. Can you see that? if I open that up like that, I've only done part of it, but how simple and effective it is to do. Now I'm going to show you it in 2 different colourways. So there's this one, exactly the same process, added some bling, move that one down so you can see the start process. We do exactly the same on the bottom there.
That works.
And then there's this one in warmer colours. So you can see how changing your colours mixes it up. And then what we have is we have our waste piece left, which is not our waste piece because we use that to create this image, yeah?
Yeah.
And we have this left. And if I just take a piece of black card, we get a twofer.
Look at that.
Does that make sense? Now, of course, you've got your bottom one as well, which them 2 join up, don't they? So you can see how you can work those 2 dies in conjunction with each other, or you can work them alone. If we trim that down, if I take that piece of paper because I forgot my L's, you can see how that could be a card in itself.
Yeah, it could.
Or it could, if you die cut a few of them out and you just paint inside of it, or paper piece, you can just keep going and keep going. You can fill, you can almost do like stained glass window.
I love
Over
this.
to you, Adam.
I love that. That top one, doesn't it look very neon? Very neat. It reminds me of, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, and you know I do. It reminds me of the lights in Blackpool. It's got that little, remember when they used to have, I don't know if they still have the big floats that used to go down the street? That was all lit up. I may be thinking about another park, to be honest, but the light parade. But it reminds me of one of those, which is what you could do, and then take that same design, just from the die, fussy cut more out and start building them up. So then you're really going to get things like chipboard that you've got, which I like. Because then you're going to get thicker and thicker, and you can use them for other means that you've got. The first one that we're looking at here, this is set number 1. This is your flowers and frames, DL set number 1. So you're going to get that beautiful stamp in there. You're also going to get the sentiments in there as well. Things like Honey Bunny. Didn't ABBA sing that? Oh no, that was Honey Honey. You got Honey Bunny.
Money Money.
Money Money. Dream a little dream. Nature. Don't change. Very apt. Very apt. Don't change. £27.98 is what you're getting, and you're also going to get, that way, is the die as well that you've got in there. You're going to get that beautiful die. I love this because it sort of looks like a water lily that you've got on the top. You've sort of got that lotus flower water lily-esque look that you got in there, which means you can now start creating cards that look like this or even look like this, but not using the die in its natural form, using it as a stencil, using the waste to protect your card that you've got behind there. So that is die set number 1, okay? Die and stamp set number 1. Liking that. Then we've got blooms number 2 that you've got on the show. So your blooms number 2 that you're getting in here. This one, you get a little, I feel you get a little bit more. Let me turn them to you so you can see that you're getting here, because you get this bigger die. So you're getting this one here. This is in stamp form, but you also get it in die form. But then you're also getting the added extras of these little borders. Now with the little borders, you can have it cutting in or cutting out. So you've got it cut in there. So maybe you're going to just use that and maybe as a little pocket into the back of the card that you've got. Then you've got it in and out, so you can cut them in, you can cut them out. You've got the extra flower that you see here as well. But cut some of these petals off. I can see butterflies that's already in there. You've also got the stamp sets as well with things like beautiful, fab, proud, quirky that you've got. I'll come to you. So you've got there, so you've got all those beautiful, and you've got like the coffee cup marks that you get, so sort of aged portholes that we've got. £29.98 is what you're looking at for these 2. Now, should we show you some inspiration? Let me show you some inspiration. Now, these are using both sets, and unfortunately, I can't name check you because I don't know who they're from. So I've just got generic samples that we've got here. But these are some of them that we found on the socials. That using this one, I think, is using set 1, the DL one that you've got in there. Also using some of the different stamps from set 2. So those top stamps in the top left-hand side are using the stamps in set 2 that you've got there. But really works on craft card. And I mean this, whoever this is, I mean it in the nicest possible way. Quick and easy cards, I feel. Bit of white work it looks in there, just going in with your white pencils. Moving on, let's go to the next one. Oh, a bit of doodling, bit of zentangling.
That was cool, doesn't it? I really can't tell you whose was whose at all. I mean, there's a couple of them that I could identify, but there was over 200 samples.
But there's loads. But look at that, so it was zentangling.
And they haven't had long with the stamps, really. Haven't had that long with the stamps, no.
That's good. Well, that shows how quick and versatile they are. Oh, I love this.
That's cool, isn't it?
This is not Gabriella. She's clever. Look, she puts a name on it. Gabriella,
yes.
that you've got on there. That is beautiful. It really is. Using set number 1 that you've got in there, and also the words are from set number 2 that you've got. That's nice little journal page, I feel.
Yeah, down at the bottom there, it's I'm trying to look at it through the camera, through the wires of the camera. Down at the bottom there, you've got words off the paper pack and a border strip there.
Oh,
so you can see how
yes.
they can work in conjunction. And then you've got 2 of the flowers which are on set 2. The big round one.
Yeah, there
and
was like
then
a
you've got
mandala.
the little one as well, which has just been stamped in black with a beautiful inky background. That's really cool, isn't it?
And it works.
It
you
does
see,
work
black
really
versus
well.
fine clay, inky background, a little bit of cut from the paper pad. You are good to go. Any more? Oh, a little beautiful tag, sort of a bleedy tag that you've got in there.
Yes, that's multiple stamped of that same round stamp. It's one that I'm actually going to use now as well.
Oh, I like it. And then you've got one of the flowers in the background, I
Yeah.
think, as well. So sort of ink spritz and left. Beautiful. Something else? We've got one more. Oh, here we go. Using them petals. So it looks like it's been blown away. Look, obviously, I think the card's meant to go landscape portrait. But dream a little dream. And it looks like the petals are slowly falling, like the sands of time drifting away. Beautiful, isn't it? £29.98, so it works. But it works, and you'll get those petals included as well. 666-279 is your item number that you are looking at for this one. Right, should we go back for another demo? I think we should.
Okay, so we're going to use the, I've wiggled all my stamps all over the place, just wiggly wiggly. So number 2, we're going to use this big round one here, round flowery one here. And I think if I remember rightly, I think there's 55 little balls around there because one of the DT did actually count them.
Wow.
I don't know why. I'm going to be stamping onto my mixed media card. Then we ink this up, and I'm using Hero Arts Intense because it means I can switch me things around of which ones I want to use. Here we go.
The mixed media cards well worth having a little look at. You get 30 sheets of the A4 mixed media white cardstock, 250 GSM, $9.99, and this is sort of your go-to staple, isn't it?
It is indeed. That and my cream is just like my favourites. And then I'm allowed to say that? Or is that copyrighted?
No, you could say that.
Yeah, I mean, I do love my 350 for other sort of thicker projects as well. Now, what I'm going to do is, but this takes so much, is I'm using this die set with this stamp. So I'm going to place this here, okay? And I'm going to grab my tape. Yes, I got that straight away. That was good. There we go. And I'm going to take that into position. There.
Okay.
Okay. Are you with me so far, Adam?
Yeah.
Good, because I showed you what I was doing.
Yeah.
Right.
I know what you're about. But I'm still intrigued on how you did it.
Right. Okay. So we've got it there, and I'm going to sandwich it. So I'll put it through whatever machinery you've got, and it's going to go in the machine and come out, and it will only cut so far. So run, machine, run, choo choo. And I'll just take it one pass.
It's only going to cut that small section.
Yep.
Okay.
That seems to go on forever, doesn't it? When we're on
18
here?
seconds, I want to say. I don't know why I want to say that, but I think it is.
Right, okay. So when we remove that, come on, out you come like that. You'll see that it still remains in there. Of course, you take your poker tool and you pop out those little tiny bits here. Or you give it a flick, okay? So let's do that now. And you're thinking, what is that about, Charmaine? Well, by keeping this in, you've got a nice easy cut line if you want to cut it. But you can extend it. So we're going to give that, I take my tape off and they should all fall out, that's good. And I'm going to realign it on there. You see where I'm going?
Yes, yeah, so we're just waiting for the... So will you feel the groove, as it were? You'll know where to put up against it?
Yeah, we get into the groove. So I'm going to do this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this through the machine. I'm going to do exactly the same again till it comes down to here. So you need a recap where I get them two done.
I can give you a recap.
Yeah, and then you can come back to me, okay?
I'm going to give you a little recap, is what we're going to do now. Let me give... Oh, I'm going to show you a picture.
Yay!
Let me show you another picture. Oh, look at this. This is from our Anne-Marie. Yes, like that, using the dies. I'm guessing that's some of the paper pad in there as well.
Yeah, that's paper kits.
That is just using the paper kits that I've also got on the show. Look at the vivid colour in those paper kits, and once again, it all works. Really works. If you wanted to enhance that even more, you could throw the dies and the stamps in there as well. That is for the paper kit, though. I will bring the details up of the paper kit for you. That you've got in there, because obviously all those little elements that you want to fussy cut, you can. 24 sheets of just the backgrounds, 34 sheets in total is what you're going to get. £24.99, 507900 is that item number. Let me recap the dies and stamps one more time. We'll go back to see the rest of that demonstration. Dies number one, blooms number one is what you're getting on this one. So you're going to get the beautiful dies that you're getting in here, and you're also going to get that gorgeous little stamp. And if I pop these in front, it just shows you what you can die cut out. So your stamp will cut as well. Okay, so you can stamp into this one here, you can stamp and cut it out. £27.98 is what you're looking at. 868565 is your item number for that one. Or you've got blooms number 2. Let me spin that round to camera number 2 for blooms number 2. Is what you're looking at. Working them together, though, you're going to get cards that look a little bit like this. How beautiful are these that you've got there? Once again, slightly bigger than your DL size card that you've got. So those are all the stamps that you're going to be getting. And then you've got all your die cut elements in there as well. £29.98, 666279 is your item number that we're looking at for these. Right, then let's go back to Charmaine. We've done those 2 cuts because I've heard the machine.
Okay, so I take that last one off. Okay, and we'll just pop them out, and we'll pop that back in there. I don't lose it. Excuse me, sorry. Let's get a tickly throat. Right, now we're just going to gently, where I've not lined it up perfectly, I'm just going to go in and just do a little snip here. Come on.
Okay.
I'm being gentle now. Just a little snip, and a little snip here.
So releasing it from that middle.
Yeah, release the demon. I don't know why I said that. Do you know, sometimes I should think before I open my mouth. You know, at this age, if it hasn't happened, it's never going to happen.
Is there more inspiration out there should we need it?
Yes, on the Create with Clever Prints, there is, as I said, there is
200
samples. Sorry. Oh, you just did that on purpose, didn't you, Adam? Right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this in half. Seems barbaric, but I'm going to cut it in half. Okay? And I quite like it as it is. But what I want to do is I want to take this piece and I want to glue it here like that. And I want to take this piece and I want to glue it there like that. You see that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, but what first I want to do is I want to grab a piece of spare card, and I'll go with black so that you can actually see what I'm doing. And I want to take a pen. Shall we have orange, because that's the first one I've got. And I want to take a alcohol pen. It could be a watercolour pen, it could be watercolours, it could be whatever colouring medium you want. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to colour in on top of this.
Yeah.
All the way around, like that. And of course, go in and pop out those bits. I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side, like so.
Yeah.
And I'm just Adam, you're wonderful.
Well, I can see you knocking it over. I don't know if I'm allowed to do it, but I can see it going everywhere I can.
Then that one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it the other way around, and I'm going to rinse and repeat. So I'm going to pop that piece of paper. So I want to protect the rest of my cardstock. Like so, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so round you go, round you go, round you go, round you go. I promise the next one will be really fast.
That's fine.
Okay, here we go. We'll do fast cards next. So, and we go. Come on. So this is, you know, really, really experienced colouring. Not. Anybody can do it, and that's what I like about crafting. You can make things look complicated, but you can have a real good play. Now I need some glue. And we just have that one. So I'm going to take a little bit of glue on the back of one. There we go. And we loop it down so it joins up like that. Now, I actually like that as well. So that would give it a different concept. Does that make sense? Hold that in position. Let me turn it so it's not on the wonk for you. That better, guys?
Yeah, we're with you.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you bombfish bananas, stay there. Come on. And the glue will be stuck to my finger and not to the
Details on the screen are for set 2, where you'll find this.
And then a little bit of glue
moment.
on the other one. Take that one off. And we loop that one, and I'm going to tuck that one underneath, almost like a bow. There we go. Like so. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to hold that in position. Put my lid on my glue. It's all gone quiet now, silence.
As we're watching, we're all intrigued.
Yeah, quiet. What did I do with my pen? Oh, there it is. Okay, so because I've used the orange, the colouring process of this one was literally, I went in with my alcohol pens and did no shading, no fussing about, just coloured it. It's all down to your colour levels, really quick, really simple and really bright. Now, instead of doing all of that, I have one. If I shove it on there, like that, we can pretend that I coloured it in. You see that process? I need to cough, Adam.
You cough, we'll turn your mic off so we can't hear you cough. £29.98, 666-279 is your item number. That is for set number 2 that we're looking at for here at the moment. You're going to get all those beautiful dies that you've got in there. You've also got that large element fitted in there as well. And you've also got those die cuts, so you can cut it out with that half circle, which is going to give you that little raised edge that we saw. Or you've got this one, which is slightly different. That you've got, it's going to give you a totally different look that we're looking at. But you're also going to get the stamps included in this set that you're looking at. So you've also got those beautiful stamps with the sentiments fab, beautiful, proud and quirky. Let's go back to quirky.
Okay, back to quirky coffee at the moment. Hey, dear stickler. It's aircon. If I haven't got it on, I'm sweating.
Oh,
and if it's on, it gets my throat. So what I've done with the one that I did before, is nice. I've added Don't Change, which is on the stamp set.
Yes.
And I've used a piece of paper, a piece of card behind it to mat and lay. I used the same colour pen that I've used on the inside of this. I've raised it up on foam pads. So you see where this one's flat at the moment on some black card?
Yeah.
All I've done is raise it up. You raise me up like that. And you can see the colour behind, but I actually just use a pen behind, the same pen that I've coloured it in with. And that could be like a penny slider.
Well, it could be. You could go all the way around if you wanted to with that. Yep. I'm also thinking if you did the same thing and you had some little lights left over, you could also put lights around the inner circle.
You could indeed. That look really cool.
So it's really going to then start glowing and shining that you've got it, because it's something different. It's a card that's tactile, but let's be fair, it's quick and easy. It really, really is. If you wanted to make that quick and easy card that you've got there, or maybe even a journal page, you can do that as well, because you've got those beautiful edges, you've got those die cuts to do the edge that you've got in there. Let's get in close just so you can see how it all works. But then, maybe you then fussy cut this bit out, and then you decoupage that again, so you go even bigger with that, because you can do it, because you're going to get the stamps and you've also got the dies. So maybe you want to change some of the dies that you've got already in there. So maybe you cut this out and stick that into the centre. It's worth having a little look at all of these ones. £29.98, 666-279 is your item number that we're looking at with a £5 saving. Let's go and have a look at the papers. Come with me. That we've got on here. So we've got the papers as well. 507900 is the item number for your paper pad. You get loads in this kit. You really, really do. You are going to get... Shall I show samples this time of what you can do with them? So you're going to get all these beautiful, beautiful cards. You're getting 20 backing papers in there, 6 sheets of toppers that's in there, 83 ephemera, and then you're going to get your bonus 4 A5s as well, is what you're looking at. I love these. Once again, quick. I know it's my phrase. I'm going to get it on a T-shirt. Quick and simple cards, but quick and simple cards that look effective. That you're getting in there. Well, oh, look how far your paper pads will go. I like this. Look at this one. Look at the depth on that. That you've got in there. That is one that I did on there as well, mixing in the wiggle circle die, which should be on the website, on the brand shop. So you can see them all popping out. If you move that to the side, it's almost like looking down there. I love this.
Isn't it? What to call it? Looking down the
well.
Yeah, looking down the well.
Looking down the well. Then you've got cards that like this. Is that meant to be stuck on? Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's another die that's on the website as well, and I've die cutted it so it's dangly. That was another demo that I did last time I brought these papers as well. I like danglies and things that peep in.
You've got these.
And then that's a book, so you're just jazzing up a book cover. You can give it to somebody, just, you know, your regular cheap books.
One of the A5 papers cut down.
Yeah.
That's beautiful that we're getting there. Then you've got, see, this is what, and these could be like it's loft cuts that you're going to use. You haven't got to use all the dies if you don't want to with these. They are very quirky and they're very different, but they're also very beautiful. £24.99 is what you're looking at. 507-900 is the item number. Let's go back to our Charmaine.
Okie dokie, we want to do fast one?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. We've got 50. Well, we've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I was trying. Well, it's 15 minutes to the top of the hour, but we don't run to the top of the hour.
Okay, so I'm going to use the Blooming Frames 2. I'm going to use the flower out of it, and it's quite a solid flower, but I don't want. If I wanted it solid colour, I would do it in my stamp press, and I want it so it's what's it called? Canapatcha. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see how we've got little patches in that, and then I'm going to do the same one again, using the same ink, and I do want a scrap of. Let's go with my black again underneath. Here we go. And we're going to have that one just slightly off the page there like that. I'm pressing here. So hopefully there'll be that bit of ink because I'm a bit tight when it comes to things like that. And we'll put it over there like so. And we'll do the same again with a lighter pink this time. Let's go pink, pink, pink. Here we go. Pink. Oh, much, much lighter pink. And get that one in there. And soft pink that. How's that look on screen?
This would look cracking as wrapping paper.
Oh, it would. Do you remember that one that I did as wrapping paper?
Yeah.
At Christmas time. I had so much fun with that. And ink again, we'll go with a darker one.
And I also feel these won't date.
No, no. Flowers don't date. These are dipsy flowers. They just go on forever and ever and ever. Then we're going to go with some circles. So I want to, let's go, we'll put all three on the page and we'll go for a contrasting colour tongue twist. Let's go with a bluey colour. Here we go. Woo. Let's get them. I think I wanted to do one at a time, but hey ho, we'll go for all three. Where shall we stick it? Top, middle, bottom?
It's like, let's go a middle, because there's space.
Yeah? Middle for diddle? Okay.
What was that game? Top, middle, and bottom, strike it lucky. Or it's a hot spot, not a hot spot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
I used to love that. Do you remember
I had
that
no
film?
choice.
No, you don't. Of course you don't.
My parents used to like watching it, so that was back in the days when the man of the house had the remote.
Oh, Michael Barrymore. Strike it lucky.
Right, okay, so I've got those on. I'm now deciding that I want the middle one, because I don't want just the three, and I'm going to ink it up in the same colour again. And I'm going to show you one that I've already done. I'm going to go half down at the bottom, half up here, and it's just randomly playing around with that. And we're going to add a word. Let's have beautiful, because you are. Okay, no, you're the one who sings. We'll go for a different shade of blue.
Now and then.
Now and then and now. And we will have beautiful here. Hello, beautiful.
Look at that.
No, I think that's simple card on its own. If you want to add... Isn't it cute?
I think, look at that. That does work. It really does work with the paper pads and ephemera that you're getting in there.
And you can cut these out. If I just slide this over...
Look at all these.
I put them through my scan and cut, because somebody reminded me you could do your prep. And oh yeah, so I cut all them out on the scan and cut.
So long as you don't scan, you can scan them in, as long as you don't save them and you just use your scan and cut to cut, you can go...
Scan and cut them. Do it the easiest way that it is for you to do, scan and cut it. Because if you're going to scan it in and save it, you're not scanning a printed image. You can't print from your scan and cut. You're scanning out an image that you're going to cut out. So if you were to scan it in and save it and cut it, and then you were to cut out a black card as well, you would have a backing for it. I would be happy with that, and I know that Lisa would be happy with that.
That's fine, long as you've said that.
Yeah.
I just have to cover my own tail.
She would agree with me on that, because I'd argue it out as a crafter. But yeah, you could do that. If it's scanning to a scanner to print, that's a bit different.
Yeah.
And you won't get
But you
the
can scan and cut
quality.
them, basically. But put them through your brother's scan and cut.
Yeah,
cut them out.
Cut them out.
No fuss
Cut
and
'em out.
cutting.
I love my scissors, but that was quick. That was quick. Over to you, and then I'll do another quick one. if you've got time.
that one. Oh, yeah. I thought there was more to that. I like that one.
No, I like it as it is.
No, I like
more.
plain simple brother's scan and cut. We have them now on the channel. I need to get my hands on one. I feel. I think I want a scan and cut. I really am. So I moved my craft room around the other day. I like it. £27.98 is what you're looking at, though. This is for your set number 1 that we've got here with your beautiful dies that we're looking at. I'm into my dies now. I like my little dies. This is all we ever make now is books in my house. I have more books than I actually know what to do with. Because we run them through the die machine, and you can create beautiful now spined. Well, you could create a beautiful pad with this and piece them back in. This could be the front cover, it could be the back cover, and then every single page could be decorated in this sort of way. So you could make a beautiful, beautiful book. That is set 1. Now that's your DL. You've got your words in there as well. Nature, don't change. Honey bunny, and dream a little dream of me. £27.98, 868568 is the item number. And then set number 2, fab, beautiful, proud and quirky, and those are some of the words that I would describe my floor manager. 666279 is your item number, £29.98 is what you're looking at on this one. I like them. I genuinely do like them. If I'd leave them, Doug, I wouldn't touch you. If I was you, that you're getting here. 666279 is your item number. Like these a lot. £5 saving is what you're getting. Shall we fit in another cheeky one? We've got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes cheeky. Okay. Right, you're frightened of A4 cards, yeah, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay,
A4 scares me.
we'll take a piece of A4 card. This is my mixed media card. I'm going to chop it roughly in half. Okay, so we've taken away, let's move that around, roughly guesstimated in half. So we've automatically halved your scariness, yeah? Okay, move that to one side. I'm going to fold it over roughly in half, or hopefully, definitely in half. Then we're going to take a scorebook tool, pretend.
Bone folder.
Yeah, one of them bone folders, that's in that box there. And we're going to do that with the bone folder.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we've got a little card.
See, that's it. I don't find that as daunting now.
Okay, it's nice.
I still wouldn't know what to do.
Nice one. But all it is half of that, Adam.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Okay. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to craft with Adam.
Oh,
Adam
yeah.
is going to choose.
Oh, no.
Come on, Adam. When my finger goes.
Okay.
Which one we're going to go for?
Yes.
That one.
The rose.
Right. I know that was called the rose square. Because there's bigger versions on the Clever Print stuff with that one. So we'll go with that one. So we'll go with that one. And colour, Adam?
That first colour you put your finger on.
That one?
No, one down.
That one?
Yeah, gold.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I like this game.
Yeah. This is what I do with my Facebook Lives.
I like this.
Okay, 1. And we're going to go again.
Oh, if I knew we were doing this.
Yeah. 2.
Because you've got that dragonfly that looks a bit like the Angel of the North.
Ooh.
That's in there. Imagine doing that, and there's 3 of those, and then embossing those. They would look beautiful.
Oh, yeah, this would look absolutely stunning embossed in gold, wouldn't it? Right, so we've got those 3. We put that one there. Shall we whack a love on it?
Yeah, let's whack a love on.
Whack a love on it. Okay, love in... what colour? I'm just going to have love in black. I don't know why, but I kind of like my words.
Sometimes that pop of... You don't need it to be in a colour.
No, we've got a colour
I like
there.
the font in this.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So I pop that on.
See, that in a boutique shop would cost you a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, you wiggle a little border there, add a couple of gemstones to that, you know, whatever takes your fancy. I quite like it. It's simple. I do say, like, simple and elegant sort of thing, but I like to knock off the simple when it's somebody else's stuff and say classy. It is simple, isn't it, at the end of the day? Now, where did that other piece of card go to? I don't know. We'll grab this one, move that one to one side. Do you want to play the game again?
Let's do it again.
OK, choose another one.
Let's go the dragonfly.
The big one?
The big one.
Big
see
one.
What you do with that.
OK, what we're going to do with the dragonfly. Let's have the dragonfly. Let's go multicoloured.
Yeah.
So we'll go with a little touch of green. So if I pop him on the piece of card there, you might be able to see it. We'll go green down the centre of his body, or her body. And colours, Adam, pick a colour.
Let's go purple.
Purple is that one there.
Top left.
OK. Love a bit of purple. Purple and green looks really cool. Remember doing Christmas cards in purple and green?
Oh, classy.
Yeah, that one there. And we're bigger this time, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to have one here.
Yeah.
Oh, bottom fish bananas. Let me just slide that one out from underneath. Try to stamp on an even surface. Charmaine helps millions. Okay, so we've got that one like that. We'll do exactly the same again.
What, 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Can do that in 2 minutes. Same again. There we go.
Myself and Charmaine are back at 9 o'clock this evening.
After the watershed.
After the watershed, who knows what can happen then? Get away with all sorts.
In the ears in a minute, yeah. No. Right, I'm going to have it at a jaunty angle compared to that one, so they're going to fly into each other, yeah? If that one stops, this one will fly up. Yeah. Okay, leave it at that. Didn't press down all the way to the bottom, so he's got a shorter tail than the other one, but there's no mistakes in crafting.
Makes him look different.
And then just to add into the mix, let's go with this really big one. And we link this one up, multicoloured. Are we all right for time?
Minute and a half, I'm going
okay,
for.
so pink in the centre of the flowers. Just scattering it around. Then I'm going to go in, because we've got purple in, we'll go pink and purple. We'll add some purple over there. So I've started with my lighter colour. I've gone to my darker colour afterwards, so it won't be too much of a cross-contamination. I may have missed some of those little bits on here. If I don't like it, do you know what I'll do, Adam? I'll chop that, and it'll be one card. I'll chop a section, it'll be another card. So there is no wrong or right, okay? Just wiggle these. These are the Be Crafty Slims, which I know you have on the website too.
If worse comes to worse, depending on the ink you're using, switch it with water and make it all bleed out, and you never know.
Yeah. Okay, now I grab my chopper.
Got 30 seconds.
Yeah, grab my chopper. Chopper. Taking it to the wire and trim off any excess that I want to. Oh, been counting down.
£29.98, 666 279 is your item number that you're looking at. This one will stay with you so we can see what you're up to. There you go, look at
little
that.
greeting on there, and it is a really simple one. You can colour in or you can leave it as simple
Myself
as
and Charmaine back 9 o'clock tonight. Don't you go anywhere. Yes, look, that lady's doing it behind. Look, she's using them as a stencil now. Mindful Moodling with Studio Light up next. Bit reassuring, there's no one in the studio. Then you get hooked on Sugar Button. Then it's Mindful Moodling again.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello everybody and welcome. It is my absolute pleasure to be launching this brand new one-day special brought to you by Studio Lights, designed by a very good friend of mine, the incredibly talented Lou Withers, who is a little bit nervous. What's going on, Lou?
I'm really nervous.
Lou,
Really
I've never seen you like this.
No, it's just really strange. I just feel, yeah, because there's so many good, I mean, looking round at all the people that do stuff, there's so much good stuff out there, you know. You've got to make sure that whatever you do is the best you can, and yeah, and hope that people like it. So yeah. Well,
look, can I just say, how can you not like what's on the show? Before we do anything else though, mindful moodling. We've got a lot of new viewers joining us from Create and Craft.
Okay.
If they haven't seen you before, not aware of Mindful Moodling, because I know this is your second release from Mindful Moodling. So tell us about Mindful Moodling.
Well, it all goes back to mental health and issues that, you know, that perhaps you need something to calm yourself down, and that's how I felt with mine. So about 2 years ago, started COVID and stuff, or whatever we want to call it, I decided that I was going to go online and just have 10 minutes for everybody, just sitting down and doing a doodle. And it went on from there. So bringing my teaching background into it, I decided to sort of culminate the two. So mindful, as in making sure that it's good for you and making sure that you really do that.
Tons yourself.
And moodle, because it's a mood and a doodle. So it was born from that, and it's just gone on and on and on, and it's accessible by everybody, whatever age you are, whatever you're doing, textiles, paint, paper, anything, and it's just about you taking time to sit down and just relax and chill and colour in if you want, anything. So basically that's where it's all come from, and this is the first collection. You know, I'm really happy to say it was really successful, and then this is a new one. So
well, you've done it again. It is absolutely beautiful. Now I want to tell you what you're seeing on the screen right now, that is the complete collection. Remember the complete collection. As we do break down the one-day special, everything we're going to show you right now is in the complete. But we're 2 minutes into the show. You couldn't buy it before the show, so nearly 10% of the stock's already gone of the complete, which you can see here. We're approaching 10% of the stock there, so very, very busy for that. I'll show you the one-day special. Now, this was on pre-sale, and a lot of you did order ahead. So what you're getting here, the 2 stencils, the 2 incredible stamps to complement the stencils, and then you're getting the journal. Now, Lou, the journal has been specially made size-wise to match the stamps and the stencils.
Yeah, and the actual journal covers and some of the images you'll see from some of my wonderful team came from a local monastery in Manchester called the Gorton Monastery, and it's the windows, and it was all about it. I sat there one day drawing, and it was like, look at those windows, and that's where it came from. And I thought, well, that's such a good pointer for this, but yeah, they're all 8 by 8.
It's a great
inches wide.
I mean, it's a good size. You look at this, the size of the stencils, and also, can we just say, applaud you as well with the actual designs nested in the stencils and the stamps. It's like you've taken a magnified view of your subject, and that suddenly affords so many more possibilities. Colouring, we can do moodling within the designs as well.
Absolutely, yeah. You can do your own thing in them. You can colour in them, paint in them, stitch in them, fabric paints, you name it. You don't have to have
your own sort of way of doing it. You can do whatever you want. And I know lots of people have been switching between the two. We've got people, you know, just this is what I'm going to do, just show you how to colour it in. It's great for everybody, this. Great for everybody.
There is so much potential within this release to colour in. Remember, you are getting the journal, you're getting the stamps. Wait till I show you this next one.
And just to let you know, these are not DT members. These people here that have shown you work, some of them are DT, but some of them are friends of mine in my group, Junk Journals, and they've got them, coloured them in for me. So if you can produce that, the next piece you're going to do is get them better and better and better. And these now feel really confident doing it. I'm so proud of them. So proud of them.
All right, Lou, I love it. I genuinely love it. That's a one-day special, personally, and it's whatever your budget can afford. If this is it, your one-day special, $28.98. If that suits your budget, fantastic. You're getting this beautiful, beautiful journal from Studio Light, exploring that mindful moodling. And I've got to tell you, 10% of the stock for the one-day special, the entire day stock, gone already here. You're getting your 2 large stamps. I mean, look at the size of the stamps there.